This is an unbelievable thing for me to see. My favorite team, my true favorite team. Less mistress, more side piece.
And maybe a few regrettable decisions.
Oh, he's got bust written all over him. Gutekunst sucks. Jordan Addison ran a 5.3 40 and he's Trista's height. I'd take him.
You know what you shouldn't have done? Bet on the Wizards.
Yep.
I'm just all in on betting right now. It's the best, and I'm really happy everything's back.
Yes, he is the greatest quarterback in the NFL.
They're just not winning games convincingly.
Big-time bettors make big-time plays.
Me knowing that people are dumb and voters voting for him are two different things.
I'm actually kind of intrigued by the game.
That may be the direction they go.
Where?
I don't know.
No, it's not.
The Saints are going to be really good next year with this moron head coach and moron quarterback. God almighty.
Tweak some things if you need, but this was a pretty damn good team. Let's run it back.
Apparently every baseball gambler is a complete moron all of a sudden.
It's really not a clear-cut number 2 team.
The favorites don't always win. And sometimes you see the unpredictable happen.
Really, Ken, to your point, what a night, man.
Are you ready, sir? Start your engines. Let's go.
Astros money line versus the Marlins. Johnny Cueto, no thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. How does this affect me personally?
Which is absolutely bonkers to me.
If you do the middle school math, is 117 yards per game that you gotta post each and every weekend.
I knew it.
Who has the upper hand? Do we think it's going to be the offenses, or do we think it's going to be the defenses?
How about Saturday's game? Let's just throw a random game out here.
Like, I don't want to put faith in NC State. There's a chance we'll lose outright. Who knows? Jinx is definitely not paying attention right now. He's just vibing to the music.
Are you ready for the most interactive sports gambling show? Introducing BetQL's Send It In with PJ Glasser. We want to hear from you. Send It In is about your picks, your trends, and your fades. Share your thoughts, predictions, and your best daily best bets with the Send It In community. Set your reminders, mark your calendars, and get ready to send it in on weekday afternoons at 1 Eastern on Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. On your home for wagertainment, the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM. No one brings the wow factor like the BetQL Network.
When did that happen?
Today.
And instantly, the crowd goes wild.
We celebrate the women of wagertainment.
As the underdog, but they are now the favorite.
Ooh, I did the right strategy there. Set you up for just complimenting me.
You know what? I get that.
Never miss a minute of the action. Download the BetQL app to take us anywhere you go and watch all of the shows on Twitch TV/BetQL. Presented by the Kings of Sportsbooks. BetMGM.
Go for the betting cycle on BetQL with Cody Decker.
Cody Decker, former professional baseball player, turned professional smartass on the radio.
Sports handicapper Rob Brown.
When Penix Jr. plays USC, he's getting 400 yards.
Cycling all the top plays.
And Cody Decker, I think Florida can cover today.
And one outrageous show parlay.
1, 2, 3. Oh!
Let the chaos begin. Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins.
Dang it, he's talented. And let's be honest, I go for ambition, not look.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Don't kill the messenger, or the messenger will kill you.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM.
Final hour of the show. Finishing strong on a Thursday. It is a Daily Tip from BetQL presented by BetMGM. Good morning. She is Chelsea Messenger live in Nashville, Tennessee. I'm Michael Jenkins live in the nation's capital. Coming up in our final hour, which plays we like today on the diamond as the Yankees and Orioles continue their battle in the Bronx. In soccer, everyone knows I'm a soccer guy. Copa America gets underway tonight, so we will preview the tournament action for you with one of the best writers on the planet. I'm not kidding. Steve Goff from the Washington Post will be here. Then we wrap things up with our best bets and the Donkster coming up at 8:40. Who knows what is on his mind? He's still wearing his gold chain with the $ medallion. He's trying to pimp. I don't know how that's going to work out for him. Chelsea, did you see this? I've been meaning to talk with you about this for a few days, but there is a new independent league team, the Oakland Bees, the Oakland Ballers. And their mascot is a possum, based on the possum that was interrupting A's games last season. Remember that when that was a thing? There was a possum that was interrupting the broadcasts. So there is a picture. I need to send it to you. I'll send it to you right now in the chat, where they had this wooden box, and there's a reveal, and it's the Oakland Bees mascot, and it's just a possum who comes out. This is brilliant. Their mascot is the possum, based on a possum that interrupted A's games, and they're called the Bees. I could not love this choice more.
Well, this is what minor league teams do, and independent league teams are doing nowadays. They're trying to go with the most crazy and out of this world mascots because people love these. Like, there was a team in Alabama that has the Trash Pandas, and do you know what people want to buy? The Trash Pandas. They want these crazy names. So I feel like this is the direction that minor league baseball is going. And we see it more and more these days. Even though, didn't you say it's independent league? But
yes.
People love the hat, and people love the crazy mascots.
Yeah, makes me want one. And there are some people who really collect. I mean, you can go into all sorts of collectibles when it comes to minor league memorabilia, just because, A, it's endless, and B, there's so many unique names and different things that you can purchase. I know some people on there specifically into minor league hats.
Yeah, because they've got some good ones. I'm trying to think of like the best minor league mascots, because Jake played a lot of time in the minor leagues, but most of them I feel like are in AA, like the smallest or one of the smaller divisions. But I can't think of any right now. Let's see. Jake played for a ton of teams. He played for, let's go down the list, Corpus Christi Hooks, the Lancaster Jethawks, which I remember very vividly because back in those days, you couldn't watch his games on video. You could only listen to him on the radio. And he had somebody on his team by the name of Jose Altuve. And every time that he would get a hit, the radio person would be, Jose Altuve. And I was like, wow. And the guy loves saying Jose Altuve. And I bet he still loves saying it to this day. So very fond memories throughout our time in the minor leagues. It was some good times.
That's a fun gig, is when you get to announce names like that. I did that in high school. They decided to let me introduce the women's basketball team. And so I would get behind the microphone and I would introduce the girls playing the game. And of course, anytime you can stretch out a name, then that's the way to do it. Starting forward, number 32, Tanya Wyatt. So much fun.
That's awesome, though.
Yeah.
I would do that, like over the top, because who else gets that? Never in your life do you ever get introductions like that. Like, you're not standing at a party with your friends and somebody like looks at you and they're like, Chelsea Messenger. Like, nobody gets introductions like that. That's when you peak in life. In sports, when you get an introduction and a walk-up song. I saw this meme the other day that it was like 90% of the time men are thinking about what their walk-up song would be if they ever were to make Major League Baseball, which, 90% of men are not making it to Major League Baseball. Jenks, have you thought about what your walk-up song would be? Are you one of these 90%ers?
I actually haven't. I'm one of the 10%ers.
Man card revoked.
Oh, man card revoked. I was just thinking about which Ariana Grande song I'm going to download when we get home later. So my mind is elsewhere. I mean,
What's that song you always do for karaoke? Poison?
Yeah, by Belle Biv DeVoe, BBD. That's my jam.
That should be yours. I think George Springer had that song for a while.
Oh, did he? I mean, that's a banger.
Mm-hmm.
To this day, still a banger.
To this day.
To this very day. Man, I love calling out those names. It's funny, I probably told you this before, but when I was one of the voices for the Texas Lottery, and this was old school, I answered an ad in the paper. I stood in line outside of a recording studio, and I went in, and I had to read the copy. And so I read it, and I didn't want to go, when you're talking about being over the top, I remember I read it in this audio booth, and the guy comes in, and he's like, hey, that was really good. I want you just to go nuts here, like way over the top. Like way over the top. I was like, okay. And so I was like, if that's what you want, because you're trying to find that balance, right? You want to be a pro, but you don't want to be goofy. And so I was like, okay, this is what you want. So I remember going like, good evening and welcome to the Texas Lottery for June the 18th, 2024. Tonight's drawing is sponsored by Smalley, Wilson, and McKinney, LLP. And they were like, yes, that's exactly what we're looking for. I was like, okay. And
Give us more.
And I got the job. I had to turn it down because they wanted me to be the voice full time, but it didn't have benefits. It was an awesome gig. It was 2 hours a night, Monday through Friday. Imagine that gig. But I negotiated with them and I kept my TV job, and then I was the fill-in voice. So a couple nights a week, maybe a couple times every 2 weeks, I would go in and read the numbers live, and it was $50 an hour. It was for that. It was awesome. Best job I've ever had, easily.
Ooh, speaking of good jobs, do you know what we did yesterday? So the neighbor boy and Blake set up a lemonade stand right by the golf course. Guess how much money they made in like 2.5 hours?
How much?
$226.
Oh, I almost cursed on the air. Holy crap. Real, man, Double D, keep that bleep button handy. I was gonna be a jerk and be like, oh, $100? Really?
Yeah, and it was free lemonade. That's what you do. You always give the lemonade for free, and you only work for tips. So people are more inclined to just give you the money. But the neighbor boy, being the good boy that he is donating all of the money to the animal shelter. So at least it's for a good cause.
Terrible idea. Keep that money. No, that's a great idea. Good for them. That's wonderful. That's a great story. Well, Chelsea, will you donate your winnings tonight to charity, or will you put it in your pocket? Because we have some bets to make. Orioles, Yankees. Yankees minus 150. Orioles plus 125. Total is 8 and a hook. Cole Irvin gets the call for Baltimore. The Rook, Luis Gil, on the mound for the Yankees. I know your rule. You don't fade the Orioles. So are you sticking with Baltimore?
Yeah. I don't know if I'm going to play it, though. Because if you look at the numbers, like, yes, the house rule is we do not fade the Orioles. But this spot looks really good for the Yankees. You look at what Luis Gil has done this season. Not only is the ERA at 2.02, he's also 9-1. He's had the run support from one of the best offenses in all of baseball. So it's hard to go against the Yankees here, especially at a palatable price here. And this is a spot where they have been very, very good. At home this year, they're 23-11. As favorites, they're a blistering 38-18. So usually the market, and you see them as favorites, that's a good time to take the Yanks. I will say the Orioles have a winning record as underdogs this year, sitting at 7-5. But I do feel like Luis Gil is a step above what we have seen from Cole Irvin this year. And plus, he has to face the Yankees. A bunch of home run hitters that have some pretty good splits against him. Aaron Judge, maybe not playing in this one, but he does have a home run against Cole Irvin. So does Giancarlo Stanton. So I think all the numbers kind of point to the Yankees here. But would I be shocked if the Orioles pull off the upset? No, I probably wouldn't be.
I wouldn't be. I'm going to be on the Yankees' money line. I just love the way Luis Gil has pitched this season. You mentioned Aaron Judge, not going to be in the lineup. Maybe he is. I doubt he is. But Luis Gil has just been so good. And also, if you like the Yankees on the run line, I would encourage you to at least take a look at that. That's at plus 135. I know the Orioles are very good, but in his 9 victories this season, talking about Luis Gil, Yankees have covered the run line 8 times. Mariners at the Guardians. Guardians and Mariners both minus 110. Got a coin flip of a game here. Total set at 8.5. Luis Castillo gets the call for the Mariners, and Logan Allen on the hill for the Guardians, Chelsea. I have not handicapped this particular series very well, so I will defer to you. How should I play this?
Same. This feels like, what was that series? It was like the Twins and the Mariners. I feel like whenever the Twins play, it feels like they play the same team like over and over again. And I never get the games right. So maybe I should stay away from this one. But it's hard to go against Cleveland here. One of the surprise teams in baseball so far this season. But also it's hard to go against Luis Castillo. But here are the numbers on Cleveland that maybe entice you to bet on the Guards today. They're 22-9 at home. As favorites, 26-14. And meanwhile, if you look at the Mariners, they have not been a good road team so far this season, sitting at 17-20. Logan Allen, though, woof. Some of his numbers have been far from sparkling. So maybe that's the reason I would not be on the Guardians here. Although his last 2 starts have been decent, giving up 2 runs and 1 runs each in each of the last 2 starts. But still, I have not had a good read on this series. I would lean towards maybe the Guardians, but again, it's not my favorite play.
Yeah, when I hear your voice go up, maybe the Guardians, then probably to stay away. I do have a bet on this, I think. You mentioned Logan Allen and how he struggled this season, and he really has. Ugh. Now, he might be 2-0 at home, but his ERA at Progressive Field is more than 7. And Luis Castillo will give up runs in this game. He has given up 2 runs or more in 7 of his last 8 appearances. Worse on the road than he is back home in the Emerald City. I like first 5 over 4, minus 140. I might just go with a big card again. Throw caution to the wind.
Who cares?
Yeah, who cares? There we go. That's what I need to hear. Who cares? Royals at the A's. Palatable price on Kansas City, Chelsea, minus 150. The A's are plus 125. Your total is a low 7.5. Seth Lugo, 10-2, 2.40 ERA will toe the rubber for the Royals. And Mitch Spence will pitch for Oakland and get the start, 4-3, a 3.95 ERA. You rolling with Kansas City here?
I think I am. I think this is a pretty solid price on one of the better teams in baseball, especially with Seth Lugo pitching, as you mentioned, 10-2 this year. And I think the key metric here is if you're backing Seth Lugo, you do it against the teams that are not the best offenses in baseball. Because when he's pitched against like the bottom tier offenses, boy, has he been good. And he's been good for most of the season just in general. But the only slip ups he's really had have been against teams like the Yankees. And I think that's really the only one. Oh, and the Guardians. Gave up 5 against the Guardians as well. Against Baltimore, gave up 4. But other than that, it's been pretty much smooth sailing. So I'm going to give some respect to Oakland. They are a pretty solid squad. Last time Lugo went against the A's, he went 5 2/3, only gave up 2 earned runs. I was looking at his earned runs prop, but it's a little too juicy. I think under 2.5 is like minus 170. So we won't go there, but we will go with Kansas City full game on the money line. The bats are better for Kansas City. Seth Lugo has had run support throughout the season. And I think he is the better starter here compared to the A side. So palatable price. Let's go Kansas City minus 150.
I like that. Also, I want to say, if you're interested in some plus money and you like KC on the run line, in all 10 of Seth Lugo's victories this season, the Royals are 10-0 on the run line. They're also 21-14 on the run line away from Kansas City. So if you like plus money there, I like both bets. Royals run line is plus 110. I got one more bet for you. Dodgers at Rockies. Dodgers minus 225, Rockies plus 180, total set at 12. Gavin Stone going up against Ty Block. Sometimes you have to look at the stars, Chelsea. Did you know that Ty Block is a Libra? Yes, he is. Oh, yes. So let's look at his horoscope for today. Oh, my God. And I quote, "Today shines a spotlight on your social life and your community involvement." Dude, I can't have you thinking about your buddies or your girlfriend or picking up trash on the side of the road when you should be pitching and focused on baseball. You're not getting my money, Libra. Dodgers run line minus 150. Coming up next on the show. If you're a soccer fan, this is your time of year. Euro 2024 underway. Copa America kicks off tonight. We will preview the tournament with Steve Goff from the Washington Post. It is next on the Daily Tip from BetQL, presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM on the BetQL Network. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM. With Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetQL Network.
Welcome back to the show. The Daily Tip from BetQL, presented by BetMGM. Great to have you with us on a Thursday. Coming up, why should we preview Copa America when one of the best soccer writers in the country can do it for us? We will bring in Steve Goff from the Washington Post to do just that. Before we get to Steve, Chelsea, I sent you this article, and you've probably seen it. Landon Donovan, the great Landon Donovan, former Galaxy star, playing on the U.S. national team, is covering Euro 2024 for Fox, and a picture of him has gone viral because he had a hair transplant, and he was told apparently, I mean, his hair is, when you have a hair transplant, they sort of take hair from the back, put it in the front, so his hairline is kind of jacked up right now. But he's been on the air, and he was told apparently, no one's going to see this. Well, everyone saw it. So he got a text from a former teammate, which is a really hilarious exchange, from Mike McGee. They played together on the Galaxy. And Mike texted Landon and said, bro, check your Twitter, and also you should probably fire your barber. And so Landon was like, wait, I had a hair procedure 2 weeks ago, was told it wouldn't show up on camera. It absolutely showed up. And then Mike McGee said, can I post this? And Landon was like, whatever, I deserve it. Good night, Mo. Like, I'm just going to have to take the L here. So he's been a good sport about it. What is the worst haircut you've ever gotten?
Ooh, well, it's nothing like this. Like, the only thing, I think girls are super dramatic with haircuts. If you get like an inch off and you told them a half inch, it feels like the end of the world. You're like, oh my God, all my hair is gone. But it feels like it in the moment. So I can't even imagine how you actually feel when it's a hair disaster on national TV where people are roasting you online. But if you look at this picture, it does look like he got a haircut and only got half of it. So I don't know what he is to do here. All you can do is make fun of yourself in this moment because everybody else is doing it already. So like maybe you can gaslight everybody and be like, no, this is what I asked for. This is the new hottest thing. Everybody in Paris is doing it. So I appreciate him making fun of himself and making light of the situation. But next time, do not trust the camera operators to not get your hair in, because clearly it cost you.
Yeah, he was a good sport about it. No question about it. Let's bring in someone who has a great hairline, who definitely knows his soccer. I'm talking about Steve Goff, soccer writer for the Washington Post. He has covered a combined 14 World Cups, also a member of the Virginia D.C. Soccer Hall of Fame. Steve, we appreciate you being on the show with us this morning. We have Copa America starting tonight. The United States in Group C with Bolivia, Panama, Uruguay. So which team in that group is the biggest threat to the United States not winning the group?
Uruguay is the clear favorite. There's the history there, and Uruguay should win the group. The U.S. should finish second. The top two advance to the quarterfinals. Anything less than the quarterfinals is a major failure for the U.S. With the World Cup 2 years away, and in a group that, Bolivia is not very good, and Panama's good, but it's a team that U.S. is very familiar with because they play them semi-regularly here in this region. So Uruguay 1, US 2, probably Panama 3, Bolivia 4 is the way it should go. But we'll see how it unfolds.
All right, Steve. So we're doing soccer for casual fans like me who are just trying to get like the bird's eye view. So Euro 2024 is going on right now. What is the biggest storyline that maybe we can latch onto in this event?
In Europe, I think the fact that, Germany's hosting it. Germany hasn't had a lot of success at recent World Cups. So this is a big moment for them to win a tournament. England, of course, hasn't won a major tournament in decades. So certainly this is a strong England team that could win Euros. I mean, for the casual sports fan out there, the Euros are the second biggest soccer tournament. World Cup is the biggest. Euros are number 2, and Copa America is number 3. Euros every 4 years. Every European team has a chance to advance and compete in it, and it's expanded field now. So I think it in some ways it's better than the World Cup, because you got all the best European teams there. Where World Cup, some don't qualify. So I think it's going to be a lot of fun over the next few weeks. We've seen some good games, some upsets so far. I think for the casual fan, it's a great tournament to watch, and it starts early too. You don't have any late night games because it's in Europe, so you got 9 a.m. starts for some matches, and it's a good event.
Steve, how much pressure is there on Brazil? Because they haven't looked great in qualifying leading up to this event, and then they even had Ronaldinho come out a few days ago and criticize the team, and he walked back those comments. But for a team that has so much history and tradition, do they need to perform well here?
Yeah, I think the big teams in South America are always under pressure at Copa America because this is their championship. This is their tournament. Brazil has slipped behind Argentina, which won the World Cup a couple of years ago. Argentina is the reigning Copa America champion as well. So, yeah, there is. Ronaldinho's comments, I think, certainly were a reflection of a lot of fans, even though there was some marketing ties to what Ronaldinho said. There's pressure on them. There's always pressure on them, especially in a big tournament. They'll face some tough challenge in the group stage because they're with Colombia, who's at a high point right now. They'll be, the expectations are high with Brazil always.
All right, so what about the expectations for the United States? What's the identity of this year's team? And what's going to be the X factor for this team to make a deep run?
Yeah, the U.S. Was a very young team when Greg Berhalter took over a couple of years ago. They've grown, they matured, they went to the second round of World Cup, but now they're looking for that breakthrough moment. They haven't had it in friendly games. This is a huge tournament. This is their biggest competition they will face before the World Cup in 2026. So they need that breakthrough win, and whether that means beating Uruguay in the group stage or beating a Brazil or Colombia in the quarterfinals, that's what they're looking at. It's a good team. It's a team with a lot of players playing at high levels in Europe, but they need that moment, and it's important to get that before the World Cup comes to U.S. shores in a couple of years.
Steve, when you look at the U.S. national team, and certainly Christian Pulisic is the guy. Like, he's the main, he's the guy that brings in the eyes, and people know him with AC Milan, has had a great season. But outside of him, who else on that roster is someone we should be looking out for? And do they have enough talent besides him to make a legit run here?
Yeah, I'll answer your second question first. Can they make a legit run? Yes.
Okay.
They should get through this group stage, but then they're going to have to pull an upset after that, most likely in the quarterfinals. But they're at home, and it's a good team, certainly capable of it. Repeat your first question again, Michael.
Just about outside Usilic, like who else on that team is someone that could be? Yeah. Gio Reyna is a young, immensely talented player who's dealt with some injuries, and he had a conflict with Greg Berhalter during and after the World Cup. Definitely a player to watch. Tim Weah, a winger who scored at the World Cup, certainly capable of scoring some goals for the team in Copa America. Guys like Weston McKennie, more of a worker than a flashy star, plays in the midfield. Matt Turner is the goalkeeper, who's started at the World Cup and plays overseas in Europe.
certainly an important player to this team. So, a lot of guys playing at a high level with their clubs. Now they come together for the national team, and it's time to, take that next step.
All right, so is home field advantage a huge factor here for the United States? We've got games for them in this tournament, Dallas, Atlanta, and Kansas City. Is this as much of a thing as it is in other sports?
It's actually the opposite in a tournament like this, because because it's the nature of the sport and the demographics of this country that, particularly in the Latin American community, it is by far their favorite sport, and they will support the country of their family's origin or of their origin. So, for example, the U.S. played Colombia in a friendly a couple weeks ago in Washington. It was probably 2/3 to 3/4 Colombian fans of the 54,000 who were there. It was a little closer to 50-50 when Brazil played the U.S. in Orlando. It depends on the teams that you're playing, but if the U.S. plays Brazil or Colombia in a quarterfinal of a Copa America, the U.S. will not have the home field advantage by any means. It's just the way it works in this country when it comes to soccer.
Steve, not going to hold you to this, but how do you see this tournament playing out?
Good question. I mean, the big question is, Lionel Messi playing for Argentina, perhaps his last major tournament, in the Argentine jersey. It means a lot to him. It means a lot to Argentina. So they go in as, I think, the clear favorite. But South American soccer is just, it's so good, and so a team like Uruguay, a team like Brazil, Colombia could win the whole thing. There are guest teams from this part of the world, U.S., Mexico, most notably, Canada as well. So, it could be a bit of a surprise there with the U.S. Maybe Canada sneaks through. But I think you're probably looking at Argentina and Colombia as the two favorites in this tournament right now.
All right, so how about Euro 2024? You got a pick for us? It's just for fun, but I've been reading some of these articles. It doesn't feel like it's just for fun for England. I have been reading about the pressure, and it feels palpable for this team. Who do you think wins it all?
Yeah. It's a tough call. I mean, Germany's playing at home. They're off to a good start in the tournament, so it's hard to bet against a home team, a traditionally strong home team. So Germany's certainly up there. Italy's a defending champion, but they've, they haven't done well, getting to major tournaments. Like the World Cup. Spain has been fantastic so far. I think Spain is certainly a team to watch, and England is, England is poised for that first major championship since 1966 when they won the World Cup. So, it's a tough call. Netherlands is certainly high on the list as well. I'd say Germany is probably in a good position right now, playing at home. But several teams could end up winning this.
He is a soccer writer for the Washington Post, has covered a combined 14 World Cups, a member of the Virginia D.C. Soccer Hall of Fame, and absolutely one of the best writers in the entire country. If you want to know soccer, read Steve Goff. Steve, we appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, guys. Anytime.
Man, I love listening to Steve. I'm telling you, when I have such a reverence for his knowledge base, because when I covered MLS soccer and was learning the sport, I knew nothing. I knew very little about soccer. And still to this day, I'm very casual about what I know. But one of the ways that until this week, and obviously I'm the smartest guy on the planet when it comes to Euro 2024. But I would read Steve on a regular basis to educate myself, because he knew, and this is frickin' 15, 20 years ago. He's still at it, but that's one of the reasons, or one of the ways I educated myself, was to read Steve's stuff, because that's how good he is.
Well, and it's nice that you had some type of avenue to actually communicate with him. Because didn't you ask him like questions and stuff?
Yeah.
That's so invaluable to have a great mentor or somebody who is willing to field your questions. Because some of those people who have all those accolades are not always open to that. So that was very nice of him.
Yes, he's one of the best. We'll have him on again. He knows his stuff. I mean, obviously, I know a lot more. You've heard my handicapping throughout the show. But
this week,
he does a pretty good job. Yeah, this week only. Coming up next on the show, we've talked baseball. We've talked basketball. We've talked soccer. We've talked golf. But where are we putting our money on this Thursday? You can find out next on the Daily Tip from BetQL. It is presented by BetMGM. Stay right there.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM on the BetQL Network. let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins, presented by BetMGM on the BetQL Network.
Come on, Double D. I'll wake you up. It's Thursday. Look at this. What's going on with me? First of all, I got a Yeti full of coffee, black coffee. The break room is out of regular water. That's why I'm drinking Perrier this morning. That's right, Chelsea. Well, I just figured, yes, for Euro 2024.
Very European.
I'm very European. I love the sport, the beautiful game, and of course it's Europe, and we drink Perrier in Europe, and then have a Red Bull over here. Because I stayed up late with Catherine last night. We had a good time, and we wanted to party, and then finally I made myself go to bed. So I was on the struggle bus. Now I'm feeling fine, but I got about 85 different liquids running through my system. Woo! Here's my question for you, because coming up next on BetQL Daily, Tyler Rowland, no relation to Bill, from the Locked On Titans podcast, will preview this season for Tennessee. I am so ready for football, and it's coming. I mean, what? Training camp starts late July in the NFL. Here we are. It's June 20th. In a little over a month, it's go time. We're talking NFL football. We're getting there. Are you excited about your Titans, about NC State? Or are you just like, no, we're going to suck, but at least it's football?
Well, I do think the expectations are very low for my Titans. I think their win total is like 4 games or something. Like, it's not good. We got a new head coach. We lost Derrick Henry. And Will Levis hopefully is going to take the next step. But here's the thing. I think if you have a decent quarterback, you at least have a shot. And I've seen some good things from Will Levis. I have some faith in the kid. So I think it's going to be a better season than maybe people are expecting. And that's really all you can hope for. Like, are we going to win a Super Bowl? No. But maybe we'll win some games, and maybe we'll score some points. So I am excited for the Titans, even though most people probably aren't.
Yeah, I'm just ready for football in general. I mean, I am ready. I'm starting to read season previews. I mean, not like, oh, how are the Panthers going to... I'm going to pick on the Panthers all year long. Is Joe going to be on the show this morning?
Today will be Chris Mack.
Oh, yes. Lovely. Love Chris Mack. Love Joe. I didn't know if Joe was going to come on and be like, oh, God, the Titans today. You know, because you start at the bottom and then you work your way to the better teams. It's tough. You have to admit, and this is not a shot against your Titans, but it is tough previewing seasons for bad teams. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, for sure. But, Jenks, can we not bury the lead here?
Yeah.
This week and this week only, you are not a football guy. You are a football guy.
Yes.
Like, you're not thinking about football. You're thinking about the original football. You're a soccer guy.
It's the beautiful game. Guys, look at me. Speaking in cliches. It's the most popular sport in the world. Did you see the passion yesterday? Croatia taking on Albania. Those Albanians. I said they weren't going to go quietly. They didn't. They ruined my bet. I was pacing around the living room. Why? I'm a soccer guy. I'm going to bet on soccer again. I'm going to do it. Speaking of soccer, if you missed our chat with Steve Goff of the Washington Post and what he expects to happen with the United States national team at Copa America, we always have you covered. Download and subscribe to the Daily Tip wherever you get your podcast. Chelsea, you have had a very good week. My week has been terrible, but we're going to keep it going and hand out our best bets.
Time to place your bets.
All right, Chelsea, let's tell you. Give me a winner.
All right, best bet in Major League Baseball tonight is going to be riding the hot arm of Seth Lugo, pitcher for the Kansas City Royals. I'm going to go with the Royals on the money line, -150 on the road at the A's. And let me start by saying I have some respect for the A's. They're not maybe as bad as people expected this season, but you got to go with Lugo here. I think he's one of the most under-respected pitchers in baseball this season. If you look at his numbers, they have been fantastic all season long. He's 10-2 with a 2.40 ERA. And literally the only time that he's given up more than 3 runs were against some of the best offenses in baseball. Only 3 times has he given up more than 3 runs against the Yankees, Guardians, and Orioles. Those are some of the best hitting lineups in the majors. So Oakland, a far cry from that. Last time around against the A's, went 5 2/3 and gave up only 2 earned runs. Plus, you have the added fact that the Royals are one of the hottest offenses in all of baseball. Over the last month, they're top 5 in most statistical categories. So give me the Royals at a palatable price over the lowly A's, who this year as underdogs have not been very good. If you look at them, they have gone 21-46 as dogs. So let's go Royals, -150.
Ooh. Do I want to tell you on that and go big? I don't know.
Who cares? Do it.
Who cares? Maybe I'll add that first 5 over 4. What game was that? Oh, Mariners, Guardians. Maybe I'll do that as well. Who cares? Best bet of the day, Yankees. Oh, Chelsea. That's what I've been looking for. I don't give a sip. I got to take the Yankees on the money line, -150, taking on the O's. Now, I know it's a little dangerous to fade the Orioles because when you get plus money with the O's, normally you want to take that. However, Cole Irvin going for Baltimore, Luis Heel, the stud rookie going for the Pinstripes, he is really the guy responsible for holding together that rotation while Garrett Cole was out on the IL. Will the Orioles figure him out? I don't think so. Heel has made 14 starts this season, given up more than 3 runs once. That was back on April 26th. In his 9 victories this season, he's 9-1. Yankees have covered the run line 8 times, and they have the best bullpen in baseball. If you want the full game run line, I don't mind that at +135, but I'm taking Yankees money line -150 in the Bronx.
Ooh. Jenks, how fast do you think I could throw this 8 ball? 46?
46, 47. Let's go. Got a fireball.
Have you ever
tomorrow.
tried to throw hard? Have you ever
Yes.
done one of those like carnival games? What's the fastest you've gotten? Do you know?
God. It was like 58 miles an hour or something. It wasn't great.
Oh, no. Yeah, I wouldn't use that number. Maybe you need to fudge it. You know,
I'm not
people
gonna lie.
fudge certain numbers.
Well, I'm not going to lie. I mean, I'm not going to be like, yeah, I threw like 78 mile an hour. And you'd be like, dude, no, you didn't. You know, it's hard. You are married to a Major League Baseball player, a guy who played in the majors. So, of course, anything compared to that is going to suck. I'm just a regular guy. I'm just lucky I hit the target.
Well, I threw out a first pitch one time, and I think I hit, I want to say it was like 60-something. And I was pretty proud of myself.
Dang.
Like, I threw it hard. And so, like, I was pretty proud of that moment. You know, I peaked that one moment at the Fort Myers Miracle game. But, all right, we got to get to the 8 ball. We're running out of time. All right, 8 ball, what do you say about the plays today?
Let us gaze upon the glorious magic 8 ball. Shall it fade or tail these noble betters?
All right, 8 ball. A couple of plays for you today. For me, I'm going to be on the Royals over the A's. Do we like it? 8 ball says yes. And also adds, please don't throw me. All right, for Jenks. Jenks is going to be on the Yankees on the money line over the Orioles. What do we say about this one, 8 ball? It is decidedly so. Now he's nice to us.
Bam!
We've
Let's
threatened
go.
to throw him.
Oh. Yeah, you throw him 60 miles an hour. He doesn't want to be touched. If you want to check out the 8 ball, if you want to see Chelsea show off her I don't give a sip cup before she shakes the 8 ball, if you want to stream each and every show on the BetQL Network, it is easy. Twitch.tv/BetQL. Only one bet, Chelsea?
Yeah, I want to hear about your soccer bet, soccer guy.
Everyone knows I am the preeminent soccer expert on the BetQL Network.
He's 0-1.
I have 2 full days. I'm 0-1. Let's do it again. Denmark, England, under 2.5 -150. I gave you a loser yesterday, and I'm back at it. Bad beat with the Croatians. Come on, man. The Dutch are coming off a 1-1 draw in their opener against Slovenia. England coming off a very sleepy 1-0 victory over Serbia. Neither of these teams look particularly impressive in those opening round matches. And if you're England, you're not going to be inclined to be aggressive here because you've already got 3 points. So this is juiced to the under for a reason. I think there's a good chance we get a draw or a 1-0 win. I don't see many goals here. I'm the expert when it comes to soccer. Under 2.5 -150. England and Denmark, Euro 2024. Sure.
Let's go.
Let's go. Come on. BetQL 5-star best bet time. Trends, analysis, insight, everything you need to get her done. Download the BetQL app. Let's find out what the Donkster is talking about today.
Good morning. I heard you and Chelsea talking about haircuts. Back in the 90s, I used to have a high-top fade. That's when I started pimping. And if one of my ladies got out of line, I'd cut her head back to the fat meat.
Dogster, you have to
Pimpin'
stop.
ain't easy.
You have to stop this pimping bit.
Shout out to Fillmore Slim.
Okay. Just please give us your bets.
Okay, Dad. Dodgers, run line. Minus 150 at Rockies. Astros at White Sox, under 9. I got to make my money.
Okay. God bless. Let's find out what's coming next on BetQL Daily. And bring in a man who makes his money the old-fashioned way. He earns it. It's Chris Mack. Good morning, Chris.
The old-fashioned way.
The stuffed animal with the "F-U pay me" tattoo on his rear end really has taken this thing to a whole new level. That is, wow. I didn't see that. I didn't see that swerve coming. I did not see that character turn in the plot twist.
He's feeling himself. I don't know what's going on. It's that gold chain. Ever since he put that gold chain around his neck.
Yeah, you guys need to go to a Limp Bizkit concert together. You'd be quite the pair.
No, I think we're all good on that angle.
No.
Is Limp Bizkit still touring? Is that a thing? Are they still
You tell
out
me.
there?
You're the Limp
don't know.
Bizkit super fan.
No, I owned a pair of Limp Bizkit CDs 20 years ago, and
Sure.
you're holding on to it though. I appreciate it.
Yeah, we will.
Because other than that, what do we got except big pimpin' stuffed animals?
Oh, it's been a great show.
Chris, thanks for being with us here.
Thanks, guys.
Good to see you as always. Well, that's it for this edition of the Daily Tip from BetQL, presented by BetMGM. I hope you enjoyed the soccer analogy. Euro 2024 Copa America. Let's go. She's Chelsea. I'm Jakes. That's Chris Mack. Hope you have a great Thursday. We'll see you.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
Cut them to the white meat, Jenks? Jesus.
BetMGM tonight. Join us for live sweats.
Oh!
Yes.
Let's go, Kansas State.
That was a big balls 3.
3 minutes ago. Put this thing up now.
Instant reaction.
This is an unbelievable thing for me to see. My favorite team, my true favorite team. Less mistress, more side piece.
And maybe a few regrettable decisions.
Oh, he's got bust written all over him. Gudikin sucks. Jordan Addison ran a 5.3 40 and he's Tristis height. I'd take him.
You know what you shouldn't have done? Bet on the Wizards.
Yep.
I'm just all in on betting right now. It's the best, and I'm really happy everything's back.
Yes, he is the greatest quarterback in the NFL.
They're just not winning games convincingly.
Big time bettors make big time plays.
Me knowing that people are dumb and voters voting for him are two different things.
I'm actually kind of intrigued by the game.
That may be the direction they go.
Where?
I don't know. No, it's not.
The Saints are going to be really good next year with this moron head coach and moron quarterback. God almighty.
Tweak some things if you need, but this was a pretty damn good team. Let's run it back.
Apparently, every baseball gambler is a complete moron all of a sudden.
It's really not a clear-cut number 2 team.
The favorites don't always win. And sometimes you see the unpredictable happen.
Really, Ken, to your point, what a night, man.
Are you ready, sir? Start your engines. Let's go.
Astros money line versus the Marlins. Johnny Cueto, no thank you.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. How does this affect me personally?
Which is absolutely bonkers to me.
If you do the middle school math, is 117 yards per game that you gotta post each and every weekend.
I knew it.
Who has the upper hand? Do we think it's going to be the offenses or do we think it's going to be the defenses?
How about Saturday's game? Let's just throw a random game out here.
Like, I don't want to put faith in NC State. There's a chance we'll lose outright. Who knows? Jinx is definitely not paying attention right now. He's just vibing to the music.
Are you ready for the most interactive sports gambling show? Introducing BetQL's Send It In with PJ Glasser. We want to hear from you. Send It In is about your picks, your trends, and your fades. Share your thoughts, predictions, and your best daily best bets with the Send It In community. Set your reminders, mark your calendars, and get ready to send it in on weekday afternoons at 1 Eastern on Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. On your home for wagertainment, the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM. No one brings the wow factor like the BetQL Network.
When did that happen?
Today.
And instantly, the crowd goes wild.
We celebrate the women of wagertainment.
As the underdog, but they are now the favorite.
Ooh, I did the right strategy there. Set you up for just complimenting me.
You know what? I get that.
Never miss a minute of the action. Download the BetQL app to take us anywhere you go and watch all of the shows on Twitch TV/BetQL. Presented by the Kings of Sportsbooks. BetMGM.
Go for the betting cycle on BetQL with Cody Decker.
Cody Decker, former professional baseball player, turned professional smartass on the radio.
Sports handicapper Rob Brown.
When Penix Jr. plays USC, he's getting 400 yards.
Cycling all the top plays.
And Cody Decker, I think Florida can cover today.
And one outrageous show parlay.
1, 2, 3.
Oh! Let the chaos begin. It's Bet for the Cycle on the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
Some would say that maybe he'll be chasing Super Bowl MVP. Well, look, he's 400
Some
to 1.
would say he won't look young in the game.
Really makes me angry that, like, Knicks fans can't have anything. We've been bad for... I get it.
It's 21-0.
It's a playoff game. I'm stepping in here. Like, that, I give that answer. You don't get to give that answer. Or you like in the game.
Welcome in to Send It In here on the BetQL Network. I'm Kate Constable, filling in for PJ. He's off the next 2 days, so I'll be with you these next 2 days. We've got a great show planned for you today. We're going to kick things off with a little Big League Peach, still keeping all the names for the segments the same because this is still PJ's show. We'll talk MLB, College World Series. We'll move over, go off the glass, do a little WNBA action. We actually have a game in action right now. Talk some WNBA futures now that the NBA season is completely wrapped up. We've got Model Making Money. Matt Horner is going to join us. Again, talk a little MLB. He's got some nerfy stuff that we'll touch on. And Game 6 in the NHL playoffs. He's going to give us some plays there. Prop potluck. Shane's going to give me some props to go over. We'll take our pick between those and finish things off with my plays this afternoon. But going to start in the big leagues, Major League Baseball here tonight. We've got a little bit smaller slate than usual, but a couple games that I really like. Starting out, Diamondbacks and Nationals. This is a 105 first pitch. Total is sitting at 9. Diamondbacks plus 120 on the money line with Ryan Nelson on the bump. Nats minus 145 with Mackenzie Gore. Nats have won 8 of their last 10 games, and they're 6-1 in their last 7 home games. Mackenzie Gore struggled at the start of the season, but he's 4-1 in his last 5 starts. He hasn't allowed more than 1 earned run in each of those wins. So I really like the Nationals on the money line. I'll lay the minus 145, a little extra juice there. Diamondbacks offense, it can get hot, but Ryan Nelson is coming off of a strong outing against the White Sox. Sure, that was the White Sox, but before that, he gave up 11 runs in 17 innings. So I'm going Nats on the money line, minus 145. Going to back Mackenzie Gore on the bump. Mariners and Guardians, total here is 8.5. We've got another 110 first pitch. Mariners took game 1 in this series. Guardians took game 2. This game is a pick'em. Minus 110 on both sides. We've got Luis Castillo on the mound for the Mariners, Logan Allen for the Guardians. Pitching matchup to me, this favors Seattle with Castillo on the mound. He has a 3.63 xERA, a 25% strikeout rate, and a sub 7% walk rate. The Guardians have also struggled lately against right-handed pitchers, and Cleveland's Logan Allen has been much worse at home. At home, Logan Allen, it has an ERA of 7.33 at Progressive Field. That's compared to a 4.27 on the road. So, I mean, neither split is all that impressive, but certainly not impressive at Progressive Field where this game is tonight. So as long as Seattle can get even the slightest lead, I think the Mariners bullpen should be able to hold on. They have the advantage there. Bullpen as well as starting pitching. So Mariners money line, minus 110 on the road. That's my favorite play in that game. Twins and Rays. Total here, 8 runs, another 110 start time. Tampa Bay took game 2 of the series, winning 3-2 in extras last night. Tampa Bay is plus 110 on the money line. Twins, a slight favorite, minus 135. Simeon Woods Richardson on the bump for Minnesota. Zach Littell for Tampa Bay. The Twins came into this series with a whole lot more momentum than the Rays. Minnesota won 8 of 9 games prior to last night's loss, and they were pouring in the runs during that time. Now, despite losing last month, I think the Twins, or last night rather, the Twins can regain some of their momentum. I think they roughed Littell up a little this afternoon. Littell gave up 7 earned runs to the Braves in his last start. He's allowed at least 3 earned runs in his 3 games before that. So far, a little bit of chalky plays here, taking a lot of these favorites on the money line, but with how well Minnesota's been playing lately, I have to back the Twins minus 135. This is a game that's kind of just disgusting on paper. Astros and White Sox. Total here is 9. I'm a White Sox fan, so I'm allowed to say that this team is gross. 210 first pitch. White Sox are plus 145 on the money line. Astros minus 175. Spencer Arrighetti going for the Stros. And the Sox have Chris Flexen on the mound. Astros, second worst run line record on the road this season, while the Sox have a 500 run line record at home. So I mentioned I don't have a very strong take in this game, but just that trend alone kind of makes me want to lean towards the White Sox covering the run line at plus 1.5. Flexen starting for the Sox. He was roughed up in his last outing, but prior to that, 3 previous opponents he faced held them to 5 total runs in 15 combined innings. So maybe he's able to kind of get back on the right side here, find some success against this Astros lineup. Series altogether has kind of been pretty boring. Sox won game 1, 2-0. Astros won game 2, 4-1. Not a whole lot of momentum on either side, which kind of makes me think that maybe the Sox can indeed hang with the Astros, taking them plus 1.5 on the run line is my lean in that one, but not an official play making my card today. Dodgers and Rockies. Total here is 12. This has just been an over series so far. We've had an over in all 3 games of this series, thanks in large part to LA's offense. These 2 teams meet 3:10 first pitch, game 4 of this series. Dodgers took the first 2. Rockies won 7-6 last night. Dodgers heavy favorites, minus 225 on the money line. Rockies plus 180. Gavin Stone going for the Dodgers. Colorado has Ty Blanche on the mound. Again, over his hit in 3 games this series. Dodgers have scored 22 runs in those 3 games, and they have been crushing lefties lately. Once again, facing lefty Ty Blanche for the Rockies. So I think the Dodgers can probably find a lot of success again tonight, continue with those bats performing pretty well. I like Dodgers over 6.5 runs for their team total. I mean, that's an astronomical total, but with what we've seen in this series so far, we're going to see plenty of runs plated. Again, an over-under of 12, and this being played in altitude in Colorado always lends itself to an over. Ty Blanche has also given up 10 runs in his last 3 starts, and he hasn't lasted more than 5 2/3 innings. So Colorado's bullpen's going to have to come in and face this Dodgers lineup, and they've been terrible so far. So I think LA is going to have plenty of opportunities to put some runs on the board. I'll take Dodgers over 6.5 runs in this one. Royals and A's. Total 7.5 runs. This is a 3:30 first pitch. Royals, slight favorites on the road, -165. The A's are +135. And Royals are favored despite dropping the first 2 games of this series to Oakland. Seth Lugo is going to be on the bump for Kansas City. Mitch Spence for Oakland. Lugo's 10-2 on the season. And in all 10 of those wins, Kansas City has covered the run line. So that's making me lean towards the Royals on the run line -1.5. Plus, the A's have the second worst average in Major League Baseball against righties this season, and they have the second worst strikeout rate. So I think Lugo is going to find plenty of success against this A's lineup, just with how well he's been doing this season. A Cy Young candidate right now. So Royals -1.5, my favorite play in that game. Orioles and Yankees. This has been a fun series these past couple of games. A total of 8.5 runs. First pitch at 5:04 this afternoon in the Bronx. Yankees -150 on the money line. Orioles a slight dog at +125. We've got Cole Irvin going up against Luis Gil. Gil's made 14 starts this year. He's given up more than 3 runs just once, and that was all the way back in April. So I'm going to back Gil today and the Yankees. I'm going to lay the juice -150 on the money line with New York. In Gil's 9 wins, the Yankees have covered the run line 8 of those games, so pretty successful there. Yankees also have a big bullpen advantage with one of the best staff ERAs in the league right now. And against Cole Irvin, Giancarlo Stanton is hitting 500. So even if Aaron Judge is out in this game, I mean, with that hand injury, if he's out of the lineup again, I still think that the Yankees bats are going to be able to find some success tonight. So again, taking a favorite here, Yankees -150 on the money line. Giants and Cardinals. This is going to be a fun one tonight because this one is being played at Rickwood Field in Birmingham, Alabama. The total is 8.5 runs. I lean towards the over here because the dimensions of this field, the outfield, the left field, everything's kind of pulled in a little bit. They've rearranged kind of the structure of this field. So I think we're going to see a few more home runs than maybe we're used to. So looking at an over 8.5 runs, I think is a good look here. Game is at 7:15 this evening. Cardinals, just a very slight favorite, -115 on the money line. Giants, -105. We've got Keaton Wynn for San Francisco going up against Andre Pallante. I'm going to take a prop in this one. I'm going to go against Andre Pallante and take his under 3.5 strikeouts. The Giants aren't a team that strikes out a ton. They rank 12th in the league in K rate, just 21%. Now that number does get a little worse on the road. But again, Cardinals starter, Pallante, he's not going to strike out a ton. He threw 6 Ks in 5 innings against the Rockies earlier this month. But other than that, what has he really done? He's only gone over 3.5 strikeouts 2 other times. So I don't think he's going to have a whole lot of success tonight against this Giants lineup that, once again, doesn't strike out all that much. So Pallante under 3.5 Ks is my play in that game. Brewers and Padres. This is one that I don't have a very strong thought in. I lean towards the Brewers' first 5 on the money line, only because Adam Mazer is going for San Diego. He only has 3 starts on the season, and San Diego's lost all 3. He's given up 11 runs in just 12 2/3 innings, has a 7.82 ERA to show for it. Not great there. So I lean towards Brewers' first 5 on the money line. We have the College World Series on Saturday starting. Tennessee and Texas A&M. Tennessee number 1, Texas A&M number 3. The Vols are favorited -210 to win this thing altogether. They're also favored -155 in that first game. I lean towards Tennessee to win this first game just because their offense is a little bit better than Texas A&M. But we're going to dive into this game a little bit more on tomorrow's show. I'll give out some best bets on that show as we look ahead to Saturday's Game 1 in the College World Series. All right, going off the glass, WNBA slate. We've got a question here from B. Mills. I heard there could be some injuries affect the WNBA tonight. Can you give us an update on which way she might be leaning, depending on if these players are in or not. Yes, B-Mills, breaking down these games. We've got Wings and Sky. That game's taking place right now. Chicago's up 51-35. Had this game been a little closer in the second half, we're in the third quarter right now, I probably would have recommended betting the Wings live to cover. I'm not going to recommend you take any bets in this game right now. I think you just let that one play out. We'll look at Sparks and Liberty tonight. Liberty 14.5-point favorites. I actually like the over here. That's at 163.5. New York's averaging 90 points per game this month. They've scored 90 plus in 3 straight games. And LA's defense has dropped from 8th to 11th overall in their last 5 games. One of those reasons, B-Mills, is no Cameron Brink. She went out in this last game, tore ACL. Not only is she out for the season, she's out for the Olympics. She was on the 3-on-3 team, so that's a huge loss for her, for the 3-on-3 team, for Team USA, and the Sparks as a whole. But what that does is that opens up driving lanes and a path to the basket for New York a little bit easier, because Cameron Brink was such a rim protector and had a huge defensive presence with her size. So I think that also speeds up the game a little bit for LA, and pace for both of these teams has become quicker over the last 2 weeks. Sparks moved from 8th in pace to 11th. So with Brink out of the lineup, I lean towards the over here. B-Mills 163.5, 164, if that's what you're getting it at. I know that's at a few places there. I think you can play that up to, well, actually looking at it here on BetMGM, it's up to 166.5. I probably wouldn't play it up much past 167. I do think we're going to get a high scoring game just because the Liberty's offense is so good. I also look for, maybe the Liberty covering first quarter, -4.5, -5. They're coming off a loss to the Phoenix, so they're going to be fired up, ready to go in this game early. So whatever way you want to shake it, over full game, New York first quarter, laying the points. I think that's a good look as well. Some WNBA futures. The Aces are the favored to win the WNBA championship, +140. I mean, that is pretty impressive because they're going for their 3rd straight championship, and they've been without one of their top players in Chelsea Gray for the majority of the season. Gray finally returned last game, and she didn't score a lot, but did a ton of other things in terms of rebounding, assists, moving the ball. Just her facilitating has been huge. So I think you can look at some value down the board with the Lynx at +750. They've been playing really well this season. And the Sun also, they're 12-1, I believe, at +650. But once the Aces are fully healthy, I think they're going to start to win a ton more games than we've seen just through this early part of the season. So value play, I would take the Lynx. I just can't talk anyone off of playing the Aces because of how good they've been so far. So that wraps up WNBA right now. We'll have more plays in the W tomorrow. Matt, we're going to bring in Matt Horner for Model Making Money and check in with him. As a reminder, throw your questions in the chat and we will get to them. Let us know what you're betting on. Send it all in. That is the name of the show, after all. Matt, thanks for taking time to join us this afternoon. What is the BetQL 5-star play for today?
Yeah, sure. So we have a lot of early games, obviously, which eliminates those. They're starting now, pretty much. So we're going to go to the O's and the Yankees game at over 8.5 runs. This is a 5-star play according to the BetQL model. It has this as 9.5 as a fair line here. Baltimore, 115 WRC plus going against righties. I know you said Luis, I can't pronounce his name. It looks like Gil, so I say Gil. He's been great this year, but Baltimore also has a fantastic offense against righties. Cole Irvin, I see him as nothing but an innings eater, so I could see it happening here. 5-star play, the O's and the Yankees over 8.5.
Matt, I just learned that this morning. It's Luis Heel. Kind of like heel. A heel. At least that's what the internet has told me, because I was saying Luis Gil up until this morning as well. So we both learned something today. All right, so that's the 5-star play. What is your best bet for today, Matt?
Yeah, so I actually have a couple best bets here. I'm going to go right to this game, the Yankees and the Orioles. I like the Yankees today, first 5 or the money line or a game parlay. You combine them together. I just think they're the better team. Honestly, they just lost. But Heel, 2.03 ERA, he is due for a bit of regression. I mean, that is a ridiculously good number. He has a 2.74 expected ERA, 3.73 expected FIP, really high strand rate. So some runs are going to come his way. But on the other side, Cole Irvin, as I said, guy's an innings eater. I view him as maybe like an average to below average pitcher at best. And he's been overperforming. 3.03 ERA, 4.38 expected ERA, 4.07 expected FIP, and a 75.7 strand rate. I expect more runs to come his way. So give me the Yankees here. I just think they're the better team. And it is important to note that he shut the Orioles down on May 1st through 7 innings. So he's obviously been really good against them in his start. So yeah, I like the Yankees here. Then my favorite play of the day is actually in the Giants-Cardinals game. I know you said you favor the over here in this game. I like the under in this game. You could get it at 9. It is now down to 8.5, but I would still play the under at 8.5 in this game. It's my favorite play of the night. Rickwood Field, as you mentioned, I kind of view it as like Kauffman Stadium in Kansas City. It is more of a hitter's park. I do grant that. However, looking at the weather right now, winds are projected to be blowing into the park at 10 miles per hour, which is going to limit homers and it's going to help more fly ball outs. Take a look at the two pitchers in the game. Keaton Winn going for San Francisco. Obviously, he has a very evil ERA of 6.66, but he has a 5.30 expected ERA and a really good 3.89 expected FIP, which is, quite good. 55.7% strand rate and a 293 BABIP. So he's been really unlucky looking at those numbers, and more guys are expected to be on base and get stranded for him. Andre Palante, 4.61 ERA, 4.14 expected ERA, and a 4.13 expected FIP. As well, I expect more positive regression to come his way. He actually has a really low home runs through 9 rate of 0.66. He doesn't allow many home runs. Then you look at these bullpens, both top 5 in the league in expected FIP, 3rd for the Giants and 4th for the Cardinals. So great bullpens here. 2 guys expecting positive regression, wind blowing into a park. I just think the under is valuable. I think this number is a little high at 8.5 or 9, which is what you could get it at this morning. Those are my favorite bets for today.
Well, Matt, you kind of just debunked everything I said about that game and the over, and you make a very compelling case. So I may be rethinking my bet in that game. Matt, you also have a Nerfy and Yerfy article that goes out every day, and you've been crushing it with that article. So for those of you listening, go over to BetQL.com, check out Matt's article. Matt, give us one of your favorite Yerfy or Nerfy plays for this afternoon.
Well, honestly, the article this morning, if you go over there and look at it, I have no full unit plays today. I bet based off of full unit, half unit, and quarter unit plays. Unit distribution is really important when it comes to betting these Yerfy Nerfy plays. So for me, the only one I can really give out right now, I have a quarter unit play, which is a small play, but on the A's and the Royals game later this afternoon. The A's have been a really hot and cold offense. So, it's kind of untrustworthy there. Same with Kansas City. They've kind of been streaky. But I do like it for a quarter unit because neither offense has really been great in their respective splits today. So just a little bit of a sprinkle on that. And that would be honestly the only play I can give you right now for a Nerfy for the rest of the day that I really like.
I mean, always good not to force plays, so appreciate the honesty there. Yeah. Let's go over to the ice. We have game 6 in the NHL playoffs tomorrow. Oilers have made this interesting, Matt. Series is back in Edmonton. Do the Panthers close it out, or is Edmonton able to force a game 7?
Yeah, so just taking a look at some of the ticket and money percentages here. The Panthers are getting 67.2% of the money and 43.3% of the tickets. So some sharp action is coming in on the Panthers. I don't blame this. I would honestly probably pick the Panthers here because a lot of people are going to want to bet Edmonton to force a game 7. They love these story-driven narratives. There's only been 4 teams ever that have gone down 0-3 in the Stanley Cup final and have come back to force a game 7. And 3 of those teams lost the final in the end, and only 1 ever has come back from an 0-3 deficit and won. So and that was the Leafs back in like the 40s or something like that, a really long time ago. But I think the Panthers can get it done here. A lot of people are going to love Edmonton. So my early lean for this game is probably the Panthers. I like getting them. You can get them at plus money some places, but either way, I love them.
Matt, we had a question sent in from Reed Phillips Brad. He said, does Kate have any thoughts on the Conn Smythe? I'm going to throw this your way. Does Matt have any thoughts on the Conn Smythe? Even if the Panthers win the cup, is McDavid going to win the award?
I would be shocked. Usually this never happens. Then a losing team wins the Conn Smythe Award. I mean, if the Oilers do come back and they do end up winning this series, McDavid is definitely winning the award. I mean, you could give it to Stuart Skinner by how great he's been playing lately, but McDavid, if they do come back, he's definitely going to win because he's Connor McDavid. He almost has to win in this scenario. And he's been really good. I mean, he's propelled them back to being in this series. Honestly, though, Sergei Bobrovsky probably going to win the award, especially if the Panthers win the cup. They win the cup tonight. It probably means he had a good performance. So yeah, Bobrovsky's probably the huge favorite right now. I don't have the odds in front of me, but him or McDavid are very, very likely to win the Conn Smythe.
Well, hopefully that helps Reed Phillips Rad a little bit, betting that as we go forward. Matt, appreciate you jumping on with us. Thanks for your time. We will talk to you again soon.
Sure. Thanks, Kate.
For those people who want to continue to bet but don't have the time to research each individual game, you need to download the BetQL app. It ranks each game on a 1 to 5 star scale based on its unbeatable analysis from spreads, over-unders to player props. Stay up to date and bet confidently with BetQL's help. All right, we're going to go over to our PJ's Prop Potluck and bring in producer Sean.
Hey, Kate. Yeah, so the first one we got here for you is we're going to go over to the WNBA. The Sky have an updated win total at 12.5 wins. The over's at minus 135, or the Connecticut Sun have an updated win total at 28.5 wins. That's also at minus 135.
I'm going to go the Sun to go over 28.5 wins versus the Sky. Only because 3 of the Sky's 4 wins, about to be 4 of their 5 wins this season, have come against teams that have worse record than Chicago. The Sparks, they've beaten once. The Wings, it looks like they're going to beat twice as of today. And then the Mystics. Those are their 4 or 5 wins on this season. They have one against the Liberty, which was a great win, by the way. But they're not beating the top teams in the league. Chicago has the 4th toughest remaining schedule. Sun are 13-1 on the year. They have a tough game against the Aces tomorrow. Otherwise, they kind of sit in the middle of the pack in terms of strength of schedule, and they've been cruising. So Sun over 28.5 wins. I would take that over the Sky's win total.
All right, next up here, we have another WNBA win totals that are updated. The Liberty, who have been on fire this year, are at 30.5 wins. That's plus 110. Or the Sparks, who just lost Cameron Brink, their win totals is set at 9.5, and the under is at minus 105.
I laugh because 9.5 wins. That's pretty terrible, but I'm going to go with the Sparks to stay under 9.5 wins, not reach the double-digit win mark today or this season in the W. Sparks only have 4 wins right now. They have the toughest strength of schedule remaining in the league. No Cameron Brink, like you said, Sean. She's out the rest of the season. Her offense kind of came and went night to night, but defensively, she was a huge presence inside the lane, huge rim protector. I just don't know how the Sparks are really going to stop teams without her in the lineup. And the Liberty, they've been rolling. Now, Courtney Vandersloot is out for some personal reasons. Not sure when we're going to see her return. Will that kind of have an effect on the Liberty getting over this number? I kind of wonder maybe they drop a few coming up if she continues to miss time. So I'm going to go Sparks under 9.5 wins.
All right, I got one more here for you. Let's go to the Diamond. Yesterday, Gunnar Henderson got hit by a pitch. I don't know if you saw his retaliation for Aaron Judge getting hit by a pitch the night before. So him to go over 1.5 bases at minus 125, or Fernando Tatis Jr. to go over 1.5 total bases at minus 110. Tatis also has been on fire. So you got 2 potential MVP candidates here with their bases prop.
Yeah, I mean, Gunnarson's been great lately. He has a single, double, a home run in his last 3 games. He has a hit in 12 straight games. But he's going up against Luis Gil, who's been great this season. So I'm going to go with Fernando Tatis Jr. to go over 1.5 total bases. Tatis really has not done a whole lot, but again, the pitching matchup that he's going to see tonight, he's facing Bryce Wilson for the Brewers, much more favorable than what Henderson is going up against. Wilson doesn't strike a ton of batters out, so I think that's going to give Tatis more opportunities to get on base. So I will take Fernando Tatis Jr. over 1.5 total bases at plus 110. All right, we are going to move on to Kate's plays as we close out the show here. As always, continue to send in questions, send in your plays, let us know what you are betting on, and we'll do our best to answer any questions as we close things out here. Going streaking. PJ's play yesterday did not hit, so the streak is back to 0, which is a good thing for me because I don't have to worry about ruining any streak that PJ is on. I'm going to go with Giants designated hitter Jorge Soler to have a hit tonight against the Cardinals. He's going up against Andre Pallante, who's given up 14 hits over his last 3 starts. And Soler has a hit in 6 of his last 7 games. Pallante has been terrible against righties. He's allowing opponents to hit .396 with a .482 on base percentage. So Jorge Soler to get a hit tonight is what we're going with for going streaking. My prop lock for today, Orioles pitcher Cole Irvin under 17.5 pitching outs. Yankees have crushed Irving in the past. They have a .310 batting average and a .396 on base percentage against him. 7 of the last 9 road starters that New York has faced have also gone under this number. And Irving's K rate and xERA are both bottom 30% of the league. So I'm not having a whole lot of faith in Cole Irvin tonight. We'll take his under 17.5 pitching outs. Dog of the day. This is just a slight dog. Giants minus 105 on the money line compared to the Cardinals who are minus 115. I'm going to take San Fran. Giants don't strike out a ton. They rank 12th in K rate, just 21%. Yes, that number is a little worse on the road. But again, I really don't like Pallante today. If you haven't figured that out, just faded him in this last one a little. I'm going to fade him again tonight. I don't have a whole lot of faith in him. He threw 6 strikeouts in 5 innings against the Rockies earlier this month. But other than that, he has only gone over 3.5 strikeouts 2 other times. So I don't think he's going to have a whole lot of success tonight. I see the Giants winning this one. They are my dog today. Sean, what is your best bet for this afternoon?
Yeah, Kate, I'm going over in the MLB here. I'm going to take the Royals on the run line, minus 1.5 against the Oakland Athletics. They're looking to avoid a sweep against the Oakland A's, so hopefully they get it done. They are 10-5 this year in Seth Lugo starts, so I don't think they get swept by the A's tonight.
Love it. Love it. Love it with Lugo on the mound. My best bet is going to be the over 166 in Sparks and Liberty. Again, talked about this. Liberty's offense is fantastic. They scored 90 plus in their last 3 games. They're averaging high 80s on the season. Sparks defense is awful, especially without Cameron Brink in the lineup to be that rim protector. Pace also has picked up quite a bit for both of these teams over the last couple of weeks. So over 166 in Sparks and Liberty. To review what we've got going for today, going streaking, we've got Jorge Soler to get a hit. Prop lock, we've got Cole Irvin under 17.5 pitching outs. Our dog of the day is Giants on the money line. Sean's best bet, Royals money line, and my best bet, Sparks Liberty over 164. That's going to do it for
Like in the game.
Welcome in to Send It In here on the BetQL Network. I'm Kate Constable, filling in for PJ. He's off the next 2 days, so I'll be with you these next 2 days. We've got a great show planned for you today. We're going to kick things off with a little Big League Peach, still keeping all the names for the segments the same because this is still PJ's show. We'll talk MLB, College World Series. We'll move over, go off the glass, do a little WNBA action. We actually have a game in action right now. Talk some WNBA futures now that the NBA season is completely wrapped up. We've got Model Making Money. Matt Horner is going to join us. Again, talk a little MLB. He's got some nerfy, yurfy stuff that we'll touch on. And Game 6 in the NHL playoffs. He's going to give us some plays there. Prop potluck. Shane's going to give me some props to go over. We'll take our pick between those and finish things off with my plays this afternoon. But going to start in the big leagues, Major League Baseball here tonight. We've got a little bit smaller slate than usual, but a couple games that I really like. Starting out, Diamondbacks and Nationals. This is a 105 first pitch. Total is sitting at 9. Diamondbacks plus 120 on the money line with Ryan Nelson on the bump. Nats minus 145 with Mackenzie Gore. Nats have won 8 of their last 10 games, and they're 6-1 in their last 7 home games. Mackenzie Gore struggled at the start of the season, but he's 4-1 in his last 5 starts. He hasn't allowed more than 1 earned run in each of those wins. So I really like the Nationals on the money line. I'll lay the minus 145, a little extra juice there. Diamondbacks offense, it can get hot, but Ryan Nelson is coming off of a strong outing against the White Sox. Sure, that was the White Sox, but before that, he gave up 11 runs in 17 innings. So I'm going Nats on the money line, minus 145. Going to back Mackenzie Gore on the bump. Mariners and Guardians, total here is 8.5. We've got another 110 first pitch. Mariners took game 1 in this series. Guardians took game 2. This game is a pick'em. Minus 110 on both sides. We've got Luis Castillo on the mound for the Mariners, Logan Allen for the Guardians. Pitching matchup to me, this favors Seattle with Castillo on the mound. He has a 3.63 xERA, a 25% strikeout rate, and a sub 7% walk rate. The Guardians have also struggled lately against right-handed pitchers, and Cleveland's Logan Allen has been much worse at home. At home, Logan Allen, it has an ERA of 7.33 at Progressive Field. That's compared to a 4.27 on the road. So, I mean, neither split is all that impressive, but certainly not impressive at Progressive Field where this game is tonight. So as long as Seattle can get even the slightest lead, I think the Mariners bullpen should be able to hold on. They have the advantage there. Bullpen as well as starting pitching. So Mariners money line, minus 110 on the road. That's my favorite play in that game. Twins and Rays. Total here, 8 runs, another 110 start time. Tampa Bay took game 2 of the series, winning 3-2 in extras last night. Tampa Bay is plus 110 on the money line. Twins, a slight favorite, minus 135. Simeon Woods Richardson on the bump for Minnesota. Zach Littell for Tampa Bay. The Twins came into this series with a whole lot more momentum than the Rays. Minnesota won 8 of 9 games prior to last night's loss, and they were pouring in the runs during that time. Now, despite losing last month, I think the Twins can regain some of their momentum. I think they roughed Littell up a little this afternoon. Littell gave up 7 earned runs to the Braves in his last start. He's allowed at least 3 earned runs in his 3 games before that. So far, a little bit of chalky plays here, taking a lot of these favorites on the money line, but with how well Minnesota's been playing lately, I have to back the Twins minus 135. This is a game that's kind of just disgusting on paper. Astros and White Sox. Total here is 9. I'm a White Sox fan, so I'm allowed to say that this team is gross. 210 first pitch. White Sox are plus 145 on the money line. Astros minus 175. Spencer Arrighetti going for the Stros. And the Sox have Chris Flexen on the mound. Astros, second worst run line record on the road this season, while the Sox have a 500 run line record at home. So I mentioned I don't have a very strong take in this game, but just that trend alone kind of makes me want to lean towards the White Sox covering the run line at plus 1.5. Flexen starting for the Sox. He was roughed up in his last outing, but prior to that, 3 previous opponents he faced held them to 5 total runs in 15 combined innings. So maybe he's able to kind of get back on the right side here, find some success against this Astros lineup. Series altogether has kind of been pretty boring. Sox won game 1, 2-0. Astros won game 2, 4-1. Not a whole lot of momentum on either side, which kind of makes me think that maybe the Sox can indeed hang with the Astros, taking them plus 1.5 on the run line is my lean in that one, but not an official play making my card today. Dodgers and Rockies. Total here is 12. This has just been an over series so far. We've had an over in all 3 games of this series, thanks in large part to LA's offense. These 2 teams meet 3:10 first pitch, game 4 of this series. Dodgers took the first 2. Rockies won 7-6 last night. Dodgers heavy favorites, minus 225 on the money line. Rockies plus 180. Gavin Stone going for the Dodgers. Colorado has Ty Blanche on the mound. Again, over is hit in 3 games this series. Dodgers have scored 22 runs in those 3 games, and they have been crushing lefties lately. Once again, facing lefty Ty Blanche for the Rockies. So I think the Dodgers can probably find a lot of success again tonight, continue with those bats performing pretty well. I like Dodgers over 6.5 runs for their team total. I mean, that's an astronomical total, but with what we've seen in this series so far, we're going to see plenty of runs plated. Again, an over-under of 12, and this being played in altitude in Colorado always lends itself to an over. Ty Blanche has also given up 10 runs in his last 3 starts, and he hasn't lasted more than 5 2/3 innings. So Colorado's bullpen's going to have to come in and face this Dodgers lineup, and they've been terrible so far. So I think LA is going to have plenty of opportunities to put some runs on the board. I'll take Dodgers over 6.5 runs in this one. Royals and A's. Total 7.5 runs. This is a 3:30 first pitch. Royals, slight favorites on the road, -165. The A's are +135. And Royals are favored despite dropping the first 2 games of this series to Oakland. Seth Lugo is going to be on the bump for Kansas City. Mitch Spence for Oakland. Lugo's 10-2 on the season. And in all 10 of those wins, Kansas City has covered the run line. So that's making me lean towards the Royals on the run line -1.5. Plus, the A's have the 2nd worst average in Major League Baseball against righties this season, and they have the 2nd worst strikeout rate. So I think Lugo is going to find plenty of success against this A's lineup, just with how well he's been doing this season. A Cy Young candidate right now. So Royals -1.5, my favorite play in that game. Orioles and Yankees. This has been a fun series these past couple of games. A total of 8.5 runs. First pitch at 5:04 this afternoon in the Bronx. Yankees -150 on the money line. Orioles a slight dog at +125. We've got Cole Irvin going up against Luis Gil. Gil's made 14 starts this year. He's given up more than 3 runs just once, and that was all the way back in April. So I'm going to back Gil today and the Yankees. I'm going to lay the juice -150 on the money line with New York. In Gil's 9 wins, the Yankees have covered the run line 8 of those games, so pretty successful there. Yankees also have a big bullpen advantage with one of the best staff ERAs in the league right now. And against Cole Irvin, Giancarlo Stanton is hitting 500. So even if Aaron Judge is out in this game, I mean, with that hand injury, if he's out of the lineup again, I still think that the Yankees bats are going to be able to find some success tonight. So again, taking a favorite here, Yankees -150 on the money line. Giants and Cardinals. This is going to be a fun one tonight because this one is being played at Rickwood Field in Birmingham, Alabama. The total is 8.5 runs. I lean towards the over here because the dimensions of this field, the outfield, the left field, everything's kind of pulled in a little bit. They've rearranged kind of the structure of this field. So I think we're going to see a few more home runs than maybe we're used to. So looking at an over 8.5 runs, I think is a good look here. Game is at 7:15 this evening. Cardinals, just a very slight favorite, -115 on the money line. Giants, -105. We've got Keaton Wynn for San Francisco going up against Andre Pallante. I'm going to take a prop in this one. I'm going to go against Andre Pallante and take his under 3.5 strikeouts. The Giants aren't a team that strikes out a ton. They rank 12th in the league in K rate, just 21%. Now that number does get a little worse on the road, but again, Cardinals starter, Pallante, he's not going to strike out a ton. He threw 6 Ks in 5 innings against the Rockies earlier this month. But other than that, what has he really done? He's only gone over 3.5 strikeouts 2 other times. So I don't think he's going to have a whole lot of success tonight against this Giants lineup that, once again, doesn't strike out all that much. So Pallante under 3.5 Ks is my play in that game. Brewers and Padres. This is one that I don't have a very strong thought in. I lean towards the Brewers' first 5 on the money line, only because Adam Mazur is going for San Diego. He only has 3 starts on the season, and San Diego's lost all 3. He's given up 11 runs in just 12 2/3 innings, has a 7.82 ERA to show for it. Not great there. So I lean towards Brewers' first 5 on the money line. We have the College World Series on Saturday starting. Tennessee and Texas A&M. Tennessee number 1, Texas A&M number 3. The Vols are favorited minus 210 to win this thing altogether. They're also favored minus 155 in that first game. I lean towards Tennessee to win this first game just because their offense is a little bit better than Texas A&M. But we're going to dive into this game a little bit more on tomorrow's show. I'll give out some best bets on that show as we look ahead to Saturday's Game 1 in the College World Series. All right, going off the glass, WNBA slate. We've got a question here from B. Mills. I heard there could be some injuries affect the WNBA tonight. Can you give us an update on which way she might be leaning, depending on if these players are in or not? Yes, B. Mills, breaking down these games. We've got Wings and Sky. That game's taking place right now. Chicago's up 51-35. Had this game been a little closer in the second half, we're in the third quarter right now, I probably would have recommended betting the Wings live to cover. I'm not going to recommend you take any bets in this game right now. I think you just let that one play out. We'll look at Sparks and Liberty tonight. Liberty 14.5-point favorites. I actually like the over here. That's at 163.5. New York's averaging 90 points per game this month. They've scored 90 plus in 3 straight games. And LA's defense has dropped from 8th to 11th overall in their last 5 games. One of those reasons, B. Mills, is no Cameron Brink. She went out in this last game, tore ACL. Not only is she out for the season, she's out for the Olympics. She was on the 3-on-3 team. So that's a huge loss for her, for the 3-on-3 team, for Team USA, and the Sparks as a whole. But what that does is that opens up driving lanes and a path to the basket for New York a little bit easier, because Cameron Brink was such a rim protector and had a huge defensive presence with her size. So I think that also speeds up the game a little bit for LA, and pace for both of these teams has become quicker over the last 2 weeks. Sparks moved from 8th in pace to 11th. So with Brink out of the lineup, I lean towards the over here. B. Mills 163.5, 164, if that's what you're getting it at. I know that's at a few places there. I think you can play that up to, well, actually looking at it here on BetMGM, it's up to 166.5. I probably wouldn't play it up much past 167. I do think we're going to get a high scoring game just because the Liberty's offense is so good. I also look for, maybe the Liberty covering first quarter, -4.5, -5. They're coming off a loss to the Phoenix, so they're going to be fired up, ready to go in this game early. So whatever way you want to shake it, over full game, New York first quarter, laying the points. I think that's a good look as well. Some WNBA futures. The Aces are the favorite to win the WNBA championship, +140. I mean, that is pretty impressive because they're going for their 3rd straight championship, and they've been without one of their top players in Chelsea Gray for the majority of the season. Gray finally returned last game, and she didn't score a lot, but did a ton of other things in terms of rebounding, assists, moving the ball. Just her facilitating has been huge. So I think you can look at some value down the board with the Lynx at +750. They've been playing really well this season. And the Sun also, they're 12-1, I believe, at +650. But once the Aces are fully healthy, I think they're going to start to win a ton more games than we've seen just through this early part of the season. So value play, I would take the Lynx. I just can't talk anyone off of playing the Aces because of how good they've been so far. So that wraps up WNBA right now. We'll have more plays in the W tomorrow. Matt, we're going to bring in Matt Horner for Model Making Money and check in with him. As a reminder, throw your questions in the chat and we will get to them. Let us know what you're betting on. Send it all in. That is the name of the show, after all. Matt, thanks for taking time to join us this afternoon. What is the BetQL 5-star play for today?
Yeah, sure. So we have a lot of early games, obviously, which eliminates those. They're starting now, pretty much. So we're going to go to the O's and the Yankees game at over 8.5 runs. This is a 5-star play according to the BetQL model. It has this as 9.5 as a fair line here. Baltimore, 115 WRC plus going against righties. I know you said Luis, I can't pronounce his name. It looks like Gill, so I say Gill. He's been great this year, but Baltimore also has a fantastic offense against righties. Cole Irvin, I see him as nothing but an innings eater, so I could see it happening here. 5-star play, the O's and the Yankees over 8.5.
Matt, I just learned that this morning. It's Luis Gil, kind of like
Heel.
a heel.
I like a heel. Like
At least
Healy.
that's what the internet has told me, because I was saying Luis Gil up until this morning as well. So we both learned something today. All right, so that's the 5-star play. What is your best bet for today, Matt?
Yeah, so I actually have a couple best bets here. I'm going to go right to this game, the Yankees and the Orioles. I like the Yankees today, first 5 or the money line or a game parlay. You combine them together. I just think they're the better team. Honestly, they just lost. But Heel, 2.03 ERA. He is due for a bit of regression. I mean, that is a ridiculously good number. He has a 2.74 expected ERA, 3.73 expected FIP, really high strand rate. So some runs are going to come his way. But on the other side, Cole Irvin, as I said, guy's an innings eater. I view him as maybe like an average to below average pitcher at best. And he's been overperforming. 3.03 ERA, 4.38 expected ERA, 4.07 expected FIP, and a 75.7 strand rate. I expect more runs to come his way. So give me the Yankees here. I just think they're the better team. And it is important to note that he shut the Orioles down on May 1st through 7 innings. So he's obviously been really good against them in his start. So yeah, I like the Yankees here. Then my favorite play of the day is actually in the Giants-Cardinals game. I know you said you favor the over here in this game. I like the under in this game. You could get it at 9. It is now down to 8.5, but I would still play the under at 8.5 in this game. It's my favorite play of the night. Rickwood Field, as you mentioned, I kind of view it as like Kauffman Stadium in Kansas City. It is more of a hitter's park. I do grant that. However, looking at the weather right now, winds are projected to be blowing into the park at 10 miles per hour, which is going to limit homers and it's going to help more fly ball outs. Take a look at the 2 pitchers in the game. Keaton Winn going for San Francisco. Obviously, he has a very evil ERA of 6.66, but he has a 5.30 expected ERA and a really good 3.89 expected FIP, which is, quite good. 55.7% strand rate and a 293 BABIP. So he's been really unlucky looking at those numbers, and more guys are expected to be on base and get stranded for him. Andre Palante, 4.61 ERA, 4.14 expected ERA, and a 4.13 expected FIP. As well, I expect more positive regression to come his way. He actually has a really low home runs through 9 rate of 0.66. He doesn't allow many home runs. Then you look at these bullpens, both top 5 in the league in expected FIP, 3rd for the Giants and 4th for the Cardinals. So great bullpens here. 2 guys expecting positive regression, wind blowing into a park. I just think the under is valuable. I think this number is a little high at 8.5 or 9, which is what you could get it at this morning. Those are my favorite bets for today.
Well, Matt, you kind of just debunked everything I said about that game and the over, and you make a very compelling case. So I may be rethinking my bet in that game. Matt, you also have a Nerfy and Yurfy article that goes out every day, and you've been crushing it with that article. So for those of you listening, go over to BetQL.com, check out Matt's article. Matt, give us one of your favorite Yurfy or Nerfy plays for this afternoon.
Well, honestly, the article this morning, if you go over there and look at it, I have no full unit plays today. I bet based off of full unit, half unit, and quarter unit plays. Unit distribution is really important when it comes to betting these Yurfy Nerfy plays. So for me, the only one I can really give out right now, I have a quarter unit play, which is a small play, but on the A's and the Royals game later this afternoon. The A's have been a really hot and cold offense. So, it's kind of untrustworthy there. Same with Kansas City. They've kind of been streaky. But I do like it for a quarter unit because neither offense has really been great in their respective splits today. So just a little bit of a sprinkle on that. And that would be honestly the only play I can give you right now for a Nerfy for the rest of the day that I really like.
I mean, always good not to force plays, so appreciate the honesty there. Yeah. Let's go over to the ice. We have Game 6 in the NHL playoffs tomorrow. Oilers have made this interesting, Matt. Series is back in Edmonton. Do the Panthers close it out, or is Edmonton able to force a Game 7?
Yeah, so just taking a look at some of the ticket and money percentages here. The Panthers are getting 67.2% of the money and 43.3% of the tickets. So some sharp action is coming in on the Panthers. I don't blame this. Like, I would honestly probably pick the Panthers here because a lot of people are going to want to bet Edmonton to force a Game 7. They love these story-driven narratives. There's only been like 4 teams ever that have gone down 0-3 in the Stanley Cup final and have come back to force a Game 7. And 3 of those teams lost the final in the end, and only 1 ever has come back from an 0-3 deficit and won. So, and that was the Leafs back in like the 40s or something like that, a really long time ago. But I think the Panthers can get it done here. A lot of people are going to love Edmonton. So my early lean for this game is probably the Panthers. I like getting them. You can get them at plus money some places, but either way, I love them.
Matt, we had a question sent in from Reed Phillips Rad. He said, does Kate have any thoughts on the Conn Smythe? I'm going to throw this your way. Does Matt have any thoughts on the Conn Smythe? Even if the Panthers win the cup, is McDavid going to win the award?
I would be shocked. Usually this never happens. Then a losing team wins the Conn Smythe Award. I mean, if the Oilers do come back and they do end up winning this series, McDavid is definitely winning the award. I mean, you could give it to Stuart Skinner by how great he's been playing lately, but McDavid, if they do come back, he's definitely going to win because he's Connor McDavid. He almost has to win in this scenario. And he's been really good. I mean, he's propelled them back to being in this series. Honestly, though, Sergei Bobrovsky probably going to win the award, especially if the Panthers win the cup. They win the cup tonight. It probably means he had a good performance. So yeah, Bobrovsky's probably the huge favorite right now. I don't have the odds in front of me, but him or McDavid are very, very likely to win the Conn Smythe.
Well, hopefully that helps Reed Phillips Rad a little bit, betting that as we go forward. Matt, appreciate you jumping on with us. Thanks for your time. We will talk to you again soon.
Sure. Thanks, Kate.
For those people who want to continue to bet but don't have the time to research each individual game, you need to download the BetQL app. It ranks each game on a 1 to 5 star scale based on its unbeatable analysis from spreads, over-unders to player props. Stay up to date and bet confidently with BetQL's help. All right, we're going to go over to our PJ's Prop Potluck and bring in producer Sean.
Hey, Kate. Yeah, so the first one we got here for you is we're going to go over to the WNBA. The Sky have an updated win total at 12.5 wins. The overs at minus 135, or the Connecticut Sun have an updated win total at 28.5 wins. That's also at minus 135.
I'm going to go the Sun to go over 28.5 wins versus the Sky. Only because 3 of the Sky's 4 wins, about to be 4 of their 5 wins this season, have come against teams that have a worse record than Chicago. The Sparks, they've beaten once. The Wings, it looks like they're going to beat twice as of today. And then the Mystics. Those are their 4 or 5 wins on this season. They have one against the Liberty, which was a great win, by the way. But they're not beating the top teams in the league. Chicago has the 4th toughest remaining schedule. Sun are 13-1 on the year. They have a tough game against the Aces tomorrow. Otherwise, they kind of sit in the middle of the pack in terms of strength of schedule, and they've been cruising. So Sun over 28.5 wins. I would take that over the Sky's win total.
All right, next up here, we have another WNBA win total that are updated. The Liberty, who have been on fire this year, are at 30.5 wins. That's plus 110. Or the Sparks, who just lost Cameron Brink, their win totals is set at 9.5, and the under is at minus 105.
I laugh because 9.5 wins. That's pretty terrible, but I'm going to go with the Sparks to stay under 9.5 wins, not reach the double-digit win mark today or this season in the W. Sparks only have 4 wins right now. They have the toughest strength of schedule remaining in the league. No Cameron Brink, like you said, Sean. She's out the rest of the season. Her offense kind of came and went night to night, but defensively, she was a huge presence inside the lane, huge rim protector. I just don't know how the Sparks are really going to stop teams without her in the lineup. And the Liberty, they've been rolling. Now, Courtney Vandersloot is out for some personal reasons. Not sure when we're going to see her return. Will that kind of have an effect on the Liberty getting over this number? I kind of wonder maybe they drop a few coming up if she continues to miss time. So I'm going to go Sparks under 9.5 wins.
All right, I got one more here for you. Let's go to the diamond. Yesterday, Gunnar Henderson got hit by a pitch. I don't know if you saw his retaliation for Aaron Judge getting hit by a pitch the night before. So him to go over 1.5 bases at -125, or Fernando Tatis Jr. to go over 1.5 total bases at -110. Tatis also has been on fire. So you got two potential MVP candidates here with their bases prop.
Yeah, I mean, Gunnarson's been great lately. He has a single, double, a home run in his last 3 games. He has a hit in 12 straight games. But he's going up against Luis Gil, who's been great this season. So I'm going to go with Fernando Tatis Jr. to go over 1.5 total bases. Tatis really has not done a whole lot, but again, the pitching matchup that he's going to see tonight, he's facing Bryce Wilson for the Brewers, much more favorable than what Henderson is going up against. Wilson doesn't strike a ton of batters out, so I think that's going to give Tatis more opportunities to get on base. So I will take Fernando Tatis Jr. over 1.5 total bases at +110. All right, we are going to move on to Kate's plays as we close out the show here. As always, continue to send in questions, send in your plays, let us know what you are betting on, and we'll do our best to answer any questions as we close things out here. Going streaking. PJ's play yesterday did not hit, so the streak is back to 0, which is a good thing for me because I don't have to worry about ruining any streak that PJ is on. I'm going to go with Giants designated hitter Jorge Soler to have a hit tonight against the Cardinals. He's going up against Andre Pallante, who's given up 14 hits over his last 3 starts. And Soler has a hit in 6 of his last 7 games. Pallante has been terrible against righties. He's allowing opponents to hit .396 with a .482 on base percentage. So Jorge Soler to get a hit tonight is what we're going with for going streaking. My prop lock for today, Orioles pitcher Cole Irvin under 17.5 pitching outs. Yankees have crushed Irving in the past. They have a .310 batting average and a .396 on base percentage against him. 7 of the last 9 road starters that New York has faced have also gone under this number. And Irving's K rate and xERA are both bottom 30% of the league. So I'm not having a whole lot of faith in Cole Irvin tonight. We'll take his under 17.5 pitching outs. Dog of the day. This is just a slight dog. Giants -105 on the money line compared to the Cardinals who are -115. I'm going to take San Fran. Giants don't strike out a ton. They rank 12th in K rate, just 21%. Yes, that number is a little worse on the road. But again, I really don't like Pallante today. If you haven't figured that out, just faded him in this last one a little. I'm going to fade him again tonight. I don't have a whole lot of faith in him. He threw 6 strikeouts in 5 innings against the Rockies earlier this month. But other than that, he has only gone over 3.5 strikeouts 2 other times. So I don't think he's going to have a whole lot of success tonight. I see the Giants winning this one. They are my dog today. Sean, what is your best bet for this afternoon?
Yeah, Kate, I'm going over in the MLB here. I'm going to take the Royals on the run line, -1.5 against the Oakland Athletics. They're looking to avoid a sweep against the Oakland A's, so hopefully they get it done. They are 10-5 this year in Seth Lugo starts, so I don't think they get swept by the A's tonight.
Love it. Love it. Love it with Lugo on the mound. My best bet is going to be the over 166 in Sparks and Liberty. Again, talked about this. Liberty's offense is fantastic. They scored 90+ in their last 3 games. They're averaging high 80s on the season. Sparks defense is awful, especially without Cameron Brink in the lineup to be that rim protector. Pace also has picked up quite a bit for both of these teams over the last couple of weeks. So over 166 in Sparks and Liberty. To review what we've got going for today, going streaking, we've got Jorge Soler to get a hit. Prop lock, we've got Cole Irvin under 17.5 pitching outs. Our dog of the day is Giants on the money line. Sean's best bet, Royals money line, and my best bet, Sparks Liberty.
This is amazing because you wake up, you get your coffee, you get your breakfast, boom, baseball is on, baseball is back.
It's time for Bet Slips and Bat Flips.
This is going to be unbelievable.
With Lucy Burge.
I don't know if we are eventually going to have Aaron Judge conspiracy theories.
And Jake Hassan.
This is just going to be the biggest bloodbath, and I mean that in a great way.
Betting K's and debating your plays.
This is a great spot for the kid. He gets the opening day start, baby Pedro. He's like 15 years old.
Play ball.
No sweat. Have a fun time. Good luck out there. Do your best.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome in to Bet Slips and Bat Flips presented by BetMGM. I am Lucy Burge alongside my award-winning, kickball championship-winning co-host, famous trophy-winning co-host, Jake Hassan. We are here with you to talk some baseball because baseball is, of course, the best. White Sox Astros starts in about 10 minutes, so keep that in mind. Just need to alert everyone to that game that will be starting, so get your bets in for that. Before that game begins, Jake, how are you doing today on a Thursday?
Stop me if you've heard this one before, but Royce Lewis has just hit another home run. I swear to God, if this guy could stay healthy, he'd be one of the best players in baseball. Dating back to last year now, shout out at JHeyKid, update the thread because Royce Lewis now has hit a home run in I think it's 13 of his last 18 games dating back to last postseason. I mean, this is unbelievable the tear that he's on. It's crazy. And I mean, it shouldn't be that crazy because he was once a number one overall prospect in baseball, but it's just he tore his ACL twice. We all forgot about him. When he's healthy, he's so good.
Yeah, it's crazy. Not that crazy. I was going to bet him this morning to hit a home run, and I didn't. And that was a mistake by me. Now I'm mad because he has hit not one but two, and I was gonna bet on him. But you know what? That's fine. That's fine because White Sox Astros starts really soon, and you can bet on that. And I have a bet in that game, and we will get to that. Just a reminder. We are here to talk about all of that and to flip some bets and make some cash. And you can follow us wherever you get your podcast and live every day from 2 to 2:30 on twitch.tv/BetQL and also on the Odyssey Sports YouTube page. Send in your questions, comments, and bets and thoughts and how your day is going, and what you think of us, what you think of the show. Send all of that to the Betters Box. Get in the chat, hop in the Betters Box, and let us know how your day is going and what you think. Or on the BetQL Twitter page, just drop them in the chat also. And with all of that being said, it is time to
Batter up.
This is amazing because you wake up, you get your coffee, you get your breakfast, boom, baseball is on. It is time to play ball, and we love we love it is batter up. It is time to play ball. We love when you join us here on the BetQL Network, and you can catch us all season long, starting at 2 p.m. Eastern. So get in here, batter the heck up, get your bets ready, send them to us. And together, we will all find some winners. So let's start by recapping how we did on our bets yesterday. Jake, how did yesterday go for you?
Not great record-wise, but I will say I'm very happy that we nailed Orioles on the money line and Garrett Cole's return. Electric game, by the way, too. Yeah. Extra innings, really back and forth. Had some drama with Gunnar Henderson getting hit after Garrett Cole left the game. So very interesting game, electric game, a lot of fun. Overall, the bets were just okay, but I'm glad that we nailed that game because a lot of people wanted to bet the Yankees. We bet the Orioles, and it went really well.
Exactly. Absolutely nailed it. My bets I went 2 and 3, which is not 500, which is what I aspire to be every single day. But Yoshida, surprised, did not hit a home run. So that was disappointing. But Ohtani went over 2.5 bases, which is great. And Reynaldo Lopez did hit while we were on the show. So that was also very exciting. So we'll pick it up today. Going to sweep today. Feels like a sweep today. And we also need to sweep in when it comes to reviews, because we need 5,000 5-star reviews, because we've been promised, Jake, we have been promised and can confirm that this promise has been signed in blood. I gave blood. And so I know you did as well. If we get 5, still am every day, all day. Just, yeah. And so we need
Andrew Williams, your office is going to be filled with pints of my blood soon. So check your mail.
Filled with blood. Like in Always Sunny. We were in Always Sunny. Sure. Just a bucket of blood. just because we want this so badly. 5,000 5-star reviews. If this happens, we can take the show on the road. We can go to every ballpark in America and we can do a variety of things. Pretty much everything. We can do everything. We can try all of the concession food, whatever we've talked about on Foodie Friday. We can try it on the show. We can run the bases. We can see our Tuesday bets hit in live action. I really just, want to do this. So if we get 5,000 5-star reviews, we can do all of that. We can do everything and more. And you can come see us live wherever your hometown ballpark is. We will be there, and you can come see us. And we can hit the road and we can do it all. But we need all of you out there, our amazing listeners and viewers, to leave a review wherever you get your podcast. Not just a review, a 5-star review. So thank you in advance for that. Let us now dive in to the one game that we absolutely love today. Jake, what was the first game that caught your eye?
I don't know if I love this game, but it definitely caught my eye, and it's a sicko play a little bit, but it's Rockies-Dodgers. As the Rockies win the game yesterday outright, they go for the series split today. Dodgers obviously heavily favored, but I think that there's some hashtag value on the Rockies here. I'm not going to go money line outright, but I will take the 1.5 at plus money. Anytime you're going to give me plus money and a 1.5, I'm going to be interested in that. And so the Dodgers on a getaway day with Ty Block on the mound for the Rockies, who's been decent at home, a 3.76 ERA. And the biggest thing here for me is that Gavin Stone is making his first career appearance at Coors Field. He's pitched against the Rockies before, but this is the first time at Coors. And historically, when a pitcher goes to Coors Field for the first time, they struggle a little bit because they have to adjust to the altitude and the conditions there. So I am going to be looking at the Rockies on the run line here. It's a little bit of a sicko play, not as sicko as the money line straight up, but still what caught my eye, because anytime you're plus money on the run line, getting the 1.5, it's always going to be something I'm interested in.
I love it. I am looking at Orioles, Yankees. The Yankees on the money line, minus 155. Orioles, plus 130. Totals at 8.5. This is Cole Irvin versus Luis Gil, and I have a Giancarlo Stanton over 1.5 total bases here. He has hit this in 4 of his last 7, and he just had 5 yesterday. And against Cole Irvin, he's batting 500 with a home run and 2 singles. In 6 at-bats, I also like Juan Soto, over 1.5 hits, runs, RBI. He just hit this in his last game. Also hit this in 3 of his last 7 with 1 home run in his last 4 against Cole Irvin. He's batting 1,000 with 2 singles in 2 at-bats. So I like him to do that as well. We also have one game that is starting, as I mentioned, in about 3 minutes. It is Astros White Sox. Astros minus 175, White Sox plus 145. Total is at 9.5. Spencer Arrighetti versus Chris Flexen. I have a bet in this one. It is Yordan Alvarez to hit a home run. He's back in the lineup. 14 home runs this season, 2 home runs in his last 8. He has a pattern going. I love these patterns. Every 4th game, so like every 3 or 4th game, he hits a home run. So 3 games in between home runs. So it has been 3 games since he last hit a home run. So today could be a really good day for his return with a bang, with a home run. So I like that very much for today. Jake, do you have any bets in this one?
We're synced adjacent. I like Yordan Alvarez over 1.5 total bases. He is returning from taking care of a family issue over the last couple days, was out of the lineup, and he has really good history against Flexen. Like you said, a couple of home runs in there. So I like Yordan after he was away from the team, coming back over 1.5 total bases at plus money. Really like that.
Love that. Holding hands adjacent on that one. We also have 3 games that are in action right now. Diamondbacks, Nationals. No, if there is a score in this game, I am checking.
It is 3-1 Diamondbacks right now.
It is 3-1 Diamondbacks. Thank you very
much.
Bottom of the 4th. Thank you. Games at the bottom of the 4th. Diamondbacks right now on the money line, minus 210. Nationals plus 165. Totals at 9.5. It is Ryan Nelson against Mackenzie Gore. Do you have any bets in this game, Jake?
I did. I actually had a money line parlay for the early games of Nationals on the money line and Twins. And so the Nationals, if they could play a little bit better, that'd be really great. I wanted to back Mackenzie Gore. I should have just went the strikeout prop over because he is shoving right now. He has 6 through 4 innings. And the Nationals are down. And the Twins, meanwhile, are tied with the Rays right now. We mentioned it. Royce Lewis homered again to tie the game. So that one's still alive. But this Nationals game's still early. They're through 4 now. So still more than half the game to go. We're all right. We're fine.
Love that. A lot of baseball left, Jake. A lot of baseball left. We also have Mariners Guardians. There's also a lot of baseball left on the slate. So it's very exciting. Mariners Guardians. Mariners are up 3-2 over them. Mariners at -140 on the money line. Guardians +110. Totals at 9.5. Luis Castillo versus Logan Allen. This game in the bottom of the fourth. Also in the fourth. Do you have any bets in this one, Jake?
I do not have any bets in this game. I just kind of stayed away, but I would be only betting the Mariners here in this spot just because it looks like Castillo maybe is having one of his good days. But otherwise, I had nothing coming into it.
And then we have Rays Twins. This game is tied at 2. Rays +115, Twins -145. Totals at 8.5. Zach Littell versus Simeon Woods Richardson, one of the great names in baseball right now. Game is in the top of the fourth. Do you have any bets in this one, Jake?
I have the Twins on the money line in my parlay with the Nationals, so we are live with that right now. I just need the Nationals to play a little bit better. But yeah, I think the Twins are the only way to play this. They've been playing really well, and the Rays are just having a disappointing year. It's kind of a miracle they have as many wins as they do so far this year. So I would only play the Twins here. They are in my parlay.
Love it. It is time now to touch them all. We're going to get to some injury news and lineup updates. So this is something I might have been familiar with, but I'm not that familiar with. Rocco's Jello Shot Challenge. Yeah. So looking into this, I was like, yeah, okay. Why was I not familiar with this? So the Aggies versus the Vols. The Aggies are spotting Rocky top about 1,000 shots. And which team will get the most wasted is the question here, Jake. What is the Rocco's Jello Shot Challenge for those of us who might not be as familiar?
So every year, this bar in Omaha, Rocco's, they do this board. All 8 teams, they put them up on a board and they put a counter there. And if you're a fan of the team, you go in, you say, I want this many Jello shots for this team. So say you go in, you say, all right, I want to buy 10 Jello shots and put it towards the Tennessee count. And then they erase the whiteboard, they add 10 to the count. And then the team's fan bases have a competition for as long as the teams are there of who can have the most Jello shots while they're there. The LSU fans last year had an insane amount. I think it was like 15,000 or something crazy. The Aggies and the tennis and the Vols, their fans are almost at 10,000. I think they've cracked 10 so far. So it's a lot of fun. It's crazy. And it's one of just the fun bits of what makes the College World Series so fun. Cause you get this fun little, it's a bit. And I'm famously a purveyor of bits and I think it's great. It's so fun. And it's one of the reasons I want to go to Omaha so bad next year, hopefully.
Jakey Bits over here loves the Jello Shot Challenge. So right, exactly. Texas A&M now, at the time this picture was taken, tweeted out by CWS Shot Board, the Jello Shot Challenge account. Texas A&M at 11,762. Tennessee is at 12,804. That is a lot. It's crazy. Of Jello shots. That $5 per Jello shot. So keep that in mind when you're looking at how much money is 12,804 times 5. That's a lot. This is very cool, and that's a really good idea because that's a lot of Jello shots though. But yeah. If you are in the Omaha area and you are a fan of one of these teams, head on in there and get 20 Jello shots, and they'll add them to the board. That is very cool. We also have CJ Abrams will undergo an MRI on his left wrist. Is unsure how or when it got injured. Got scratched 30 minutes before yesterday's game. I don't know how you don't know what a wrist injury occurs and how, but there are ways that can happen. But you do wonder, Jake, how you don't know how an injury occurred like this.
Yeah, especially the implications of that. I don't know. It's wrist injury is too much torque swinging the bat. I don't know. But it's not great. CJ Abrams obviously is one of the best players on the Nationals. A big part of the reason why they've been as surprisingly good as they are. They're holding on that third wild card spot right now. Although CJ Abrams the last couple of weeks has been playing pretty poorly, so maybe this is something that's been bothering him for a couple of weeks, and we're just now getting around to it where he's like, okay, I need an MRI. The Nationals are worried about their offense dropping off. Hey, you know what would fix that? You got 2 guys at AAA who are really, really, really good, named James Wood and Dylan Cruz. Maybe you could call them up. Might be a good idea to, help your team win games. But what do I know?
Yeah, I think Sean in the chat pretty much figured out this mystery. He was jaking off That's what it is. The wrist injury. Yeah. I hope he was listening yesterday.
And we appreciate that support.
We do. We absolutely do. And I hope he's listening again today. Kyle Bradish also undergoes Tommy John surgery. That's never great.
No, he was one of their best starters, the Orioles. And I said this, I think, last week, that if they could ever have all three guys healthy, Grayson Rodriguez, Corbin Burns, and Kyle Bradish, they'd be a juggernaut, and they'd be even more of a monster than they are now. And now they lose Kyle Bradish for the rest of the year. Makes you think that the Orioles are probably going to be picking up the phone here in the next couple of weeks and trying to see who's available and who's wanting to make trades, whether that's the White Sox and Garrett Crochet or it's the Braves and Max Fried. The Orioles are going to be big players because if you want to win the World Series, you're not going to do it with just two starters, and you're going to need at least three. And Dean Kramer's fine, and Tyler Wells is fine, and Cole Irvin is fine. But if you want to win a World Series and you want to beat the Yankees for the division and beat them in the likely ALCS matchup, or what we think would be, then you're going to need that third ace. You're going to need that third really good starter. So got to think that the Orioles are going to be picking up the phone and making some phone calls here soon. I'm interested to see what they do.
Yep, absolutely. Also, Tyler Black was recalled from AAA by the Brewers, Jake. This is good news.
Brewers need a lot of rotation help. They've just had guys in and out of that rotation the entire year. Tyler Black, somebody that has been on the team here and there, up and down, and we'll see how they deploy him. But if the Brewers have a comfortable lead in the NL Central, they can afford to kind of toy with what they're doing and mess around with their lineup and with their rotation and see what works and what doesn't, because they're ahead by like 1 billion games in that division because nobody else is good.
Yes, exactly. Also, Dylan Cruz goes yard in his second AAA game. This is also great news for Dylan Cruz.
Yeah, he's pretty good, and clearly he's ready or almost ready for big league action. I know why the Nationals are keeping him down. It's service time, and because he played 1 billion games when he went on that College World Series run, rather, with his LSU team last year. So he's played a lot in the last calendar year, but he clearly is adapting pretty well. I know it's only 2 games, but still a guy that profiled as somebody that would make it to the bigs pretty quickly. It'd be really fun if the second overall pick made his debut just a couple months after the first overall pick, Paul Skeens.
Exactly, and hopefully he does just as well, because Paul Skeens is very successful in the majors so far. Yeah. The Yankees, you may have heard of the guy, and you may have heard of his girlfriend too. Yankees are 7-14 in extra innings.
Wait, is this true what Matt just put in our chat?
What did
Jordan
he say?
Alvarez home run already. All right, that's a cash. That's a cash.
The Queen of Dongs live on the show. She's back, you guys.
That's awesome.
I needed this so badly. Oh my god, I'm so happy. Oh my god, I'm sweating. This is very, very exciting. Very exciting. Yes. Very, very happy about that.
We need a BetMGM tonight, Bell. Ding,
yeah,
ding, 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 ding.
You know how sometimes in like Zoom the fireworks go off when you're like, yeah, I'm trying to see if they go off. They don't go. I don't know if they go off in here. The balloons, the fireworks, the thumbs up, all of that. I really, that's theoretically what's going on behind me. I'm so excited. This is really a happy day. The Yankees are also 7-14 in extra innings. It's the start of last season. Also a very happy day. That's tied with the White Sox. The Yankees are tied with the White Sox in something for third worst win percentage in the MLB over that span, Jake. I like this stat.
This is one of my things with the Yankees is that they just don't have the bullpen arms when a guy only goes 4 or 5 innings. The Yankees don't have enough bullpen arms to get them through even a full game or into extra innings. So they're going to be a team that's going to be calling teams looking for relief help come July and come next month because they need arms. They just don't have enough quality arms right now. And that's going to get you in trouble in the World Series, in the postseason, when, if something like yesterday happens where Garrett Cole is coming back from injury or somebody gets injured and you need emergency help, you need quality arms, and the Yankees don't have it right now. It's June 20th. They have time, but that's an area of concern. It's a red flag for the Yankees that they can't win drawn-out games that go to extras because they just don't have the arms.
Yep, exactly. We also had in the president's race at the Nationals game a bit of mayhem here. 2 days ago during the race, I watched this maybe 1,000 times. Okay, so first of all, Thomas Jefferson comes out with George Washington. Thomas Jefferson has a chair. He hits Abe Lincoln with the chair. Abe Lincoln goes down. Then AEW referee Bryce Remsburg tried to stop all of it, tried to break up all the chaos. George Washington then sneaks in, takes out Teddy Roosevelt, who's running like this. First of all, I can't stop watching it. I was crying laughing watching this. So Teddy Roosevelt down, does not get back up. Then all the mascots run, but Anthony Bowens took out George Washington with a chair. And the way he hits George Washington with the chair, his whole face looks like it melts as he hits him. We're talking about mascots, but it's just an absolutely outrageous display of president abuse. But I now am very into the president's race because apparently obviously this happens all the time. But the strategy behind this is fascinating to me, Jake, behind this race.
Well, it's like a couple of years ago when they would never let, I forget which mascot it was, which president it was. They would never let them win on Easter. Remember when the Easter Bunny jumped out of the stands and like RKO'd one of the mascots? It's just another iteration of that. But getting hit with a chair, even though they're wearing a mascot head, like those things are still big, and just like the boom must have been very not comfortable.
Oh my God, it must have been like vibrating in his head. And then because I wonder how
Concussion
high up.
City.
Seriously. And once you fall down, you probably can't get back up because of the weight of the head. Your arms are like this in the outfit. Oh, you really do need because you can't yell either because the mascot can't talk because it looks fake. So of course we know that. Fair. So it's a really tough situation, I think. So it's a tough go to be a mascot, though. I think producer Matt should try out to be one of the mascots because he was saying that he enjoys the race very much. So that would be that. Okay, this is one thing we can do.
I'd be way in on that.
Jake, we go on the road, 5,000 5-star reviews. We go to Nationals game. We are the presidents in the mascots. We are two of the presidents.
Yep.
I think we should do this. I would want to be Teddy Roosevelt.
It's the only way.
Who would you be?
I was going to say Teddy Roosevelt too. So I'll concede that to you. I'd take George Washington.
Okay. All right, cool.
I'm willing to risk a chair to the face.
Love that. Oh, you're going down. I'm going to push you over and see if you could get back up. That's going to be fun. All right, book it. We're going to do this. We also invite all of you to, as you leave your review, because now I really want to do this, step right up into the bettors box because we want to hear from you. We want your favorite plays, questions, comments. Come in, just say hi. We have a bunch of people already who have stepped up to the bettors box. B-Balls 2. Hello, B-Balls 2. Taking Brewers right around even money. Padres cross-country trip back from a tough series in Philly. Brewers easy trip from LA to San Diego. That's true. Milwaukee just finds ways to win. That is true. And he said, I have a bet that Jake is going to love today. Time to head to Home Depot, break out the ladders. Seth Lugo, K ladder up to 8. Jake, what do you think?
Royals trying to avoid the sweep against an A's team that strikes out a lot. Lugo looking to get back on track after a couple of rough starts. This makes sense. I like it.
I love it. Also, B-Balls 2. Hello, B-Balls 2. I think LSU had 12 million Jello shots last year. Probably 5 times 12 million. That's a lot of money. How many Jello shots will be at the Skeens Dunn wedding? Probably a lot. That wedding would be really nice, I would assume. I want to see what her wedding dress is. Because her gymnastics outfits are very pretty. So I would hope her, think her wedding dress also very pretty. Sure. But this the fashion part of
was talking weddings.
Yep, exactly. Talking weddings with the Queen of Dogs. Kay Hilmers also says Jordan bomb first inning. Let's go. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Also says cash both Jake and Lucy's plays. Yep, absolutely. That's what we do. Cash in left and right. Passion left and right here. Now it's time to just be Jake and off all over the place. Jake's off. Jake off road to the championship because the finals are set here. What is the update in college baseball?
We're down to 2. The finals are set. It's Tennessee and Texas A&M. It was the top 2 teams. It was the 2 favorites coming into the tournament. It was the top 2 favorites about a month before the tournament. And I know just some people that's like, oh, chalk, that's boring. This was an awesome tournament, honestly. And it's one of the better tournaments in recent memory. You had a lot of the top teams. And this final is going to rock too, because would you really rather it be Tennessee, the 1 seed, and, Kentucky and they just get railroaded? I know people liked Florida and they had a good run and they have one of the top players in college baseball in Jack Caglione, but this is going to be a really fun series. And if you're looking to bet it, I'm not going to bet the series. I'm not going to lay minus 200 with Tennessee. And instead of betting plus 160 with Texas A&M, I'm just going to bet Texas A&M every game. They're already dogs on the money line in game 1. They likely will be for every game. And they were a team that I liked coming into the tournament. I really liked them. It was kind of between them or Tennessee. They were the 2 teams teams that were clearly just above everybody else from every rating standpoint. And I really like Texas A&M. They've had a couple of injuries, but they shook it off in the last week, and they played really well this past week. They surprised me, so I like this team. I'm going to bet Texas A&M every game because they're probably going to be dogs, and I'll take the plus money that way. And if they win the series, then great. We're good. We're way good.
Love that. How many Jello shots would you buy to put toward their number on the Jello shots board? 1,000. All right, 1,000 Jello shots from Jake for Texas A&M. You heard it right here.
Company card.
Yep, exactly. $5,000 right there. As Matt said in the chat, though, the money supposedly goes to charity, which is very nice. That's a very, very nice thing. It is time now for thank you, Jake, for the update, because this is a very exciting time in college baseball. It is time now for the warning tracker with a couple of duds and the reigning champ making his long-awaited return. The AL Cy Young market is seemingly wide open right now. We have Tariq Skubal at plus 220. He has a 3.91 ERA in June. He has given up 9 runs in his last 8.1 innings pitched, 6th in MLB in strikeouts with 105. Then Corbin Burns is plus 250, 5th lowest ERA in the league, 2.14 ERA. ERA. Garrett Crochet plus 1,200, 2nd in the league in strikeouts with 124. Tanner Houck plus 1,200, 4th most innings pitched in a Major League Baseball with 96.2. Then Luis Castillo plus 1,300, Cole Reagans plus 1,500. He is tied for 12th for most innings at 92. 3rd in Major League Baseball for strikeouts with 109. Luis Heel plus 1,500. He could possibly win Rookie of the Year and Cy Young. That would be a feat. Garrett Cole is still plus 20,000 here. He went 4 innings pitched with 5 strikeouts last night against the Orioles. Did not do a ton to help out his odds here. Jake, is there anyone here who sticks out to you, maybe a longer shot or an official pick for this award?
I think yesterday the window got thrown wide open for this award. Tariq Skubal had a stranglehold on this award. He has a clunker. He's had a rough couple of weeks pitching. So I think the door is wide open here for somebody to kind of come in out of nowhere and make themselves a contender. Corbin Burns is really good. Don't get me wrong, but you just don't hear about him. Nobody talks about Corbin Burns. He just goes out there, throws 6 innings, allows 1 earned run or less even, and then he just goes and gives way to the bullpen and the Orioles just win. But he's not putting up those crazy stats. He's got a really good ERA, but I think he's vulnerable. Tariq Skubal after yesterday especially is very vulnerable. I don't think Garrett Crochet can win because I think the White Sox either will trade him or shut him down. That's too scary. Tanner Houck, really good story. Just don't know if this is going to keep up all year long. Would never bet it at this price. If you got a longer price, good for you. You're feeling great. Luis Castillo just doesn't have the same level of dominance that he has in the last couple of years. Cole Reagans is somebody that I have circled that can definitely get themselves back into this race. He had just a so-so start against the A's yesterday. A little bit disappointing, to be honest, considering that the A's aren't that great, but really think he has a chance. He definitely has the upside. Luis Heel, never, not in a million years, not if you had my family hostage. I think he's going to win AL Rookie of the Year because nobody is going to want to win this award, apparently, but nobody is not. There's not going to be a guy that wins Rookie of the Year and Cy Young. It's just not going to happen. I'm sorry. They're not going to give him both. Ain't happening. I think there's a couple names that are worth watching. I think Seth Lugo is one of those names. He goes today against the A's. I think Bryce Miller still has value. I think Grayson Rodriguez has a ton of value at 40-1 out there. He's been pitching insanely well over the last couple of weeks. So it's wide open. I think it could get crazy. I think this could get wacky. And with Skubal having that clunker yesterday, I think there's going to be a lot of options, and it's definitely something to follow. Nothing to do right now, but if you just pay attention to these guys start to start, you're going to find a buy point at some point.
I like it. I would look at Tanner Houck. He could get, the Red Sox are hot right now, and Tanner Houck could stay hot as well. So that is an interesting awards market to keep an eye on as well. It is time now for the walk-off. Jake, what are your favorite plays for today?
Already cashed Jordan Alvarez over 1.5 total bases. Love that. I like the Rockies getting the 1.5 at plus money. How could you not? What's his face? Gavin Stone, first start in Coors, so that usually doesn't go well for guys making their first start there. I'll take the 1.5. Like Miguel Andujar over 1.5 total bases as well. I'll take the Cardinals on the money line. Everybody wants to play the Giants today at Willie Mays' home field where he's got his start. I'm going to zig the other way and take the Cardinals on the money line. I'm also going to say right now, I'm adding Francisco Lindor 100-1 NL MVP. He's been playing really well. I think this is wide open with Mookie Betts going down to injury. I think it's way mispriced. He's been hitting the cover cover off the ball. Really like the spot there. So Francisco Lindor, 100-1 NL MVP.
Oh, I like it. Yordan Alvarez already cashed. Jorge Soler to hit a home run. Giancarlo Stanton over 1.5 total bases. Juan Soto over 1.5 hits, runs, RBI. Kristen Yelich over 1.5 total bases.
Liberty.
This is amazing because you wake up, you get your coffee, you get your breakfast, boom, baseball is on, baseball is back.
It's time for Bet Slips and Bat Flips.
This is going to be unbelievable.
With Lucy Burge.
I don't know if we are eventually going to have Aaron Judge conspiracy theories.
And Jake Hassan.
This is just going to be the biggest bloodbath, and I mean that in a great way.
Betting K's and debating your plays.
This is a great spot for the kid. He gets the opening day start, baby Pedro. He's like 15 years old.
Play ball.
No sweat. Have a fun time. Good luck out there. Do your best.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome in to Bet Slips and Bat Flips presented by BetMGM. I am Lucy Burge alongside my award-winning kickball championship-winning co-host, famous trophy-winning co-host, Jake Hassan. We are here with you to talk some baseball because baseball is, of course, the best. White Sox Astros starts in about 10 minutes, so keep that in mind. Just need to alert everyone to that game that will be starting, so get your bets in for that. Before that game begins, Jake, how are you doing today on a Thursday?
Stop me if you've heard this one before, but Royce Lewis has just hit another home run. I swear to God, if this guy could stay healthy, he'd be one of the best players in baseball. Dating back to last year now, shout out at JHeyKid, update the thread because Royce Lewis now has hit a home run in, I think it's 13 of his last 18 games, dating back to last postseason. I mean, this is unbelievable, the tear that he's on. It's crazy. And I mean, it shouldn't be that crazy because he was once a number one overall prospect in baseball, but it's just, he tore his ACL twice. We all forgot about him. When he's healthy, he's so good.
Yeah, it's crazy. Not that crazy. I was going to bet him this morning to hit a home run, and I didn't. And that was a mistake by me. Now I'm mad because he has hit not one but two, and I was gonna bet on him. But you know what? That's fine. That's fine because White Sox Astros starts really soon, and you can bet on that. And I have a bet in that game, and we will get to that. Just a reminder. We are here to talk about all of that and to flip some bets and make some cash. And you can follow us wherever you get your podcast and live every day from 2 to 2:30 on twitch.tv/BetQL and also on the Odyssey Sports YouTube page. Send in your questions, comments, and bets and thoughts and how your day is going, what you think of us, what you think of the show. Send all of that to the Betters Box. Get in the chat, hop in the Betters Box, and let us know how your day is going and what you think. Or on the BetQL Twitter page, just drop them in the chat also. And with all of that being said, it is time to... This is amazing because you wake up, you get your coffee, you get your breakfast, boom, baseball is on. It is time to play ball, and we love we love it is batter up. It is time to play ball. We love when you join us here on the BetQL Network, and you can catch us all season long, starting at 2 p.m. Eastern. So get in here, batter the heck up, get your bets ready, send them to us. And together, we will all find some winners. So let's start by recapping how we did on our bets yesterday. Jake, how did yesterday go for you?
Not great record-wise, but I will say I'm very happy that we nailed Orioles on the money line and Garrett Cole's return. Electric game, by the way, too. Yeah. Extra innings, really back and forth. Had some drama with Gunnar Henderson getting hit after Garrett Cole left the game. So very interesting game, electric game, a lot of fun. Overall, the bets were just okay, but I'm glad that we nailed that game because a lot of people wanted to bet the Yankees. We bet the Orioles, and it went really well.
Exactly. Absolutely nailed it. My bets I went 2 and 3, which is not 500, which is what I aspire to be every single day. But Yoshida surprised did not hit a home run, so that was disappointing. But Ohtani went over 2.5 bases, which is great. And Reynaldo Lopez did hit while we were on the show, so that was also very exciting. So we'll pick it up today. Going to sweep today. Feels like a sweep today, and we also need to sweep in when it comes to reviews, because we need 5,000 5-star reviews, because we've been promised, Jake, we have been promised and can confirm that this promise has been signed in blood. I gave blood, and so I know you did as well. If we get 5, still am every day, all day, just and so we need
Andrew Williams. Your office is going to be filled with pints of my blood soon, so check your mail.
Filled with blood, like in Always Sunny. We were in Always Sunny. Sure, just a bucket of blood. Just because we want this so badly. 5,000 5-star reviews. If this happens, we can take the show on the road. We can go to every ballpark in America, and we can do a variety of things. Pretty much everything. We can do everything. We can try all of the concession food. Whatever we've talked about on Foodie Friday, we can try it on the show. We can run the bases. We can see our Tuesday bets hit in live action. I really just want to do this. So if we get 5,000 5-star reviews, we can do all of that. We can do everything and more. And you can come see us live wherever your hometown ballpark is. We will be there, and you can come see us, and we can hit the road, and we can do it all. But we need all of you out there, our amazing listeners and viewers, to leave a review wherever you get your podcast. Not just a review, a 5-star review. So thank you in advance for that. Let us now dive in to the one game that we absolutely love today. Jake, what was the first game that caught your eye?
I don't know if I love this game, but it definitely caught my eye, and it's a sicko play a little bit, but it's Rockies-Dodgers. As the Rockies win the game yesterday outright, they go for the series split today. Dodgers obviously heavily favored, but I think that there's some hashtag value on the Rockies here. I'm not going to go money line outright, but I will take the 1.5 at plus money. Anytime you're going to give me plus money and a 1.5, I'm going to be interested in that. And so the Dodgers on a getaway day with Ty Block on the mound for the Rockies, who's been decent at home, a 3.76 ERA. And the biggest thing here for me is that Gavin Stone is making his first career appearance at Coors Field. He's pitched against the Rockies before, but this is the first time at Coors. And historically, when a pitcher goes to Coors Field for the first time, they struggle a little bit because they have to adjust to the altitude and the conditions there. So I am going to be looking at the Rockies on the run line here. It's a little bit of a sicko play, not as sicko as the money line straight up, but still what caught my eye, because anytime you're plus money on the run line, getting the 1.5, it's always going to be something I'm interested in.
I love it. I am looking at Orioles, Yankees. The Yankees on the money line, minus 155. Orioles, plus 130. Totals at 8.5. This is Cole Irvin versus Luis Gil, and I have a Giancarlo Stanton over 1.5 total bases here. He has hit this in 4 of his last 7, and he just had 5 yesterday. And against Cole Irvin, he's batting 500 with a home run and 2 singles. In 6 at-bats, I also like Juan Soto, over 1.5 hits, runs, RBI. He just hit this in his last game. Also hit this in 3 of his last 7 with 1 home run in his last 4 against Cole Irvin. He's batting 1,000 with 2 singles in 2 at-bats. So I like him to do that as well. We also have one game that is starting, as I mentioned, in about 3 minutes. It is Astros White Sox. Astros minus 175. White Sox plus 145. Total is at 9.5. Spencer Arrighetti versus Chris Flexen. I have a bet in this one. It is Yordan Alvarez to hit a home run. He's back in the lineup. 14 home runs this season, 2 home runs in his last 8. He has a pattern going. I love these patterns. Every 4th game, so like every 3 or 4th game, he hits a home run. So 3 games in between home runs. So it has been 3 games since he last hit a home run. So today could be a really good day for his return with a bang, with a home run. So I like that very much for today. Jake, do you have any bets in this one?
We're synced adjacent. I like Yordan Alvarez over 1.5 total bases. He is returning from taking care of a family issue over the last couple days, was out of the lineup, and he has really good history against Flexen. Like you said, a couple of home runs in there. So I like Yordan after he was away from the team, coming back over 1.5 total bases at plus money. Really like that.
Love that. Holding hands adjacent on that one. We also have 3 games that are in action right now. Diamondbacks Nationals. No, if there is a score in this game, I am checking.
It is 3-1 Diamondbacks right now.
It is 3-1 Diamondbacks. Thank you very much.
Bottom 4th.
Thank you. Games at the bottom of the fourth. Diamondbacks right now on the money line -210. Nationals +165. Totals at 9.5. It is Ryan Nelson against Mackenzie Gore. Do you have any bets in this game, Jake?
I did. I actually had a money line parlay for the early games of Nationals on the money line and Twins. And so the Nationals, if they could play a little bit better, that'd be really great. I wanted to back Mackenzie Gore. I should have just went the strikeout prop over because he is shoving right now. He has 6 through 4 innings. And the Nationals are down. And the Twins, meanwhile, are tied with the Rays right now. We mentioned it. Royce Lewis homered again to tie the game. So that one's still alive. But this Nationals game's still early. They're through 4 now. So still more than half the game to go. We're all right. We're fine.
Love that. A lot of baseball left, Jake. A lot of baseball left. We also have Mariners Guardians. There's also a lot of baseball left on the slate. So it's very exciting. Mariners Guardians. Mariners are up 3-2 over them. Mariners at -140 on the money line. Guardians +110. Totals at 9.5. Luis Castillo versus Logan Allen. This game in the bottom of the fourth. Also in the fourth. Do you have any bets in this one, Jake?
I do not have any bets in this game. I just kind of stayed away, but I would be only betting the Mariners here in this spot just because it looks like Castillo maybe is having one of his good days. But otherwise, I had nothing coming into it.
And then we have Rays Twins. This game is tied at 2. Rays +115, Twins -145. Totals at 8.5. Zach Littell versus Simeon Woods Richardson, one of the great names in baseball right now. Game is in the top of the fourth. Do you have any bets in this one, Jake?
I have the Twins on the money line in my parlay with the Nationals, so we are live with that right now. I just need the Nationals to play a little bit better. But yeah, I think the Twins are the only way to play this. They've been playing really well, and the Rays are just having a disappointing year. It's kind of a miracle they have as many wins as they do so far this year. So I would only play the Twins here. They are in my parlay.
Love it. It is time now to touch them all. We're going to get to some injury news and lineup updates. So this is something I might have been familiar with, but I'm not that familiar with. Rocco's Jello Shot Challenge. Yeah. So looking into this, I was like, yeah, okay. Why was I not familiar with this? So the Aggies versus the Vols. The Aggies are spotting Rocky top about 1,000 shots. And which team will get the most wasted is the question here, Jake. What is the Rocco's Jello Shot Challenge for those of us who might not be as familiar?
So every year, this bar in Omaha, Rocco's, they do this board. All 8 teams, they put them up on a board and they put a counter there. And if you're a fan of the team, you go in, you say, I want this many Jello shots for this team. So say you go in, you say, all right, I want to buy 10 Jello shots and put it towards the Tennessee count. And then they erase the whiteboard, they add 10 to the count. And then the team's fan bases have a competition for as long as the teams are there of who can have the most Jello shots while they're there. The LSU fans last year had an insane amount. I think it was like 15,000 or something crazy. The Aggies and the tennis and the Vols, their fans are almost at 10,000. I think they've cracked 10 so far. So it's a lot of fun. It's crazy. And it's one of just the fun bits of what makes the College World Series so fun because you get this fun little, it's a bit. And I'm famously a purveyor of bits and I think it's great. It's so fun. And it's one of the reasons I want to go to Omaha so bad next year, hopefully.
Jakey Bits over here loves the Jello Shot Challenge. So right, exactly. Texas A&M now, at the time this picture was taken, tweeted out by CWS Shot Board, the Jello Shot Challenge account. Texas A&M at 11,762. Tennessee is at 12,804. That is a lot. It's crazy. Of Jello shots. That $5 per Jello shot. So keep that in mind when you're looking at how much money is 12,804 times 5. That's a lot. This is very cool, and that's a really good idea because that's a lot of Jello shots though. But yeah. If you are in the Omaha area and you are a fan of one of these teams, head on in there and get 20 Jello shots, and they'll add them to the board. That is very cool. We also have CJ Abrams will undergo an MRI on his left wrist. He's unsure how or when it got injured. Got scratched 30 minutes before yesterday's game. I don't know how you don't know what a wrist injury occurs and how, but there are ways that can happen. But you do wonder, Jake, how you don't know how an injury occurred like this.
Yeah, especially the implications of that. I don't know. It's wrist injury is too much torque swinging the bat. I don't know. But it's not great. CJ Abrams obviously is one of the best players on the Nationals. A big part of the reason why they've been as surprisingly good as they are. They're holding on that third wild card spot right now. Although CJ Abrams the last couple of weeks has been playing pretty poorly, so maybe this is something that's been bothering him for a couple of weeks, and we're just now getting around to it where he's like, okay, I need an MRI. The Nationals are worried about their offense dropping off. Hey, you know what would fix that? You got two guys at AAA who are really, really, really good, named James Wood and Dylan Cruz. Maybe you could call them up. Might be a good idea to, help your team win games. But what do I know?
Yeah, I think Sean in the chat pretty much figured out this mystery. He was jaking off. That's what the wrist injury. Yeah, I hope he was listening yesterday.
And we appreciate that support.
We do. We absolutely do. And I hope he's listening again today. Kyle Bradish also undergoes Tommy John surgery. That's never great.
No, he was one of their best starters, the Orioles. And I said this, I think, last week, that if they could ever have all three guys healthy, Grayson Rodriguez, Corbin Burns, and Kyle Bradish, they'd be a juggernaut, and they'd be even more of a monster than they are now. And now they lose Kyle Bradish for the rest of the year. Makes you think that the Orioles are probably going to be picking up the phone here in the next couple of weeks and trying to see who's available and who's wanting to make trades, whether that's the White Sox and Garrett Crochet or it's the Braves and Max Fried. The Orioles are going to be big players because if you want to win the World Series, you're not going to do it with just two starters, and you're going to need at least three. And Dean Kramer's fine, and Tyler Wells is fine, and Cole Irvin is fine. But if you want to win a World Series and you want to beat the Yankees for the division and beat them in the likely ALCS matchup, or what we think would be, then you're going to need that third ace. You're going to need that third really good starter. So got to think that the Orioles are going to be picking up the phone and making some phone calls here soon. I'm interested to see what they do.
Yep, absolutely. Also, Tyler Black was recalled from AAA by the Brewers, Jake. This is good news.
Brewers need a lot of rotation help. They've just had guys in and out of that rotation the entire year. Tyler Black, somebody that has been on the team here and there, up and down, and we'll see how they deploy him. But if the Brewers have a comfortable lead in the NL Central, they can afford to kind of toy with what they're doing and mess around with their lineup and with their rotation and see what works and what doesn't, because they're ahead by like a billion games in that division because nobody else is good.
Yes, exactly. Also, Dylan Cruz goes yard in his second AAA game. This is also great news for Dylan Cruz.
Yeah, he's pretty good, and clearly he's ready or almost ready for big league action. I know why the Nationals are keeping him down. It's service time, and because he played a billion games when he went on that College World Series run, rather, with his LSU team last year. So he's played a lot in the last calendar year, but he clearly is adapting pretty well. I know it's only 2 games, but still a guy that profiled as somebody that would make it to the bigs pretty quickly. It'd be really fun if the second overall pick made his debut just a couple months after the first overall pick, Paul Skeens.
Exactly, and hopefully he does just as well, because Paul Skeens is very successful in the majors so far. Yeah. The Yankees, you may have heard of the guy, and you may have heard of his girlfriend too. Yankees are 7-14 in extra innings.
Wait, is this true what Matt just put in our chat?
What did
Jordan
he say?
Alvarez home run already. All right, that's a cash. That's a cash.
The Queen of Dongs live on the show. She's back, you guys.
That's awesome.
I needed this so badly. Oh my god, I'm so happy. Oh my god, I'm sweating. This is very, very exciting. Very exciting. Yes. Very, very happy about that.
We need a BetMGM tonight, Bell. Ding,
yeah,
ding, 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 ding.
You know how sometimes in like Zoom the fireworks go off when you're like, yeah, I'm trying to see if they go off. They don't go. I don't know if they go off in here. The balloons, the fireworks, the thumbs up, all of that. I really, that's theoretically what's going on behind me. I'm so excited. This is really a happy day. The Yankees are also 7-14 in extra innings. It's the start of last season. Also a very happy day. That's tied with the White Sox. The Yankees are tied with the White Sox in something for third worst win percentage in the MLB over that span, Jake. I like this stat.
This is one of my things with the Yankees is that they just don't have the bullpen arms when a guy only goes 4 or 5 innings. The Yankees don't have enough bullpen arms to get them through even a full game or into extra innings. So they're going to be a team that's going to be calling teams looking for relief help come July and come next month because they need arms. They just don't have enough quality arms right now. And that's going to get you in trouble in the World Series, in the postseason, when, if something like yesterday happens where Garrett Cole is coming back from injury or somebody gets injured and you need emergency help, you needed quality arms, and the Yankees don't have it right now. It's June 20th. They have time, but that's an area of concern. It's a red flag for the Yankees that they can't win drawn-out games that go to extras because they just don't have the arms.
Yep, exactly. We also had in the president's race at the Nationals game a bit of mayhem here. 2 days ago during the race, I watched this maybe 1,000 times. Okay, so first of all, Thomas Jefferson comes out with George Washington. Thomas Jefferson has a chair. He hits Abe Lincoln with the chair. Abe Lincoln goes down. Then AEW referee Bryce Remsburg tried to stop all of it, tried to break up all the chaos. George Washington then sneaks in, takes out Teddy Roosevelt, who's running like this. First of all, I can't stop watching it. I was crying laughing watching this. So Teddy Roosevelt down, does not get back up. Then all the mascots run, but Anthony Bowens took out George Washington with a chair. And the way he hits George Washington with the chair, his whole face looks like it melts as he hits him. We're talking about mascots, but it's just an absolutely outrageous display of president abuse. But I now am very into the president's race because apparently obviously this happens all the time. But the strategy behind this is fascinating to me, Jake, behind this race.
Well, it's like a couple of years ago when they would never let, I forget which mascot it was, which president it was. They would never let them win on Easter. Remember when the Easter Bunny jumped out of the stands and like RKO'd one of the mascots? It's just another iteration of that. But getting hit with a chair, even though they're wearing a mascot head, like those things are still big, and just like the boom must have been very not comfortable.
Oh my God, it must have been like vibrating in his head. And then because I wonder how
Concussion
high up.
City.
Seriously. And once you fall down, you probably can't get back up because of the weight of the head. Your arms are like this in the outfit. Oh, you really do need because you can't yell either because the mascot can't talk because it looks fake. So of course we know that.
Fair.
So it's a really tough situation, I think. So it's a tough go to be a mascot, though. I think producer Matt should try out to be one of the mascots because he was saying that he enjoys the race very much. So that would be that. Okay, this is one thing we can do.
I'd be weighing on that.
Jake, we go on the road, 5,000 5-star reviews. We go to Nationals game. We are the presidents in the mascots. We are two of the presidents.
Yep.
I think we should do this. I would want to be Teddy Roosevelt.
It's the only way.
Who would you be?
I was going to say Teddy Roosevelt too. So I'll concede that to you. I'd take George Washington.
Okay. All right, cool.
I'm willing
First
to risk
president.
a chair to the face.
Love that. Oh, you're going down. I'm going to push you over and see if you could get back up. That's going to be fun. All right, book it. We're going to do this. We also invite all of you to, as you leave your review, because now I really want to do this, step right up into the bettors box because we want to hear from you. We want your favorite plays, questions, comments. Come in, just say hi. We have a bunch of people already who have stepped up to the bettors box. B-Balls 2. Hello, B-Balls 2. Taking Brewers right around even money. Padres cross-country trip back from a tough series in Philly. Brewers easy trip from LA to San Diego. That's true. Milwaukee just finds ways to win. That is true. And he said, I have a bet that Jake is going to love today. Time to head to Home Depot, break out the ladders. Seth Lugo, K ladder up to 8. Jake, what do you think?
Royals trying to avoid the sweep against an A's team that strikes out a lot. Lugo looking to get back on track after a couple of rough starts. This makes sense. I like it.
I love it. Also, B-Balls 2. Hello, B-Balls 2. I think LSU had 12 million Jello shots last year. Probably 5 times 12 million. That's a lot of money. How many Jello shots will be at the Skeens Dunn wedding? Probably a lot. That wedding would be really nice, I would assume. I want to see what her wedding dress is. Because her gymnastics outfits are very pretty. So I would hope her, think her wedding dress also very pretty. Sure. But this the fashion part of
was
the
talking
show.
Weddings.
Yep, exactly. Talking weddings with the Queen of Dogs. Kay Hilmers also says Jordan bomb first inning. Let's go. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Also says cash both Jake and Lucy's plays. Yep, absolutely. That's what we do. Cash in left and right. Passion left and right here. Now it's time to just be jaking off all over the place. Jake off road to the championship because the finals are set here. What is the update in college baseball?
We're down to 2. The finals are set. It's Tennessee and Texas A&M. It was the top 2 teams. It was the 2 favorites coming into the tournament. It was the top 2 favorites about a month before the tournament. And I know just some people that's like, oh, chalk, that's boring. This was an awesome tournament, honestly. And it's one of the better tournaments in recent memory. You had a lot of the top teams. And this final is going to rock too, because would you really rather it be Tennessee, the 1 seed, and, Kentucky, and they just get railroaded? Like, I know people liked Florida and they had a good run and they have one of the top players in college baseball in Jack Caglione, but this is going to be a really fun series. And if you're looking to bet it, I'm not going to bet the series. I'm not going to lay minus 200 with Tennessee. And instead of betting plus 160 with Texas A&M, I'm just going to bet Texas A&M every game. They're already dogs on the money line in game 1. They likely will be for every game. And they were a team that I liked coming into the tournament. I really liked them. It was kind of between them or Tennessee. They were the 2 teams that were clearly just above everybody else from every rating standpoint. And I really like Texas A&M. They've had a couple of injuries, but they shook it off in the last week and they played really well this past week. They surprised me. So I like this team. I'm going to bet Texas A&M every game because they're probably going to be dogs, and I'll take the plus money that way. And if they win the series, then great. We're good. We're way good.
Love that. How many Jello shots would you buy to put toward their number on the Jello shots board? 1,000. All right, 1,000 Jello shots from Jake for Texas A&M. You heard it right here.
Company cards.
Yep, exactly. $5,000 right there. As Matt said in the chat, though, the money supposedly goes to charity, which is very nice. That's a very, very nice thing. It is time now for thank you, Jake, for the update, because this is a very exciting time in college baseball. It is time now for the warning tracker with a couple of duds and the reigning champ making his long-awaited return. The AL Cy Young market is seemingly wide open right now. We have Tariq Skubal at plus 220. He has a 3.91 ERA in June. He has given up 9 runs in his last 8.1 innings pitched, 6th in MLB in strikeouts with 105. Then Corbin Burns is plus 250, 5th lowest ERA in the league, 2.14 ERA. ERA. Garrett Crochet plus 1,200, 2nd in the league in strikeouts with 124. Tanner Houck plus 1,200, 4th most innings pitched in a Major League Baseball with 96.2. Then Luis Castillo plus 1,300, Cole Reagans plus 1,500. He is tied for 12th for most innings at 92. 3rd in Major League Baseball for strikeouts with 109. Luis Heel plus 1,500. He could possibly win Rookie of the Year and Cy Young. That would be a feat. Garrett Cole is still plus 20,000 here. He went 4 innings pitched with 5 strikeouts last night against the Orioles. Did not do a ton to help out his odds here. Jake, is there anyone here who sticks out to you, maybe a longer shot or an official pick for this award?
I think yesterday the window got thrown wide open for this award. Tariq Skubal had a stranglehold on this award. He has a clunker. He's had a rough couple of weeks pitching. So I think the door is wide open here for somebody to kind of come in out of nowhere and make themselves a contender. Corbin Burns is really good, don't get me wrong, but you just don't hear about him. Nobody talks about Corbin Burns. He just goes out there, throws 6 innings, allows 1 earned run or less even, and then he just goes and gives way to the bullpen and the Orioles just win. But he's not putting up those crazy stats. He's got a really good ERA, but I think he's vulnerable. Tariq Skubal after yesterday especially is very vulnerable. I don't think Garrett Crochet can win because I think the White Sox either will trade him or shut him down. That's too scary. Tanner Houck, really good story. Just don't know if this is going to keep up all year long. Would never bet it at this price. If you got a longer price, good for you. You're feeling great. Luis Castillo just doesn't have the same level of dominance that he has in the last couple of years. Cole Reagans is somebody that I have circled that can definitely get themselves back into this race. He had just a so-so start against the A's yesterday. A little bit disappointing, to be honest, considering that the A's aren't that great, but really think he has a chance. He definitely has the upside. Luis Heel, never, not in a million years, not if you had my family hostage. I think he's going to win AL Rookie of the Year because nobody is going to want to win this award apparently, but nobody is not, there's not going to be a guy that wins Rookie of the Year and Cy Young. It's just not going to happen. I'm sorry. They're not going to give him both. Ain't happening. I think there's a couple names that are worth watching. I think Seth Lugo is one of those names. He goes today against the A's. I think Bryce Miller still has value. I think Grayson Rodriguez has a ton of value at 40-1 out there. He's been pitching insanely well over the last couple of weeks. So It's wide open. I think it could get crazy. I think this could get wacky. And with Scooble having that clunker yesterday, I think there's going to be a lot of options, and it's definitely something to follow. Nothing to do right now, but if you just pay attention to these guys start to start, you're going to find a buy point at some point.
I like it. I would look at Tanner Houck. He could get, the Red Sox are hot right now, and Tanner Houck could stay hot as well. So that is an interesting awards market to keep an eye on as well. It is time now for the walk-off. Jake, what are your favorite plays for today?
Already cashed Jordan Alvarez over 1.5 total bases. Love that. I like the Rockies getting the 1.5 at plus money. How could you not? What's his face? Gavin Stone, first start in Coors, so that usually doesn't go well for guys making their first start there. I'll take the 1.5. Like Miguel Andujar over 1.5 total bases as well. I'll take the Cardinals on the money line. Everybody wants to play the Giants today at Willie Mays' home field where he's got his start. I'm going to zig the other way and take the Cardinals on the money line. I'm also going to say right now, I'm adding Francisco Lindor, 100-1 NL MVP. He's been playing really well. I think this is wide open with Mookie Betts going down to injury. I think it's way mispriced. He's been hitting the cover off the ball. Really like the spot there. So Francisco Lindor, 100-1 NL MVP.
Oh, I like it. Jordan Alvarez already cashed. Jorge Soler to hit a home run. Giancarlo Stanton over 1.5 total bases. Juan Soto over 1.5 hits, runs, RBI.
From the creators of Wagertainment.
We bring you none of the hot take BS. We bring you bets. We bring you sports.
I don't care about bragging rights.
It just introduces more volatility into the equation.
I don't care about victory laps.
Stop it, please stop it. Throw the football into the floor.
The BetQL Network presents your favorite handicapper's favorite handicapper, Ken Barkley.
If I have an opinion, I'm just going to go put money on that thing happening.
And your host, Nick Costos.
Every single play of every single game impacts you in some way, shape, or form.
It's You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM.
Yes, indeed it is You Better You Bet. Nick Costos, Ken Barkley, you here with us on the BetQL Network, where every game's Game 7, no hot take BS on this show. We bring you bets, we bring you sports. As we come to you live today from the Odyssey app, simulcast by our friends at Stadium from 4 to 6 Eastern, youtube.com/Odyssey Sports, twitch.tv/BetQL, and heard on radio stations nationwide, including our pals on satellite radio, Sirius 160 and XM 205. As Ken and I bring you the Wagertainment, we're talking all things sports betting. Proudly presented today and always by the king of sportsbooks, the great people at BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app. Visit BetMGM.com. And you can do so on a tremendous Thursday, June 20th in the year of our Lord 2024. Our show on Twitter, at You Better You Bet. I'm on Twitter and the gram, at the Costos. Ken Barkley, your favorite handicapper's favorite handicapper, can be found on X, at Lockie Lockerson. And on this tremendous Thursday, we will bring you 3 terrific guests. How about United States men's goalkeeping legend? Not that one. Not the guy we had on last week, Tim Howard. Tim Howard will be on with us next week on the show. But Tony Miola. Tony Miola joins the show today from Sirius XM FC and CBS Sports Golazzo. We are very excited to welcome Tony Miola to You Better You Bet today, not just to talk the United States and Copa America, maybe get Tony's thoughts on what we've seen thus far at Euro 2024. So we very much look forward to that. We will also be joined today by NHL legend Jeremy Roenick. Jeremy Roenick will stop by to talk about the Panthers and the Oilers. Game 6 coming up tomorrow night in the Stanley Cup Final. And is Connor McDavid just going to win the Conn Smythe? We'll get all of JR's thoughts coming up later in the program. And Colin Wilson from the Action Network on the College World Series, which is set. Ken Barkley, like an oracle performance with Tennessee and A&M both playing in the final here. Jake had A&M, Ken with Tennessee. Pretty good job by our crew here predicting the College World Series. So we'll see how this goes now. But Colin will join us to talk about that College World Series and give us some early thoughts on the sport of college football as well. Plus, we've got some side and total movement coming up for Game 6 of the Stanley Cup Final. We're going to tell you what it is in a little bit. We'll do an It Move segment. It's what we usually do when we talk about this stuff. We will bring you the latest from Euro 2024, including the England game. I bet England, and it made me want to kill myself earlier. England against Denmark, with the two sides finishing 1-1. Absolutely brutal. We'll get into it. We will, as promised yesterday, hit Comeback Player of the Year today in the National Football League with the new rules instituted by the Associated Press. We will hit awards in Major League Baseball, including an interesting note on New York Yankees rookie starting pitcher Luis Heel and National League Rookie of the Year, which we've been teasing for like 3 weeks now. We will get to it on today's show. We'll play some list trivia because we absolutely love it, and you, our listeners and viewers, you dig it as well. And we will give you all our bets coming up for tonight and for this weekend. It's our final show of the week, so we'll give you bets for all the games we know about coming up this weekend as well. We are locked and loaded here on a tremendous Thursday. Ken Barkley, what's up?
Yeah, how's it going? Gonna have some live sports on during the show, which I think will be really helpful because it's really slow day. One of the off days, obviously, between games of the Stanley Cup Final. The NBA is over. The College World Series is set and starts this weekend. So just to have Spain and Italy in the Euro, and honestly, I'll take it one step further, to have the two matches already that took place. I mean, really kind of helped you get, from a sports standpoint, help you get to the finish line today. I can also report that we just had I don't know if it's a Woj bomb, but it's a Woj tweet that it's official.
Oh, my God.
It's official that JJ Redick is going to be the head coach of the Los Angeles Lakers. That has become official as of now, basically, unless Woj just somehow, like, you know, not actually telling the truth, and then Shams is going to put out something and say it's actually somebody else. But,
so Woj has it first, right? Shams hasn't reported it yet?
Yeah, I mean, I have them both. I have the notifications on for both, and Woj is the one that just dropped down on my phone while I was watching Italy-Spain, so I just read it so people hear this is in Woj's terminology. He has not emerged as a front-runner. He has actually agreed to the contract.
Okay.
So JJ Redick has agreed to a 4-year contract, but that's like all made up, and I'm sure they could fire him next year if they want to become the next coach of the Los Angeles Lakers. Rob Pelinka offered job this morning, so I obviously Woj missing a couple letters there.
Well, he's probably like, oh my God, I gotta get this out first.
Gotta get it out.
Like if Shams has got this, like, I've got to get this first. Like, screw it if I miss a couple words here in this tweet.
Yeah, Redick started working on a staff to surround himself with experience, as opposed to surrounding yourself with inexperience, which is, of course, what coaches normally do. Love to surround yourself with inexperience. So, going to be Redick, going to be LeBron, maybe Bronny, maybe not. Rich Paul with a bizarro series of quotes yesterday about just like holding everyone hostage and, you know, acting really powerful, which was really interesting. But yeah, it's officially official now. It's not a tug of war between two insiders. Redick's the coach, as Spain and Italy obviously get underway too.
All right, let's just for fun here, and we'll do Spain Italy. We'll talk about the England game, which I was thinking about it right before we came on the air. I think it's the most frustrated, and like I've placed a billion bets since this game, won some, lost some. I think this is the most frustrated I've been watching a bet.
Oh,
I was gonna say since the Lions
really
in the NFC title game, it was very frustrating.
Like, I mean, it was this one. I mean, it lost, but I mean, as I'm watching it, I'm not like furious. I feel like I don't know if there are a lot of bets that make me furious anymore, but I wouldn't say this was one of them. You were furious.
And like I think I could probably say this because I think there's only like a couple that stand out like in this calendar year that like really bothered me.
Okay.
Like Lions NFC title game money line against the 49ers, and it's just like an all timer. And the other one is North Carolina against Alabama in the NCAA tournament.
Yeah, North Carolina's tough. That's a tough one.
That one
was that
really
guy's
tough.
name? Waylon Smithers. Who missed the 3? Yeah. So.
Oh God! Well, I'm thinking more about who's like the white guy from Alabama who like turned into Hakeem at the end of the game.
Oh yeah, I don't remember that guy's name either. That guy was really good. He was like 6'9",
he was awesome.
wingspan, like the kind of
Grant
lot
Nelson.
of hair. Grant Nelson.
Yeah.
Grant Nelson. And then
Nelson.
Yeah, no, but what was the Carolina?
Willie's grandson.
Jalen Smithers. With Jalen Withers.
Bill Withers?
Because we did the Bill Withers.
I was going to say, we definitely did this bit at some point, right?
We did, and we did, instead of Lovely Day, we did Venmo name, because we would have to send people money. Venmo name.
When the payment lies ahead of you, seems impossible to pay.
I mean, that could be today, too. Yeah, so.
Then
and
I
goes to
hit
Harry
send.
Kane. Yeah.
It was really frustrating. But for bleeps and giggles here. All right, so JJ Redick wants to surround himself with experience.
Got to do it.
Let's do a snake draft here. Three candidates each. You can have the first pick of coaches that you think fit the bill here that JJ Redick might add to his coaching staff, that fit the bill of experienced coaches who are like unemployed currently.
I don't know who's employed, but I'll try. We'll go through this. Definitely try it. I just don't know if guys are employed or unemployed or not. But like, what's he? Is it like coaches or is it like guys who played for a long time? Like, is that what it is? Is it going to be like?
Well, my guess is since it has to be coaches. Like, if it's experience, it has to be like coaching experience.
Right. Like, is D'Antoni employed?
Oh, that's a good. D'Antoni would be a really good. Well,
he was an assistant
D'Antoni used to,
last year, I think, for somebody.
But he used to coach the Lakers. Like, would the Lakers like bring him in as an assistant, given that he was like the head coach of the team?
I don't know if that's like it feels like that's not a fit, even though that's like. But that would be. I mean, that'd be a guy who has a ton of coaching experience, obviously.
Like JB Bickerstaff.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Obviously, but I mean. Like, is that, well, maybe that is what he wants to do. I don't know. Like, I know anything about JB Bickerstaff. Like, is that,
what's he going to do otherwise? Like a lead assistant for the Lakers sounds pretty good than like unemployed.
Yeah, but it's like a circus. Or you could be lead assistant for like a team that'll win.
Is Lenny Wilkins still alive?
I don't know. I feel like that's 50-50. Yeah.
I think he is.
That's tough. Did you hear? I can't believe I would bring this up. But did you watch the Stanley Cup Finals coverage of Willie Mays passing away? Somebody sent me this clip.
I did not. This? No, I didn't even know what happened. No. But so this is the other night, like Levy
and Messier and Subban. Yeah, okay. So somebody sent me this clip, and it's Levy and Messier and Subban.
How did I miss it? I watched the whole game.
Levy's like, well, maybe it was like an off day segment. I don't know. I don't think it was during. It wasn't like an intermission report. And Levy goes like, Willie Mays like passes away at 93. Gone too soon. and my point is like, look, there's like a lot of like emotional sadness. A baseball game tonight is former team, but just like the guy was 93 years old. Like, it was a great life. Like, God, this is like he was ripped away from us before he really had a chance to like spread his wings. You know, like,
but I appreciate that from Steve Levy. Yeah, like, optimistic.
And I was asked about it.
Too soon. Gone too soon is very funny. Very funny.
Soon. God, nice. It's like the people were. What was the guy's name who used to be on the Today Show who would do all the 100-year-olds? Willard Scott, was that the guy's name?
Oh,
the guy Al Roker replaced.
He lived to be 100, right? Willard Scott.
Yeah, but he would. But imagine if he was like, oh yeah, here's like Greta from Jacksonville, Florida, 104, like gone too soon. Be like, no, actually outlived 99.9999% of all.
Honestly, that should have been the bit. Should have been like, here's this like crusty 107-year-old person, like gone too soon.
Gone too soon. Yeah. We'll never know. What she could have done with her life.
Like bones,
actually, she was alive before the Great Depression, actually.
Zero quality of life, but you know what? Should have hung around for a few more.
Right.
Couple more trips around the sun. Gertrude.
I don't know. We got just, when you brought up Lenny Wilkins, I don't know why. One thing leads to another, right? So Bickerstaff's not bad. Did any other, I mean, there's like, he wouldn't pick this coach, probably, but like, is Monty Williams just taking like 5 years off? Like, where's he going?
Well, you know what's so funny about that? Spain just missed a goal, like a wide open goal.
Okay.
I'm actually thinking about this. I swear to God, I thought about this yesterday. So Monty Williams gets fired, obviously, and the Pistons owe him $65 million. Like, in order to get that money, like, he can't work, right?
Is it like a non-compete? Is that the rule?
It has to be, right? I think that's how this goes.
Aren't the Suns still paying him, though? I'm pretty sure both teams are paying him.
Is there?
So I think he can just go work somewhere else. I don't think it's non-compete. Yeah.
I'm telling you something. Like, it's like mamas don't let their babies grow up to be cowboys. It's like, You know what we should be like, you know what? You should like raise your, I don't have a son, right? You have a son. I guess like women could coach sports too.
Sure.
You should raise your son. Like your son's like, you know what? I want to be a fireman. No. I want to be president of the United States. Absolutely not. You know what you want to be? A coach that gets fired like 3 times in 5 years and then gets paid by every single place you worked at not to
college football, like, NBA.
Charlie Weiss was getting is still getting paid by Notre Dame.
Willie Taggart. Yeah, or I mean, just like all these guys. The floors again. There's a bunch of I can't think of the SEC guys, right? There's like 5 of them that are making. Well, Jimbo. They make like a ton of money. I mean, there's like all of these guys. Yeah.
Jimbo's Jeff Bezos, and he's unemployed.
Yeah, like Jimbo could just like go start like the Live Tour right now if he wanted to. Like, basically, like that's how much money Texas A&M paid him. Like you could do whatever you wanted to. Yeah, Monty Williams is like who wouldn't want to be like, oh well, he like failed as a coach. Great, like sign me up to be the next failure. Can't wait to fail. Incredible. Could he be on the staff?
But this is a legit. I swear to God, I thought of this last night. So if let's say you're Monty, and like it's different because he's older, right? And like I like he has.
He's not like that old, right? How old do you think?
Not
he
that
is?
old, but but he had like a tough, his family situation, like notwithstanding. So all that notwithstanding, he has a family, right? Like, is he to the point in his life? And like, if it were you, right? And you got offered $65 million for the next 5 years, but like you can't work, like, and you just do nothing. Like, I think obviously, like, as I'm saying, I'm like, wow, this is a really stupid question to ask. But like, you don't get to scratch that itch. Like, you don't get to do anything. And I think at some point we probably get bored.
Everybody's got
right?
passions.
Yeah.
Everybody's got stuff they want to do.
Well, to be fair, mine is spending money frivolously.
Right.
So
but like,
I think I really like this.
People be like, oh, nobody wants to sit around doing nothing. I'm sure there are people out there that are like, that sounds like the greatest thing in the entire world. Like,
this is the Office Space bit, right?
Right.
Like, what would you do if you had $1 million? I'd do nothing.
But we all understand there's a limit. Like there is. No matter how much you think like I could do that every day, when you get to like day 30, you're gonna be like depressed and you're gonna be like, this sucks. Like I want to do something. Like something with some purpose of any kind. Like charity work, whatever it is. Like you're gonna want to do something. Monty's an interesting name just because of what happened recently. Like he's probably what about like I'm trying to think of just like rando, like what's what's Terry Stotts doing? What's like Nate McMillan doing? What's like Alvin Gentry doing?
Oh my God, these are excellent names.
I mean, I might have just filled out the whole bench.
You might have. I'm telling you, you won the draft. It's over. We didn't even do it. You won.
So like Gentry, Stotts, and McMillan.
Lionel Hollins.
Sure. I think did you bring him up yesterday too?
You did. you did.
I did. Lionel Hollins. Well, because was I right? Did he coach the Grizz during the Grindhouse?
I didn't look it up, but it sounded right.
Did Dave Yeager coach them during that?
Well, yes, I think you did. Whenever I hear the name Yeager, I think I think of the of Gray Fox from Metal Gear Solid.
Okay.
Frank Yeager.
Dave Yeager. Who's Fizdale's an assistant for somebody, right?
I mean, he's definitely getting paid, but like the Knicks are probably still paying him.
Yeah, I'm sure a bunch of people are probably paying him. Yeah.
How old do you want to be when you retire?
Take some assistants from the Celtics. Like Cassell's an assistant on the Celtics. They just won. Maybe you go do something else. But he'd just take a coaching job probably. That's what he would probably want to do.
In the Monty Williams vein, like you would retire at what age? Like not to work again.
Oh, like at the $65 million question. At what age would I retire? I mean the year that I got the $65 million.
It's like today.
Right.
What
guarantee is that you're making it to 40, 50, 60? There's no guarantee. Yeah.
That's a fair point. That's a fair hashtag gone too soon.
Gone too soon. Yeah.
All right.
93.
We're just getting started here on a Thursday. You bet. France isn't playing. Italy and Spain scoreless. We'll talk about Game 6 of the Stanley Cup Finals coming up next with Nick and Ken.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM on the BetQL Network.
And all of a sudden, now the series odds, the Panthers are minus 300, the Oilers are plus 240, and in Game 6, the Oilers are favored at home, minus 125, while the Panthers are plus 105. The total is still sitting at 5.5, and we certainly have had some high-scoring games here in these last couple games. We had 8-1 in Game 4. We had 5-3 in Game 5. I don't think this series is correlated, but it does feel like the only way Edmonton can win these games are if they're high-scoring, right? Because obviously Bobrovsky was excellent first 3 games of the series. Florida goes up 3-0, and then games 4 and 5, he has not been good. Edmonton's starting to get into a rhythm offensively. McDavid has looked like McDavid. He's now the favorite to win the Conn Smythe, which we'll get into here in a little bit. But I think that if you like Edmonton, the over probably is the way to go. Panthers, I think they could win a shootout or they could win a lower scoring game. If you like Edmonton, though, I think the over would be the play yet again. With all that being said, in Game 6, I do like the Florida Panthers. I think they get the job done, plus 105. If you've been listening to the show throughout the Stanley Cup playoffs, you guys know one of my big things when it comes to handicapping hockey is I always look at what the perception is around the teams heading into their next game, right? And like I just said, everybody kind of expected Florida to just kind of close this thing out last night. They were back at home. Edmonton got their win, but you thought the Panthers would close it out. Now Edmonton won, and we're in a scenario right now where certainly if Edmonton wins this game, all the pressure is going to be on Florida in Game 7. They're the team that's at home. They're going to be favored. They had the 3-0 lead in the series. It's going to be big. It's going to be big pressure on the Panthers if they don't control Game 6. But they're the best team in hockey. It's going to be tough for the Oilers to beat this team 4 times in a row, let alone 3 times in a row. And even though Bobrovsky's been shaky these last couple games, if you're a Panthers backer, all you need is just one more good game out of Bob to seal the deal. So I do like the Panthers at plus 105. I think they're going to win Game 6. I think it's going to be an awesome hockey game.
From the 35, Stevenson, first down and more. Ramondre Stevenson still going. Chased by Pearl. Stevenson into the end zone, 64 yards.
Welcome back to You Better You Bet, brought to you by BetMGM with Nick Costos and Ken Barkley on the BetQL Network.
All right, so King Kenny Albert on the call there. It's been a while.
Do you think that was the longest play the Patriots had all season? That was 64 yards.
How could it not be?
How many plays do you think they had last year of like 40 or more yards?
I'm trying to think of like who. Okay, so Demario Douglas might have had one, and he's like the only player on the team that might have had one.
I guess like they could have thrown it to somebody and somebody fell down or something.
That could have happened. Sure, that could have happened.
But they scored so few points though.
Oh, didn't one of their it might have been like their third tight ends had like a long catch and run because like someone fell down.
He did, and was it? I thought maybe like Hunter Henry might have had one of those.
It wasn't Henry. It was and who was the? I'm gonna look this up.
Okay, yeah, because I would just be curious, Alex. I don't know if they track because like 20 plus is explosive plays and 40 plus they gave some word to 40 plus like nuclear plays or something. I forget what it is.
Was that really the word?
But I don't think so. But it's something like that.
Oh, it's Pharaoh Brown.
Pharaoh Brown, of course. Yes, I'd be curious. So, all right, 58 yards for Pharaoh Brown. Ramondre 65.
How about that? What a memory, huh? That's not bad,
What was the game? Did they play the Steelers and everybody bet the under and we bet the over? Was it that game? Was it Thursday night?
And we did, and it was a Thursday night game, and Mitch Trubisky started for the Steelers. And not only did the game go over, I think it went over. I think it went over like midway through the first half.
Al made a joke. Remember, Al was like, "Oh, like second straight week, everybody thinks we're gonna have the bad game, and look what happened." Like, look,
yeah,
and I was like, "Oh,
like
yes.
it's not a bad game. It's just a good bad game."
Right. We'll be right back. Right, yes. Now here's Kaylee Hardung with more on Mitch Trubisky. It's like, oh God, that's tough. Man.
So here's a question for you.
Had to be the longest.
Because I had to look this up, which actually made me a little upset because I'm usually really good with this. So Jake typed, that was Patriots versus Washington from last season. Do you remember who won the game? And do you have like a general like final score range? I had to look it up to remember.
I don't even remember. I mean, I'm going to guess. I mean, if we don't remember it at all, I'm going to guess it was in the early part of the season. That would be my guess. Like in the first 7 weeks.
No, it was in November.
Okay, so like like dead middle of the season, basically.
How depressing is that, by the way? Classic that November's the dead middle of the season.
Yeah, I mean, because September 11th, right, was the Monday night with the Jets.
That's right.
So, I mean, you talk about, it's really like, oh, November, that's late in the season. No, that's like week 7. It's like week 8. Yeah. It's like November. Okay, so like pretty early. God, I mean, was that one of the games the Patriots won?
No, they lost 20-17.
That's funny. I actually would have guessed a score.
No wonder
like
Bill
that.
got fired. No wonder Bill got fired.
Yeah. It seems like he's doing okay.
How about 24-year-old girlfriend? He's 72.
Yeah. Met on a flight, not recently, like a couple of years ago, I think. And he helped her with her philosophy assignment. So
and signed her textbook with all like the numbers of the Super Bowls that he won as Patriots head coach. So, okay, question. Bill set the betting market. Bill Belichick, creep versus not a creep.
Can I get like a little more definition there?
Whatever your definition of the word creep is.
Some would say, just based on the limited amount of information we've already said, that's creep.
Yes.
Like more than Radiohead. Yeah, like I just...
That's going to say, or TLC.
Right, yeah. Yeah, just writing the numbers of the Super Bowls.
Like what a creep, right?
Yeah, I'm just trying to like put yourself in. Also, by the way, there's an implication here. Why is Bill Belichick like? Was that in coach and he was sitting next to it? Was this in like? Why doesn't he fly private? Where's he going?
Did I tell you? I think I brought this up. I don't want to say. I think I told you who it is off air. I don't want to say who it is on the air. But when I flew back from the Super Bowl from Vegas, there was a current NFL starting quarterback on my flight sitting in coach in the row in front of me.
You did tell me the story. This is a story that you told me. And yes, you told me that story. Well, then I told you I was flying, I flew through Atlanta, and in first class, big boy from Outkast was sitting in first class, and I was like 3 rows behind him in coach.
Duh.
In first class though. But yeah, so I just, as a point of comparison, it's like that would be what you would expect. And then you have a starting quarterback with slightly more additional leg room than what you have. I don't
understand.
That wouldn't be me. That wouldn't be me.
Isn't that the whole point of like being like, in all seriousness?
Monty Williams is flying coach? Also, he's really tall. No way he's flying coach.
Like Monty Williams should have like a private.
It should be like the MW Express or something. Right. It should be some Gulfstream, right? That he just flies everywhere. Yeah.
I'm being serious here. Like, I'm not rich, but if I were rich, I haven't, and I feel like I do okay financially. I've never flown first class in my life. Never bought a seat. I've never been upgraded. Never. Now look, like, I'm also like 5'7".
I thought you were going to say private. I thought you were going to say you've never flown private.
I've also never flown private.
I've never flown private.
So all I have to do is get like the extended leg room, and let me tell you something, man. I feel like I'm at a 5-star hotel.
You with extended leg room is, I mean, that's, it's
money.
Overkill. Right,
I'm
exactly.
good.
Like, you're great. Yeah, you're perfect.
I've never flown first class. But let me tell you something. If I were like rich, you think I'd ever be slumming it with the poor folk in coach ever?
You could meet a future 22-year-old girlfriend if you did that.
I guess I could. That's the whole idea. I guess I could do that.
Do you think there were shenanigans that led to him sitting in that seat?
Define shenanigans.
Like,
I can create a scenario.
Like,
we're
it was
operating
open and
under
he
the
said
assumption,
it was his seat?
Or like, okay, so the important question. I don't know the answer to this.
I don't know either.
Is she a stewardess, or was she just like someone that was sitting?
No,
like
I think
some
she was on
girl?
the plane. I think she was just on the plane.
Okay, so
Alex, look
is
this
it
up.
possible?
I mean, there's 10 articles about this. So yeah, just look up. Like, I'm pretty sure they met passenger on the plane. Yeah.
So is it possible that like Bill's getting ready to board the plane and he sees this girl and he's probably like, look, like all men think stuff like this. It's not like it doesn't be a creep like to see a girl and be like, she's attractive. Like everyone thinks that. Right. Yes. And then like he's getting on the plane and he sees that the seat empty next to her and he's sitting in first class and he's like, you know what?
He's like about to put the bag up in the overhead and he just takes it right back down again and just follows her. Yeah.
But also, like at some point, like the Seinfeld episode, I'm Keith Hernandez. He's probably like normal people can't do stuff like that. He's like, I'm Bill Belichick. I'm gonna go sit next to this like 20. At the time, she's like 22.
Yeah. Yeah. I would love to know how this came about. The idea that it's like, oh, just like happenstance. I don't buy that. He's too powerful and rich for happenstance. You make your own happenstance at that point. And why is he not flying private? So it's just, all of this makes no sense to me.
He signed, and like, I have a family friend who owns, I don't know if he owns it or he just runs it, but like a private plane company for like celebrities and stuff. Like Bill Belichick would definitely count himself among this clientele. Definitely count himself among the clientele.
Yeah, because you don't have to own a plane. Like you use these, you can fly private through one of these companies. Yeah, exactly.
So when Belichick signed her, he signed her homework.
Yeah, like my daughter does homework. She's 6.5.
I honestly like this kind of like you know what? All right, whatever.
Is he revolting?
Yes, he is, right?
I mean, there's like, there's like a vibe here that's, and look, there's plenty of like these kinds. It's not like this type of relationship never happens. It happens all the time with famous people. This is not some new thing.
And he doesn't have to treat her poorly. Like he could treat her really well.
I think most of these relationships, you don't hear the background stories, and in this one you are, and that's why it seems so disgusting.
So Jordan, here's what he wrote. Jordan, thanks for giving me a course in logic. What an absolute creep.
Yeah, and like, how lame is that?
Well,
thanks for giving me a course in logic. It's like safe travels.
He's Bill Belichick. He's probably like, like it's like when Pat Riley recruited LeBron and just put the rings on the table.
Right.
It's like Belichick goes.
Yeah, smooth this. Right.
Like Belichick like goes out on a Tinder date and used the Tinder picture of like a hot 22-year-old dude. The girl shows up and goes, "You're not who you were in the picture," and he just puts the rings on the table.
He goes, "You're right," and then just puts the rings on the table. Right. You're right.
Yeah.
Thanks
also,
for giving
here's
me
my
a
bank
course
account.
in logic. Yeah.
Here's my bank account with 9 digits in it.
Yeah. But yet I'm flying on this. But I guess I'm a passenger on this plane. I don't get it. I don't understand anything about it.
Like he's definitely a creep.
Yeah. And how's the
I'd kill him if he were if that were like my daughter.
Yeah, I think a lot of people feel like that. A lot of people have like made the reference, like, imagine you were like some lifelong fan of like the Steelers or, like one of the teams that you just, the Colts or something.
They beat your brains in for 20 years.
Like,
Jordan's
and then it turns
dad
out it's
is
like your
actually
daughter.
Fireman Ed.
That's right, yeah, Fireman Ed. It's like, all right, thank God I'm rid of that guy. The daughter comes from college. Like, I met somebody. Like, I mean, this is like nightmare fuel type stuff. I mean, this is really. Yeah. I'm a Patriots fan. It's nightmare fuel stuff for me. Like, that's pretty rough.
All right, Nick and Ken here. You bet. So the reason why we brought this up, and we played.
It's a slow day.
People are probably like, well, we played like what? Why are they playing Ramondre Stevenson highlight at 3:20 Eastern on Thursday, June 20th?
We just told Jake, spin the wheel, pick an NFL play.
Should we do that?
Have
like
Jake
as a
play
bit
a
on
random,
the show?
Well, can we give Jake an assignment for what time are the guests? 4, 5, and 5:20?
Yeah.
What about like at 4:20? Jake has to.
What about 3:40?
Sure, but I'm just 5 random touchdowns from this past season, and we have to guess like what week they were, what the score was.
I gotta tell you, I want to do it right now.
Can we cancel Tony Miola because we have other plans? Tony, I'm really sorry, but Ramondre Stevenson's 65-yard touchdown, we still can't nail this down. We think November, but we're not quite sure.
So where I was going to go with this was, like, Jake plays a random highlight coming back from break, and we have to try and have, like, a legitimate conversation about it. Your idea is much better, which is, here's a highlight, guess the game.
It's like trivia. Yeah.
Yes, audio trivia.
Audio trivia. Who doesn't love audio trivia? It's the best part when you go to a bar and they play the music. Like, they play songs, you have to name it. It's the best part.
See, so the issue with, like, Jake playing something now is, like, he has to preview it because they could say in the highlight, like, oh, and, like, the Patriots take this lead or whatever.
Right. Right. Merry Christmas, everybody. The Broncos beat the Patriots in the Holiday Classic.
Jake, can you give us? Can you play something random from last NFL season, and maybe it stinks and maybe it's good? Give us one.
This is asking. I don't know how this works where he has to grab it. I don't know. Like, you know more than I do about this. Is this something he can just do?
Because I don't know. Where I used to run the board, I like.
Well, why don't you do Stevenson
like 30
here?
seconds.
We got like 3 minutes left. Do Stevenson, and we'll do this in the next segment.
Okay. Yeah. So what I have to.
Jake, you're off the hook for 8 minutes. Right. Yes.
I don't know. What were we going to do otherwise? Talk about the Stanley Cup final, the same conversation we did yesterday.
Well, you were like, the market moved, and in the break I go, I don't think it moved.
I mean, it moved like 5 cents at BetMGM where I was looking. Yeah. It's like, listen, we're dying for content today.
It's a 5 cents kind of day, guys. Listen, 5 cents, it leads the show.
And I'm going to sell it like it's the biggest move. Like it's moved. Like now, like the Panthers are minus 300.
Right. Billy Walters got involved, everybody.
Here's the news.
Yeah.
The Patriots, and obviously it would be funny if I was like, the Patriots and, Hunter Henry agreed on this new deal.
Yeah.
Ramondre Stevenson and the Patriots agree on a, hold on, this just got put down the chat. Okay, 4-year extension.
The course in logic. That's what I'm staring at in the chat right
for
now.
$36 million, including $17 million fully guaranteed. So, like, the Patriots give Ramondre Stevenson, like, a lot of money. Which to me, and I hope that our listeners and viewers, if you've been with us for any amount of time, like, you should know, like, what this means. Actually, people should know by this point what this means. And it is a signal, like a clear signal, that this new coaching staff and front office in New England, fronted by Elliott Wolf, Ron's son, he actually really is Ron's son, I like that bit, and Gerard Mayo, the head coach, have absolutely no idea what they're doing. No clue what they're... Like, Ramondre Stevenson, at his best, is like a top what running back in the league? Like 16? 20?
Yeah, like 20? I was going to say 20.
Top 20 running back. Like, why would you give him $17 million guaranteed and sign him to a 4-year deal where you could, like, draft his replacement in the 5th round and run him into the ground? Like, I think maybe Drake May's awesome. Like, it doesn't matter. I think they're clueless. They're absolutely clueless.
Wow. Okay. Well, I mean, let's, how clueless do you think they are? The win total is 4.5 at MGM, juiced way to the over. People be like, oh, juiced way to the over. It's probably just because it was like 5.5 and everybody bet the under. That's probably just why it's not that people bet the over. It's just like how they price it. Because 4.5 are really, like, to put that in context, at this time last year, the Cardinals were 4.5. And the Cardinals were a team that people talked about like they were intentionally trying to lose games. So that's how the Patriots are rated right now.
My answer would be they are going to need Drake May to be absolutely awesome. Otherwise, I think they are like way up against it. Way up against it.
How many can you name, like, what is their skill position group next year?
So they drafted 2 receivers. They drafted Jalen Polk from Washington, and who I actually like. I think he's pretty good. But I mean,
James Kay's grandson.
What do I know? Yeah.
Right.
Former American president. They drafted Javon Baker, another rookie.
Yeah.
They have Demario Douglas. Like, it's actually, so like if those rookies are, I mean, it's like kind of
like really
faith. Like if both rookies are good and Demario Douglas was good. Yeah.
This is like Jalen Hyatt last year. Like, let's bet the anytime touchdown every week. It's just like I guess he could be good. I don't know.
Kendrick Bourne is still on the team, who's like I think an average NFL receiver. Right. He's average. He's not bad. Not great. All right. Good talk. On the other side.
Brutal. Yes. Thanks for giving me that course in logic. Appreciate it.
We'll play some NFL highlight roulette and talk about the massive amount of movement or lack thereof in Game 6 of the Stanley Cup Final.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM on the BetQL Network.
That's the team that I'm more confused about than any of them. Like, there were some glaring holes on that team. They didn't attack those weaknesses. Some change there with the defensive coordinator. I'm not sure. Tua losing all this weight, is that going to be beneficial to him? It was a big thing. Like, okay, he's never going to stay healthy. He stays healthy this year, and now he's going to change his body style. I found that to be interesting. On Rodgers for comeback. Yeah, you're right. Let's see. He's favored over Joe Burrow, Kirk Cousins, Anthony Richardson, Russell Wilson. Yeah, the media hates all of those guys. They're going to vote for Rodgers over those guys if they have good years and they stay healthy. I didn't expect this to be the case, but you're sitting here being critical of Aaron Rodgers, and I'm going to defend him. Yes, I do want to see what this event is that was very important to him. It's going to come out. And you know what? He probably wants it to come out. And even if people are enraged by it, like, seriously, come on. There's that. And then I think he likes it a little bit. Like, he's going to lean into it. I hope it's kind of something so stupid. But it's not like he hasn't been there. I understand. Like, it's a bad look for a guy that took a few snaps, then he's out the entire season. He's calling all the shots. He's dictating personnel moves. I understand that. But it's not like he's been out of town. He's there. He's been in town for a while. He was there the day before for picture day, which is whatever. There are a million pictures every single day of him and everybody on that team. But he's been around his teammates. He's been available. It just didn't work out for this date. And minicamp, second week of June, I really don't think it's a big deal. I can't believe we're here. You're ripping on Rodgers, and I'm sitting here defending him, saying it's much ado about nothing.
In the shotgun formation is the quarterback. Murray is at his side. Shotgun snap to Allen, runs at the 10, tucks it under the 5 to the pylon. Touchdown, Buffalo! Josh Allen has just run it in to tie the game at 21.
Welcome back to You Better You Bet, brought to you by BetMGM with Nick Costos and Ken Barkley on the BetQL Network.
Okay, so it's Kevin. I know the game.
Yeah, you're like too good at this because this is what the problem is going to be. Because that's a very generic highlight. I mean, it's Josh Allen scoring a touchdown to tie a game at 21.
Jake, can you play like the first? Is it only one time, or can I ask him to play I want to hear the first 5 seconds of the highlight?
We'll just have him play the whole highlight again. Why not?
Jake, can you play the whole highlight again?
Jake's like, now you tell me.
I mean, what broken down jalopy are we running on?
In the shotgun formation is the quarterback. Murray is at his side. Shotgun snap to Allen, runs at the 10, tucks it under the 5 to the pylon. Touchdown, Buffalo!
And tied the game at 21. So it was that kind of game, too.
Okay, so the reason why I asked Jake to play the highlight is because I thought it was going to be the Chargers game at the end of the year because he said Murray, and I thought that's why I asked was Murray the linebacker that was coming down from to the line of scrimmage, or is Murray
Latavius Murray?
Latavius, right? Yeah, Murray next to him. All right, so
it's early
the fact
in
that
the season then, isn't it?
And that's a radio call.
Yeah. Now, can we infer that Harlan only does like game primetime games, like game of the week type stuff?
I think that is Bills Broncos Monday Night Football.
Oh, you might be right. We bet the Broncos in that game.
We did, and they won outright.
Plus, 6?
6.5?
Yeah.
Jay, can you play the highlight one more time, please? Are we cheating at this point now, or are you just looking for more information?
No, we're not cheating.
So what I'm looking for here is based on the crowd reaction.
Yeah.
Is this a
positive
in Buffalo?
Play or no? Right. Yeah.
Well, because that game was in Buffalo that the Bills lost to the Broncos.
So they'd be going nuts.
So let's hear the crowd reaction.
Yeah. The 6 of Denver. In the shotgun formation is the quarterback. Murray is at his side.
So we were going to guess Denver.
Matthew Allen runs at the 10, tucks it under the 5 to the pylon. Right? Touchdown, Buffalo!
Great job, Jake.
To be fair, we were going to guess that anyway. It didn't spoil it. We got it right.
We were.
That was that Broncos game. Okay, that was pretty good. Is this going to be the kind of thing where he's going to pick a play and you're just going to know it, and so we shouldn't do this?
So I really don't think so. Like that, the only reason I was able to get, like, if it hadn't been Harlan,
really
if it had been like,
yeah.
But like, is it though?
Like
how many primetime games did the Bills play where they were trailing?
21.
Yeah, they're trailing late. Like that game checks all those boxes.
The game was high scoring, but basically all the games they played down the stretch don't fit that description. Yeah.
And like, what was the final score of that game? It was like 26-24 or something, 27-24.
Weird high 20 numbers, I think, something like
24-22.
24-22. It was weird numbers.
Because the Bills had the field goal. How did the game end? They had the field goal at the end, and like McDermott iced his own kicker or something, and he made it, and then he missed it or something.
I remember Buffalo made a big mistake on special teams. Something like that happened. Yeah.
And then invoked 9/11 afterwards.
Yeah,
Jake, hit us with the second one.
Dun, 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 dun.
Browning dumps it off underneath. He's got Chase Brown. He's the speedster. He's got daylight inside the 30. One man to beat. Oh, he makes a move into the end zone.
Okay.
So Browning, so obviously we eliminate half the season basically already.
Yeah.
It has to be a game where the Bengals offense played really well in a bunch of games. And that's
Is that a touchdown?
Who was that? Was that Chris Myers? Who was that?
Can we play it one more time? I think I know what it is.
I think Jake's trying to fade up and down to not give us more hints.
Dumps it off underneath. He's got Chase Brown. He's the speedster. He's got daylight inside the 30. One man to beat. He makes a move into the end zone.
I think I know what it is.
Because I was going to say, we know it's not the Monday night game against the Jags, because that's that wouldn't be the team.
Oh, wow. Who did we bet on? And we bet on Jacksonville and we lost, right?
No,
I did at least.
Yeah, I stayed away from the game. Because that was the first game. That was the first game with Browning. The Jags were 8.5. You teased them. Everybody teased them. That was the key to that game. And everybody won the teaser legs on Sunday and just needed the Jags to win against Jake Browning on Monday night, and it didn't go so great.
Yeah. I think.
By the way, new philosophy, the new philosophy we use on this show.
That's that.
I mean, you hammer Cincinnati in that game. It's
hammer Cincinnati.
Yeah.
Okay, so all right, I'm just gonna. So here's my guess, and then I'm gonna look something up.
Okay.
I think that is the crazy Saturday game that the Bengals played against the Minnesota Vikings towards the end of the year.
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah, that's a really good one. So you don't think it's Week 18 against Jeff Driscoll?
It could be.
That was one of the games that came to mind for me. Pretty generic.
So the Bengals play-by-play guy forever has been a guy named Dave Johansen.
Okay.
And Brad Johansen, and Dave Lapham is the color guy, and Dave Lapham always talks over him. So you ever hear the old Chad Johnson highlights? Brad Johansen will be Palmer back to pass, and you'll hear Dave Lapham going, "Oh, open!
He's open!
Right. Yeah, yes. So that guy is not that, which leads me to believe that is a national crew.
Right.
And that would be a national game.
D crew.
Because it was a Saturday game. And I think the day of the Bengals-Vikings game, there were 3 games on, and I actually think the nightcap was Bills-Chargers that night.
So that was, Bengals was, because I was out doing so. I didn't watch most of the game. Maybe I got back for the end of it.
And you know what the middle game was? It was Colts-Steelers.
You're absolutely right. So I missed the God, that was like the weekend before Christmas, wasn't it?
It might have been
like 2 weekends, the Saturday before Christmas.
I think it might have been the 23rd, the day before the holiday classic.
Because I think we like went to go see Santa or something, or we went to like on like some Polar Express thing. Because I literally think I was like, why didn't I watch this game? And there's always that Saturday, and I'm always out the whole day because we do like a Santa thing, and I always miss the game. So the year before that, we did Polar Express, and it was the crazy comeback with the Colts and the Vikings. It was
Saturday. Colts Vikings. Yes, 100%.
Right. It's whatever that. By the way, whatever game gets scheduled for that Saturday is going to be like a banger game because the game's always good and I never get to see it. It's really like, oh, craziest comeback ever. I was on a train. That's actually where I was.
So Bengals Vikings, Jake, are we right?
You are incorrect.
Oh
man,
that was like an Alex one. It's like Oscar Robertson. Yeah.
So what, Jake? What is it then?
Was it Jeff Driscoll in Week 18? I mean, what are the other Bengals games down the stretch?
You know what? Like it might be because at this point, like. Chase Brown was playing a lot on passing downs in place of Mixon towards the end of the year.
Okay. Is it Jake? Is it Week 18 against Cleveland?
That is also incorrect.
Wow.
Who did they play in Week 17?
The Chiefs?
Oh, maybe. They did play the Chiefs late in the year, I think.
I think it was Week 17.
Yeah, because 16 would have been the Saturday,
by like a
right?
point.
15 or 16 would have been the Saturday.
And they played them in Week 17. Is it against the Chiefs, Jake?
That is also incorrect.
But we're just going to keep listing
against the Jaguars.
Was it against the Steelers? was it against the Ravens?
Incorrect.
Okay.
So what is it?
Which game is it?
It is against the Colts in December. It was a Saturday. You were correct.
The Bengals played the Colts on a Saturday in December?
Was that the game we were actually thinking about?
No,
because I remember the Colts playing the Steelers on a Saturday. Like, you're right about that series of games. Did they play back-to-back Saturdays? What the hell's going on here? What are we missing?
I guess it's possible. Let me see here.
Who's the coach? Who's like, what the hell's going on here? What was that guy's name?
Yeah, they played them on December 10th. But Jake, that's a Sunday. It's not a Saturday.
Yeah, I can't read a calendar. That's my bad.
Okay.
Yeah, they beat the Colts on 34-14 on a Sunday. That's accurate.
They beat the Colts by 20. So that was that was a Minshew game, obviously, late in the season.
So look, like with what we were just talking about, this is what I wanted to look up. Where like I had this handicapping philosophy, like Burrow out, Browning in.
What was the second
Bengals
game?
In that game? That's what I wanted to see.
Oh, what was the second game?
This one.
Oh, it was. So they just kept thrashing.
Yeah.
Maybe the second game's not an NFL thing because it's like a week off. Maybe
makes
only the first
a ton
game.
of sense.
I mean, first game things, I can think of like 30 off the top of my head. Like Jordan Love versus the Chiefs, Tyler Huntley. Like I can think of all these games where it's like every Tyler Huntley start actually counts in this situation. Somehow they cover the number in like every single game against the close. The Browns Niners last year. Like it's just there's so many of these. It's like ridiculous.
Jake, hit us with one more here.
Inside the 7. Second down and goal, Seattle. Shotgun snap, drops back 3, cocks his arm, hit, breaks a tackle, runs outside the numbers, throws on the run, in the corner, caught, dive, back corner, Metcalf, touchdown, Seattle!
Well, this is the Seattle-Philly game.
Oh,
well, hold on, wait.
Okay.
Jake, play it one more time.
Well, because that's Harlan, so prime time.
Second down and goal, Seattle. Shotgun snap, drops back 3, cocks his arm, hit, breaks a tackle, runs outside the numbers, throws on the run, in the corner, caught, dive, back corner, Metcalf, touchdown, Seattle!
DK Metcalf, who went to Ole Miss.
Yes, but he didn't say if it were, because if it's locked, then it was the Philly game. By the way, that's another example.
Yeah. Oh, remember that market? Yeah, but we didn't know if Jalen Hurts was going to play either in that game.
Oh yeah,
that was a double cross. But was last year wasn't no because Minshew was on the Eagles 2 years ago against Minshew against the Cowboys. They covered that. They almost won. They had the drive at the end of the game. They covered against the close, I think.
And that was on Christmas Eve, and there was like 1 billion points scored in the game.
So everybody, we like heard that Hurts was going to be out. That's where like the market moved and nobody knew what was going on. I think
and we bet
Eagles
Mahomes MVP, which was awesome.
That was the bet. I think the Eagles covered against the close though once it got bet out to the max because they were down 4 or 5. on that drive. Maybe they might. I don't know if they covered that.
I believe. No, Dallas closed like 4. I'm pretty sure Dallas closed like 4.5, and the Eagles lost by 4.
Yeah, it was. I remember it was very close, but I remember if you waited till because I remember thinking. I think I remember thinking at the end of the game, I could have middled that. Like if you would come back and bet the Eagles and create it, because we bet Dallas, whatever, like -3 or whatever it was, -2.5, 2.5, and then could have middled that game. So there's another first game, and even if they didn't cover, like they had a drive at the end of the game to win the game. Yeah.
I think you're right because that sounded like a road crowd. I actually think you're right, and it's Seahawks Giants.
It's
Jake,
Giants
is that correct?
that Monday. Is it the Giants game?
That is correct.
Oh, what's up?
That's the Devin Witherspoon,
game.
like one man, the Devin Witherspoon game also. They had the long interception return. That's like that's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
Hour 1 done, hour 2 for you coming up on the other side. We'll transition from football to football with Tony Miola next.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM on the BetQL Network.
Well, we lost. That's it.
Oh.
Ariel Atkins went to Texas. I like her. Okay. I remember when Stephanie Dolson played at UConn. They're banged up right now. This is a bunch that's going to keep fighting. Okay. They're going to keep fighting. I'm not giving up on the sticks. But you win some, you lose some. I took Washington yesterday. And now everybody on Twitter, Instagram is telling me that my bets suck. You don't even know about the WNBA. You have no idea. Also, Chelsea, do you have Caitlin Clark fatigue? Because I kind of do. She's a great player. There are other great players in the WNBA as well. I'm glad that she is bringing attention to a league that has had great players for a long time. But I am sort of a little over this constant barrage of Caitlin Clark, Caitlin Clark, Caitlin Clark. I want to follow what she's doing, but even I need a break. You know, Taylor Swift is great, but I need a break from her. Same thing with Caitlin Clark. You're great, but everywhere I turn, it's everything Caitlin. I need a break.
Well, at least Taylor Swift is like the top of the market, you know, like Taylor Swift at least is deserving of all of the talk because, you know, her shows sell out more than just about any other artist. When we're talking about the Indiana Fever and the Chicago Sky, who that's Angel Reese's team, these teams are ranking in 8th and 9th place out of 12 teams in the WNBA. That would be like if we were talking about like the Chargers and the Raiders, like they were Super Bowl contenders. Do we want to talk about the Chiefs? Nah. The Niners? Nah. We're going to talk about the Chargers and the Raiders only. Maybe we'll throw in the Broncos. Who knows? But it's crazy to me that these teams that aren't even that good are getting all of the headlines. Meanwhile, the rest of the teams that are actually winning games, we ain't talking about them.
Wagertainment.
We bring you none of the hot take BS. We bring you bets. We bring you sports.
I don't care about bragging rights.
It just introduces more volatility into the equation.
I don't care about victory laps.
Stop it, please stop it. Throw the football into the floor.
The BetQL Network presents your favorite handicapper's favorite handicapper, Ken Barkley.
If I have an opinion, I'm just going to go put money on that thing happening.
And your host, Nick Costos.
Every single play of every single game impacts you in some way, shape, or form.
It's You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM.
It is a tremendous Thursday. It is You Better You Bet. It is Nick Costos. It is Ken Barkley, and it's you here with us on the BetQL Network. Simulcast for the next 2 hours by our friends at Stadium, and a badass 2 hours of wagertainment. It will be. We will get to Game 6 of the Stanley Cup Final tomorrow night with Edmonton and Florida. We'll tell you where we stand on side and total as the Panthers look to win Lord Stanley's Cup, and maybe Connor McDavid will just win the Conn Smythe. We will discuss coming up in a little bit. We will also get to NFL Comeback Player of the Year and the new rules and specifications put down by the Associated Press, which will, unfortunately, because it's going to take some fun out of it, impact how we bet this award market that we won a truckload of money on last year. Hashtag wacko for Flacco. We will get to Comeback Player of the Year over the course of the next 2 hours. We'll hit some baseball award markets as well. Jeremy Roenick, hockey legend, joins us 1 hour from now to talk the Stanley Cup Final. Colin Wilson joins us next hour as well. He will join us to talk the College World Series with Tennessee and Texas A&M. And then the Power Hour, final hour of the show, all our bets for tonight. But joining us right now to kick off the fun and frivolity on this tremendous Thursday in our stadium, 2 hours to talk Euro 2024 and the Copa America with the United States playing Bolivia coming up this Sunday in the opener. United States men's national team goalkeeping legend, Sirius XM FC host, and you can watch him on CBS Sports Golazzo all week next week. My friends, the great Tony Miola on Twitter at TMiola1. Tony, welcome back to You Better You Bet. It's your pals Nick and Ken. How you doing?
Nick, Ken, how are you guys? If you're a soccer junkie, this is your time of the year, man. You got more soccer to watch than ever before. And over the last week, you're talking about Euros. We just been watching it during the morning and then catching some MLS games at night. But now with Copa America coming up, you're going to pretty much have like 24 hours a day of soccer.
Right, Euro over in Germany during the afternoon. Then after finish that, Copa America, a little MLS. I'm sure there's maybe some other random soccer sprinkled on there too. Let's do Copa America first, Tony. Obviously, United States a part of this tournament along with Argentina and Brazil, who are kind of like the co-favorites. Mexico in the tournament, Colombia, Uruguay also in the tournament. Give me an idea, because I'm sort of like most like casual American soccer fans. Like I want to watch the big international tournaments. I cheer for the country. I don't follow them a lot, like kind of in the years between these tournaments. What are like realistic expectations for the United States in this tournament?
Well, I think first is to get out of the group, right? And if you look at the group that the U.S. is in, and obviously you look at Uruguay, which is one of the hottest teams in all of South America right now, as the favorite, right? So if you just use that as a starting point, you look at Bolivia, who's I think second from last in qualifying in CONMEBOL right now, and then you look at Panama, a team in CONCACAF that we've, for the most part, outside of a couple of years ago in the Gold Cup semifinals, I believe it was, we lost in penalty kicks. We've handled them pretty well. So getting out of the group, I think, is a bare minimum. And with this particular team and Rick Berhalter at the helm, we've kind of all come to this conclusion with this group that they need a signature win, right? So if you look past the first round, and I know there's a lot of things that have to happen before you get there, you're either going to play Colombia, which is the only undefeated team in CONMEBOL qualifying right now, or you're going to play Brazil. And, okay, there's people that say, well, Brazil is in 6th place right now in CONMEBOL qualifying. Throw it out, man. It's Brazil, right? And we just saw both of these teams over the last 10 days. Colombia, we lost 5-1. Was not a good performance by the U.S. They learned a little bit. They played Brazil. It was 1-1 in that match, although they did give up some opportunities. They also created a few more opportunities and looked a little bit more organized, a little better. And I think if you get to a competition like this, the Copa America, this is where you can get your signature win in Game 4 of this tournament. Because if you look at the last version of Copa America, or 2 versions ago, we were in the semifinals. We lost to Argentina, who is currently the favorite in this competition, but we lost on that great Messi free kick and that Argentinian side. So that for me is the bare minimum. Get to a semifinal. To get there, you're going to have that signature win along the way, and hopefully that comes over the next couple of weeks here for Greg Berhalter in this side.
What type of, and like I know some of it will depend on the opponent and the style of the opponent, but are you expecting these United States games, and again the opener for the United States in Copa America Sunday against Bolivia, are you expecting these games to be higher scoring? Like, are the U.S. looking to win games like 3-1, 3-2? Is it going to be more cagey? Like, are they looking to win 1-0, 2-1? Like, what sorts of games do you think we'll see from the United States? And yes, this is a betting question because I would like to bet the totals in some of these games.
Yeah, I think this is a team that can score goals, Nick. I really do. If you look at Bolivia over the last 4 games, I think they've given up 11 goals maybe, and they've scored 1. They're just not they're not in good form right now. If you look at Panama, it's a team that typically we've scored goals outside of the game I was just talking to you about in the Gold Cup semifinal. So, you know, I don't know what the number is, but I would expect to see a few goals in that game. Now, in the Uruguay game, this is historically a team that's built around defense. Oddly enough, after 6 games in CONMEBOL, they're the leading goal scorers by a long margin. I think by +5 over everybody else. I think they've got 13 goals. The next closest is Argentina with 8 goals, which is so out of character for Uruguay. But keep in mind, Marcelo Bielsa, the madman of coaching in world football, is now the head coach at Uruguay. So that he's changed the way that this team goes about their business because they historically have been built around defense. So I'm expecting that game to be a little bit more wide open than maybe we would have seen in the past. Here's the trick, and here's the question, I think, if you're looking at it from a score standpoint against the U.S., when you're talking about Bolivia in particular and Panama, the first 2 games. What we've seen the U.S. struggle with is when teams sit deep and make us break them down. When it becomes a track meet and it's up and down the field and the game is wide open and counterattacking football, the U.S. typically does okay. When we saw in the Netherlands in the World Cup, and I think that was the first time we saw it, where the Netherlands sat back. They said, okay, who's your guy that's going to break us down? Who's the guy that's either going to dribble through us or thread the needle or make that decisive pass? And we didn't have any of that. So my guess is that Bolivia and Panama will sort of deploy the same defensive scheme that Netherlands did, and a few teams have done in preparation matches leading up to this against the U.S. So once the game opens up, I think we're in pretty good shape. It's finding that guy. Is it Gio Reyna? Is it Christian Pulisic? Can they do it? And can we engage our number 9s and score some goals? That's the question mark for the U.S.
Tony, I'm curious, and you said reasonable expectations here. You would love to see a signature win. You said in match 4, so obviously that'd be the first match of the knockout round of the tournament. Just curious, because the U.S. has kind of been an up and down country the last 5-10 years, not qualifying for tournaments, but then having good runs sometimes. If it doesn't go the way that you anticipate, if they don't meet expectations, like what is there to do? Is it a coaching change? Is it a style change? Is there anything to do or just work harder at it? Like what happens if they fall short of this tournament? What happens next?
Well, I think if they completely sort of bomb in this tournament and don't compete and maybe squeak by in the first round and get knocked out and you're going to either play Brazil or you're going to play Colombia, right? There's really no question in that particular bracket that those are going to be teams you play. Greg Berhalter's on the hot seat, and I think he knows that. I think the rumblings probably internally, you guys know, the rumblings always start externally before they start internally, right? Like we know that's just the way sports are. Fans, they want it now. We're always great at spending owners' money. We want goals now. We want everything now. But I think, and I'm guessing that after the Colombia result, there was probably a little bit of concern because we are heading into this tournament. How quickly can we turn this thing around? We got a bunch of players that are playing at big clubs, but some of them aren't getting full minutes. So I would think what's next would be that they have to consider making some changes. And of course, as we all know, it's so much easier to change the coach at one point than it is to change players. And that's just the nature of sports. We've all been through this. So, I'm hoping that we use this tournament. I like where the U.S. team is, because there was this narrative that we're going to use this tournament to get ready for 2026. No, man, screw that. We're in a major tournament. This is one of the 3 major national team tournaments there is. There's the World Cup at the top, there's the Euros, and there's Copa America. Those are the 3 biggest trophies you can win at the national team level. We're in the mix here, and we got to try and go and win something.
You better here with Nick and Ken on a Thursday, talking the Copa America with United States men's goalkeeping legend Tony Meola, Sirius XM FC. You can watch him all week next week on CBS Sports Golazzo as I sweat my bet in the Spain-Italy game currently happening right now at Euro 2024. Tony, I'm going to give you the odds to win Copa America at our show sponsor, BetMGM. Argentina, the reigning World Cup holders, the favorite, plus 180, followed by Brazil, plus 230. Uruguay at plus 600. I said that with some flair because my mom was born there. Colombia at 11-1. The USA at 12-1. Tony, who wins Copa America and why?
Well, Argentina is the clear favorite, right? And I think if you look at their side of the bracket, their half of the bracket, they have they're running downhill into the final. And then when you get to a final, that's when you never know what can happen. We saw in was it 2015 when Chile won the first time, and Di Maria goes out, who was so important to that team. Happens in the U.S. the 100th anniversary the following year in 2016 here, and the exact same scenario: Chile in the final, Argentina the favorite, and Di Maria goes out again. So that that could happen at any time. If they stay healthy, they are the favorite. Now, the dark horses, I don't know if they're dark horses. There's only 10 teams in CONMEBOL. If you're going to look to bet, Uruguay is a pretty good bet right now. They are the team that's making the quickest rise to the top of CONMEBOL. And then Colombia is on a 23-game unbeaten streak right now. In world football, that's kind of crazy. That's you don't really think about that. I think Brazil, which is probably from a casual soccer footballing standpoint, they're probably the ones that if you didn't know anything, you're going to go throw money down on outside of Argentina because Lionel Messi. I don't like where they're at right now, this Brazilian side.
I think it makes sense. We had guests come on earlier in the week and say, maybe not the same Brazilian team we've seen recently. Tony, only about a minute 90 seconds left for this, and I think you saw Nick reacting off camera. We have Euros going on right now. Spain and Italy still scoreless. England played an interesting match earlier, which I think a lot of English fans and pundits did not like very much, a 1-1 draw with Denmark. Anything you've seen so far in the Euros that kind of catches your eye here in about 60 seconds?
Yeah, look, with the way England play today, it's not coming home, so they can burn the record, right? It's just not coming home. Germany, the home side, looks really, really good. France, we'll see again tomorrow against the Netherlands. That's a massive, massive matchup. And Portugal, Cristiano Ronaldo's side, if they can figure out, you look at their roster, England and France are the deepest teams in this competition. But of course, I'm rooting for Italy in this competition. So I hope Nick's reaction wasn't a goal that snuck by Donnarumma there.
Italy own goal. Italy own goal.
1-0 Spain.
Yeah. You killed the whole segment, Nick, right there. We're done. The whole thing.
Own goal, by far the leading scorer of the tournament so far. Own goals, setting records for how many own goals so far. Crazy stuff.
Just for the record, Ken, I picked Germany to win it all.
Okay.
If that's anything to you. So the home side, they're clicking right now on all cylinders.
I picked Spain to win it all, and then I liked Italy in this match as a zigzag. And I zigged my way.
And you got zagged. Yeah.
Well, I zigged my way out of some money.
Right. Yes.
All right.
Somebody's going to zag its way to somebody else. Right.
Tony, you're the best. I love you. I appreciate it. And I said this off air. We got to get involved in an NFL pool again this year. That's got to happen. Tony's on Twitter at TMeola1.
Oh yeah.
Sirius XM FC. And again, all week next week on CBS Sports Golazzo, breaking down the Copa America, and I'm sure we'll be talking Euro and everything going on MLS as well. Tony, my friend, we sincerely appreciate it. Stay well. Forza Italia, and we will talk to you soon.
Talk to you soon, fellas. Thanks.
Our pal Tony Miola joining us here on You Better, You Bet. I thought like the United States breakdown was like exceptional.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. Well, especially because, like people like me, I'm sure I'm like a lot of people. It's like, yeah, like I'm really interested right now, but I got to get back up to speed here. Like, wait, what's happened since the Netherlands match? What's happened in, the last couple of years? What's going on? And, sounds like a pretty big pivot point for the country. It seems like, can they do something positive in this tournament? Otherwise, maybe it sounds like we might have a new coach. We'll see.
My nemesis in this tournament has been own goals. Germany, Scotland.
That's tough.
Like this
expected
match
goals on their own goal. Yeah.
This match is going like exactly how you expect. Like Spain being wasteful, Italy's going to score on the counter at some point. Own goal.
Screws
everything up. Yeah, the
OG.
All right.
Yeah, that'll get you.
Game 6 Stanley Cup Final, NFL Comeback Player of the Year still to come this hour.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM on the BetQL Network.
And it's the same conversation for every single quarterback in this position every single year. The next guy up becomes most likely the highest paid quarterback. Trevor Lawrence is going to make $55 million a year. He's going to be right up there with Joe Burrow, Jared Goff, Justin Herbert, Lamar Jackson. Those guys are the highest paid quarterbacks in the NFL. And let's take Dak out of it for a minute and just look at those guys at the top. Out of all of them, if I had to, Joe Burrow is still the quarterback that I look at 9-1 to win MVP. I could see him going over that 27.5 passing touchdowns. I do, as much as I like Trevor Lawrence, as much as I think there is still a lot of upside with him, out of the highest paid quarterbacks, the one that I have the most confidence in having, as long as he stays healthy, is Joe Burrow, out of all those ones that I just named.
Yeah, I think that's right. Joe Burrow, we've seen what he can do when he's fully healthy, and you've got T. Higgins, who just signs a deal today, 1-year deal, but still signed
the franchise. Yeah, it's franchise tender. He was going to take the money.
Yep, it's going to take his money, and so you've got the whole band is back, and you look at him at plus 200 for comeback player of the year, which I also like.
Yeah.
Yeah, Joe Burrow, if you look at all of those, he's the only one that's been to a Super Bowl. So, yeah, I trust him more. I trust his coaching staff more. I trust his defensive coordinator more. I think Jared Goff will get there, though. I think the Lions will go to a Super Bowl. If it's not this year, I think it's in the next few years.
It's just one game. It's just another game. We get to play another game. Get to go on another flight. We talked about dragging them back to Alberta. They're coming to Alberta, and we'll play them there, and we'll see what happens.
Welcome back to You Better You Bet, brought to you by BetMGM with Nick Costos and Ken Barkley on the BetQL Network.
That's the voice of Connor McDavid. He's pretty good. Probably going to win the Conn Smythe. That was my issue with, the drag him back to Alberta thing is, okay, you still have to win 2 games. It's all that emphasis is placed on getting back to Alberta.
Drag him back to Sunrise, Florida right after that.
Tell me about Sunrise, Florida.
It's it's like an hour drive from these few places. It's in this exact place. It's connected to multiple highways. They focus on that one game. It was good.
Connected to multiple
that's what everybody says
highways.
That talks about it, because I think it's a defense mechanism, because everyone's like, why is this arena in Sunrise, Florida? What's the point? And everyone's like, well, it's connected to 2 major highways. So what do you want? Okay. Sorry. Have a nice drive. I don't know. What do you want me to say?
Should we do It Moved, or does this even merit in It Moved to talk about
it didn't move. Dun, 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 dun.
Well,
it's still the same.
At BetMGM, it moved 5 cents.
Man,
a little bit of movement.
A lot of buying and selling going on there for the stock exchange. Yeah.
Where do we stand right now, Ken, with the side and total market for Game 6 of the Stanley Cup Final on Friday night?
Basically exactly the same. Still 28 hours from the start of the game. So Edmonton opened minus 115, minus 120 in most places. There was an immediate 5-cent move toward Florida when that happened. This happened yesterday. We could have reported the same thing on the show. Since then, just penny here, penny there, nothing really going on. Obviously no injury announcements, no goalie changes, nothing that would provoke a really strong reaction from the betting market for the game. The total, I just think this is funny. Just it was 5.5 basically everywhere yesterday. And the over has been bet 5 cents in some places, and the under has been bet 5 cents in some other places. So it's all a big nothing from just money coming in, bet percentages, money coming in on this. There's none of that. Now, obviously, part of it's the games tomorrow, but sometimes even 24 hours out in a major sporting event, maybe because of an injury, maybe because of something else, you'll get some stuff to report. I think tomorrow will kind of be telling what ends up happening. I don't think, just based on the practice reports from both teams, I don't think anything newsworthy is going to happen here from a personnel standpoint or even strategy. Nothing. There's not going to be anything that'll provoke a reaction.
Stellaris is not going to play. Bobrovsky's
right. Well, that would be the most extreme. Or is there Sam Bennett's been knocked out of 4 different games for 2 minutes at a time? He may not play, something like that. There's not going to be anything like that, is my guess. The players that were been out for Edmonton already, Evander Kane, probably aren't going to play. All of this is very known, and maybe the Panthers make some minor line changes or something. Basically,
they'll definitely do that, right?
Well, put
Maurice
Evan Rodriguez
a good amount of that already.
The key with the Panthers, and Maurice said this after Game 5, was whoever he puts Evan Rodriguez with tends to play way better. So maybe the key is when they put out the lines, who is Evan Rodriguez with, and bet them to have points, bet them to score goals. Apparently he's the catalyst for everything right now.
Didn't Emily Kaplan say that during the game? Or maybe she interviewed Maurice. It was something like that. And the takeaway was, and it was said verbatim, either Maurice said it to her or she reported that he said it to her, was that the whole point of all the line changes was to get Carter Verhaeghe going.
Right. And then so now it's well, do you want to who do you want to put Evan Rodriguez with? He's one of the best players for Florida in the series so far. So maybe that's kind of interesting when the lines come out. Is just whatever line Rodriguez is on might be the banger offensive line, if there is one for Florida in this series. The offense hasn't been particularly good, aside from Rodriguez scoring goals. So maybe that's kind of interesting too. But side total, not a lot. Tomorrow, it'll just be interesting. Is this just what it's going to be? In which case, I probably will not bet the game, and we'll sweat Florida, and we'll see if we have to play a Game 7, or does something else happen? It's also worth noting McDavid Conn Smythe has been bet out even more since we talked about it yesterday in a bunch of places. I saw minus 280 in a couple places. I saw 240. There was an offshore that opened it the last couple days that was a pretty big number. I don't think it got to 300, but it might have. Just gives you an idea, I think, of how the money is coming in on this award market. More and more people just starting to, not even it's not inside information. It's just people putting the same pieces together that we put together when the last game ended, which is just, wait a minute. isn't this just over? Or is there at least a chance that this is just over and he wins regardless of how Game 6 plays out?
And just something that's important about this. Actually, you and I were talking about this off air. There was like a content example of this, but I even had a friend say to me, like a big hockey fan, like less a bettor and more like a hockey fan, someone who bets though, say there's no, like McDavid can never win Conn Smythe if the Panthers win tomorrow, because they would never give it to the losing player if the game, like the series doesn't go 7.
In a Game 6.
Correct. And my thought would be, okay, like you can think that, but it also, like to quote The Rock, like it kind of like doesn't matter what all of us think. It's not an opinion. Like it's like you almost have the answer to the test already. Like like voters like are going to do this probably. It's not like no matter whether you think it's right or not, doesn't matter.
Yeah, this isn't. We're not betting Connor McDavid because this is an original idea by us that he's been so good. We're betting what people connected to reporters and people connected to voters. Greg Wyshynski from ESPN, probably a really notable example of this, where the aggregate of all that they're saying, we're betting that because we only care what these people think, because these people are thinking the way the people are who decide who wins this award. So yeah, like it's a, somebody says, oh, like they would never give it to him, be like, great, like that's you in a vacuum and what you would do if you had a vote, which is in no way connected to a betting market for an award. Like, do people still want to bet awards on who they would give? Like, you bet the Academy Award for Best Picture based on like the movie that you liked the most? Is that what you do in that betting market? Like, what are you talking about? Like, yeah, we all have opinions. Sports
Dumb
is awesome.
and Dumber,
it's fun,
Best Picture.
Fun to Anchorman. Catch Me If You Can. I actually won 10 Academy Awards because I liked it so much. It's just not the way anything works. And I use this example all the time. I think there are honestly like a subsection of people out there where if the voters for an award knocked on their door, and let's use this one as an example, like I get a knock on the door upstairs, and
so
it's like 11 people.
So who are you? Am I the voter or are you the voter?
No, I'm the bettor, and you're one of the 11 voters.
Okay.
So you knock on. So make a knocking noise. That's a powerful knock. Well, I should go see who it is. Yeah, hello. Why is this? Nowadays you like can't even knock on someone's door. You like get shot and stuff. But like,
do
anyway,
you answer the door? If someone knocked on your door, would you answer it?
During the show? No. But aside from that, I mean, we have like it's very easy to see who is outside through the windows on the side of our house. So like, I get to make that call. And if it's like somebody I know, yes, yeah.
You have a ring?
I don't have a ring camera. No. We have cameras on the other parts of our house, but we don't have a ring camera.
Okay.
So anyway, hey man, how's it going?
Yeah. Good. Connor, I'm voting.
Oh, you're voting for
Connor
this is
McDavid.
great. You're voting for Conn Smythe. Who are you voting for?
Well, Florida could win 9-0 tomorrow, and I'm voting for Connor McDavid.
And you have 10 other people behind you. Have you talked to them about this?
I've talked to not all of them, but the sense I get from, because I know all these people, because like, we're all in like a pretty small knit circle, like we're traveling back and forth to all the same games together, so we all talk. And the sense I get is, I think everyone's kind of leaning in this direction. Maybe everyone doesn't pull the trigger, but it seems like everyone's at least open to the idea. And I can tell you for sure that a couple people will do this as well and will vote for Connor McDavid.
So now we insert like the content person. Well, what the hell is wrong with you guys? Why would you vote for him? Why wouldn't you vote for Kachuk or Barkov or like this is? I honestly think people would hear someone tell you like, here are the lottery numbers, and they would be like, well, those are stupid numbers. Why isn't it 8? Like, it's just like, what? How about take the numbers, you moron, and go bet them? How about do that? Like, it's just this idea of like, well, I have to be right about like what I think about sports because I'm so important. Like, I have the dumbest opinions about some sports stuff. You think I'm betting them? Are you nuts? Yeah, I have like teams I like, opinions about players, whether stuff. You think I'm gonna bet this stuff? No way. Absolutely not. Do I think a guy who loses 4-2 in the Stanley Cup final should win Outstanding Player of the Playoffs? Yeah, that sounds weird to me too. Good thing I don't matter. Good thing my opinion's irrelevant. Good thing you should never bet it. Yeah.
Can I ask your opinion on this? And again, it doesn't matter for betting. If you were voting, who would you vote for? Florida wins tomorrow night in Game 6.
Yeah, I mean, I have to do the finalists with 10 minutes to go. It's like, that's why I think it's already like, so you have like 40 minutes of the game to impress me. I understand there would actually be 50 minutes, but like, I got to write the name down halfway through the third period. So like, you got less than a full game to change my mind. And there's, I put it this, I don't know how many voters there are exactly. Let's say there's 11 just because we've been continuing this example. Is there any doubt that all 11 are going into the game thinking it's McDavid? Of course they're all thinking it's McDavid going into the game. What do you think the last 72 hours has been about? Of course it's McDavid going into the game. And then something has to change their mind. This is why we talked about it has to be like a Florida Avalanche early, which by the way is like impossible, which like can't happen the way Florida plays hockey. Like actually can't. They're the worst first period team in the playoffs, basically. You think they're going to get off to a hot start in game 6? Of course not. It'll be like 1-0 Edmonton and maybe they steal it later in the game. So yeah, just I think McDavid has the trophy right now and someone has to rip it away from him. Who the hell is doing that and how do they do it? It just seems very unlikely.
I actually think, just from an opinion perspective, this is why I kind of don't understand, because it's just like, we talk about this sometimes with like content, right? Or just with life in general, that just because something's been done a certain way for a long time, it's like not a good reason for that thing to like to keep happening. Just because,
especially when there's a unique situation. This is a very unique situation.
So like I understand that this would be like unprecedented for McDavid to win in this way. Like we all like. Okay, we all like to bet. I guess like there are some bettors like don't care about watching the games, but I think like our audience, like we love the games. Like before we bet, like we were sports fans. We still are sports fans.
Absolutely.
Like being honest here. I've been watching sports my entire so we'll do this. We'll do the segment we talked about next.
Yep.
Producing on the year. Yeah, it'll be American League Rookie of the Year. We've watching for over 30 years. I think Connor. If I were voting, I would vote for Connor McDavid. Like, and not a betting take. If I had a vote, I would vote for McDavid. Like, I don't get the thought like, well, how could he win? The what?
Also, like, if you had an opinion, but if you had, like, let's put the shoe on the other foot, or whatever I meant to say. If you had a vote and you go, I don't believe that the guy who, like, maybe you never believe the guy who loses should win the Conn Smythe. Maybe that's like a tried and true belief that you have. Like, you think Jaguar was a mistake and Hextall was a mistake, and whoever the guy in 1970, whatever, that broke the goal scoring record, that was a mistake. The other guy that McDavid's trying to, like, tie, basically, by doing this. If you think
Jacob
those are
Davis.
all mistakes... So it's like, and you know who called that game? You know who called that game when he broke the record?
Sean McDonough.
Yeah. But like, let's say you felt that way. Like that's a fun like sports talk radio show argument that you think like the MVP should never go to. Like totally get that. But like then if you then turned around and like to an audience either on social media or on a show were like, so that means I'm going to bet Alexander Barkov to win the Conn Smythe. Like, people get the disconnect there, right? Like, that it's not, like, your dumb sports opinion, like, however smart it is in the sports talk radio world, has no place in this discussion. Like, not what this is about. Awards, you don't vote, like, doesn't matter. Like, just, like, show up with a little more evidence would be a really good idea if you want to win at this stuff.
Nick and Ken here on You Better You Bet. Do you want to start the AL Rookie of the Year here?
I only have, like, 2 minutes.
All right.
What's going on? What's going on in the soccer match?
Spain's up 1-0.
Also, it might be like 10-0 Orioles by the time we get to the next segment. Then we'd really have something.
I'm having big time like regret here because like I have a ticket on Spain to win the tournament. Sure. And I love Spain, but I didn't bet. I think I outsmarted myself. I think I double crossed myself.
So as of this, I mean, I think I know the answer, but I'll just ask. As of this moment, if you had to pick the winner of the tournament, you'd still pick Spain, obviously, right? Or have you seen something from another country that would change your mind?
Well,
Germany.
I'll say the same. I would say the same thing that I said prior to, even when I picked Spain, which is like that match against Germany is going to be an absolute banger. But what is worth noting,
if Spain and Germany both win, what did you said the round there? What round would they play in if they both win everything?
Quarters.
Whew, that's early.
It is early.
So you're not even going to be able to dodge that matchup. Like you're going to get it almost.
No, and Germany
round of 16,
and if Spain
maybe
win
you
this
get somebody
match,
random. Yeah.
Like Spain will basically win the group. They'll be sitting on 6 points with the match to go, and they play Albania. They're gonna win the group, and Germany's already got 6. Germany's gonna win the group. Like they're gonna play in the quarterfinal.
Yeah, unless round of 16, is there a possibility of like a weird team falling? Like where's France? Could France come in second? Like if Mbappe doesn't play, could France come in second?
Here's what like England might come in third in their group now.
Oh, that's a good. Well, so they're on 4, right?
England's on 4 with a goal differential of 1.
On 4.
Denmark's on 2.
Oh, 2. Oh, right. They drew their first match. Okay. And
Slovenia's
England plays who
on
in the
2.
finale?
Serbia's on 1.
England plays Slovenia in the finale.
England plays Slovenia.
The world will be watching.
If Slovenia wins, which by the way is like not impossible, Slovenia will be on 5. England will be on 4. And then you will have Serbia on 1, Denmark on 2. A team wins that game. And remember, England's goal differential right now is +1. So you get like one wacky score line.
But they'll make it as a third place team on 4 for sure.
They will make it, yes. But like,
so they will
because
qualify.
they're in third,
yeah,
I think they will qualify. But then maybe you get England in like a weird spot. I don't know where my bracket is.
That's okay. But the idea is, so you have 2 interesting developments, right? England, everything Nick just said, they could be a third place, be like, well, why does being a third place team matter? Because it puts you on the opposite side of the bracket from what you thought England was going to be, which is like against Germany or Spain or these teams that we think are on a collision course. So that's kind of interesting. And then the other thing is, like, is Mbappe going to play in the next 2 matches? Is France definitely winning the group? Play the Netherlands? Just like, do we end up having a really lopsided half and a really easy half because of these setups with England and France? That's pretty interesting.
So right now, I actually think, the way I have this set up, Germany wouldn't possibly play England.
Oh, good.
If England finishes second in the group. All right. AL Rookie of the Year coming up next. We have some news.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM on the BetQL Network.
We have been going to one of the new ice cream places in downtown Hendersonville, which is like 5 shops. And I am always kind of paralyzed on which flavor to get. Because this place has amazing flavors. Like, they have all these choices. But at the end of the day, I always stick with, like, the main ones. Like, I either go birthday cake or I go chocolate chip cookie dough. I never stray too far from those 2. So are you somebody that goes for like the wild and wacky flavors, or do you stick to the traditional?
I'm very, well, like most things, I know what I like, and every now and then I'll get a wild hair and I'll say, all right, I'll try something different. But for the most part, I know what I like and I always go with that. And I'm telling you, this is a strategy. This is a good strategy. I don't know how many times, was it last weekend? Oh, it's when we were in Annapolis. Lovely Catherine and I, and so we're ordering from the menu, and after like 3 meals, she's like, God, you crush every meal. You get everything that's so good. I'm like, well, I'm just getting what I like. Like, you're willing to try to, I know what I'm getting, the basic staples, and I know they're going to be great. So when I go to get ice cream, I like cookies and cream, always a classic. I like Rocky Road a lot, quite a bit. So I might go mint chocolate chip every now and then and say, all right, I'm kind of in the mood for that. But for the most part, I've tried enough ice creams. And I mean, how can you not like ice cream? But I know what I like. I'm going to stick with that. And I'm usually very pleased with what I get. And also, I think it also depends on how much you consume something. Like, if you're eating ice cream all the time, you're like, you know what? I've done this. I want to switch it up. I don't eat a lot of ice cream. So when I do, I know I'm going to go with something that I absolutely love.
Ooh, can I interest you in Oreo Mint? I feel like this is the best milkshake that they have at Cookout. If I go to Cookout, I get Oreo Mint, which sounds like a combination of 2 things you like. But the reason I ask is because my daughter, who is 4, she gets the most boring flavors. And I'm like, sweetie, they have more than just chocolate. They have more than just strawberry. Damn it, we're not getting vanilla. That's just too boring. So should you be able to order these type of flavors if you really like them? Like, the thing is, she hasn't even tried, like, the designer flavors, because there are some good ones out there, and she just won't try them. I feel like such a bad parent when she goes up to the counter. She's like, 1 scoop of vanilla, please. Like, God, Blake, you're so boring.
Ryan Mountcastle down to third. That's a fair ball inside the bag. Headed for the left field corner. 2 runs have scored. Rutschman trying to make it 3. And he is in there well ahead of the throw. It's a dream start in the Bronx. A 3-run double perfectly placed down the line from Mountcastle.
Welcome back to You Better You Bet, brought to you by BetMGM with Nick Costos and Ken Barkley on the BetQL Network.
Orioles radio network on the call. Ken typed something in the chat that I was thinking, which is like, that play happened like 8 minutes ago in real time. Like Jake likes the bet we're going to talk about. Meanwhile, we could ask for like the game-winning call of the Super Bowl, and Jake will play like a David Dennis soundbite from around the horn.
Why is Woody Page talking right now? We asked for the NBA Finals. That's not happening. Be like, but Jake, can I get Luis Hill getting demolished? Be like, I'm right on it. Right
Be like,
this way.
you mean the hit that just happened 10 seconds
Yes.
ago? You locked and loaded.
I was actually just clipping it because I just want to have it on my phone because it makes me happy to play over and over again.
All right, so that's that Mountcastle bases clearing double. I hate the Orioles. Like, as I say that as a Yankee fan, but they're really good. And right now they are destroying Luis Hill. We have the final line. He's been pulled from the game. The line on Luis Hill.
Well, but responsible for runners still.
I don't think
or
anymore.
Is the inning over?
The inning's over.
Oh,
no, it's not. Excuse me. My math is bad. My apologies. It is.
Base is still loaded. This can get way worse.
Base is still loaded.
Yeah.
And Tonkin.
Who's coming? Oh, the Gulf? Yeah.
Let's hold on. I'm gonna put the game on. Assuming it's not on Amazon Prime like it was last night.
People appreciate old war references. No.
When I was flipping back and forth between how surreal was this on Amazon, flipping back and forth from Yankees Orioles to the Kendrick Lamar concert was fun.
Oh
last
yeah,
night.
Of course. And quite the set list. Yeah, a lot of people very excited.
Let's see. Yeah, it's Hayes is up for whatever. I'm not doing
Willie Mays Hayes from Major League.
There'll be a 2-1 to Hayes. Pitch.
Hayes, he's the guy who plays instead of Cowser. Yeah.
Colton Cowser.
I mean, it's a great name. It's a phenomenal name. Yeah.
I would argue that Bolton Bowser would be better. Change one letter and make a name better.
Colton Cowser, like Gary Goatson. It's just like
Hayes. So Hayes struck out. So we have the final line on Luis Hill.
That's too bad. Yeah.
The line on Luis Hill: 1 1/3 inning pitched, 8 hits, 7 runs, earned, all earned. 2 walks, 1 strikeout, and 1 home run. A 2-run shot by
strikeout, though.
by Nick's brother Cedric Mullins.
Can I ask a question? Who did he strike out? Imagine being that guy.
The box score up.
Like everybody on your team just got like not 9 hits. You're like, well, how did you do? Well, I whiffed on a fastball.
Well, he struck out Mountcastle, and then Mountcastle came up and hit a bases clearing double.
The revenge of Mountcastle. Yeah. So.
Yeah. That's a real. I think that's like a Poe short story.
Oh, really? Revenge of Mountcastle. I was going to say, is that the show on after the Kendrick Lamar concert on Prime Video?
The Revenge of Mountcastle.
Revenge of Mountcastle. Yeah.
So Luis Hill gets destroyed by the Orioles here. And I don't know if I said this on air recently or just off air to Ken, but locally here in New York, the buzz had been that Luis, which is just like the Yankees are really stupid. And I mean that sincerely. Like, they're dumb, despite the fact that they're awesome this year. That the Yankees were going to plan to move Luis Hill why do I keep saying Hill? Like I know his name, Luis Hill, to the bullpen, despite the fact that he's like been
Bull has that phonetic. That's why you keep doing it.
Has been one of the best pitchers in baseball.
Yeah, right.
Oh, yes, one of the best pitchers in baseball this season. So Ken, share what you had read earlier today about Luis Hill, and let's talk about American League Rookie of the Year with this result now in tow. Like his stat line is over 1 1/3, 8 runs all earned against Baltimore.
So it's I thought it was 8 hits, 7 earned. 8 earned. Driven by Jeep.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter. How about a lot earned? How about that? 7 earned. Jake writes in the chat. He gets shelled. So we had planned to do this segment around now anyway because we knew he would be pitching today. And there isn't a lot of interesting stuff going on today, and this is an interesting thing that's happening today. Because in all the baseball award markets, if you look at like who are the biggest favorites to win any of the awards right now, coming into today, you would have identified Luis Hill, especially in the kind of the big six, right? Both MVPs, both Cy Youngs, both Rookies of the Year. You would have identified Luis Hill as the biggest favorite, bigger favorite than Aaron Judge to win AL MVP, Luis Hill to win AL Rookie of the Year, and a lot of that, some of it is performance driven. Luis Hill's really good. Coming into the start, he was awesome. There was a chance that he was going to, not a chance, he was headed to being an all-star and maybe considered to be the starter for the AL in the all-star game. I think probably Tariq Skubal would start the all-star game instead of him, even with last night's start or yesterday's start. But like that gives you an idea of how people were talking about Luis Hill is really good. But the other reason he's such a big favorite, because you're like, well, Aaron Judge is awesome, but he's not that big of a favorite. Yeah, because Aaron Judge has Juan Soto and Gunnar Henderson behind him who are really good, who have a chance to win the award. The perception of AL Rookie of the Year is that there's just no one who can win that isn't Luis Hill, because no rookie has played particularly well so far this year. They all have a ton of flaws. A lot of the big prospects that were supposed to be really good, Jackson Holliday would be kind of the most notable, just didn't materialize. Jackson Holliday got played so poorly, got sent back down to AAA, hasn't been back up again, and he would probably be the biggest example. Wyatt Langford, who we'll talk about in a second, top 5 pick, got off to a miserable start this season and got hurt. And even since returning from injury, hasn't hit with a lot of power. Now, recently, he's been very good, which we'll talk about, but like he was up another low choice. Evan Carter was the second choice in the market coming into the year, hit like 170, like see ya. I mean, just not even close. So you look at the odds board and you go, well, what about the people that are behind Luis Hill? And again, this is all coming into today. You would have been like Mason Miller, who's a like outstanding closer for the A's. Well, first of all, there's
maybe
a chance
the next closer of the Yankees, right?
There's a chance he's not on the A's much longer, and he doesn't have to go to the AL. I know you want him on your team, but there's a chance that like, what if he goes to the Dodgers? What if he goes to somebody else? Great, he actually is just ineligible to win at that point. He wouldn't win AL Rookie of the Year. Also, it is very tough for relief pitchers to accumulate wins above replacement at a high clip. This happened with Yennier Cano last year for the Orioles, who like got off to an awesome start, but just like you have to appear all the time. Think about like you can't accumulate WAR if you pitch once every 11 days. The A's are terrible. How many save situations you think Mason Miller's in? So like he can be awesome. It's just like it's tough sledding to just as good as he. If he pitched on a different team, it'd be an easy bet, honestly. But he just. I just don't think he's going to appear enough to put together a reasonable case. Maybe he's a safety net in case really nobody's that good. But that's the second choice. And listen to all the bad things I just said. Wilyer Abreu is the third choice. He plays for the Red Sox. He slipped going down the dugout steps like a month ago. He's been on the IL for a long time. Now his WAR is still very good because when he played, he was really good. But like, not that good, and he also hasn't played in about 3 weeks. I believe he's still on a rehab assignment right now. I think he's going to play again soon and rejoin the team. The Red Sox just getting a ton of players back from injury and starting about 6 rookies. Colton Cowser will be the next name you'll see on the odds board. He plays for the Orioles. He definitely was like, front runner is the wrong word, a really good early contender for the award, because in the first month of the season, he was outrageously good offensively, but 2 really big problems have happened that affect his candidacy. One, doesn't hit as well anymore, and some of his expected results are a little better than the actual, but the actual's been really bad. Like, I think he's like hitting 219 or something coming into today, and that, again, rough estimate. You get the idea. Not hitting very well this season, and they've started platooning him with other players. Now, I think he's still going to play a bunch down the stretch of the season. I don't think this is like he plays 20 more games. I think he's going to play, but when he plays, he hasn't really done particularly well. And I think he was the one who had the opportunity to build a big lead among position players. Like, the door was open for him to build that lead. Hasn't happened. He's not ahead. He's not even close. B-WAR, F-WAR averaged. He's right next to the guy who fell down the dugout steps 3 weeks ago. I mean, he hasn't been able to build a lead whatsoever. Like, these are your contenders. So now, Nick, when we turn around and say Luis Hill got shelled today, And he might move to the bullpen. The Post story that you're referencing that you teed me up on earlier, that Yankees, this was like anonymous coaches or whatever, saying, well, he might need a breather where they give him like a month off because this is being floated. That, okay, like you're so good, but you've never pitched this many innings in a season, injury history. Maybe we just won't pitch you in like July. We just won't pitch you. This guy's minus 200. Might not pitch. They'd be in the bullpen. Like, this is before the start today that there were concerns about betting this guy at this kind of price. Jake brings up Yuri Perez for the Marlins. People couldn't stop betting him when he got called up, despite the team actively saying last year there was no chance he was pitching more than like 50 innings. There was no shot. Like, they're going to manage these guys. This is what people worry about with Skeens in the National League. Like, what are the Pirates going to do? Why are they going to throw him 150 innings this season? Why? So his arm falls off? That doesn't make any sense. So it's just all a really, 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 really interesting setup. It was interesting before today, and now he'll gives up 1 million earned runs. His WAR is going to plummet. I mean, like fall out of the sky. And now it's like, well, now what do we do?
So what do you think?
Oh, they were going to do a reset there because I talked for like 8 minutes.
I thought it was excellent. We're running out of time in the segments.
Got it.
Nick and Ken here. You better, you bet.
This is like classic Nick and Ken. I was like, great, he's going to reset, and then I'll do what we're going to do from this point forward.
I swear to God, I looked down and Jake wrote 3 minutes, and I was like, I think we just got to get to it here.
Oh, you're fine. Actually, but I think the analysis is really easy from this point forward. Jake and I will have different opinions. There are two names that I think are relatively interesting. Neither, I think, is like some lock or some phenomenal bet. First of all, before I even give you the two names, when Wilyer Abreu comes off the IL, like if he ever hits with like any of the same quality that he did before the injury, he might be the most likely player to win. He's like positioned really well. He hasn't played in 3 weeks. That's pretty crazy. Two names I think are really interesting. Wyatt Langford for the Rangers, who everybody's brought up forever, including us, has been doing really, really well in June. Now he has to do really well in July and August and September in order to make up this ground. When you play 70 games of garbage baseball and you get hurt, that really affects your ability to like catch up to everybody and wins above replacement, but it's finally started happening. Hit his first home run the other night, has a positive WAR in one of the two, which he's never had before, basically. So he's kind of on the move, has to keep it up. And then a player I actually had added at a couple places, got on with chat before the Yankees series last weekend. Just a player, not even sure he can win, just think it's a little interesting. David Hamilton of the Red Sox, who people might remember from Sunday Night Baseball. The Red Sox had all those steals against the Yankees. Hamilton was one of the ones really responsible for that. He had 3 or 4 steals in the game. His speed and the fact that he's now finally hitting for average, I think is going to allow him to accumulate WAR maybe a little faster than people would have thought. I mean, he's third in the AL and gaining on everybody in WAR. People have targeted another Red Sox infielder, Rafaela, however you pronounce his name. Hard pass on that guy. WAR projections way lower than for Hamilton. I don't know if Hamilton can win, but he's 75-1. So Langford and Hamilton as kind of like flyers, and then like now you got to follow Luis Gil. What do they do with this guy? Is it take a month off? Is it bullpen? And by the way, either of those things happen, you got a minus 200 favorite who goes to infinity off the board in a day. And maybe today was the start of that. I mean, a really compelling start today against the Orioles.
So Wilyer Abreu would be another name you would want to add also?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just like you follow him off the IL, but I mean, he's already the second choice in the market. But like Langford's price has room to drop. I think Hamilton's price has room to drop too. He plays every day. He hits. He steals bases. A lot of these guys don't even play.
We'll get Jake's thoughts on American League Rookie of the Year. Next, hour number 3 of the show, we'll also talk to Colin Wilson and Jeremy Roenick.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM on the BetQL Network.
Yeah, we didn't get to yesterday, with everything coming off the weekend, but it stood out to me. AL West. You have Seattle winning by a ton. They're up by 10 games.
He's going to ball the F out. He's going to say Michael Penix isn't going to see the field this year. Don't waste your money on Michael Penix Rookie of the Year tickets.
Well, that would be ridiculous.
Kirk Cousins, 42 touchdown passes, 8 interceptions. Atlanta wins 11 games. Bet it now, 35-1 on the MVP, or just take over the 9.5 wins. But when you think about it, maybe it isn't dumb, man, because everybody now is calling me a dumb idiot on Twitter. You didn't like the Jordan Love pick. No, I didn't not like the Jordan Love pick. I didn't want to pay a quarterback to hold a clipboard for 3 years when you just won 13 games. And the reason you lost in the NFC Championship game was because a third-string running back ran for 225 yards against you. Draft a frickin' defensive tackle or Patrick Queen, man. Not a backup quarterback for 3 years. And that's what everybody was saying to Atlanta. But Green Bay was in the NFC Championship game the next year, so maybe Atlanta did it the right way. We're all wrong. They're the smart football people. People. I don't know where Brian Kelly came out with his family, but he's here tonight too on a Friday night.
He's going down there to Atlanta,
Kirk
Georgia.
Cousins, baby.
Listen.
Everybody wants to rip him, not me. Everybody wants to rip the Penix. You know what? Here's a better one for you. Cousins wins MVP this year, and then in 2 years, Penix wins one.
Okay, all right. Now
Guaranteed.
you've lost your mind.
I'm going home.
What's in that cup over there? Is that vodka?
This is actually literally just water. You want some?
I think it's vodka.
No, I wish.
I'm convinced it's
We're
vodka.
not drinking the night. Tomorrow's Dave Matt. We don't drink the night before Dave.
Oh, yeah, you got to be focused and sharp.
Doesn't sit well with the mushrooms.
Of wagertainment.
We bring you none of the hot take BS. We bring you bets. We bring you sports.
I don't care about bragging rights.
It just introduces more volatility into the equation.
I don't care about victory laps.
Stop it, please stop it. Throw the football into the floor.
The BetQL Network presents your favorite handicapper's favorite handicapper, Ken Barkley.
If I have an opinion, I'm just going to go put money on that thing happening.
And your host, Nick Costos.
Every single play of every single game impacts you in some way, shape, or form.
It's You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM.
The tremendous Thursday edition of You Better You Bet rolls on. Nick Costos, Ken Barkley, you here with us on the BetQL Network. I want to get Jake's thoughts on American League Rookie of the Year. Actually, let's do that here first. And Jeremy Roenick's coming up this hour. Colin Wilson's coming up later this hour. All our bets for tonight in the Power Hour, final hour of the show. But we close the hour talking about Luis Gil, the American League Rookie of the Year favorite, who I got told by a buddy, now a plus price to be AL Rookie of the Year Gil. I don't know if you have it updated here, Ken, but I think this market is
bouncing everywhere. Yeah, so like a minus 120, even like at different places. It's this is somebody who was minus 180, minus 200. Shows you by the
plus
way,
130 was what I got.
Shows you how volatile these award markets can be. This was one start in June for a guy that had been amazing. Look what happens when you, and this is, I want to make a point for like 10 seconds here. This is what I mean when I say you can wait on both Cy Young markets, because if this happens to one guy, this is what happens. Why are you chasing low prices on favorites in June and July and August? You gotta wait, because if this happens, you're toast. You're just toast. One. Look what happened to Zach Wheeler. Now Ranger Suarez out to a big favorite to win the award. Just like, why would you chase this stuff around? I mean, just like a big waste of time, I think, to bet pitchers in these award markets when they have like 8 starts or 10 starts. Because look what one start. I mean, I don't know what his WAR is going to go to. I mean, it's plummet like a stone. I mean, crazy how volatile these can be. And that's why I think a good lesson is like, you stockpile position players behind some of these pitchers. This kind of thing happens. I mean, whoever you got, you are sitting so good right now.
One start in June sounds like a romantic comedy.
Right. Prime Video.
If you had the first overall pick of anyone to star in your romantic comedy, one start in June, who would you choose?
So I'm picking like a female lead for one start in June.
You could pick a male lead also.
Oh, okay. Like who makes the most sense for one start in June? I mean, all I can think about, what was that terrible baseball movie with Freddie Prinze Jr.? What was the name of that?
I don't know.
Summer Catch, I think was the name of it.
Who
it was
was
Freddie
the
Prinze
female in
Jr.
that
and
movie?
Jessica Biel.
And that was like Jessica Biel's like coming out party, right? Because I remember all the commercials were her in like a bikini, and I remember being like 15 or whatever and being like, oh my God.
Oh my God.
Was I 15? I might have been
Nick
older.
Costos.
In any event, yeah.
Actually, I was 33. But yeah, it was the same reaction. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah, duh. Also, it's 72, like Bill Belichick.
Right. Yeah, and people be like, who's Jessica Biel? Be like, so who's somebody now that people would find? I mean, Sydney Sweeney is the person everybody fawns over now, but like, that's not the same
Say,
thing.
who's Jessica Biel? Someone whose husband just drove drunk.
Anyway, Summer Catch. I don't know. Who would your romantic lead be? What would it be?
Billy Crystal.
Was it one start in June with Billy Crystal?
Billy
was it the
Billy
sequel
Crystal's
to 61?
But he's a huge baseball fan. But no, Billy Crystal. Like, have you
Yeah.
ever seen like what's the it's him and Meg Ryan where they have like the famous scene of the diner where she like fakes an orgasm.
Oh, When Harry Met Sally.
When Harry Met Sally, like legitimately great movie.
I'll have what she's having. Yeah.
Yeah, great movie.
Yeah.
I think he's great in those roles.
Sleepless
I
in
choose Billy
Seattle.
Crystal.
Hanks. Yeah.
Didn't see that one. Hanks. I mean,
Yeah.
Tom Hanks, good in everything.
Nobody
right?
slept. Yeah, that's the point. It's a movie about insomnia.
What about Andres Munoz?
Need to be I
need him to get
a good night's sleep tonight, Andres. Yeah, saves in Seattle. His Clase has a Luis Heel type start. Yeah, next man up, buddy. Let's go.
Saves in Seattle.
Saves in Seattle.
Jake the Snake is with us here. Our excellent engineer, Jake Hassan, who is also the co-host of Bet Slips and Bat Flips, 2 o'clock Eastern time on the BetQL Network, along with our friend Lucy Burge, breaking down baseball every day, weekdays. Jake, what do you think now of AL Rookie of the Year with Luis Hill getting shelled by the Baltimore Orioles?
Oh, I'm gonna go to bed so happy tonight. This is great. What a time to be alive. I wish I could just print out the text that Ken sent me. I think it was yesterday. Don't you love not betting favorites, and just staple it to my forehead? Because yes, I do love not betting favorites who are pitchers. I mean, I agree with everything that Ken said. I think the most interesting guys are Langford and Hamilton. I told you guys in the break I was betting Langford 25-1. I really, really like Langford, and part of this is probably definitely bias, hand up, I'll admit that, because I liked him coming into the year, but he's just that guy that screams future star. He's that guy that screams future MVP, future all-star. Like, I don't get those vibes from Willie Abreu or David Hamilton. Like, not to say that they can't win. They definitely can, because this year is very funky and weird, and apparently nobody wants to win this award, but I think if I had to pick right now, I would say Langford. Like, he's the guy. I think that even though it's only been a month that he's been doing this since he got back from injury, I see no reason that he can't keep doing it for July, August, September, because we've seen it. We saw it at the college level, and generally when college hitters are that successful and they're a top 5 pick in the draft and they almost make the postseason roster 2 months later, generally that means they're going to be pretty good. This is assuming health. This is assuming that he still continues to play pretty well. But I really like Wyatt Langford. I think Ken was right. Hamilton and Abreu are the other 2 guys that are most likely to win.
Is there anyone else, Jake, that you think is interesting at price in American League Rookie of the Year?
Somebody that I texted Ken about a little bit, Colt Keith is at least worth keeping an eye on just because he plays every day.
Names?
They're winning names is what they are. Well, Colt Keith is not a winning name. Colt Keith has like a negative 10 war. Colt Keith, like you have a higher war than Colt Keith does right now.
Well, like so it's like Mason Milk, Colton Cowser, like Wyatt Langford,
Colton
Colt
Cowser's a great name.
Colt Cowser's a good name.
Up.
Again, like
they never existed.
Like change one letter and make it better.
Yeah.
Bolton Bowser, or better.
Bolton Bowser is a great name. Like imagine if he was like the closer for the Yankees right now. You don't have Clay Holmes anymore. You have Bolton Bowser.
And like, what would happen when he went out?
Shellbacks.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be awesome.
That's what I'm talking about.
Right, they could play. You could play like the 8-bit Mario Bowser dungeon. Be like, when he comes into the game, that'd be like so good. Final boss.
Or imagine like when Enter Sandman, the first couple notes would have Enter Sandman. Instead, it would be Peach. You're so cool. What a great movie.
Save and save and save and save.
I was so stoned when I saw that movie, and it was a great decision.
Like a transcendent experience for you. It was good.
So, Jay, tell us about Colt Keith.
It's just worth keeping an eye because he's a very long price. Ken's right; he has a ton of ground to make up.
Who is
It's just one of those
What
guys.
team does he play on?
Second baseman for the Tigers.
Plays for
Colt Keith.
He had a hot month. He was playing every day. He had a hot month at the plate. I just think he's somebody to watch. I'm not going to bet him right now, but he's a really long price, and he was one of the favorites coming into the year. So he's just somebody to watch in case, like break glass in case of emergency.
When was, Jake, the last hot month you had? However you choose to answer the question.
Arguably still waiting for it.
I don't think I've had a hot month in like a decade, possibly. Yeah. Possibly like a decade.
I've had some ice cold months. Yeah. Just,
my God.
A lot of room temperature. A lot of room temperature months. Definitely a lot of those.
All right. So good stuff there. Anything else on AL Rookie of the Year? We're covered for now.
I want to keep talking about it just for a minute. I'm bringing up some stats right now. So I just wanted to look at. Yeah, this is like about what I thought. Okay, great. So that I always think one thing that's really fun in award markets is when everybody comes to the conclusion that the favorite. Everybody comes to the conclusion that the favorite can't be as big of a favorite anymore. You want to bet it, your friend wants to bet it, Jake wants to bet it, everybody wants to bet it, and the book is going to react, and they're going to drop Luis Gil's price in this case. Who do they give the win probability to is always really funny in these like small limit markets, low limit markets, because so frequently the person making that decision is a moron, and they will give it to like someone who can't win. And it's really funny to watch it happen in real time. And it's not that the win probability is being given to zeros, like people who cannot win, but like so far, basically all of the win probability that has been taken from Luis Gil has been given to Colton Cowser, and I don't know how to pronounce Rafaela's first name, the infielder for the Red Sox. They've been lowered the most. Sedania, if it's Sedania, that's a great name. Sedania Rafaela, that guy should win just for that name. That's a great name. But like,
he grew up. He lives down the block from me in Staten Island.
So their prices have both dropped a lot. I think there's a lot of support for Colton Cowser. Obviously, like the start that he had, I think some of his underlying metrics. Like I have a friend who messages me all the time. Like his underlying metrics say he should be better. I like can definitely win. This is not he can't. Just like It's weird that the win probability is being given to someone who didn't play today. Like, love him. How'd he do today? 0 for 0. Like, okay, does that happen a lot? Well, it's kind of starting to. And when he doesn't, he bats 8th and goes 0 for 5. So like, it's been a little tough. So just got to see a little more to be bullish on him winning, I think. Like he'd win Rookie of the Year for April. Since then, it just hasn't been as good. We got to be honest about this. Anyway, I just was curious because Rafael he's like the price has just kept dropping. And for people who are curious, like I'm not the one doing it. And I messaged a couple other people. They're not doing it either. Somebody loves to bet this guy to win AL Rookie of the Year. So I just ran a really quick filter because I was curious. I like David Hamilton more than him to win the award if you're going to bet like a long priced member of the Boston Red Sox. And by the way, Wilyer Abreu might be the better bet of all of them, but like between the two. And so I just went, okay, cool. F-WAR in the last month. So like maybe there's something that I'm missing that's happening recently where like people are betting this guy for a really good reason, and I need to kind of like get on board with that, which I will happily change my mind if I see evidence like that. In the last month, David Hamilton has about a half win more than Rafaela just in the last 30 days. So what are we talking about? Why is this guy getting bet? I don't understand. Like what? And by the way, David Hamilton's price went up when Luis Gil's win probability got given to somebody else. He was, again, this is what I'm talking about. Like long prices, just make them even longer. Don't pay attention. This is how you and I have Matthew Tkachuk to win $9 million from like $2 during the Conn Smythe market. Yeah, who can be bothered to pay attention? And I say this like dismissively. I honestly, it should be thank you. It should be I'm glad it works like this. It should be I'm glad that the decisions that are made are not smart, and the things that people choose to bet in these high pressure situations when something happens aren't ideal. Like people aren't making ideal decisions right now, I don't think.
It's amazing. It really is.
Yeah, the two people who got bet, the guy who's not playing and the guy who's worse than an infielder on his own team the last 30 days. Those are the two guys who got bet. Those are the two guys whose price drops.
I'm sure the answer is no. Is David related to Billy Hamilton? Only because like he steals a million bases.
I honestly don't know. I like ran a search for it like 10 days ago before I had him added.
You did?
Yeah, and it at least didn't come, like nobody had written about it then. They call it some podcast referred to him as David Ortiz Hamilton. That was like the nickname they were trying to apply, despite the fact the two players I think it would take 3 David Hamiltons to equal 1 David Ortiz from a size standpoint. I mean, just like the guy's kind of small, but I think he's like in their minor league system, he was like defensive player of the year, like, base stealer of everything except for like hitting. He was amazing at. And so I think the thought was he would get called up and just be this bit player replacement. I think he was involved in like the trade for Hunter Renfroe or something. People bring this up all the time. None of this really matters. Just he's gotten called up, and the more he plays, the better he plays. I mean, it's like he's kind of having like a remarkable season so far. Red Sox fans are certainly aware of this. I'm making it sound like David Hamilton's going to win. There's a lot of twists and turns left in this plot. Like whatever today, they're going to be more in a month that we're not going to know about. Maybe it's Kauser and Abreu, and they make another push again as the two position players. Maybe it's somebody we're not even talking about right now. But Heel has at least big time opened the door with not just this performance, but what you and I were talking about in the last segment. Does this performance raise some eyebrows in the Yankees organization as, okay, maybe we don't want this guy in the rotation because we want to monitor his innings. Maybe we need to give him some time off. These are all things that were floated this morning.
We have breaking news, Ken, in the NBA. A trade.
JJ Redick, not the Lakers coach anymore?
No, a trade.
Okay.
Per Woj, the Chicago Bulls are trading Alex Caruso to the Oklahoma City Thunder for Josh Giddey.
Did you make that up?
No.
That's actually a real trade. Am I looking at my phone? I'm going to see that trade.
You will see that trade.
Aaron Judge also just homered. I'm finally looking at my phone after doing that whole thing. Do I want to say something really outlandish like now the Oklahoma City Thunder are winning the NBA title?
I mean, it helps
probably.
Them. It helps
them.
Okay,
let's do a 30-second version of what we did a couple days ago. Team criteria coming into the season. 2 perfectly clean teams. Of all 30, there are only 2. Boston, the team that just won, Oklahoma City. What does each team do with their offseason? Boston's about to give Jason Tatum $315 million, which he deserves because he won the title. So that's fine, but like that's not an improvement. That's just giving him a lot of money, which will probably hurt their ability to give other people a lot of money. What do the Thunder do? They trade the guy everybody wanted to bench for Alex Caruso, who might be the best defensive player in the league. Like, he just plays on the Bulls, so nobody thinks that. But he's at least one of the most impactful defensive players in the league. He would have won Defensive Player of the Year probably by now if he played for somebody else who actually played good team defense.
And is Dort going to be out now?
No, I think it's, yeah, I mean, I don't know who comes off the bench. I haven't thought about this for more than 2 seconds.
As I thought I saw it, I could be wrong about this, and I'll check this to be sure. I thought like Dort might be a free agent
or something.
Yes,
yeah.
I think that's actually true.
If that's true, then so your 5-man combination. I mean, it's something you can kind of mix and match who you want, but whatever. You take SGA, you take Jalen Williams, you take Chet Holmgren. Now you put Alex Caruso with him.
It's really good.
You do that. Yeah, it's really good.
And we also had another piece of NBA news, which is nothing to do right now, that basically the Sixers are not trading for Paul George, and they're going to be aggressive elsewhere to add a third star with Embiid and Harden. That's per Shams, who finally decided to come out of his bunker. Colin Wilson joins us next to break down the College World Series.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM on the BetQL Network.
The Pistons made an investment in Monty Williams, their head coach. A poor investment. Like the Enron of investments here. After one season, they have fired him. And Chelsea, they owe him $65 million. Monty Williams, let that soak in for a second. I worked one season. I got fired. And I am still owed $65 million. The Pistons tied an NBA record this season with 28 consecutive losses. I had to double check that. I'm like, is that right? Oh, yeah, I remember when that happened. They had the lowest winning percentage in the NBA over the last 15 seasons. They do have the 5th pick in the upcoming draft. And this is a tough time to look for a new head coach because you got a draft coming up. You have the 5th youngest team in the NBA. Free agency is going to take place. So the Pistons have a lot of work to do, and they don't even have a head coach. And they're on the hook, again, for $65 million. Unbelievable.
See, I feel like if it was $65 million on the table, wouldn't you try to work things out with Monty Williams? Hell, he was only there for a year. What did you expect him to do with the level of talent that they had in Detroit? Jenks, don't you feel like this is early to pull the plug on somebody, especially when you have to pay this type of money to see him leave? We're not talking about a team that's contending for a title. Hell, we're not talking about an SEC football team that you need to kick somebody out of the door in order to restore order. We're talking about the Detroit Pistons. Why not just keep them around for a few more years? You're not winning anything anyway, so at least pick the more or least expensive option. And who else are you going to get? Who else are you going to get that's going to turn things around in a year? Nobody.
Welcome back to You Better You Bet, brought to you by BetMGM with Nick Costos and Ken Barkley on the BetQL Network.
Bring it up, Jake. Jeremy Roenick, Hockey Legends. Coming up later in the program to talk the Stanley Cup Final. All our bets for tonight coming up at the end of the show. And we'll do some list trivia as well. And perhaps NFL Comeback Player of the Year. But also, perhaps not.
I want to do some lists.
But joining us right now for sure, because we were just talking to him in Q. He's the absolute best. Just spend a lot of time at the College World Series, and we love having him on for his insight on the College World Series, college football, and Major League Baseball. Basically, just stud handicapper. Period. On the Mount Rushmore of You Better You Bet guests, the great Colin Wilson from the Action Network and the Big Bets on Campus podcast. We encourage people to check that out. Check out our buddy Stuckey. Brett McMurphy's on the college football edition of the show. Absolutely love them. And Colin, of course, is on Twitter at _Colin1. Colin spelled with 2 L's. My friend, welcome back to the show. It's Nick and Ken. How's it going?
Thanks for having me, guys. I'm glad to be home from Omaha. It was a long weekend that we had up there. And, I hope maybe I can get my own intro music on this show. Maybe a little Contra. I love all of the intro music.
Well, tell us what you want it to be.
Yeah,
what do you want it to be? Like, you can pick.
That Contra intro is only like 6 seconds long, 5 seconds. I'm sure we could figure something out.
Okay.
I can't even. How does the Contra song go? I only remember the code.
Like the first stage level. I'm trying to think of what it is.
Well, no, it's when the menu comes on. You put in your up, down, left, right, BA.
Right.
Start
it's like 1 player, 2 player. Yeah,
right.
I'm trying to picture this. I'm gonna bring. I'm gonna even mute my mic as you're giving the first answer. Be like, I'm gonna play this 6 seconds right now. Get an idea for what we're doing. Hey, you pick a song. Like we'll play it, especially a video game song. Then we'll definitely we might play it when you're not even on. Like that's how much we might like it. Give people an idea. I was going to ask you a College World Series question, but we were talking before you came on. Obviously, you just mentioned you got back from Omaha. You were there. People probably saw some of the video content that you produced as part of being out there. Some really funny stuff. Rocco's with the Jello shots and asking people questions. Like I was asking you. I've never been to Omaha for this sporting event. You've been to a lot of games. I mean, I know you go to Lambeau Field for Packers games. You've been to big college football games. You've been to other stuff. Like how does this not even rank, but just like what makes this special? Like should I be looking to take my son to Omaha for the College World Series? What's it like out there?
Yeah, I mean, Lambeau is something I go to every year, and I would endorse anyone to go get a trip there because it's not like other NFL stadiums. Like if you go to other NFL teams, like there's fights, and it's just not something for an under 13, under 14-year-old crowd. But Omaha is not that way. It's actually really nice and pleasant, depending on the two SEC fan bases that are playing each other. But actually it is. I mean, it's in the middle of the Midwest. There's a lot of Midwest values there. There are Iowa fans. There are Big Ten fans. There are fans that aren't even attending the College World Series that are just there to be there. And I think it's a really great chance in a college sports world. When are you ever going to get this many fan bases in one spot besides maybe a track and field event? I mean, even in March Madness, it's only pods of 4. So I will say that there is a lot of alcohol that gets drank across the street from Charles Schwab at Rocco's, and the Jello shots, and the fan bases that come in there are pumped up. But the people of Omaha take really good care of you. The teams all stay within 1 mile. You're just kind of there. And the rain delays come. You find a nice little drinking spot. If you're there on vacation, there's going to be a rain delay. And Omaha is the best place to pull up to a bar, have an umbrella above you, and drink as much as possible until your team plays. But it's a great experience, and it's a safe experience compared to some other places I've been to.
Give us this answer, maybe 30 seconds here. You've been to a lot of huge sporting events. That stuff notwithstanding, power rank for you where going to the College World Series ranks among your favorite sporting events to attend in person.
Yeah, it's above going to the College Football Playoff and above going to the national title. And the reason is because, there's not many, you don't get this close to football players. I can stand at the batting cage while Jack Caglione is warming up downstairs. I get to be on the dirt, on the field next to them doing batting practice. There's just a frenzy and a feeling. And overall, it's just all the fan bases, the colors, and just the excitement about the whole thing. And baseball was my one true love from the very beginning. I mean, I've been to the World Series. I've seen my Kansas City Royals win the World Series. I've been to almost everything there possibly could be. And I think the College World Series is farther up there than the Final Four. It's way up there. It's definitely a 1A, 1B type thing.
Colin, obviously you were out there for a bunch of the games. I know you were big on the Florida Gators, and it's going to be a sore spot because they didn't end up making it to the foot. I mean, really just got put in kind of a bad spot, midnight against Texas A&M. Then they have to play them again on no rest. I mean, just kind of a tough out. Are you kind of knowing that? I have to imagine you're probably not surprised, but are you surprised at all that Tennessee, Texas A&M is what we have here at the end?
No, had Texas and Florida State meeting each other again in the finals in the first bracket. Not surprised at all that Tennessee took it. I think I believe I wrote them up plus 130 to take that bracket. Then on the other side, it's tough because you handicap the game, and your handicap is Texas A&M's going through all these injuries. One of them being right fielder Braden Montgomery. So Braden Montgomery doesn't play right field. They moved Jace Laviolette over, all 6'6" of them. And then Florida gets that home run. And what was it? The bottom of the ninth that would have cleared the wall, and they would have taken that first game against Texas A&M. But Laviolette is 6'6", and all he had to do was camp underneath that fence and jump up and snag that ball. And that was the difference in sending Florida down to the losers bracket. So I don't think it's a bad handicap. like I said, there's no mathematical way you could have justified what Florida was doing because they were so bad the entire season. But in my opinion, these are the two best teams. I didn't think Kentucky ever had the offense to get this far. I didn't think that they would win it outright. I didn't have much of any money on them whatsoever. So from a pitching and from a hitting perspective, I think we've got the two best teams.
You better here with Nick and Ken, joined by Colin Wilson from the Action Network, Big Bets on Campus podcast, breaking down the College World Series with Tennessee and Texas A&M. Colin on Twitter at _Colin1, Colin spelled with 2 L's. Tennessee is minus 200 to win the College World Series. Texas A&M plus 160. The game one side market, Tennessee about minus 160, A&M plus 125. So, Colin, this could be a game one bet. This could be who you think is going to win. How do you see it shaking out here with Tennessee and A&M?
Yeah, let's call this a Ryan Prager bet because this number is outrageous. It's absolutely disturbing how high this is, but it tells me that there is a huge appetite for Tennessee, and they're going to take a lot of wagers on Tennessee. And it's justified. They're playing all phases of the game right now, and there's no reason to think that they can't win this. But would you pay minus 1,000? Would you pay minus 2,000? I mean, how much are we going to go here? Ryan Prager is going to pitch at some point for Texas A&M, and he's a lefty. He's got a changeup, and that's going to give Tennessee's lineup a lot of problems. A Tennessee lineup that has blasted southpaws, but they blasted sliders and fastballs, not the changeup that Ryan Prager throws. So I think Tennessee's going to have some real problems. And if you put them up against each other, Tennessee's going to start Chris Stamos, AJ Causey in the first game that they've done, this tandem that they've done all season long. And that's going to go up against Ryan Prager. Texas A&M should be minus 145 if Ryan Prager throws in the first game. Then in the second game, I make Justin Lampkin and Drew Beam about minus 120 in favor of Texas A&M. So it's a really small margin, but this series is more of a coin flip than it is at this number. And I think this is just odds makers protecting themselves from the flood of Tennessee they're going to get. So what's the best bet? We're pretty sure Prager is going to go on Saturday. That'll give him about 4 days rest. Lampkin's already pitched twice. He did it on 4 days rest yesterday. So we figure he'll go on game 2 on Sunday. He'll have another 4 days rest. So if Prager is going to go on Saturday and you're going to have Chris Cortez completely refreshed in the bullpen, you're going to have Evan Aschenbach completely full in the bullpen, you're getting the best shot of Texas A&M, and by no means should they be plus 160 to anybody. So I love Ryan Prager, backing him. You can either back him in game one when it's announced, it's confirmed that he is going to be the pitcher, or you can be steady like I have been all day, watching all these books, looking for a Texas A&M plus 1.5, and my buy point is about minus 120. So anything you can get better on Texas A&M plus 1.5 is absolutely the best bet, but it's a Ryan Prager bet all the way.
Well, and it sounds like the theme, Colin, is like Texas A&M, which hurts me because I only have Tennessee to win the College World Series from like forever ago, and you're like, no, actually, in all the games and for the series, Texas A&M is more likely to win. Like, oh no, is a better bet. I know you said the Prager stuff, and I think it makes perfect sense, like kind of what you're looking for. But I mean, if you like A&M in game one, then I kind of think you probably like them for this. You kind of like them every which way, basically. Like, what's the better bet then? Is it game one when you know the pitching matchup, or is it literally just Texas A&M to win the College World Series?
Yeah, I'll have a write-up coming out on Action tomorrow morning, and inside it states if Prager's throwing in game one, you need to make a decision. Either you're buying Ryan Prager in Texas A&M game one and be ready to come back on Tennessee in game two. I think this goes 3 games, but if it goes 3 games, I think that's a huge problem for Texas A&M because Xander Sechrist has been the third starter for Tennessee, and he's, I think, got 4 quality starts in a row, at least 6 innings, throwing at least 3 earned runs or less. He is outperforming Drew Beam. He is outperforming AJ Causey in this postseason. He's the number 3 starter for Tennessee, and we haven't seen Tanner Jones. He's now the 3rd starter for Texas A&M due to some injuries. We haven't even seen him pitch since against Grambling in the regionals, so definitely going to be some rust there. But Texas A&M is going to give it everything they've got in game one with Prager, and if they don't get that, it's over. But I would suspect that they get that because he's been so dominant, and then I would think Tennessee would close it out getting 2 in a row, but that's how I'm going to play it.
So just to be clear again, A&M game one, A&M wins game one, then Colin, Tennessee. you will bet Tennessee to win the series after A&M takes a 1-0 lead.
100%. Because, and I'll say this, Nick, Tennessee's
Good
first pitching combination. Yeah, I mean, Tennessee's first pitching combination, Chris Stamos and AJ Causey, who they're going to throw on Saturday, that's their worst pitching combination that they can put out there. Ask Florida State, who was up by 5 runs in the very first game because of that Chris Stamos and AJ Causey, but it took the bats of the Volunteers to come all the way back and beat them 12-11. A nice little check swing there from Brian Burke there, but Burke, you're right. So, but that's the play. Prager game one against Tennessee's worst pitching combination in game one, come right back on Tennessee to win the national title after that.
Love it. Why don't we do? I think Nick wants to ask you wrestling questions. Why don't we do a college football question here, Colin? Just because we were talking. Nick always says stuff before we come on. He's like, I want to ask you about, and then it's like a foreign language. It's like, I want to ask you about the 6-way chamber pit rumble or something. It's like, I don't even know what that is. I don't know what we're talking about. Is there anything, Colin, going on in college football betting right now? We had you on when the win totals first opened. We had you on to talk about title futures and how bullish on Georgia you were already. We're kind of into June, but I do feel like this is the time when we actually start getting like a little bit more betting content, either from you or other people. Game of the year stuff, I think, has been a big thing recently. Anything else interesting to you in college football here in about a minute? And then maybe if Nick has a wrestling question, we'll do that.
I did happen to drive through the state of Iowa, which is a completely legal state when it comes to wagering. And you know that I pulled off the side of the road, got myself a made-right sandwich and placed some conference futures. And one that I'm going to be putting in the app either tomorrow or on Monday is going to be in Conference USA, and it's going to be on Sam Houston 21-1 to win the conference. Yeah, the Bearcats, or as my video called them, Stephen Hawking Cougars, I believe. But, when you look at what Sam Houston has, like last year, do you remember when they were 0-4, 0-5, 0-6, and they were favored in games? I mean, there's a reason for that. All of us could see that they actually had a lot of talent. They won an FCS national championship a couple of years ago. The offense was dreadful. It was the worst in the nation. They've pretty much flushed all that out. They have 71% returning experience on the offensive side of the ball, but it's going to be different players. They've got the pieces there. They just need to have a life on offense. Now, the reason I'm pointing, and by the way, Sam Houston always has fantastic defense. They did in FCS. They still do now, and that's the reason they hadn't won a game and were favored last year. But I think the big thing is with this conference, Liberty is listed at minus 165 to win Conference USA now in June. That's ridiculous. That's stupid. So if you go and look at my numbers or the power ratings and you do all this math, Liberty should be plus 120 to win Conference USA, not minus 165. But the problem is you got to find somebody else here, somebody else who's going to join them in the conference championship game. Sam Houston has an advantageous schedule. They have the best returning production on the offense. Their defense holds serve about mid-tier in FBS for returning experience. And they have probably the easiest road schedule in the entire conference. They're playing FIU, UTEP, Jacksonville State, and Kennesaw on the road in conference. This team has a way to make itself into the conference championship game, and you need a number this big to hedge against Liberty in the conference championship. A lot of people had New Mexico State in the Conference USA title game last year, but they couldn't hedge it because Liberty was like 20-point favorites. It was like minus 1,200 on the money line. Don't go into Conference USA futures and try to pick somebody that's 9-1 or 12-1 because you're not going to be able to hedge it if Liberty is this steamrolling freight train. Get somebody 20-1 or higher. I think Sam Houston fits the bill perfectly.
Love it. 30 seconds to go. Final question. What's the best thing you ate in Omaha?
Oh, I have to say Rocco's Pizza is absolutely fantastic. Shout out to
is this like the only place in Omaha? Is like Rocco's like the only bar and restaurant, or?
I had Eat the Worm. I had a lot of other places. There's some good places to eat. The problem is none of them, all of their kitchens close at 11 o'clock. And when you have rain delays and you're not walking out of that stadium in that press box till midnight and you have nowhere to eat, Rocco's Kitchen is essentially we're staying open until people aren't here. Well, people were there a long time. So yeah, it's across the street, but their pizza is actually fabulous. It's fantastic. So that was my favorite in Omaha this time.
Well, I've heard that, people have always said like it's like New Haven, New York, Detroit, Chicago,
Rocco's.
And Omaha. Best pizza in the country. Colin's the best.
Bleecker Street, Rocco's.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
Rocco's.
When
you think Rocco, it's not Rocco's in New York. It's Rocco's in Omaha. @ Colin1, Action Network, Big Bets on Campus. My friend, we appreciate it. Best of luck with the College World Series. We will talk to you soon.
Thanks for having me, guys.
I love Colin. Just the absolute best. Coming up next, we will turn our attention to the Stanley Cup Final. We'll be joined by hockey legend Jeremy Roenick.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM on the BetQL Network.
Indiana's an interesting spot. Curt Cignetti is an awesome hire for them. I'll be honest, I was surprised he left JMU for that with what he was able to do with that program. I mean, I thought he could have landed an even bigger job than that. But he's known as a program builder. He's the type of coach that comes in and changes things around. And we know that in college football today, you can use the transfer portal and bring in talent and build programs quickly. I think Indiana at 5.5 wins, especially getting that plus money, is a very, very sneaky play for a number that's really low with a head coach that gets the most out of his program.
Yeah, I'm really interested in Indiana. Me and Mario were talking about this actually before the show.
Mario's been smiling when we hear an Indiana mention. He's like, yeah.
Let's go. I mean, it depends. Like, I could see this going either way, right? Like, I worry a little bit about the defense because they have one starter coming back. But you bring in 10 transfers from JMU. So he's pretty much like bringing over his entire roster. If you look at like the FPI stuff, it says they're going to be the worst team in the 18-team Big Ten, 77th in the country. They have 5 returning starters. I don't really look at like the returning production because you have Cignetti now taking over this job. And like he said to everybody in the portal and all of his recruits, I win. You could Google me. But like he said, he watched the film and he wants more speed. He wants more athletes. He wants guys that could create separation. And he goes out and he gets Kalen Black, who had 1,000 yards rushing at JMU. I like the receivers that they bring in, but I'm most excited about Curtis Rourke from Ohio. He was a 3-year starter there, went 21-11, and 2 years ago he was the MAC Player of the Year. Like we were watching him every single Tuesday night, threw for over 3,000 yards, 25 touchdowns, got a little bit banged up. The offensive line worries me a little bit. Like they have some experience. He was able to talk their center into coming back for his 6th year, like the Van Wilder year. And they got the left tackle Carter Smith to withdraw his name from the portal.
Van Wilder, well done.
I thought Carter Smith was going to go to like the SEC, maybe an ACC team, and they were able to bring him back to Indiana. 10 transfers. Like I said, though, the defense is going to be a big work in progress. They have 1 returning starter. I do like Aiden Fisher, the middle linebacker that they bring over from JMU. He might end up being a pro. Just like the schedule is so tough, man. You know what I mean? Because now you have Ohio State on the road. Michigan State's going to be a little bit better, I think. You have them on the road.
UCLA
you have Washington, Nebraska, UCLA. So I'm with you. I like their upside. I don't think I'm going to bet the win total. I also really like the wide receiver that they got from Texas Tech, Miles Price. He could have a monster year. So they should be pretty solid offensively, but I worry about that defense with just one dude coming back.
Welcome back to You Better You Bet, brought to you by BetMGM with Nick Costos and Ken Barkley on the BetQL Network.
Final segment for us today on Stadium. If you're watching on Stadium, head on over to Twitch, twitch.tv/BetQL, or SiriusXM, or radio stations nationwide, or YouTube, or the Odyssey app, or one of the other like 600 places you can find this fine program. In the final 60 minutes, we'll give you all our bets for tonight. We'll hit all the Euro 2024 games this weekend until Ken and I are back on the show on Monday. Both of us are off tomorrow, and we'll play some list trivia as well. Absolutely cannot wait for it. We'll also give you our official bets for Game 6 of the Stanley Cup Final tomorrow night, Friday night in Edmonton, as the Oilers look to force a Game 7 against the Florida Panthers and perhaps clinch the Conn Smythe Award, if it hasn't been clinched already, for Connor McDavid. And joining us right now to talk all things Stanley Cup Final, friend of the show, it is great to welcome him back here to You Better You Bet, and it is NHL legend Jeremy Roenick, who joins us on the show, who is the co-host of this the NHL podcast, which we encourage everybody to check out, Snipes and Stripes. Find it wherever you find your podcasts, and on Twitter at Jeremy_Roenick. JR, welcome back to the show. Nick and Ken, how's it going?
I'm doing great. How are you guys?
We're good, Jeremy. Obviously, I probably need to start with McDavid, right? I mean, the story of the postseason, story of the series has been Connor McDavid. Now, like, obviously, like, Nick and I never played. I don't even know how to skate. We have an appreciation for McDavid watching the games, but like, you played at a really high level. Like, when you watch him, what kind of stuff do you see? Put it into context for us.
Nobody's played at a level of his caliber. Now, there's been players like Gretzky and Mario and the guys that have played it to an extent where their brains and their ability to play the game at a high level against a certain caliber of players has been amazing. But there's never been a person on two blades that has been able to dominate and do things on two blades the way that Connor McDavid does. He is literally head over heels better than every single person on the ice when the talent is at an all-time high. And I say that because if you take a fourth liner in today's game, would possibly be a second liner in terms of talent, skating-wise, shooting-wise, strength-wise, speed-wise in today's game. You would have a guy that's playing at a fourth line level in 2024 that would be a first liner in 1986, 87. So, and then Connor McDavid is just taking it to a new level of pace. Nobody can handle a puck at the speeds that he's doing. And then you throw in his will and tenacity like he showed in the last two games, and you take the talent and his dedication to win, and it was just incredible. And you just mentioned the Conn Smythe Trophy has probably already been wrapped up, and I kind of believe that. But there's no way, in my opinion, that Edmonton goes back into their building tomorrow and loses that game. And I think we're looking at an epic Game 7 when nobody expected it for this year's final.
JR, a lot of awesome stuff in that answer. And we will follow up, and we'll ask you specifically about tomorrow night's Game 6. But I want to follow up with the Connor McDavid, Conn Smythe thought, because Ken and I have talked a lot this week about it, and I think we agree with you, kind of like in the wake of Game 5. Even if Edmonton loses in 6, we feel like it's going to be Connor McDavid. Like, do you foresee, like, almost, and because we tried to, like, invent a couple scenarios, like, what if Matthew Tkachuk has, like, 3 goals in, like, the first 2 periods tomorrow night? Like, could Tkachuk steal the Conn Smythe? What if Barkov does that? I don't think Bobrovsky could ever really have 60 saves in the first 2 periods. Do you really feel like this is, like, absolutely wrapped up? And you talk to a lot of people. Do you feel like it's done, that McDavid's going to win? Could you see any way someone else, someone on Florida, wins Conn Smythe if the Panthers do win tomorrow night in Game 6 on Friday night?
No, there's no possible way that Connor McDavid does not win, because he's going to be a beast in Game 6. He's going to get 1 or 2, if not 3 points in Game 6, which is going to bring his total to 45, which is two less than the greatest playoff performance in history. And if you look at the greatest performances in history, it's logged with 2 names, Mario Lemieux and Wayne Gretzky, and they go back for 40 years. And what Connor McDavid is doing right now is he is recreating history in the best time of athletic dominance. Like it's incredible what he's doing. And even if Matthew Tkachuk had a good Game 5, but he's been kind of non-existent in the first 4 games. Draisaitl has been non-existent in the first 4 games, and even the first 5 games. Nobody, I think Bobrovsky's pretty much played himself out of the Conn Smythe Trophy. In the first 2 games, he was the without question the leader of the pack. But nobody has put up numbers and has done what Connor McDavid has done, and again, has the possibility of catching and probably breaking the best playoff performance of all time, and bringing his team back from a 3-0 deficit, which has only been done 3 times in the NHL. So, no, I don't think Connor McDavid loses the Conn Smythe Trophy, win or lose.
And McDavid, minus 250 now, have been getting bet out basically for the last 48 hours, becoming like a bigger and bigger favorite. to win that award. Jeremy, just because obviously like you played, and I'm just curious how this stuff works. Like I love the NBA playoffs, and there are superstars in the NBA, and sometimes it's like, well, how do you stop Luka Doncic or how do you stop Jokic? And kind of the answer that you get even from people who played or coaches is like, well, you just don't, but you can do some things. Like you can double team them, you can trap, you can do some stuff like to at least mitigate how they're able to have an impact on the game. Like if you're Florida and you're Paul Maurice or you're, Gustav Forsling or, Ekblad, any of these guys, Brandon Montour, it's like, is there anything to do? Like, is there not an adjustment where McDavid doesn't score? Like, he's too good. I get that. But what would you do? Like, what is the meeting even like with Florida? Is it just like, well, just let him go? Like, I don't, I'm trying to figure out what the adjustments would be to even slow down someone like McDavid.
Yeah. I mean, it's a really, really great question. And unfortunately, the answer is way harder and way greater. Because when you put talent like Connor McDavid on skates, but then you put the will that he has, and the way that he played in Game 5, you saw his tenacity, you saw his will, you saw the way he attacked pucks, you saw how hard he was skating, you saw how hard he was on the boards, you saw he was not going to be denied. Like 0, he was not going to be denied. So how do you stop a player that has the most talent of anybody that's ever been on two blades, that wants it more than anybody else? It's almost impossible to stop, and he can almost do things at will. And that's why I'd say that he is the most incredible person I've ever seen put skates on. Now, Gretzky was amazing. Gretzky wasn't the fastest skater. He wasn't the most talented player. He was the smartest player of all time, playing against 70% of the players who were out of shape and couldn't skate and couldn't shoot or were mediocre at it. In today's game, everybody can skate, everybody can shoot, everybody's strong, everybody has talent in the game right now. It is a different game, but yet he is still doing Gretzky and Lemieux-like things. So I don't know. I don't know how you stop him. If he wants to win, he's going to will this team to win. He just needs a little bit of break, and he's found a way to get it done. And now Florida has a little bit of question mark in their brain. I think they're freaking out a little bit, and Edmonton has nothing to lose, and they're feeling really good right now. And I would be very, very surprised if we don't see a Game 7 that's going to be an epic Stanley Cup final, Game 7 next week.
A couple more minutes here with hockey legend Jeremy Roenick, Nick and Ken on You Better You Bet. So, JR, I won't even ask you about tomorrow night since you think Edmonton's going to win. They're minus 120 in the game. The total's 5.5. You think we're going to see a Game 7 in Sunrise on Monday. JR, in about a minute, who do you think's going to win the Stanley Cup?
Only minus 120?
Only minus 120.
I would that would be one of my listen, I haven't made a sports bet in a long time, but if I was betting minus 120, I would bet a lot of my my fortune on Edmonton tomorrow. And listen, I know that's going out on a limb, but this is crazy how this series is really taking a massive shift tone in terms of confidence, and I would be shocked if there was not a Game 7. The fact that it's only minus 120 makes me a little bit weary of what they're thinking about right now. They're not seeing the same things that I'm seeing as a guy.
Who's going to win Monday night if it gets there, JR?
I think Florida will actually get there at the time, but I still think that that's because home ice, and I think that's when it push comes to shove, Florida's the better team. But being at home with the energy and all of Canada behind them, with Connor McDavid, I think they win Game 6. But I still think Florida's going to win it in the long run.
Just last thing here, we only have about a minute to go. Can I make a suggestion to you, Jeremy, if that's okay?
Sure.
I know, like you said, you don't bet on sports, and I don't think you do like a ton of actual betting content. you should call your agent and you should be doing betting content because you're awesome at it. I don't say that to every guest we have on the show. You're an NHL legend. You're familiar with all the betting terms and stuff, and you speak very well about it. You should be doing this. And I think we should hire you.
A lot of money available.
Just a lot of money out there. I know you got the fortune, but still a lot of money out there to be had. Just my suggestion, just you guys talking from me to you. We sincerely appreciate the time. Stay well. Enjoy the next couple games of the Stanley Cup Final.
I know the gambling thing because because I'm a sports and a gambling junkie. So that's what I do. So it's all good. I don't know if I'm right all the time, but I'm right a lot in the NHL. So we'll see what happens.
No one's right all the time. So all good. The great Jeremy Roenick with us here on You Better You Bet. He really he should be doing betting content.
Yeah, definitely. Also, he thinks McDavid is done. Also, he likes Edmonton in Game 6. I don't bury the lead here. He thinks McDavid's 100% too.
And apparently would like to bet an extreme amount of money on Edmonton in Game 6. Yeah. Final hour coming up next. Head on over to twitch.tv/BetQL.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM on the BetQL Network.
Everybody likes to act like everything is so authentic and, oh, somebody caught me doing this. No, he posted it to his own TikTok. So clearly there was some motive behind this call and motive behind posting this. So he's going into the final year of his rookie deal. He clearly wants a new contract. He has been missing out in minicamp and trying to hold out a bit. He hasn't gotten the new deal. Just because you don't get a deal ahead of time does not mean a team doesn't want you. I understand in a league where you can get hurt in a flash and your career can flash before your eyes, you want your guaranteed money, but still, this is a trend we've seen over the past, several years that guys are doing, but it doesn't mean that the team doesn't want you. It just means they don't want to sign you to an advanced deal.
Yes, that's exactly right. And I just wonder, he says he swears the Niners told him they don't want him. I have a hard time believing that that's the exact phrase that was used. I could be wrong, though. The NFL is a business. I don't know about this. But Ayuk was great last year. Caught 75 passes, more than 1,300 yards, 7 touchdowns. According to ESPN, contract talks have stalled a bit. Yeah, I think they have. I love that was part of the article. They don't want me. According to ESPN, these contract talks aren't going so well. I wonder if they work something out, but they've gone back and forth, the Niners have, and saying, well, we want him. It's like you said. They want him. They just don't want him at this exorbitant price.
Right. It's not that they don't want him, because look at the other guys in the league that are getting jobs. Somebody wanted Sam Darnold. So, of course, somebody's going to want Brandon Ayuk, one of the best receivers in the league. It's just a matter of money, because at the end of the day, this is still a business and they are still trying to win a championship. And this is one of the problems that you have when you have so much talent on one field. You got to work with all the salaries and you got to work them all under the salary cap. So we will see if they get it done. But I have a feeling that somebody will want him. Let's not throw a pity party just yet.
Welcome back to You Better You Bet, brought to you by BetMGM with Nick Costos and Ken Barkley on the BetQL Network.
Bring it up, Jake. Final hour. Power hour. You better you bet. On the BetQL Network. Nick Costos. Ken Barkley. And you. All right. Great show today. I mean, honestly, like, better than it has any right to be. Even there's nothing going on.
Yeah. Thanks to Luis Heel, and to Jeremy there for like a really good 15 minutes, 12 minutes.
How I feel like his life's awesome. You feel like he's probably like, yeah, like I could do betting content. Also, like I'm really rich and I don't have to work.
Right. This is like the Monty Williams, where it's like, yeah, you could go back into coaching. Yeah, or I could not. Or I could just do whatever I want. Or I could just take my money.
Like
same thing.
Odyssey should hire Jeremy Roenick.
Yeah. Can you imagine if we just like the Odyssey NHL insider for next year is him?
I don't even think like I would hire him to be the NHL insider. I feel like our network should have him.
Yeah, like he should host the show on whatever. When would he host a show? When would it be on?
Do you know what I would
For
do?
us?
I mean, you know what I would do? Like there should be a hockey specific show on our network.
Yeah.
I would host it for
Drop the Puck.
I would host it for a fee. Yeah, we name every other show. We might as well name that one too. And we should hire Dennis Bernstein to host it, and Jeremy Roenick should be the co-host.
Right. That should be like on one of the network partners of the NHL. That show.
Sure.
Like why that should be on Max, which like Turner is a part of. That should just be
Yes.
that show. Like ESPN has whatever the Crease or whatever they have. That's their show. They already have one. Like this should be Turner's show. Should be that. Or I don't know who else has the NHL going forward. Yeah. Yes.
I like it for us though.
I mean, selfishly, yes, I would like to continue interviewing it. But no matter what he does, if he does content, like I think we're gonna be able to have him on. So it's up to Odyssey what they want that to be.
Do you think so? How many times has he been on with us now? Is that the third or fourth time?
It's the third time, I think.
Okay. Do you think? I'm sure, like when Alex texts him, he like sees the text from Alex, right? So he's probably like, okay, like I've probably gone on with these guys before. Do you think he remembers, you and me, like remembered the show before this time?
No.
Do you feel like he will remember the show after this time?
For a bit.
I think the answer to that question is yes. I think that he will remember us now.
June 20th. Yeah, I think if you text him in October, you got a good shot he remembers us. I think if you text him like in 2025,
like January 1st or December 31st.
Yeah. First 2 weeks of January. I think no is the favorite for remembering us.
I think it might be yes, because it'd be like, those are the guys that said I should do betting content.
By January, I think his life's too interesting and too good for us to stand out by January. I think by October we got a good shot.
The way that he said, I would like to bet a lot of my fortune on Edmonton.
Yeah. People don't do that without fortunes.
Yeah. But like, it came across as like, and I mean this sincerely, it didn't come across as pretentious at all. It was more just like, hey, like, listen, man, like I played in the NHL for like 20 years. I was awesome. I did network television for a long time. I'm rich.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to hide it.
My fortune is not something you hear in the gambling industry all the time, because there aren't a lot of people with the money that Jeremy has.
Not like I'd like to take like a significant like my money, like my net worth, right. my fortune,
a big bet, 50 unit whale. Right? Yeah,
the implication being is I am filthy, stinking rich.
There is like a vault in a Scrooge McDuck mansion, and it is filled with gold coins. And I will take some of those gold coins and I will bet them on the Edmonton Oilers in Game 6.
My fortune.
Yeah, my fortune. There's a fortune. Yeah.
And it's mine.
That's mine. My fortune.
Oh my God. All right. We'll start with the Euro 2024 breakdown for the weekend in 20 minutes. All our bets for tonight at the end of the show. Very much looking forward to all of it. But for now, let's do some list trivia. Alex, do your thing here.
I shall do the thing. So I'm going to read you guys a question with multiple answers. You guys alternate giving guesses. We've steered so far away from the point system, but feel free to talk it out, work together, and clear these lists with as few mistakes as possible. Guys, are we ready?
We are ready.
We are. Do that thing.
All right. Let's start in college basketball. Since 1999, 20 different schools have lost the men's college basketball national championship game. Name them.
All right. Can you just do me a favor? Say this again, because that wasn't the graphic on the screen. What is the question?
Mike is like trying to find the graphic right now as you're saying it. He's like, wait, which one are we doing?
Okay. Right, since 99,
yeah.
20 different schools have lost. Okay. I will. I don't want to hijack this.
You think you could do them in order again, right? This is like
I think I could do it
the title.
Extending
this is
back.
So on the air, I'm going to say this, and I don't think Tyler's on the show today, but like, here's what I would like going forward, because we're going to clear every team in every sport that's won the title. We're going to clear every award. Like, these are the low-hanging fruit of the lists, and they've been really fun, and I have enjoyed them. But like, the best ones we've done so far, the best one we've done has been the people who catch the passes from Patrick Mahomes. That's the best one we've done so far. And the second best one is the people who played with LeBron. That's the second best one we've done so far. Because, like, it's not
We're
some
too
page...
good at stuff like this.
But it's not... The point of those two is they're not some page in an almanac that's just like, go through the years. It's like a Wikipedia entry, you know what I mean? And this is not, like, anti these lists, just that, like, we're running out of these, like, already. And so, like, just, like, Nick and I are going to want to do this all summer. I think it's going to take a little elbow grease to get, like, some new lists going that are not just like, hey, like, who made the college football playoff last year or something like that, just something that's like a really, like, almost like a biographical entry. Yeah.
Do you want to, I'll do this from 89 on. We can take it back 10 years.
Can we just do another one instead of that? Because we only have like 8 minutes.
Do you want to do it really quick, or do you want to we can skip it if you want.
It's college basketball. I wouldn't mind skipping it. What was the other college basketball thing on the screen? That seemed like a pretty good one.
Alex, what was that one?
The other one for college basketball, there are 14 college basketball teams with at least 1,900 wins as a program. Name them.
Like, there's a reasonable chance we could get this wrong. Right, this is a good one.
Yeah,
I like
this is good.
Because, again, it's not some, like, year by year. It's this one thing, and, like, you all know what it is. Like, winning, like, people know title winners. Like, all of them by the year, which is insane. But, like, that just shows that, like, like even on some level, I know who lost every championship game. This is like there's some thought required here. It's gonna be some random ones.
I'm just going through all of it. So 99 is Duke, 2000 is Florida.
Are you really doing the losers? We're not doing the losers. Okay. Yeah. So,
I just like it.
Yeah. No, I know. Well, because you're really good at it. And I like you got to show up. What did you do yesterday? What was the one you did yesterday?
Number 1 draft picks, NFL.
Yeah, that was awesome. I enjoyed that. Like I thought that was enjoyable to be like, oh man, I forgot about like Mario Williams or something. Or I forgot about Eric Fisher. Is that the guy who was the right tackle? What was that guy's name?
Yeah. Arizona 01, Indiana 02. Yeah, we could.
Yeah. I got it.
Kansas.
Yeah. Okay.
Georgia Tech.
What would your first pick be for college basketball teams with at least 900 wins? Kentucky?
Well, Kentucky. Yeah, Carolina. Yeah, Kentucky.
Kansas. All right. So, Alex, Kentucky.
That is correct.
Kansas.
Also correct.
North Carolina.
Correct.
Duke has to be right, even though like Duke is not a historical program. Like Duke didn't get great until like Coach K in like the mid '80s, whereas the other schools have like always been great.
1900 wins. So just so you know, like he could have been the coach for 30 years, and if they had 30 wins a season, which is like 1 seed, that's 900. Just so you know. I'm just saying. It's a
good point. Oh, no, I'm happy you did. I'm happy you did. So UCLA.
Yeah, that was going to be my next one. UCLA.
UCLA is correct.
Indiana?
So I was going to say like Indiana or like should Louisville be a guess at some point?
They can be for sure. Yeah.
Indiana's a better guess. We should guess them next. Indiana.
You are correct.
I thought he was about to say wrong there. I was going to be really mad.
Wrong. Was there a Big East school? Like, no, right?
Yeah, I mean, it would be like Georgetown. I mean, if you guess Duke, you guess Syracuse, you know?
What about, can I throw out a crazy one? Only because, like, Bill Russell was there and they've been around forever. Like San Francisco.
Oh, just because they've been around forever? I mean, but think about it. 1,900 wins. So, and they didn't used to play this many games in the regular season, but even in a current regular season,
could
plays about
Yale
35
be right?
games. Right. So I'm saying, like, is it just schools that have been around forever and had some level of success?
Yeah, right. It's like it's almost like the Ivies have to be there, right?
Yeah, I mean, if the basketball team has been around for that long. Now, I guess, I mean, there's an assumption here, like that this is like at the D1. I mean, the Ivies were always D1. I don't think they ever like dropped back down or anything. So is it like, you know, Yale, Princeton, like these
Princeton would be the guess, right?
I mean, like,
would they? I mean, they beat UCLA in the first round like 30 years ago. That's what I'm basing it off of. And Pete Carrill was their coach forever, and they always won like a million games, right?
They were good, but yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, even 10 years, that only gets you like a tiny win difference.
This question is, I mean, this question is like leagues of magnitude, orders of magnitude better than the other one.
This is what I'm talking about, where it's like, I want more of this, where we have to think. I don't want, like, I'm going into the encyclopedia of my brain for, like, the 1998 World Series champ.
I'm gonna crush it. Right. Yeah.
Yeah, but we're like, we don't want that. Like, I don't want you to crush it. I want struggle. That's what I'm looking for here. It's way better content. So, okay, so Kentucky, Kansas, North Carolina, UCLA, Indiana. These are all very good guesses, obviously, even though they're right, but they were also very good guesses. What, I mean, I think it's got to be like Ivies or like Midwest school, like Big Ten.
Well, why don't we do this? Yeah. I was just going to say, like, why don't we go by power conference here?
But my thing is, like, I know, like, so I mean, you're going to say, like, oh, well, like, you should guess Wisconsin instead of a bad Big Ten school. But it's like, yeah, but it's 1900. Like, it could just been who was around.
Absolutely.
Like, you know, and so, like, we don't know who won a lot of games in the 1940s. We have no idea, you know?
What about, like,
Houston?
Oklahoma? Houston's a good one. They've always, they were good in the 80s. Been around for a long time. What about, like, Oklahoma?
Right. But my thing is, why would you guess Oklahoma and not, like, Texas Tech? Like, who's been around long? I don't even know.
Oklahoma's been around.
NC State? You know, like, I mean,
NC State's
like, all these,
yeah.
It's just I think it's just longevity. I think that's everything. Like, I would bet Duke actually does not have 1900.
Alex, does Duke have 1900 wins?
Duke is correct.
Oh, then if that's the case, then like some of the other powers that are in the same vein might be correct. So how long do you think Coach K was a coach for?
He was, I think 82 was his first year.
And his last year was 21?
2 years ago.
Okay.
22. 21.
So
21, 22.
So 39 years. Yeah, call it 40 years. And if they had like the best season ever and won 30 games, that's only 1,200. Just to give you an idea, just for like contextual purposes, that's like 60%, 70% of the way to this number. His entire tenure. And they definitely had years where they did not win that many games.
Like what about SEC
I feel like that
score?
helps us. Yeah.
Like Bama's been playing both sports forever.
Right. Like, I mean, what's the separator between them and Tennessee and Georgia and...
I think we almost have to like lean towards schools that have been awesome in the last like 40 years when more games have been played.
Sure. That's actually not bad. So, I mean, does that mean you would pick like Syracuse?
Yeah.
I mean, if we pick Duke, how is Duke an answer and Syracuse is not an answer?
Alex, Syracuse.
Syracuse is correct.
What about, do you want to guess UConn? They've been good for the same amount of time Syracuse has been good. And better.
Yeah, sure. Connecticut?
Alex, Connecticut.
UConn is incorrect. They have 1837.
Okay, I mean, it's like they're 60 short of the number. Like, I don't even count that as a wrong answer. I mean, come on. And so, 1837.
Okay. So now, is Georgetown right? What, Nova?
Yeah, I mean, been around for a while. Good for a long time.
Probably right. Honestly, like Michigan's probably right.
Just because they've been around forever?
Yeah.
Okay, Michigan.
Michigan is incorrect.
Do you know how many
they
have? They're just like not
I think
on this
Louisville.
list.
They are not on the list.
What about Alex? What about Louisville?
Louisville is incorrect. They've had 1784.
You want to want to do this for another couple minutes?
Yeah.
All right, we'll be back with this and Euro 2024 for the weekend.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM on the BetQL Network.
Everybody likes to act like everything is so authentic and, oh, somebody caught me doing this. No, he posted it to his own TikTok. So clearly there was some motive behind this call and motive behind posting this. So he's going into the final year of his rookie deal. He clearly wants a new contract. He has been missing out in minicamp and trying to hold out a bit. He hasn't gotten the new deal. Just because you don't get a deal ahead of time does not mean a team doesn't want you. I understand in a league where you can get hurt in a flash and your career can flash before your eyes, you want your guaranteed money, but still, like, this is a trend we've seen over the past, several years that guys are doing, but it doesn't mean that the team doesn't want you. It just means they don't want to sign you to an advanced deal.
Yes, that's exactly right. And I just wonder, he says he swears the Niners told him they don't want him. I have a hard time believing that that's the exact phrase that was used. I could be wrong, though. The NFL is a business. I don't know about this. But Ayuk was great last year. Caught 75 passes, more than 1,300 yards, 7 touchdowns. According to ESPN, contract talks have stalled a bit. Yeah, I think they have. I love that was part of the article. Like, they don't want me. According to ESPN, these contract talks aren't going so well. I wonder if they work something out, but they've gone back and forth, the Niners have, and saying, well, we want him. It's like you said. They want him. They just don't want him at this exorbitant price.
Right. It's not that they don't want him, because look at the other guys in the league that are getting jobs. Somebody wanted Sam Darnold. So, of course, somebody's going to want Brandon Ayuk, one of the best receivers in the league. It's just a matter of money, because at the end of the day, this is still a business, and they are still trying to win a championship. And this is one of the problems that you have when you have so much talent on one field. You got to work with all the salaries, and you got to work them all under the salary cap. So we will see if they get it done. But I have a feeling that somebody will want him. Let's not throw a pity party just yet.
Welcome back to You Better You Bet, brought to you by BetMGM with Nick Costos and Ken Barkley on the BetQL Network.
All right, we are trying to guess right now the programs in the history of college basketball with 1,900 or more wins. Thus far, we have Kentucky, Kansas, North Carolina, UCLA, Indiana, Duke. Did we guess, was Syracuse right or
Syracuse was number 7. Yeah, Syracuse was number 7.
So
and
just
our
so we
incorrect
have not...
guesses...
Yeah,
Our incorrect
we've got a
guesses
couple
were
incorrect.
Connecticut, Louisville, and Michigan.
Yep, those 3.
What do you think the next guess should be? Should it be an Ivy League team? Should it be Houston?
Well, how about this? Let me ask this. Do you think should it be a pack, well, it doesn't exist anymore. Wow, that's really sad. Arizona's good. Is there another
Arizona's
historical,
awesome
is there a historical Pac-12
years.
school?
Yeah. Maybe I'm missing something. I don't think so.
I also don't think so.
What about like Notre Dame? Because they've been around forever.
I thought about Notre Dame just from they've been around forever perspective.
Right. And plenty of runs where they've been pretty good too. Obviously, they're not winning 30 a year, but
not really though, right? It's really just, and I know he coached there for a long time. It's really just like the Mike Bray era in our lifetime.
Yeah. In our life, in our adult time. Yeah. And even a bunch of the Mike Bray years were 24 wins, 23 wins, something like that. Villanova's not bad. I don't know a lot about Villanova pre 1980 though.
I don't either, but 80 and on, they've always been in the mix.
Like Seton Hall.
They haven't been good for a long time, though.
Right.
I don't think they were good until Carlissimo got there. But the thing with Nova is that Nova's always had good coaches.
Yeah.
It's just it's the last however long years that would knock Georgetown off this list. Like with John Thompson, they won a million games.
Villanova's probably a better guess than Georgetown.
Villanova is probably a better guess than Georgetown. I agree.
And we already guessed Syracuse, and it was correct, and UConn was incorrect, but they were really close. UConn was like 30 away from 1900 or whatever.
And like, and that kind of tracks because Nova was good in the 80s, and like UConn wasn't really good until the 90s.
Right. Yeah, until Calhoun. Okay, I guess Villanova here, or do you want? I mean, we should probably like guess a Big East team, then we can move on to some of the other stuff.
All right, Villanova, Alex.
Close, but Villanova is incorrect. 1882.
They're 18 wins away. I mean, come on.
What about what about St. John's?
You want to?
No, right?
I mean, no.
So if Nova's 1882, then they have
if Nova
to be short.
and UConn are wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, we've guessed 3 schools that are within like 50, by the way.
You know what's probably good? Like Sparty.
I mean, do you know a lot about them pre-1998 or 97 or whatever?
Well, like Magic Johnson won a national title there.
Yeah, but like, had they been amazing around? I mean, yeah, like that's okay. If you're thinking about a Big Ten school to guess.
Like, is it possible? How about this? Is it possible Gonzaga's there? They win 30 games every year.
What about Purdue? Gene Katie and then Painter.
Purdue's a really good one.
I mean, Katie was there forever. Yeah. Okay, you want to do Purdue next, or do you want to do somebody else? All right.
I like Purdue.
Purdue is correct.
All right.
Nice. Good. That's a good pull on Purdue.
1, 2, 3, 4. It's almost like the iconic coach. Like, obviously a lot of the big name schools are defined by one coach, but it's almost like who's one where he's not at the school, but it was pretty recent, and there's been like a 10, 20-year run since then.
That's why I thought Nova was so good, because we had we had Massimino, we have Lapis, and then we have Jay Wright.
Well, to be fair, Nova was good. They're like 8 away from 1900. I mean, we guessed a school that won a lot of games. We did a good job.
Could it be Arkansas? Well, no, probably not, right?
I feel like I would guess Arizona before I would guess some of these schools.
Because it's Lute and Sean Miller.
Right.
And now Tommy Lloyd.
Right. And it's been like
I think we guess Arizona.
28, 30 wins a season for 35 years. Doesn't get you all the way there, but it gets you a good leg up. Yeah.
Arizona, Alex?
Another one very close, but incorrect. 1889.
I mean, 11 wins. 11. I mean, this is like comical. Alex, how many schools are between like 1870 and 1900? It's just like an arbitrary cutoff. It's like 8 schools.
Do you want to guess an Ivy?
Yeah, I mean, you'd guess Princeton before anybody else?
I guess. It's based on nothing. I guess it might be Yale's been dominated the Ivy recently, right? Well, I guess Princeton went to the Sweet 16 2 years ago.
I feel like Princeton's good more often than all the other Ivies are good. Guess we would have got stuff wrong. Can I guess Princeton?
Yeah.
Princeton.
Also incorrect. 1831.
So if the exercise was name schools between 1800 and 1900, we would have gotten all of them by now.
Yeah.
All right.
There has to be obvious schools that we're missing, right?
Well, my thing is like, what about like Army? Because just literally guess the schools that played the first basketball games.
Maybe.
But my thing is God, if Princeton's not right, then the original schools are going to be less successful probably.
Is there any chance San Francisco's right? No, right?
Why can't they be right? Any school can be right.
Alex, San Francisco.
The treat.
San Francisco is incorrect. They're not on the list.
Okay.
What about BYU? Oh, what about Texas?
Are you just naming schools now, or what are we doing?
Yes.
Where's BYU?
Because I brought up I brought the list of schools in there in the Big 12.
Okay. What about Alex? What about Houston? Who we talked about a lot.
Houston is incorrect. They're also not on the list.
Okay.
Alex, what about Oklahoma?
Oklahoma is incorrect. 1776.
What about Sparty?
Michigan State, also incorrect. 1831.
Ohio State?
Yeah, Michigan State's not right. Why is Ohio State right? Do it through like a coach I mean, trying to think of like a coach that was at a program forever.
I mean, here's the problem:
like the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s.
It's going to be like the rest, because it's going to be all mid majors now. Because like we've named like all the major schools that it could possibly be. I think.
Are there any more ACC schools that can be?
So hold on, I have the list here.
Wake,
ACC
no.
schools.
NC State, maybe around forever.
BC, Clemson, Duke, FSU, Georgia Tech, Louisville, Miami, NC State, Carolina, Notre Dame, Pitt, Syracuse. Maybe Pitt? No, right, because it's just Jamie Dixon. Virginia, Virginia Tech, Wake Forest.
Yeah, I think that's just like NC State would be my only one that stands out there a little bit. But that's
Indiana State? No, right?
No, I mean, because you're just thinking about like a small period of time. Yeah, I mean, it's just a couple of years, you know?
What about San Diego State?
I mean,
Steve Fisher for a long time?
Yeah, I mean, that last 20 years probably been really good, but beyond that.
Alex, what about Yale and Harvard as a combined guess?
Both are incorrect, both not on the list.
So the no Ivies on the list, right?
Crazy. So it's not the old schools. So Princeton's wrong, Yale's wrong, Harvard's wrong, Houston's wrong. I mean, I guess Notre Dame, I'm going to guess that's wrong now. You guess San Francisco.
Did we guess Georgetown?
We have not guessed Georgetown yet.
Georgetown, Alex.
Georgetown also incorrect. 1722.
Wow.
They're not that close. 200 wins away. Yeah.
Dude, I don't even like Illinois, Iowa. I don't know.
Well, I'm just trying to think about. I'm trying to do it the coach way instead of like hey, they had a run with this player, but like, because like that's how I got Purdue. I don't know anything about like Wisconsin pre-90, you know, like I don't even know if they were good.
I think we might have to like wave the flag here.
We'll do let's think for like 2 more minutes. So like Pac-12, an answer can be in the Pac-12, but I can't think of who it would be, like ever. Yeah, I'm trying to think about like mid-major schools that had a coach for a while. Cincinnati.
Marquette.
Maybe.
NC State had Jimmy V.
Yeah, I mean, are there any like 40-year like lock Hall of Fame coaches that we're missing?
Alex, NC State.
How long was like Cheney at Temple?
Oh, it's a really good one. Long time.
Like a really long time. What about NC State, Alex?
And then Fran Dunphy was the coach there for a while, and they were good, right?
Yeah. Alex, what about NC State?
NC State is incorrect. 1816.
Okay, so we're really close on them.
What about Temple?
Temple
is correct. 1993.
Oh, nice. That's a great pull by you on John Chaney. That's a good job.
You gotta work it like the 40-year head coach way. I think that's the only way to do it. So that's how I got Katie, and that's how I got John Chaney.
All right, so Illinois has never had that. Bobby Knight, Indiana. Iowa has had McCaffrey forever, but not that long. Maryland had Gary Williams for a long time, right?
Yeah, they've been. I mean, doesn't go back as far as the ones we're talking about. It's an okay guess.
Ohio State had like Thad Matta for a while, but not long enough. Wisconsin had Bo Ryan and like
Bo
Dick
Ryan
Bennett,
forever.
right? Tony's dad.
Yeah, Wisconsin might not be it. I think Wisconsin of the ones so far, Wisconsin's probably the best one we haven't guessed yet. Just go through if you have the school is up, right? Have any other Big Ten schools we haven't gone over yet? Northwestern, no. Like
no.
That's all these ones. Yeah.
I just went through it. I think the answer is no.
Okay. What about like the old Big East? It's kind of matriculated to other places, but like anything in that, is
it possible St. John's is right?
St. John's.
But no, I would say be more like St. John's with Lou Carlissimo and was it Carlissimo? Carnesecca.
Carnesecca.
Combined him and BJ. Lou Carnesecca. They had Mike Jarvis for a long time.
Yeah, okay, Wisconsin or St. John's? Which one do you think is better?
How about both?
All right, Alex, Wisconsin and St. John's.
Wisconsin is incorrect, only 1705, but St. John's is correct, 1942.
So where are we at now? How many do we have?
How many do we have?
4 remaining.
4 remaining. Okay, we'll try and do this really quickly. Wichita State, Greg Marshall wasn't there for that long, right?
No.
Okay, I'm going through
Gonzaga anything before Mark Few?
Gonzaga, Alex. Yes, because Dan Munson was there.
Gonzaga incorrect also, like NC State 1816.
Okay. On the A10.
That's a pretty good
Davidson, no. Dayton, no.
Oh, what about how long was I guess Martelli was he at St. Joe's forever?
Yeah, so good. Yes, St. Joe's.
St. Joe's is incorrect, not on the list.
Okay.
Oregon State, Stanford. What about Utah with Utah with Majerus? Any chance? No, right?
He wasn't there for that long, I think. I don't think it's West.
Yes, Houston. What about? Oh, you know what we're missing? Maybe West Virginia. West Virginia has to be right. Jerry West played there in the 70s, and Huggins coached there forever.
Okay, West Virginia. Pretty good.
West Virginia incorrect, 1855.
I thought 35 away. There's so many schools from 1800 to 1900. We've gotten all of them, I feel like.
I thought for sure we were right with West Virginia.
Okay.
Damn. Butler, Brad Stevens, no, right? Creighton, McDermott's been there forever, but not enough.
Yeah.
Can Marquette be right?
Schools.
Crean with Marquette? Alex, let's combine. I want to combine Marquette and Seton Hall into one guess.
Seton Hall, not on the list, so incorrect. Marquette, also incorrect, 1740.
Not that 160 away.
Alex, what about Arkansas with Nolan Richardson?
Arkansas, incorrect, 1799.
Billy Donovan in Florida.
Florida, incorrect, not on the list.
Man, I don't know, dude.
Texas.
Did we guess them already or no?
Texas is correct, 1900 exactly.
I thought we guessed them already. Good job.
I guess
Rick
Oklahoma.
Barnes, right?
Yeah. Well, then since then, they've been really good, too. What about Tennessee? I think they stunk before Rick Barnes got there, actually. I mean, Tennessee, Alex, you can say no, but just so we clear it.
That is incorrect.
All right, what are the rest of them? Because we're like out of time here.
What about Memphis?
Ooh.
Weren't they good like forever?
Memphis is incorrect.
Okay. What do you got, Alex?
Your final three? You've mentioned them all. Notre Dame, Cincinnati, and Illinois.
Notre Dame and Cincy. I like
Who's
Cincy
the Illinois coach? Like Bruce Weber? And Self.
Oh, yeah, Self was before that. I mean, that's like early 90s, mid 90s.
And Cincy is Huggins.
Yeah. And Cronin.
And Notre Dame is Newt Rockne.
Digger Phelps.
Bets for tonight and Euro for the weekend coming up next.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM on the BetQL Network.
everybody likes to act like everything is so authentic and somebody caught me doing.
When you start doing things that even Gretzky hasn't done,
exactly,
you're putting yourself in the stratosphere of I can win Conn Smythe even in a losing effort.
Yep, that's why we were hammering that home yesterday at 7-1. Like, okay, let's put this into perspective, folks. Look at what's happening. So we were saying if it gets pushed to 6, okay, let's play this out. Yes, 100%. Oilers come back and win, come down 0-3. Yes, it's his. Let's say Edmonton wins as the favorite on Friday night in Game 6. Edmonton wins. Okay? It's pushed to 7. No matter the result, is it McDavid's?
Unless you get, at that point, if McDavid, and again, I would imagine McDavid has multiple points, at least multiple points, if not a goal as well in that game's prospective Game 6 victory. You're talking like multiple goals, like 3 or 4 point night, and it's got to be from like a Barkov or a Tkachuk, I think. It can't be from there's an outside shot
Rodriguez?
maybe at like a wild card, like an Evan Rodriguez, because he's had multiple multi-point games in these playoffs. And sometimes people just like to go with, somebody way off the board. But I even at this point now, I think it's Tkachuk or Barkov on one side. They've got to have a really big game in the clincher for Florida if they hold on to win this thing, or it's McDavid. It's just
Florida and
stuff
6.
he's doing.
What about Florida and 6?
If it's Florida on Friday night and they close it out in 6 and McDavid doesn't hit the score sheet, I think we've got legitimate Matthew Tkachuk vibes, especially if he should. I think it's live, especially if he should get on the score sheet. And what I think, and I still think this is going to come back to the under in a clinching game. Whether it's Friday night in Game 6 or in Game 7, this thing is getting closed out, I think, in an under spot. And so I'll ride with that again in Game 6 on Friday night, knowing full well that if Edmonton's going to keep it alive, and there's a good chance they will, that it'll probably go over again, and we'll probably get another McJesus moment. I mean, the stuff this guy is doing is just, it's otherworldly. I mean, not even just the goals, like the setting up of Corey Perry, who's 76 years old, and just basically bouncing the puck in off the blade of his stick. He's making everyone look amazing. It's ridiculous.
Welcome back to You Better You Bet, brought to you by BetMGM with Nick Costos and Ken Barkley on the BetQL Network.
All right, awesome show today. We had 3 amazing guests. We appreciate all of them. Jeremy Roenick, Colin Wilson, and Tony Miola. Shout out to them. Alex doing a great job as our EP. Tyler had the show off. Who was our technical director today? Stephen Conrad? Sean Huh? We appreciate both of them. Sean, smile on his mouth, hand on his heart. Also, we have someone like lurking in the chat. Oh, I think is like helping Alex produce. Steven something, right? Alex, who's Steven that's helping us out?
Steve is another EP helping us out today and yesterday, actually.
Steve Gorgie?
How do I pronounce his last name?
Steve Gorgie.
Does Steve have a microphone?
Like Gorgie Jang?
Yeah. I do. I'm here.
Steve, tell us
Gorgie
about
Jang,
yourself.
exactly.
Welcome.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, tell us about yourself.
Tell me about myself?
Yeah.
Yes.
Love college sports. Just started here, BetQL, a couple weeks ago. Also work at SiriusXM College Sports Radio, and love gambling.
Oh, then you're going to be like Nick's favorite person because you're from Sirius. When
I do
we were doing,
like people from Sirius. That is true.
When we
I worked there for a long time.
When we were doing that college basketball question, were you thinking of did you know those last few schools before we had Alex read them?
I thought Cincinnati was one of them for sure. Didn't know. I thought Michigan State was for sure too because of the Magic Johnson. Illinois, they had a really good run in like the late 70s, mid 80s too. I think they went to a national title game.
So Steve knows his stuff. Like, I didn't know that.
Yeah, Steve. Steve, how old are you?
Who was the coach? I think it was Lou Henson was the coach during that time.
I don't know who Lou Henson is. Jim's brother.
John's grandfather.
Drew's uncle.
Right. Jim. Yeah, a Lou Henson production. Steve, how old are you?
35.
Okay.
Younger than us. I knew about Lou Henson. That's pretty good.
Yeah, but 35 is like,
I like
that's
that.
like gives you more it gives you like a little more I don't know.
Seasoning?
Experience.
What are you
Well,
looking
the
for?
advantage I have with those kind of guys is like that's a guy that I never saw, but I'm old enough that like you're watching games, you're watching an Illinois-Wisconsin game, and Lou Henson is there waving to the crowd, right?
All right, so Steve's a big sports fan because he's watching
Steve's-
Illinois,
this is
Wisconsin,
good.
and like notices
This is
stuff
really
like
good.
that.
Yeah,
Steve,
this is
who are your favorite teams?
I'm a Maryland guy, so Maryland Terrapins on the college side, big Orioles fan, Caps, Wizards, Commanders.
Okay, so get a little DMV representation.
That's good.
Absolutely.
We don't have enough. We don't have enough of that. This network need some more.
Am I cool enough to be able to say the word DMV or no?
I think pretty much anybody can say it from that area. I think that's right. I think you're pretty good.
Okay. All right.
That was great.
Good job by Steve.
Welcome to the network, buddy. Yeah.
Also, just like I only knew Steve was here because like he typed in the chat, kind of thing. Like we should probably like someone should tell us like, hey, someone else is here.
Hey, someone. Right, in case I'm like, man, you know what the stupidest name is? Steve. It's really
Yeah, like
dumb.
we hate Steve.
Hope
Alex
none of
types
those
in the
guys are
chat.
here.
Alex types in the chat. That's my fault. Yes, it is, and we
Yeah.
know.
Well,
You didn't have to say it. It's
in
okay.
the betting market, I don't know who the second choice would be. It's like Nick. Right?
All right. So thanks to Steve and thanks to our entire crew, Mike Brown, Jake the Snake Hassan. All right. Why don't we roll through Euro games here? Then we'll drop the dope ass beat
sure.
and go through bets for tonight. All right.
Well,
so look,
there's
like
nothing tonight. There's like one baseball game.
I think I actually did. Oh, I have a couple. Are we betting the Sparks?
Yeah, that's like the one thing that we had to talk about. You know, you see, it's up to 15, right?
Because the Liberty got bet out. I bet 15.5 earlier because I wanted, and I laid 15 to do it. Minus 115.
So there's our WNBA bet for tonight.
Got
We're
that extra
playing
half
the
point.
Sparks. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's gonna make all the difference. Let me tell you.
What would Coldplay say about our bet tonight?
Was it like we saw sparks?
We bet the Sparks. Boom, 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 boom. Also,
Took me a
I'm going to
second.
play, and I have a baseball bet over first. I mean, listen, it's anecdotal in a couple days. I'm the greatest first five total better of all time based on just the last, like the smallest sample size imaginable. Brewers, Padres, first five over 4.5 because Wilson and Mazer are both absolutely terrible and put a billion base runner. They like whips are like 2, both of them. 4.5 first five over in the Brewers Padres game tonight.
Okay, love that. That's the first game of that series, right? Because the Brewers.
Correct.
That we did not have a chance with
lost.
the Angels last night. So I just said zero runners on. I think
They only allowed 2 runs. Like I would have signed up for that bet before the game.
That's tough. Lost that series. So Brewers got bet on. Also, it's funny, right? Brewers got bet on all 3 games against the Angels. They went 2-1. And you're like, oh, maybe like people want to play on the Brewers. No, actually, maybe people want to play against the Angels because the Brewers are getting played again. The Padres. Brewers opened a favorite in this game. The Padres got bet. So a reversal of how we've seen people play the Brewers from last series to this series.
What else was really sad was I was dying to send you like Storm gifs, like Storm from the comic books, like Halle Berry last night, and then
we got struck by lightning. So that's what
we
happened.
we got thunderstruck.
Yes, we did. And Asia Wilson though, it's like minus 220 to be MVP. I mean, just like
she's awesome.
If she plays the games, I think it's over. But long season.
Bigger lock, Asia Wilson or Connor McDavid?
Oh, McDavid, you're 1 game away potentially from it being over. Asia Wilson, like, you know, she goes to the Olympics in the middle of the season and represent Team USA. Like, there's a lot of opportunity for something to happen.
Jake, what do you like tonight in baseball? Only a couple games.
I'm going to double cross everybody betting the Giants at Willie Mays' old stadium. I'm going to bet the Cardinals tonight. Payante's been really good. Keaton Wynn stinks. And I'm going to go our guy Jackson Merrill for the Just for Funsies home run play of the day. As you mentioned, Nick, Wilson stinks. Merrill's on a heater, going for his third day in a row with a home run. So let's do it. Jackson Merrill, Just for Funsies, and the Cardinals on the money line.
Yeah, so even with like only a couple games, we're still bringing you bets. Here's what I want to know, though. So great job by Jake.
Thanks.
Steve, Gorgie Jang.
Gorgie Jang, yeah.
It's an unfortunate pronunciation of the last name.
Why? Gorgie?
Like, I feel like based on the spelling, you should go with like Georgie. Well, I guess you can't, right? Because G-O-R.
Isn't there a tennis player? What's her name? Like Camilla Georgie or something like that? Giorgi, something like that?
Wait, didn't Tyler, what's it called? Gorgeous George, like Gorgie George or something?
Yeah, he called him, he couldn't say it. He couldn't say Gorgeous George. So he was like,
Gorgus,
Gorg, and he would stop halfway through every single time. I think we might even have that drop.
Jake, do you have that?
Gorgus.
I'm looking for it as we speak. I will let you know.
Yeah, we definitely used to have
That's one of the hardest I've ever laughed on the show. I want to know what Steve Gorgie likes tonight.
Oh, yeah. What are your bets tonight, Steve? You got anything?
Nothing for me tonight. I'm trying to figure out what I'm doing for the College World Series here. I liked what Colin was saying earlier with
forget about Colin. Though. What do you like?
Yeah, don't pander to us. Don't pander to us. Like for this minute, who cares what Colin said? What do you like in any sport? What do you like in today or the next couple of days?
So I like Tennessee. I think Tennessee is the team of destiny for this tournament. They are the 1 seed. I know there's the 1 seed curse, but they have passed every single test. They've been they've been through a lot the past couple of years in regard to 2022. They were the best team out there. They didn't make it to Omaha. They've had some struggles at the College World Series. I feel like they're this team that is finally getting over the hump. So I know they're the favorite. I did like a lot of what Colin said, but I think I am ultimately going to go with the Vols. I was on Florida State earlier in the tournament, and I just like what I'm seeing from Tennessee.
All right, we're running out of time, and I have something else I want to do here. Steve,
here's the good news. Nobody's liked Tennessee like the entire tournament, and everybody's bet against them, and they've won like every single game. So I think you're on the right side here.
That's true. Steve, what's your favorite sport to bet?
College football, by far.
Okay, great. We'll keep that in mind. Do you bet baseball on like a nightly basis or like semi? And if the answer is no, that's totally cool. But do you like to bet baseball?
I dabble, but not nightly.
Sounds like no.
Okay. And how many days a week are you on the show?
2.
So what you're on Wednesdays and Thursdays on You Bet or You Bet?
Some either Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, some combination of those 2.
How many weeks have you been on the show?
This is my second.
No way.
Alex, did you ever think like you might like want to tell us that like someone else was just like on the show? Like did that like ever occur to you or no?
He was helping out. He was helping out behind the scenes, doing social, doing some great work, clipping, and getting the best moments. So this is the first time he's been in the VMix with us.
Today is the first day he's been in VMix.
Yes.
Okay.
You're sure about that?
So if we like ask someone else, they're gonna say like, yeah, it's his first day.
First day in the VMix.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. This is what I want to do. Steve, what day are you on the show next week? What days?
Wednesday and I'm off next week. I'm not on it all next week. The week after, Wednesday and Friday.
Okay, I'm
both off that week.
All right.
Yeah.
This is what we're gonna do. The next time that all of us are here, we are gonna do head-to-head Steve Gorgie versus Jake the Snake baseball bets to determine the best baseball better on the show.
Snake versus the Gorgie?
Yeah. Gorg versus Snake.
The Gorgon, right? That's like a lizard from or like a Medusa thing from Snake versus the Gorgon. Yeah.
Yeah, loser gets 5. So like Jake, if you lose, Steve Gorgie gets your job.
Right? Yeah, he has to fly to Chicago.
He has to uproot his life.
Good luck upholding Odyssey, Steve.
Right.
Steve v. Jake. All right, Jake, drop the dope SB just so we can do the read and we'll do some Euros. All right, in honor of the Euros, BetMGM has created the beautiful game odds boost pack. Get 3 tokens to boost your odds by 50%. They can even be used on parlays and live bets. Log in to view the terms and details of this promo so you can start winning with the king of sportsbooks. Ken, let's roll through Euros. I don't think either of us are going to bet the game tomorrow night. We both need Florida to win.
Yes.
So there you go. Ukraine and Slovakia. Ukraine got shelled by Romania. That's a really bad choice of words, but they did lose 3-0. That did happen. Not intended there. Just being honest with everybody. They lost 3-0. They got destroyed. I use that word all the time. Ukraine plus 115. Slovakia plus 250. Draw plus 230. Are we zigzagging with Ukraine?
Just like 10
I put
words
my
just
hand
came
up
into
and
my
said, like,
brain.
I got it wrong. I'm sorry.
I think it's better for the show that you did it. I don't have any thoughts on this game or Austria-Poland. I like France with no Mbappe against the Netherlands. That's
but
probably
he might
my favorite
play,
bet tomorrow.
right? But like,
If he doesn't, but these bets you wait till the last second anyway. If he doesn't play, market will correct harshly. You bet France.
What if he plays? Nothing?
I think if he plays, I think you bet the Dutch.
Wow.
Or if he plays, you could bet the under. The total probably goes up.
And that was what Whale said yesterday, right?
Right. Whale likes the France unders. Yeah.
Should we play?
I don't have.
Not
I don't
Poland,
have anything
right?
in another match. You got anything else tomorrow?
Honestly,
what else do you like tomorrow?
I like the zigzag is Ukraine. Don't stop
There's no
laughing.
connotations with zigzag. You're fine there. Yeah. That's all right.
All right. Ken and I are off tomorrow. Everyone have a great weekend. We'll talk to you on Monday. Until then, I'm Nick Costos wishing you minimal sweats, winning bets, the absolute very best of luck.
Thanks for listening to You Better You Bet. Up next, it's BetMGM Tonight on the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
Welcome to the BetQL Daily Boost. I'm Lucy Burge of BetQL.com, and I am joined by Matt Horner, and we have an NHL odds boost for all of you today on the Stanley Cup Final. This is on the Oilers to win and Leon Draisaitl to score a goal. This is boosted to plus 325 at Caesars. What do we think of this odds boost?
Yeah, the Oilers are on a roll right now. They have won the last 2 games. They're forcing a game 6 here in Edmonton. Wouldn't it be incredible if they were to force a game 7 after being down 3 games to none? It's only happened 4 times ever in Stanley Cup Finals history where a team has done this. So if they were to win tonight, that would be quite outstanding and pretty insane if they were to do it. So if you like the Oilers, I mean, they're hot right now. They're playing really well. Draisaitl is a guy who's been key for them along with Connor McDavid. So yeah, I don't mind this at all, especially if you like the Oilers to come back in this series. I think it's definitely worth a sprinkle here because they're going to need Draisaitl to perform along with McDavid and the other key guys. So yeah, don't mind it at all.
Love that. They are hot right now. So get in on this odds boost plus 325 at Caesars and take advantage of our offer from BetMGM. Bet $10, get up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if your first bet does not hit by entering code LUCY when you sign up for a new BetMGM account now. And head to BetQL.com, get your free 3-day trial today, and check out our exclusive sportsbook offers there as well. And of course, follow us on Twitter at @sharp_side_ and at Lucille Burge. Favorite bets today, I'm going with the home run prop. This is my long shot bet from our BetQL.com long shots article. For today, Jorge Soler to hit a home run against the Cardinals. He has 2 home runs in his last 4 games. 1 just yesterday. He's got 9 home runs this season, which is on the lower end, but he's been hot lately. The Soler power has been really hitting, and Cardinals expected starter Andre Palante has an ERA of 4.61, and he has given up 14 hits over his last 3 starts. So I think Jorge Soler can hit a home run tonight.
He definitely can. There's no doubt about that. He has potential to do it. I just saw him blast one against the Cubs in that series they just had there. Funny enough, I'm also going to this game, which is being played at Brickwood Field in
that's right.
Alabama. It's like a special game or something. I'm not exactly sure why this game is like special.
I think it is a Negro League game.
Okay.
I will, yes.
I guess that makes sense. It's down, south Alabama. So, I mean, Brickwood Field. It reminds me kind of like, I'm looking at the dimensions of it. It kind of reminds me of like Kauffman Stadium, which is more of a hitter's park when it comes to the dimensions. However, my best bet in this game, I'm taking the under 9, minus 110 at Bet Rivers here. I think this total is just a wee bit high. It probably should be set more at 8.5, which is where it is at a lot of places now, or 8 even. The wind, the weather forecast, I love looking at the weather forecast. We love playing weatherman here. 10 miles per hour, it's going to be blowing into the park. So that's going to help more fly balls and less homers because of that instance. Taking a look at the starting pitchers, Keaton Winn going for San Francisco. He has a very evil ERA of 6.66. But he does have a 5.30 expected ERA, so a little bit lower. Still not good, but a little bit lower. A 3.89 expected FIP, which is actually pretty good. So he's got that going for him. He has a very low strand rate, 55.7%. So that is due to go up. He's due to have more people stranded on base, and a 293 BABIP. So I think some positive regression is coming his way. Taking a look at Palante, 4.61 ERA, as you said. He does have a 4.14 expected ERA and a 4.13 expected FIP. 68% strand rate, which is kind of around normal, just a little bit low. He does have a really high 337 BABIP. And a 0.66 home runs through 9, which is like really good. Guy doesn't allow many homers, apparently. Both teams, great bullpens. Giants 3rd in expected FIP. The Cardinals are 4th in expected FIP. 2 top 5 bullpens here when the starters leave. So to me, this game at 9, I just think is a little high of a total. So give me the under 9, which the only place you can find that right now, for some reason, Bet Rivers -110. Not sure why they're still hanging that, but go grab it while you can. Everywhere else is at 8.5.
Love that. Get ready for this game, this will be very cool based on what we've seen of the field. It looks like they've done a really good job with it. So this will be a fun one. We do have a lot of day games today.
This is BetMGM tonight. Join us for live sweats. Yes!
Let's go, Kansas State.
That was a big balls 3.
You might as well just put this
Big
thing up now.
balls 3. Instant reaction.
This is an unbelievable thing for me to see. My favorite team, my true favorite team. Less mistress, more side piece.
And maybe a few regrettable decisions.
Oh, he's got bust written all over him. Gutekunst sucks. Jordan Addison ran a 5.340 and he's Trista's height. I'd take him.
You know what you shouldn't have done? Bet on the Wizards.
Yep.
Now, live from Washington, D.C., it's Ryan Horvat, Trista Crick, and Nick Ashew.
Oh, it's going to be weird tonight, Trista. You know why? We have some baseball, not a lot of baseball. We got no Stanley Cup. We got no NBA. But we got ourselves a little Copa America tonight. We're shifting to like new games, new sports, new things to be interested in. It's a very weird transition for us. Also, we jump in right now to a 16-5 lead for the Orioles over the Yankees at the top of the 9th. I mean, they are just whooping up on the Yankees.
Yeah, if you look at Luis Gil and his stats, he gave up 7 earned runs today.
That's unfortunate.
He boosted. Oh man, this is exactly what happened with Zach Wheeler last weekend. Zach Wheeler had a 2.16 ERA, went up to a 2.81 ERA with the O's. The O's are an ERA destroyer. Luis Gil, 2.03 ERA today, coming in when the sun rose. Today, 2.77 ERA. Oh my goodness. 7 earned runs, 8 hits. The O's, they are crack-a-lackin'.
Listen, you and I both love this O's team. I think most of the country does. There's nothing to really hate about them. There's not like they're not villains. They're all young. It's a fun team. It kind of gives you this thought like maybe my organization, my team can do this one day too. At least I feel that way about the Nats, certainly. But it's to see them do this. I know it's a long baseball season, but this is going to be a massive confidence booster for a team like the Orioles in this spot. Sitting here up 16-5 in the 9th.
So we had a couple of players, me and PJ, that we've been just riding. Mm-hmm. And we lost yesterday, Wednesday? Yes, Wednesday.
Yes, yesterday was Wednesday.
Because...
Oh, God, make it 17-5.
Oh, my
They just scored
goodness.
another run. O's up 17-5 now on the Yankees.
We lost because Adley didn't end up getting a hit. And the day before that, I had Westberg was the last leg of the parlay. And Westberg ended up getting injured after one at-bat because Juan Soto doesn't know how to run the base paths. And now today, Gunnar, who is one of our faves, 3 hits. Adley, 3 hits. Westberg, 2 hits. Volpe, 1 hit. Judge, 2 hits, which were the guys that we were really on heavy last night and the night before that. So I was actually thinking, stupidly, because Luis Gil's been so good to maybe take some unders on hit props, and that would have been really dumb. That would have been really, really dumb.
Here's how bad you know this is, and I looked up and I was like, is that Jose Trevino? Yep, that's Jose Trevino, the catcher, pitching for the Yankees.
He's turning into like a meat grinder.
I mean, you can always tell it's a position player on the mound when they just kind of do that soft toss look, like it's not a real pitching windup. It's like they're almost just throwing for batting practice.
Look at him, he's laughing.
Yeah, because it's ridiculous.
He's like, what am I doing?
It's just such a. I mean, it's just, you don't want to waste any arms in a game like this.
Is this going to be 20-5?
Probably. This is just get us out of the game.
He's going to walk in a run right now.
Right, like the bases are loaded, they're up 17-5, and he's just walking guys. I mean, he can't even get it over the plate, and you're at the point where, everybody just wants to go home. That's it. Nobody wants to be on this field anymore. He's laughing because he's like, I don't know what else I'm supposed to do. Oh, is that okay? I swear, the way it came off the bat for a second, I thought that was about to be a grand slam. All right, so the Yankees get out of that inning. It's 17-5 with the bases loaded, bottom of the ninth. They just want to get this thing over with. That's all this comes down to at this point. I know you've got a WNBA game tonight. You and I are actually on the same side on this one. You're a Sparks backer, 15.5?
When the Sparks played the Liberty last time, they were 10.5-point underdogs, and they lost by 6. I know there's not going to be any Cameron Brink, but I don't care. It feels like the line's too big. Game's actually going off right now. It's 0-0, so if you can get to 15.5 right now, do that.
I just looked. It was at 14 not too long ago. So the question becomes if you want to snag it. And live now, it's 12.5. Sparks up 2-0. So there you go. So you got to hope for maybe the Liberty to take an early lead in this, and then you can maybe even get a better number if you want. Maybe a little live bet, little sprinkle on that if you want to.
Don't hate that.
Early there. Finally, though, Trista, it's over. It's over for the Lakers. They have a head coach, and it's J.J. Redick. It just went all around in circles, and we thought all these other names were going to be there, and it just comes back, and it's J.J. Redick when it's all said and done. Thank God. Thank God we're done with this. Thank God we don't have to hear rumors that J.J. Redick is a front runner for the Pistons job, which he was, by the way. It's just amazing to see where the Lakers are as an organization. He signed a 4-year deal, and reports are that Anthony Davis was who they consulted with the most, which makes sense because you have to wonder how much longer LeBron is going to be there or how much longer he's going to play. You expect, at least, they hope, I'm sure, that Anthony Davis is going to be there for a long, long time and still maybe not get constantly hurt, but let's be honest, that's his history. But the Lakers now will have J.J. Redick as their head coach, and I'm here for all of it. I cannot wait to see what this looks like with him as a head coach.
I would love if LeBron just opted out of his player option
and went to
just
Phoenix or
to
Dallas.
go somewhere else.
Oh, it'd be amazing.
Yeah, I mean, New York, anywhere. I don't really care. But, JJ...
No, we don't want him anymore. Not in New York. Knicks don't want him.
and Braun doing a podcast. And I think Nick Wright was pretty correct in the sense that, we have no idea what to expect from J.J. Redick because he's done absolutely nothing at the coaching level except for I think he coaches his kids. And they're like small...
Yeah, it's like a middle school
elementary
team or
school,
something.
He's got slightly more coaching experience than Steve Nash, and I mean very slightly, and we know how that worked out. I think he's got coaching chops, and obviously he can draw up plays. He's a very cerebral guy. He and LeBron are on the same page in terms of breaking down film, and I do like what he told the Lakers that he was hoping to achieve and what his vision is. All analytics driven. I'm gonna do what the data tells me to do. I'm going to work this offense through AD. We're going to find somebody so that he can play his natural position and then take the ball out of LeBron's hands so that when it's the playoffs, LeBron will be a little bit more fresh. And so that makes sense, and I think Laker fans are excited about that. We'll just see what happens, though, when real games start getting played.
Well, it's also what happens when this team struggles. You have another rookie head coach, and at least Darvin Ham was, like you said, J.J. Redick has no coaching experience whatsoever. What do the relationships look like? What does the podcast look like? That's what I really want to know. What happens when the Lakers are in the middle of a 3-game losing streak and LeBron and J.J. Redick are doing their podcast together? How does that go? First off, great content. I'll be there for it. Right. Do they just say, it's like when it's a quarterback or a head coach does a weekly interview with whatever the team's radio affiliate is in markets. There's always a head coach interview with 106.7 The Fan here in D.C. with the morning show, the Sports Junkies every week. But it's a lot harder to do that interview after a bad loss. So how are LeBron and J.J. Redick? Because it's easy now when you're just sitting here talking ball and having a good time with it. But what happens when you're in the middle of a season and this team is struggling and LeBron's sitting there going, get me more shooters? Why is this team? What's wrong with our rotations? I'm with you. I think J.J. Redick is certainly a really, really smart guy. He understands the game well. He has the confidence and he has the demeanor to be a head coach, to walk into a room and lead and be that guy that has that it factor. But that's all just us seeing where he is now at this point. He actually hasn't coached yet. And I think it kind of shows me a little bit, too, at this point. Like, the Lakers just know you kind of want to look for somebody that can they see it as an opportunity because they haven't been a head coach yet, and also understand that they're going to have to listen to LeBron somewhat. Like, the J.J. Redick is going to have to listen to something LeBron says at some point. It's just that's how it's going to go.
Yeah, I think that's probably true. Just going to be fascinating. J.J. Redick also has his own podcast called The Old Man and the Three.
That's right.
So, and he's making a lot of money from DraftKings. I hear
he's going to have to
millions.
He's going to have to. He won't be able to do that anymore.
No, I think probably he'll have to hand that off to his guy who's also the host. And I don't know. I don't know. There's a lot of questions here. And Shams continues to dunk on Woj. I do really quickly have one more bet that's about to go on at 8 in this Copa America game.
Oh, yes.
Argentina to win to 0. Any score to 0 wins. It's the second leg of a big parlay. I had a free bet on it, so a couple $100 comes home if we shut Canada out and Argentina scores.
All right, 1-0, 2-0, 3-0, doesn't matter.
Does not matter.
Take it all.
I couldn't find I gave it out last night. It was plus 170 for Argentina to win 1-0, 2-0, or 3-0. And then that moved down to plus 130, and then they took it off the board, so I just took Argentina to win and Canada not to score.
There you go. Are you more excited about Copa over Euro, or you like the Euros more? Euros pissed me off. I took Italy today, and they lost, and now I'm just mad, and I'm boycotting betting soccer.
I think I like Copa more for a couple reasons. One, it's here.
Yes.
And I think that's a great primer for the World Cup, and I think American fans are going to get super into it. And it's in cool sites, like it's at a bunch of like stadiums that big NFL stadiums. So you're going to get 60,000 people in there. So the vibe will be really great. And then I think it's just a much more physical game, right? You're going to see scratching and biting and clawing and hitting, and I kind of like that version of soccer. I like the hooligan type soccer.
Yeah.
And they just don't park the bus the same way that some of these European teams do. Like, say today, England scores, Harry Kane gets one, and then all of a sudden England decides to be super conservative and put a bunch of men back. And that was what came back and bit them. And you just shouldn't play that way. You should play the beautiful game, and we should play real soccer for the full 90 minutes and not
then we got to call it football, Trista.
Football.
A little football.
I call myself penalty crick. That's me, penalty crick. And so for me, I want to see a full game of legit football. I don't want to see, we've already got the lead, so let's just hold them off and hold the wall. I don't like that at all. And fans of these Latin American teams do not either, and they boo them if they do that, and I think that they should be booed.
You know what? You've sold me on it. I'm going to go back in maybe on Argentina tonight, I think.
Nice.
I might do that with you. I think I'm going to have one more.
We
Damn
can
it.
sweat it out. It's going to be fun.
I know. I'm mad at Italy.
Messi.
It's just me being bitter. I actually had a decent day in baseball so far. A lot of day games. I'm waiting on a couple legs to come home on a couple of parlays that were just dangling out some free ones for me. But, I'm going to go in on Argentina with you. I might even take that same one, the 2-0. I'll do that with you. We can't overlook the first trade of the NBA offseason. And the reason why it's so important, well, multiple reasons. But one, we have a Chicago Bulls fan in this studio.
Is he, though?
That happens to be from Indiana. We still don't know the dynamics. None of this makes any sense, though he did live in Chicago before he came here. And when I have a headline in here, our good executive producer, good friend, our pal, our buddy, Mario, puts in here, Caruso traded to the Thunder for freaking Josh Giddey. Oh, how happy are you right now? You're excited, aren't you? Didn't get a first-round pick in return. You could have gotten 2 first-round picks at the deadline for Alex Caruso. Your Bulls are they're very well run. It's very clear they've got a big plan ahead of them, and they're really going to turn this roster into a title contender.
Yeah, they always have done. Like, if they didn't walk into the greatest player of all time, they'd be a really great organization. Thanks, Jerry. You're a dork. You're a dork. I actually hate this trade. I hate it more than anything.
You should.
Getting blown up in the group chats. Left one today. Like, it's a bad day.
You left a group chat because of it?
group chat, dude. I had to leave the group chat.
What were they saying that made you leave the chat?
They were just like, because I was like, guys, it's going to be the greatest rebuild of all time. I was really selling myself that. And I said that 2 days ago because, we're going to get Caruso. a lot of picks from him. We're going to get some picks, maybe like a pick from Levine.
Yeah.
We're going to be fine.
Wait.
then
You thought you would get a draft pick for Levine?
I thought, like, hindsight, I was looking at the bright side.
You know that, like, Levine's a negative asset.
Oh, he's a terrible negative asset.
You're going to have to give a pick for Levine.
Oh.
You're going to have to, like, give pick 11 for
Sell
Levine.
our soul for Zach Levine.
Yeah.
That's what I have to do. No, I was just trying to think of bright side. Like, no, like, Bulls will still be on the come up, still be on everything. Instead, we get a guy that's supposed to be his playmaker that's going to pretty much run our offense and surround him with no shooters.
Well, that's the
And he also
problem.
can't
You're
shoot.
going to need to do more. But what I would
Yeah.
say is, in terms of a playmaking point guard who can play defense and rebound, Josh Giddey's pretty damn good.
Yeah.
And he, outside of the shooting of,
Which is really bad.
Lonzo Ball, he does a lot of the same things that you liked from Lonzo Ball. And maybe Lonzo Ball, he says he's going to be back the beginning of the year. I don't know. We're going to see.
Don't do that.
He said he's going to be back
Don't do
game one. That's what he said he expects.
Listen, the Bulls.
He's running and jumping.
The Bulls had the best record in the Eastern Conference when Lonzo Ball was their starting point guard before he got hurt.
They were number one in the conference.
That was the best month of my life.
Yeah. So that.
Ryan was just banging the drums, too,
Oh,
on it.
man.
Oh, I was in D.C. and I told Aaron, I was interning with Aaron Hawksworth, and I told her take the over and the Bulls win total. And every time they won a game, I texted her. I said, I love Lonzo more and more every day.
Lonzo makes teams better. It's just whether you're actually going to get him back. If you've got Josh Giddey coming off the bench for you, he's your second unit playmaker. That's a decent spot if you can get some shooters out there to play alongside
He's
him.
got a club
in that second
option
unit.
for 24-25. You can see what you can get from him.
Yeah.
He's got ridiculous court vision. So he's got a ridiculous court vision, what he can do. So you do need shooters, though. You need to blow it all up. I've just been telling the Bulls organization this for like 4 years, and they won't listen. And finally, they make a trade. I'm very surprised. I actually have a video in drafts about when Evan Sideri came out and said, oh, keep an eye on the Bulls in the next week. And I said, there is not a story I believe less that the Bulls are going to do anything. Good thing I didn't put it out.
That's true. That's true. Came out of nowhere, and we went, oh, I guess NBA offseason's here.
It's my favorite time of the NBA season, by the way.
It's so fun.
Oh, it's
the best
so
part.
fun. It's chaos. This is when the chaos happens. And listen, we looked at it the other day. What was it, the beginning of the week or whatever?
Yeah,
the free
literally.
agents that are available. Like, there's a lot out there on the market for teams that have certain needs. It's not like, I mean, again, LeBron technically is going to be there, but I still think he probably goes back to L.A. But there's a lot of guys that could be difference makers for a lot of different teams. And we'll talk to Keith Smith at the end of the hour, about 30 minutes from now, about that. But Greg Wyshynski going to look at Game 6 of the Cup Final with us next on BetMGM Tonight.
It's time for a short commercial break. Don't go anywhere, though, because we'll be right back with even more BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM, live from BetQL.
McDavid, the first player ever to score a Stanley Cup final goal in the building he was drafted. Right on the way, scores! What a brilliant piece of work! McDavid to Perry, and it's 4-1.
Now, back to BetMGM tonight on the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
At one point, it was a 3-0 series. The Panthers looked like they were going to run away with things, and we sat there saying, Trista, we're going to have an NBA Finals end early. We're going to have a Stanley Cup Final end early, and it's all going to be downhill from there. But no. The Oilers decided to keep things alive. Connor McDavid figured out that he's one of the great ones and has all of a sudden gotten into the old Connor McDavid that we remember from really the rest of the playoffs here. And now we sit with a 3-2 series heading into tomorrow, and the Oilers trying to force a Game 7. Greg Wyshynski jumps on with us, senior NHL writer at ESPN, and I look at the way this series was and where the series is now, and it just feels, not just from an actual series score, Greg, but let's be honest, just overall, it feels insanely different. With what you've seen on the ice, what has changed from when it was a 3-0 Panthers lead to where we are now?
Well, first of all, it feels way different because I'm pretty sure this final started in April, based on how long it's done. We're literally flipping the calendar. What's changed is, McDavid took over the series for 2 games, back-to-back 4-point games. First time anyone's done that in NHL history. He is only 2 points away from matching Wayne Gretzky for the most points in a Stanley Cup final in NHL history. The guy's rewriting the record book right now. It's one of the best postseasons we've seen, I think, not only in hockey, but maybe in sports history for how good he's been. But the other thing that changed is, frankly, the cup was in the building. The Florida Panthers are a weird team in the sense that I feel like they like to punch from underneath. They like to be the underdog. They don't like to be the team that is expected to do well. That's why they beat the Bruins last year. That's why they beat the Rangers this year. And, when you're up 3-0, the expectation is that you're going to sweep. Then you go back home for Game 5, cups in the building, your friends and family, all your neighbors are there. Expectation is that you're going to close it out. And they didn't start well. They finished well, but they didn't start well. So I kind of feel like they're where they need to be right now, the Panthers, in the sense that it's hard to find anyone who doesn't think there's going to be a Game 7 in this series and doesn't think that McDavid's going to do it for a third straight game. And so that might actually benefit the Panthers from a mentality standpoint for Game 6.
At what point, Greg, does a team with a big lead in a series start not feeling like they're playing with house money or they start to feel the pressure?
Game 7. I mean, let me rephrase that because, they clearly feel the pressure. These guys have all been lying to us about, not noticing the cups in the building and not thinking about it. Carter Verhaeghe, who's a winger for the Florida Panthers, finally let the mask slip a little bit the other day when I asked him about the cup, and he said, look, it is a little different when the cup's in the building. And Paul Maurice, their coach, admitted that when the cup's in the building, all of a sudden the thing you've been chasing is now right in front of your face, and it's a different mentality. And so, they have to kind of wrap their brains around that, which they've been trying to. But the bigger thing for them and what they've been saying is that the reason you build a 3-0 lead is that you get then 4 cracks at trying to end the series. So, they don't see themselves as being the team that's under the most pressure tomorrow night because they're not the team that can be eliminated. But then if they go home and they've blown a 3-0 lead and now all of a sudden it's a one and done situation in Florida on next Monday, then obviously, that's when reality sets in that they don't have any margin for error anymore.
So right now, Connor McDavid is the heavy favorite to win the Conn Smythe, which obviously tells us there's a lot of people out there that clearly think that this can be a complete flip and a historic win when it's all said and done. When we look at Connor McDavid early in the series to where we are now, is it more of a mental thing that's kind of changed that with just the more of the production from him, obviously a goal and 4 points 2 games ago, or has there been some maybe more intricate strategy or something that's changed on the ice that's allowed him to be more productive?
Well, let me push back on the Conn Smythe betting for a second because I don't think it's that people think the Oilers are going to win the series. In fact, the Oilers aren't the favorite to win the series. They're still plus money to win the series.
Right.
What's changed is that everybody thinks McDavid's going to win the Conn Smythe, win or lose. And I wrote about that on ESPN after Game 4. I thought he had already built the case to win MVP, win or lose. Because don't forget, it's MVP for the playoffs, not just for the final in the NHL. And that was before he went out and had another 4-point game. So I think everyone knows at this point, without there being a clear-cut candidate on the Florida side, it's probably McDavid's MVP to win or lose, and he'll be the sixth player in NHL history to win it in a losing effort if the Oilers don't win. But to answer your question though, like what's changed is that he's just kind of found another gear. I think that he's found ways to get through what the Panthers were doing defensively early in the series and then trying to defend him with a 5-man unit. And the other thing that's happened too in the last couple games is that the Oilers' power play, which has really been their bread and butter offensively, has come to life. They have power play goals in both of the wins that they have in this series, and McDavid obviously is a huge part of that.
Well, let me ask you this then: do you think that even if the Oilers do lose this series, and let's say it's Game 6 tomorrow night, can Connor McDavid still win the Conn Smythe?
Oh yeah, totally. Yeah, I think he's got it in the bag. Now, I say that from having conversations with some of the voters here on the ground. I'm in Edmonton for the game, and I know there's 18 people that vote on the award, and I've definitely had either cigars or beers with some of them. And I think the notion is that this thing has gone far enough into the series, and he's been so good that it's going to be him win or lose, and that's kind of where the money's gone. And again, like, it's not simply just what he's done in the final, and it's not simply just like some of the heroics he's had. This guy right now has the 4th highest point total of anybody in NHL history in an individual postseason. He's 5 points away from tying Wayne Gretzky for the most points anyone has ever scored in a playoff with 7-game series. So, like, that's the historical context. People don't like rewarding guys on losing teams. It hasn't happened since 2003. And it's only happened once with a non-goalie. So it would take us a remarkable record-setting run to do it, and I think that Connor's gotten that even without them winning the Cup.
So we talked about him, and obviously what we're seeing from him is historic stuff. In terms of Edmonton as a whole, Greg, no team has ever gone down since and forced a Game 7 since 1945. No team has successfully come back since 1942. From what you're seeing, what do you say to Oilers fans who are hoping that they can break that streak?
That things are trending in the right direction. They've clearly... The thing about the Oilers that I think we all slept on when they went down 3-0 is that this is a team that has gotten progressively better in every series they've been in. Their record after Game 3, I think in the previous 3 rounds, and including this one, they only have 1 loss. Stuart Skinner, their goalie, doesn't have a loss after Game 3 in these series. So they just kind of like take a while to figure things out, to find their confidence, to find their game. And then once the defense starts really playing well in front of Skinner, they tend to take over series. So things are trending in the right direction. I will say that the end of Game 5 did remind me of the end of Game 3. Game 3 was when, the Panthers took a 3-0 lead in the series, but the Oilers scored 2 goals in the third period. They started feeling better about themselves, and that carried over to Game 4. I feel like the Panthers feel a little bit better about themselves with the way they closed that game, even though they lost. They looked like themselves again. They controlled play. Matt Tkachuk, their star player, had his best game of the series, maybe of the playoffs. And so I think that they have some things to build on despite losing Game 5 at home.
We talked the last time you were on about how long it's been since a Canadian team won the Stanley Cup final. Long-ass time. So considering where this team is coming from, what type of mythology do you think gets built around Connor McDavid and the Oilers if they manage to come back from 3-0 and win Canada's first Stanley Cup in like 3 decades?
I mean, it'd be insane, right? Like, I was talking to a bunch of Canadians up here, and like the idea that this is how it would be done to win the first Cup since '93 would be through one of the most historic comebacks in the history of sports, and being led by the best player in the world. I mean, you couldn't script it any better if you're a Canadian, unless you're somebody who hates the Oilers, I guess. But I mean, I was watching Connor talk before, and he did a media availability in the Wayne Gretzky restaurant inside of this arena, filled with all of Gretzky's memorabilia, his old sticks, his old jerseys. And you start to kind of think to yourself, there is one guy that's synonymous with Edmonton, and there is one guy that is considered the best hockey player of all time. And if Connor pulls this off in particular, like if he's the reason they do this, I mean, he enters the chat. Like, he may never catch Gretzky in his point total, but insofar as impact, insofar as being the best of your generation and changing the game, I mean, he enters the conversation. I mean, if he does this, it's something Gretzky never did. He never led a team back in the Stanley Cup final for a 3-0 deficit, and McDavid will have put his stamp on the history books for having been the first one to do it since the early 1940s.
I mean, it'd be an incredible story. It'd be great for the league. It'd be great for the sport. It'd be great for everything to see Connor McDavid be able to pull off something this historic. Talking to Greg Wyshynski, BetMGM tonight. Obviously, Connor McDavid is the biggest star in this series. He's the big name. But we know goaltenders matter, clearly, in whether it's the Stanley Cup playoffs, Stanley Cup final, whatever it is. And Stuart Skinner's had a couple of stretches now where he's had much better games. But overall, we're talking about, what an 880 save percentage over the first 4 games. There's been some conversation about, the kind of the ups and downs he's had a little bit here. When we head into Game 6, is this one of those situations where it can be a high-scoring game and you look at the Oilers and say, as long as they're just keeping pace and scoring, they can win this? Or do they need, do they need Stuart Skinner to, as they say, right, stand on his head and have himself a hell of an outing?
Yeah, I don't think he will. I think he's playing strong, competent goaltending, but they're playing really well in front of him. As these series go on, the Oilers have a way of clearing out traffic in front of him, of giving him a good look at the puck, and he's competent. Like, he's not a guy that's going to blow it, I don't think, right? So they don't need him to steal the game. They just need him to not give away gifts like they were earlier in the series defensively. And that's kind of the issue with Bobrovsky right now for the Florida Panthers, is that I think that there have been times in the last 2 games when he's given up pretty soft goals, especially one to McDavid in Game 5 where he was just standing there like a statue and letting McDavid score. I don't think we're going to see the Bob that we saw earlier in the series. I don't think he's got a shutout in him. I think he's probably a little tired at this point, to be honest with you. But I think for the Panthers to win the Cup, they're going to need an effort in which he doesn't lose them the game, and he doesn't give any advantage to the Oilers that they haven't earned. And I do think that he's going to be able to do that at least once in the next 2 games.
That's what I was going to ask you about Bobrovsky, whether that was something that he's doing or whether it's something that Edmonton is doing differently than they were the first few games.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard when the best player in the world decides he's just going to start scoring all the time. I mean, very few goalies are able to handle when McDavid gets cranked up and does Connor McDavid things or creates things for teammates. I mean, McDavid stick-handled through 4 guys and passed the puck to Corey Perry for a goal, and no one else in the world does that. And there's nothing you can do as a goalie when he decides he's going to do that. That being said, again, the change for Bobrovsky is I think that he's not handled the shots he should handle. He certainly doesn't have the air of invincibility. I mean, again, I joked about how long the final has been going on. It seems like months ago where we were asking the Oilers, how are you going to get through this guy? And now they do it with frequency. So that's the big change in the series. I think the Panthers' defense has something to do with that, but I also think that Bobrovsky has just played a lot of hockey and he's making mistakes and he can't afford to make too many of them against this Oilers team.
All right, so when this series is all said and done, how does it end?
It ends with me slipping into a coma for a few days so I can catch up on sleep, because these 10-hour travel days between Fort Lauderdale and Edmonton are the death of me. But it also ends, I think, on Friday. I got to be honest with you. I think that the Panthers really found their game again at the end of Game 5. Like I said, they're being counted out right now by a lot of people. Everyone just assumes that things going back to Fort Lauderdale for Game 7 because of how McDavid's playing and how the Oilers are rolling. And these guys love nothing more than ruining fun and crashing parties and sending people home miserable. And it's kind of the lifeblood of this Panthers team. And again, they know that there is margin for error here, but I think they also are really, frankly, pissed off that they had to come back here and take that long flight and have it be a rallying cry for the Oilers that they wanted to drag the Panthers back to Alberta. So I think the Panthers are going to find their swagger a bit in this game tomorrow night and close this thing out. even if a Game 7 with McDavid and the Cup and the whole thing is obviously the greatest thing that could happen to the NHL at this point.
Well, for your sake, I hope it ends. I hope you get some sleep and a vacation and
I want
some time
Game
to just.
7.
But it's true. There is a Game 7, but no.
Sorry, Greg,
I want
you
Greg
can-
Wyshynski to get some
you
sleep.
can-
I
you
know
can
what it's
rest
like to
later.
travel that much. Greg Wyshynski, senior NHL writer at ESPN. You're the best. We love having you on. Thanks, man.
Anytime. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, that's true. Those flights are.
Sorry,
I mean, it's
sir.
just it's
We're gonna
nuts.
need a Game 7.
Hey, you know what? We all need sleep. Okay, we
All
need
right.
some sleep.
Yeah, Connor McDavid needs sleep
That's
as well.
true. That's true.
Yeah.
NBA trade season is officially open. Keith Smith next. BetMGM tonight.
It's time for a short commercial break. Don't go anywhere, though, because we'll be right back with even more BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM, live from BetQL. We're back with BetMGM tonight on the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
Well, 35-33, Liberty over the Sparks right now, Trista. LA hanging around there.
I love that.
The Liberty just don't cover big numbers at all.
I should have just taken the first half.
I know. Just not have to sweat, be there. Do you know what the first half spread was?
It's probably 8.
Yeah, that sounds about right. It was 15.5 when you got that, so probably sounds about right. You can imagine what it is. I should have gone back in when there was even like a 12.
Yeah.
Just having more, because this game looks like it's going to be, it's going to be pretty damn close. 2:02 to go in the second quarter there, 35-33, Liberty over the Sparks. J.J. Redick is the new head coach of the Lakers. We had our first trade of the NBA offseason, so nobody better to bring on with us than, of course, Keith Smith, our guy, co-host of the Front Office show, Spotrac as well. And let's start with J.J. Redick, Keith, because now we can finally say it's official. He's actually the head coach. No more speculation on who they're talking to or Dan Hurley or any of that anymore. So as we now look at J.J. Redick, the head coach for the Lakers, I know we have no resume, we have no real way to truly know what type of coach he'll be, but we can speculate and we can play that game. So we'll play that game with you. What type of season 1 do you think the Lakers will have with J.J. Redick as a head coach?
I think a lot of what will answer that question is not really as much about J.J. Redick as it is about what happens with the roster. This roster needs work. As it stands right now, they're probably somewhere around the 7th or 8th best team in the Western Conference. Now, they can make moves for sure, but we'll have to see what Rob Pelinka does with that. But I don't think J.J. Redick is going to come in and lift them to 20 more wins or anything like that. I also don't think he's going to come in and drastically, downgrade them as far as his coaching either. I think what we'll see is they should be a pretty sound X's and O's team. I think he's going to come in and design good stuff. That's been a strength of his as an analyst, whether it be on the broadcasts of games or on his podcasts and the like. I think mostly what will determine his success will be how he handles the relationships with the players. Every head coach that I've ever talked to says it's like 1% about the X's and O's. Everything else is being a people manager and making sure, when a guy's in a 5-game shooting slump that he knows, hey, we're not out on you. We're still here with you. Let's try to get you right and do those kind of things. That's going to be the stuff that in-game management is going to be what J.J. Redick's going to have to learn and learn on the fly.
Yeah, and J.J. Redick, not known for his positive spin or his affability on the broadcast, at least. I don't know him personally, so that should be a fun experiment to watch live, especially when we see maybe some 3 or 4 game losing streaks. And I guess what I noticed, just as a follow-up from some of the players with Darvin Ham, is that they felt comfortable lambasting and throwing Darvin Ham under the bus, even sneak dissing him in the media. Is that something that we should expect going forward with J.J. Redick and these players, or is there a way for him to prevent that type of stuff?
Yeah, I think that has to be like an organizational wide thing of, hey, we're not going to put up with it. Like, we need to be in a place where if you have an issue with the coach, go talk to the coach. You don't need to do it through the media. And it's become this weird kind of thing, I think, with players not fully grasping that the coach is the one who's in front of the media every single day. Every day. Not every player does media every day. Some of them don't. But the coach is the one who's there. The coach is the one who's generally there answering for a lot of the stuff the front office does and doesn't do, too, because it's pretty rare that the GM, more than a handful of times a year, does a press conference. So that's one of the things where when a coach is talking about, a guy's not playing so well, a player then more often than I can ever remember at any point, a lot of these players then when they get their chance, like, well, I don't think he's always coaching well. And it's like, that's not, that's not productive for anybody to kind of go that route. And I think that's going to be a little bit of a challenge. As you said, J.J. Redick is not, he's going all the way back to when he was a player at Duke. He was never really warm and fuzzy. He was always a guy who embraced being the villain. He's openly talked about he loved being booed as a player because that meant other teams feared him and they felt like he might do something to beat them. So he's going to have to work on the relationship side of it for sure, and that's going to be a huge part of what will determine his long-term success.
Lost in the shuffle, well, maybe not lost, but another team that was evaluating J.J. Redick, shockingly, the Detroit Pistons. I've been banging the drum that Monty Williams probably not the right coach for this rebuilding team all of last year, but to do it a week before the NBA draft was very surprising to me. Apparently, Monty himself was also blindsided. What was your take on that and just kind of how that went down? And what kind of hire do you expect now with Trajan Langdon in Detroit?
Yeah, this to me is one of the things that it always comes off surprising. I kind of have been conditioned to expect when there's a new front office that takes charge, they're probably going to move on from the coach more times than they're not. But this one seemed like Langdon was there for a little bit, and there was no news, and then they finally moved on. I don't know if that was a finally convincing Tom Gores, hey, we just got to eat the money. Like we've got to move on. And one of the biggest mistakes I think NBA teams, really sports teams in general, but especially in the NBA make is they'll hire a coach, pay that coach a lot of money, doesn't really go well, and everyone can see, oh man, this is not going well. Or they sign or trade for a player. And then one of the things that they love to do is say, well, we have to give it time because we just got them. I think when we all know things aren't going well, it's fine to rip the Band-Aid off and say, you know what, we made a mistake. Because otherwise all you're doing by giving it more time is compounding that mistake. And I think for Detroit, this is a chance for them to really have a fully, fresh start yet again. But, this is probably ultimately for the best if they believe the best thing to do is get somebody new in there, somebody can coach up the young guys and get them moving forward. That's probably the best path.
Is that Borrego to you?
I think it may be. So I've been doing a little bit of connecting the dots here where Trajan Langdon came in from the New Orleans Pelicans. About, in the last week, they announced they were going to hire Fred Vinson as their top assistant coach, which is a little weird because then you turn around and fired the head coach. But Fred Vinson came over from the Pelicans. James Borrego, last job, assistant coach with the New Orleans Pelicans. So I think we might be seeing Trajan Langdon going with a couple guys he's comfortable with, a couple of guys who have pretty good development track records, and kind of owning, hey, this is not going to be a fast track thing. We're going to, play through our kids. We're going to build this thing up, and I'm going to bring in these guys. So I wouldn't be surprised if it's James Borrego. I thought if something had really gone sideways with the Lakers and J.J. Redick, that maybe it would be James Borrego. 2 slides in there. Now that job's off the board, maybe the Cavs, go that direction. We'll see. But I think he'd be a good hire for the Pistons.
Yeah, and Borrego the favorite at 2-1 to be the next Pistons head coach, and then Chris Quinn is in there at 6-1 after that with Sean Sweeney and Sam Cassell. Talking to Keith Smith, BetMGM tonight. We know this time of year means LeBron James rumors, means LeBron James anything to control the narrative. Do you put any real, substance to the Phoenix Suns or Dallas Mavericks, and then LeBron's son only working out with the Suns and the Lakers? Is this going to be one of those things where when it's all said and done, he goes back to LA and it's kind of one of those, that's probably going to be the most likely scenario? Why did anybody believe anything else?
Yep, I think that's exactly what it's going to be. I think he's going to be back with the Lakers. Now maybe he throws the ultimate curveball, but I think he'll opt out, and then I think he'll sign a new deal with the Lakers that kind of puts him in a position where, whether it definitely finishes there or, puts himself in position to finish off his career there. The Suns stuff, it's these things that people are saying, the Suns are going to, he's going to go there on a minimum contract. It's just so nonsensical. This is a guy who very famously said he's never taking $1 under the max again, because if he does, then the owners and GMs can go to every other player in the league and say, LeBron did it, why not you? Now, we're obviously in a very different phase of his career, but he's still not a guy who should be taking a minimum deal. And I don't even know why he would do that anyway. I don't know that he's looking at the Suns and saying, man, let me sign up for this. This is great. I mean, the Lakers were just as good as the Suns were last year. So I don't understand, that seemed to be, just some people dreaming things up out of fantasy, and definitely not going to be a thing. So I think he'll stay with the Lakers. And I think what ultimately happens is I think Bronny probably gets drafted 55th overall by the Lakers, and then they move it forward that way, which honestly is fine. 55th, you're not going to miss out on a kid you probably couldn't get as an undrafted player on a 2-way contract anyway.
Can you explain to me the trade, the Alex Caruso for Josh Giddey trade, and maybe put that into context in what you think the Bulls might be trying to do?
See, I was going to cheat and tell you I could explain it from the Thunder side, because I fully understand what they're trying to do.
You can explain from both sides.
Sure, yeah. Well, I can try with the Bulls, I guess. I really don't know. I'm confused on the Bulls side of this trade. I don't understand how when you're trading with the Oklahoma City Thunder and you're giving away the better player, I don't care that he's significantly younger than Alex Caruso. That part doesn't really matter to me. You should be coming away with, at a minimum, a protected first-round pick or a couple seconds. The Thunder have more picks than they could ever possibly use. I don't know how the Bulls didn't come away with at least one pick in this trade. So that part of it's a little confusing. As far as getting Josh Giddey, if this is followed up by we're not re-signing DeMar DeRozan, we're going to move Zach LaVine, we're going to move Nick Vucevic, and we're going to kick off a rebuild, then I'm okay with this. Then it starts to make a lot more sense why you would make a move like this. But as it stands right now, it seems like they're still in on, let's try to bring back DeRozan. We're going to probably trade LaVine, but we don't want to just move him for young players and picks. We want back guys who can play. And that seems like this never-ending quest to be the 8th seed is still going to continue in Chicago, and I don't get it. For the Thunder side, they get one of the best perimeter defenders in the league. Alex Caruso could have been a first-team all-defense guy, but was a second-team all-defense guy. He's really, really good, and he can shoot. He can shoot. Now, they lose a little bit more rebounding, which I think they're going to figure that out, with subsequent moves here, because the thing with the Thunder is, even after this trade, even though they took on a little bit of money, about $1.5 million, they still have over almost $34 million in cap space. And this is a team that's only got like 1 or 2 rotation spots that they're looking to fill. And now we're in a spot where they may be able to kind of handpick whoever it is they want to get and say, hey, come on in here, be a part of this. This is what we need you to do, and move this thing forward. That's a team that's going to be very, very scary next season.
Woo!
Thunder are just so well run,
Never
and they're
trade
in
with
such
Sam
a position.
Presti.
I
Just
know.
never.
Best GM in the NBA.
Don't do
Keith
it.
Smith, front office show, Spotrac. We love having you on, buddy. Thanks for coming
When
on.
they call, just hang up.
Yeah, let me counter real quick. Brad Stevens might be the best GM in the NBA.
That's
you should
fair.
probably
Fair
hang
enough.
up when he calls.
Congrats, Keith. Congratulations on the
Fair
ring.
enough. You're right. And congrats to the Celtics.
Appreciate
as well.
it. Thank you all.
Thanks, Keith. I guess Brad Stevens, Sam Presti, both really good. I would take either one in my organization.
Same.
That's for damn sure. It's BetMGM tonight.
It's time for a short commercial break. Don't go anywhere, though, because we'll be right back with even more BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM, live from BetQL. This is BetMGM Tonight. Join us for live sweats. Yes.
Let's go, Kansas
80,
State.
75.
That was a big balls three.
3 minutes ago.
Put the salt chaser thing up now. 'Cause
Instant reaction.
this is an unbelievable thing for me to see. My favorite team, my true favorite team. Less mistress, more side piece.
And maybe a few regrettable decisions.
Oh, he's got bust written all over him. Gudikin sucks. Jordan Addison ran a 5.340 and he's Trista's height. I'd take him.
You know what you shouldn't have done? Bet on the Wizards.
Yep.
Now, live from Washington, D.C., it's Ryan Horvat, Trista Crick, and Nick Ashew.
Trista, Nick, tonight we're on Twitch, we're on YouTube, we're on the Odyssey app. We're getting set for Argentina, Canada, Copa America set to kick off. I'm with you, sort of, kind of a similar bet.
Yeah.
Argentina's got to win 1-0, 2-0, or 3-0.
You get
I'm
plus
back
money
in.
on that, too.
Italy let me down. Italy let me down today. You talked me out of boycotting betting the rest of these tournaments. I'm back in.
This is
I got
all
over
we
the
got
emotion.
now.
I know, it's not much.
We got like one or two more NHL games. We got some
I hope
MLB.
I hope two.
And then we got I almost cussed, a poop load of soccer.
Yes, we have that. And then the Olympics. Don't forget the Olympics.
Yes, and then the Olympics.
So big fan of the Olympics, actually.
Which also has a little footy in there as well.
Well, that's true. We'll have a lot of the footy in there. And 3-on-3 basketball. I actually can't
Yes.
wait to see what that looks like. Why don't they send guys from the big three? You know, I feel like that should just be
Great
what they
question.
do. Just makes sense. All right. We bring on Brandon Tierney, host of course, he's 10 to 2 Eastern, WFAN in New York. And I would start with, hey, how are the Mets doing? Oh, wait, the Yankees lost 17-5. I know it's a long season. I know these games happen every once in a while. But what happened to the Yankees today, man?
They got their asses kicked. There's really no other way to say it. So I'll just cut to the chase, spare everybody the rhetoric. I mean, the Yankees are really good. The Yankees are going to win in their neighborhood of 97, 98 games, something like that. But it's hard not to notice the discernible drop or difference in dynamic players on the field when they play the Orioles. You know, they were down there in April. I know Judge was still banged up and it wasn't really hot yet at all. It was hitting like 170. But you lose 3 out of 4. Didn't look good. Didn't have a ton of energy. And then, you know, there were so many different storylines the past couple of days up in the Bronx, and the Orioles still won 2 out of 3, and they absolutely waxed them today. So I don't think that it's, you know how it is here with baseball. It's every game. It's almost like a football evaluation, which is crazy. But there are some warning signs to me that the Yankees, they're going to have to make some trades if they're going to want to get to the World Series. Orioles are a tough obstacle for them. That's just the way it is.
So you think, BT, that the Orioles are a superior roster, top to bottom right now?
Well, it's funny. I was saying today with Sal, I don't, not top to bottom. See, I think the Yankees are almost more conditioned to, even though Luis here was awful today, I think they're built to win more games than the Orioles during the regular season because they have more pitching depth. Garrett Cole just got back, as we know. Clark Schmidt's coming back in probably a month or so, and they got some horses. They have guys that give you length and give you quality for sure. Their numbers are startling. They're just so good from a rotation perspective, and that plays well from April to late September. But there's just something about the Orioles, the way they run the bags. They're 1 through 4, 1 through 5. Not that the Yankees don't have more studs for the first couple hitters as well, but I feel like the Yankees offense peters out lower third, whether it's the catcher, whether it's LeMahieu, who looks absolutely washed. DJ LeMahieu, it's funny. The game was at 4 o'clock today, right? And I said on my show, I said, yeah, that's great. I don't mind if he plays afternoon ball, but he should be playing at 3 o'clock in Central Park in some pickup softball league. He looks cooked, man. DJ LeMahieu looks absolutely fit. He looks fried. And they're trotting him out there every day. I don't know if they have a first baseman. Got to see more about Ben Rice. DJ's playing there. Third base, question. Back in the bullpen, question. So I wouldn't say, and the Orioles have questions too. I wouldn't say in totality, Trista, that the Orioles roster is better than the Yankees. But again, when you play those high leverage games, going first to third, scoring from first on a double, swiping the extra bag, ghost runner on second, what I've seen so far is that the Orioles are built better to win those kind of games.
I wanted to follow up on something that happened because there's been a little bit of some Twitter back and forth between Orioles fans and Yankees fans. So Westberg gets hurt because Juan Soto seemingly doesn't know how to run the base paths. So he gets injured. And then Aaron Judge gets hit on the hand, which I don't think was an intentional pitch. And then last night, we see Gunnar get intentionally hit on the shoulders. You think that was like totally kosher?
Yeah, I mean, I know, God forbid you have a little, what's the word I'm looking for? What I said on the show was that society's become so conditioned to be soft that anything that resembles something that's out of the norm, oh my God, you might throw back, you might retaliate. You're damn right you're going to retaliate. Listen, now there's a way to do it. There's a way to do it. And I played collegiately, and I got hit, and it ain't fun. And I remember one time as a lefty batter, a lefty pitcher threw behind me, which, it's so because you're conditioned to, your front shoulder to duck down so you're not exposed, but you're not used to when it's jumping. It's just so awkward. So there's and that bothered me. So there's ways to do it. And I think that when you look at this season, right, there's any season, but for specific to this matchup, this rivalry, blossoming rivalry, which is fun, there are various checkpoints, okay? And whether the pitch against Judge was intentional, and I don't know Suarez's intentions. I don't. Whether or not the pitch to Torres was intentional, I don't know. What I do know is when you're playing somebody that's going to be in your way in October, and they've got, at least in their own minds, the latitude to just throw freely inside with no repercussions, well, that's advantage Baltimore. And to me, the onus was on the Yankees to at least try to reclaim a portion of that and to send a message, not in a cavalier, dangerous way, keep it below the neck, hit him at a certain spot, or at least try to command the inner part of home plate. Now, if you hit somebody, well, that's big boy baseball. I mean, to apologize for that or to think that that's so out of the norm, to me, is ludicrous. I don't understand the fervor, the uproar, the reaction to what's been going on forever. I know the world's different. I get it. But nothing that I saw of any of those hit-by pitches, even the up-and-in pitch to Stanton a couple of nights ago, nothing was dangerous. I didn't see anything that was like so reckless and below board. But that's just my interpretation.
Don't the Yankees hit more batters than any team in Major League Baseball?
They do. No, they're up there. Understood. But Tristan, you got to understand this. To me, I'm gonna give you it's not a generation to generation correlation. So I know the times have changed, right? But when Michael Jordan would go in the paint and Bill Laimbeer or Rodman or John Sally would deck him, you know what? Charles Oakley, when he was still with them, but eventually Horace Grant and some others, you got to have his back. Now, I'm not the biggest hockey fan, but when you have certainly Gretzky back then, top scorers now that don't like to mix it up physically, when you have an opposing team taking liberties with your top scorer who is more of a finesse player, and you don't have that player's back, guess what? You don't have a team. And you don't have a team that's going to win. I mean, yeah, you have a team, but you don't have a team that's going anywhere. So to me, when your best player, the best player in baseball, gets hammered on the wrist, and after the game says, yeah, that bothered me, if you don't do anything about it, you're soft. The last time the Yankees won a championship was 2009. Who was the ace of that staff? CC Sabathia. CC Sabathia never put up with that stuff, even after it when the Yankees didn't win. So I'm a believer in sticking up for your teammates and again, doing it the right way. There's an element of responsibility that comes with that. And I don't think anybody crossed the line. So all this discourse, Oriole fans, Yankee fans, Oriole announcers, these people called it the shows. It means nothing to me because to me, nothing bad happened.
Well, the one thing we know is anytime we're on social media, that's where the most overreaction is always going to be. So we're going to see absolutely the worst of that type of overreaction. Talking to Brandon Tierney, BetMGM tonight, we also know the Yankees are always active at every trade deadline. I assume that's probably going to be the same way again. And if so, what are they going to be looking for come trade deadline?
Well, I'll tell you, I thought one of the internal answers everybody did was that Jason Dominguez was going to be thrust into this lineup if and when somebody else got hurt. I even proposed to Sal the other day before I knew about Dominguez, and for those who might not know, he's out 2 months with that intercostal, that oblique, which is such it's probably the worst thing you could have as a hitter outside of like a torn ACL or a ruptured Achilles. You can't do any T work. It's basically a lost season at this point for Jason. But what I thought may have been an internal option was, all right, you got Verdugo, you got Judge, you got Soto. You have the first base situation that is a mess. Even with Rizzo, it was a mess. And, I don't know if the kid's going to hit. I hope he does, Rice, but you don't know. DJ's washed, as I said. I thought maybe there was a way to experiment and try to finesse it like, all right, maybe Verdugo plays a little first base, or Maybe Judge plays a little first. All you have to, I'm not asking you to be Don Mattingly or Keith Hernandez. Can you catch a throw from across the diamond? And do you just have at least a few of the requisite athletic traits to be average at first base? And I think Soto does. I think Verdugo does. I know Judge does. And I think that Dominguez does. But with Dominguez down, that complicates it. They've got to make a trade. I fended off the voices who were not believers in Clay Holmes. And I'm like, this guy's good. You know what? I don't think he can be a closer for a World Series team. Doesn't strike enough guys out. There's too many guys on base, too much traffic. That's a problem in October. So you probably need to get a gas arm, high leverage late, and then put Clay Holmes in the 8th inning. You need to resolve first base. And personally, I think they got to resolve catcher. I mean, because the Orioles are not the only team to exploit the issue throwing guys out. The Red Sox stole 9 bases on Sunday Night Baseball. The whole world saw it. Now you can resolve that a little bit by varying. I was trying to describe this on the air without a visual. So if it's not like the Yankee catchers have such an inferior arm, it's also partly on the pitcher. So you could quick pitch, you could go to the belt, you could hold it for 3 or 4 seconds to get the timing. There's ways to combat that from a minutia baseball point of view that they'll figure out. But if they don't figure it out, that's a massive problem. So I think that there's even third base. I mean, if you could at least fix first base, then you could get away with DJ and Cabrera at third. If you don't fix first base and you've got DJ and Cabrera, that's not good enough to win.
Yeah. And also, obviously, Adley, significant hitting advantage at the catcher spot over somebody like Trevino as well. Last time you were on, BT, the Mets were like one of the worst teams in baseball, and now they are just on fire. What has changed besides the Grimace effect?
Of course, Grimace, yeah. Boy, oh boy. Well, first of all, you could start with the basic concept that their stars are finally resembling stars again. Yeah, Lindor, God, I talk about Lindor so much here in New York because he's got the massive contract and he's a skilled player. And the numbers at the end of the season are there, 30 steals, 30 home runs. Okay, fantastic. But what did you do when the season was being truly defined in April and May and you stumble out of the gate? And that's always been my pushback, my contention. He's really good, but he's not the superstar some crazy Met fans position him to be. And I love Met fans, but when they say that, they're nuts. So he's playing a lot better. That's a starting point. Alonso's been, sporadically good this year, intermittently good. He's cranking things up. And the other thing, Trista, I think this is so important. One thing that the Mets don't really have is a lot of youthful energy. Marte's in his mid-30s. Bader's 31, and Nimmo's 31. All right, Lindor's 30. Pete's going to be 30. Alvarez behind now. Not only is he hitting, which is awesome, and he hits 20-something home runs a year ago, he missed 2 months. And when he's back behind the plate, there's just this, he resonates, excitement and youthful. Baseball's a grind. And when you're playing 162 and you're at the yard for a 7 o'clock game, you get there at 3 in the afternoon and you pitchers are going over with the scouting reports and hitters are doing the same thing. And you're in the tunnel and you're taking, shagging balls and getting bullpen. You're there all day. And then by the time the game ends, and you take a shower, meet the media, get something to eat, you're leaving sometimes at midnight. That is a long day. If you're not having fun and you got a bunch of guys who are just punching in and punching out, collected a big paycheck, but not really bringing any sort of tangible energy, I think that really beats a team down. So I think Mendoza is much more of a spark than Buck was a year ago. I like him. I do. He handles himself well. So that's a starting point. And really Alvarez getting back behind the dish. I still think they're a very flawed team. Like their bullpen's a mess, even though Diaz is showing signs. Their rotation, but the way the NL's probably as bad this year as it's been forever. I mean, they're right. You tell me they're not better than the Pirates and the Reds and the Giants and the Diamondbacks and a few other. They might be. And so I think what's happening now is the window is open for Cohen to make a splash, which he wants to. When you are a powerful man or woman and you're embarrassed, you generally strike with force, like with this venomous force to shut up the detractors. And a lot of people, and I was one of them, saying, yeah, maybe we kind of overstated who Cohen is. He hears it. He processes it. He doesn't want to strip down. And that's the direction they were going. But this renaissance has been long enough and believable enough, coupled with the state of the NL, I think he's bringing somebody in. I really do. I don't know who, but I think he's going to make a move.
You think, yes, they make the playoffs plus 275?
It's a worthy bet. Sprinkle 100 or two, with the ability to win almost 600 if it's sure. Do I think you actually cash the bet? I don't, but I do think based on the odds and risk, whatever, and potential payoff, it's something that I might do, but I don't think they make it.
You see, Mario, this is why I hate the hard out. We don't even get a chance to get to the Knicks, the Nets. We need like 3 segments with Tierney. We need you back.
There's
We're only
so
going to talk
much
NBA.
more.
They give us this stupid hard out, man. We're stuck with it. I hate it. Brandon Tierney, WFAN. We're bringing you back. We're talking Knicks and Nets next time. All right? Thanks for coming on, man.
Love you, BT.
I hate these stupid hard outs. We need more time with Brandon Tierney. It's BetMGM tonight.
It's time for a short commercial break. Don't go anywhere, though, because we'll be right back with even more BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM, live from BetQL. Let the conversation continue with BetMGM tonight on the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
Trista, we might actually be sweating this Liberty Sparks game now. You looked at that score?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about the first half.
69-54, yeah. 15.5's looking a little bit more sweaty than it was going to be originally.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Minute 42 to go in the third quarter. The Liberty just kind of pulled out to a huge lead in this third quarter. So, listen, they're obviously the much better team. They just don't cover big numbers. So you're right. A lot of times I feel like the first half is the way to go. It's these weaker teams tend to just fall apart in the second half, and the game just starts to spread out a lot. That might have been the way to go. Still got time though. Still got time. Argentina and Canada also scoreless right now. Copa America that is kicked off. And luckily enough, we can bring on Kendra de St. Aubin, who jumps on with us in a MLS season pass analyst. I'm still looking at baseball here. There's so many sports going on right now, and it's like this whole transition to all this new stuff. It's got to be overwhelming, Kendra, for you to have we have obviously Copa, which is the big thing that you cover. We also have the Euros on right now. For us, we're watching all these different things. And I want to look at Argentina first. Obviously, they're playing Canada right now, and they're the overwhelming favorites in this tournament. And it feels like an inevitability, obviously, that they at least get to the final when this is all said and done. But let's just say they were to fall short. What would that scenario be for them where they did fall short?
I think first and foremost, when you look at what Argentina is, I feel like there's this massive monkey that got off their back after winning the World Cup. And I feel like they're still sort of riding that wave. So I don't know if it would be a massive letdown if they didn't win Copa America or if they didn't make it to the final. I think the eye on the prize is still always going to be 2026 and when the World Cup is back here on North American soil. So I feel like Copa America for a lot of these countries is sort of like this warm-up in this roller coaster. It's like you're on the ride, right? You're on the roller coaster and you're going up the hill and you're waiting to get to the top, and the top is going to be 2026. So I feel like they play a lot freer, and I feel like Messi plays a lot freer since they won the World Cup. And so I feel like anything now on top of that is just going to be like the cherry on top. It's going to be a bonus. So if they don't make it to the final or they don't win Copa America, it'll be disappointing, but not like earth-shattering like it has been in the past when they don't get the results that everybody expects, especially with the quality of that roster.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, I think we all want to see Argentina go as far as we can because this is supposedly Messi's last Copa. But he said that once before as well. Kendra, what do you think about Uruguay? Because I think a lot of people have found them to be kind of a trendy team to back to win it all at 6-1.
Well, I think they're massive. I mean, I think the quality of the soccer that comes out of that country, I don't think you can ever count them out. I think when you talk about people in that group, especially in Group C, and of course the United States is in that group as well, but Panama, one of those CONCACAF nations that always, is right in the mix, and Bolivia. But Uruguay has to come out of that group on top. That's who my pick would be. I would absolutely say that Uruguay is going to come out on top, is going to win that group and advance. And once you get out of the group, just like playoffs in any sport, anything can happen. It's so much about just getting out of your group, getting to the postseason, just like we talk here in the United States about sports. Then anything can happen from that point forward, and depending on the other results. But Uruguay is unbelievable, the quality that comes out of there. And you look at their roster, the young players coming up, the older guys that are still in the mix. It's hard to count them out in any way, shape, or form. And a lot of these countries, even like Messi for Argentina, but Uruguay is the same way. Oh, that guy's 33, 34, 35. Honestly, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter in a tournament format when you have that kind of depth on your roster and you can rotate some guys in. And you still have those guys who have been there, done that, who have the quality to show up in the big moments, in the big games, under big pressure, and come up in a time when it's necessary. So I think Uruguay is going to win that group. Maybe any United States fans are going to be a little bit disappointed in what I'm saying, but the reality and sort of the writing is on the wall for me that they're going to finish in the top of that group.
So it sounds to me, do you see them as maybe a bigger threat to Argentina than Brazil then?
Well, based on what I saw Brazil play against the United States in that friendly, what was it, a week or two ago now? Time kind of is all a blur when things are happening here. But I think that when I look at Uruguay compared to Brazil, the quality on Brazil's roster, we can talk about the young players, but we also talk about the older guys. And I do think that Uruguay is a bigger threat than Brazil. When you look purely at the roster, the quality, and also just like the versatility in how they can play, I think Brazil is a little bit more. We all know and love Brazil, the quality on the ball, the technical ability, the ability to dance in and out of space, take guys 1v1. But I do think from a whole standpoint, a cohesive standpoint as an entire team, I think Uruguay is going to be a more complete roster with more depth. And that's not to take anything away from not saying because Brazil tied USA that for some reason they're not as high quality as Uruguay. I just think that at the end of the day, when you're looking at a tournament format and you have to look down the stretch and and if guys get injured or if guys aren't available, if you're having to rotate the squad, I think Uruguay is a deeper team than Brazil is.
Let's talk about USA because obviously big, home country advantage having this tournament played here. But, USA has had issues in striking, especially against teams that, sit deep and they play this, a low defensive block against them. For you, what do you expect out of the U.S. team and what would be a disappointment and what would be elation?
Well, I think when you look at the United States and the two different games that they played in these last two friendlies, because I think those are going to be the most representative of what we see on this squad or in this squad right now. And we have Colombia, which they absolutely got crushed. And then you have Brazil, in which they drew 1-1. But I think that the United States is at their best against those low blocks. When you have a player like a Christian Pulisic who can drive at players, who can draw in the defense, who can keep the defensive line off balance, or you have to draw somebody out, and then that creates more space in behind. So if you continue to have these players like a Pulisic or even a Gio Reyna that can be dangerous going forward and ask the questions of the defense or of the holding midfielders of the opposing team, that's when they're going to be the most effective. They're fortunate, I think, in their first two matches that not that they're warm-up games, but it's not their biggest test. So then they can kind of build and work their way in through the tournament and get the health of the players, get these guys, the outside backs. We know, they're having to rotate some there with injuries. But I think that when you have a player like a Christian Pulisic, Gio Reyna, who had to play a little bit more defense against Brazil than he's maybe used to, but he did it quite well. Yunus Musa, we can go down the line. Weston McKennie, that can keep these opposing teams off balance and drive at players and ask the questions, that's going to be the best for the United States in the attacking third of the field. But then you better sure as heck make sure you have a number 9 that's in the final third that can finish the chance. There was a lot of outside shots in that last game against Brazil, a lot of, things taken from distance, 20, 25 yards out. But if they get inside the box, you have that number 9 that is just sort of lethal and can finish the opportunity. So I think that's where they're still trying to figure it out. They're trying to figure out who is going to be that number 9 for them. It's like the $1 million question for every team, every country, every club. That's why they get paid the most money on the clubs, is because they're so incredibly important. So as Greg Berhalter feels the pressure and they feel the pressure to, do well in this tournament in advance, it's going to be about finishing the opportunities and breaking that line with runs in behind or players going 1v1 to kind of break up and keep the opposing team off balance.
Where do you rank Pulisic against other star players from other countries in this tournament?
Oof. Well, I think he's really underrated in my mind. I know there was this crazy list that came out with the top 100 players in the country, and it's done, I think, by The Guardian over in the UK, and I don't even know if he, barely cracked the 100. And to me, that's shocking. You have goalkeepers from other clubs around the country, around the world, that are in there. And to me, when you look at, if we're talking about just individual player and ability, I would say he's in the top 50 in the world. But if you're looking at, we talk about MVPs for teams, who is the most valuable and makes the biggest difference on your team, on your country, for your country, I would say he's got to be in the top 15 or 20, where if you take him out of the roster, what is the United States? Where there's other countries and you look and you go, okay, well, if I take Messi out, maybe he's the exception. But even some of these other countries, if you take a player out, where is that team? What do they look like? If somebody's injured, Mbappe, whoever, I think if, Christian Pulisic is not in the United States roster, the value to his team and his country is immense. But even in the world, and you look at what he's done at different clubs, and Chelsea's a little bit of an exception because I'm not sure he got a fair shake. But I think with what he can do on the world stage at the highest level, he's got to be in the top 50 for me in the world. I just think he gets a little bit of a slight being an American player.
Talking to Kendra DeSaint Aubin, BetMGM tonight. Is there a player on the U.S. roster that you look at that could have sort of a breakout tournament, sort of one of those, they take that next step into the spotlight at all?
Man, That's a tricky one in the sense that they've had to rotate some guys, and Joe Scally, played the other night. So you're like, okay, can he be it? Can he be the next thing? We've talked about players we already know, and a Weston McKinney and a Musa. Maybe when you look at some of the other central midfielders, how much is Tyler Adams going to play? Matt Turner's been kind of up and down when you look at the goalkeeping situation. But I think if you're looking for a player that can really step up in the next opportunity and kind of maybe make a name for himself in a tournament like this, it's got to be someone almost on the back line. Like, we all know who Tim Ream is. He was phenomenal in the last game. He's been around for an eternity. People are saying he's too old to be on this roster, whereas I'm more looking at it and like, this is the moment for him to continue to step up and sort of lead this team. I would say when I look at this roster, I would say that the player that may step up that we underestimate or don't think enough of could be a player. Well, if I said Timothy Weah, but everybody knows who he is, right?
Mm-hmm.
Everybody knows what his abilities are. Ricardo Pepi, he's not really been in the mix. But if you look at Josh Sargent, who everyone expected to do really well, and we're not sure if he's going to play at all, I would say the biggest player that we are not necessarily aware of that could really step up in this moment could be like a Johnny Cardoso, or Tyler Adams coming back from injury. What a key piece he is. We just talked about Joe Scally in the outside back position. I think that's going to be a huge void to fill there. Everybody kind of knows who Brendan Aronson is, but he needs an opportunity to sort of shine and take on a different role, not just a high-pressing player who's going to force turnovers. So I guess my biggest pick would probably be a player. I would go with Joe Scally because I think he has big shoes to fill in that outside back position that people have kind of doubted him and wondered if he's capable of consistency at this next level. And I think he's one of those players they're going to have to lean on heavily in that position to find their way through Copa America, and then even going forward to have depth in that outside back position, the way they want to use their outside backs.
What about somebody like Giovanni Reyna? Like, I know that's obviously he's well known already within the U.S., but this is obviously a bigger stage when you're talking about Copa. Could he be somebody that sort of, because I'm looking at like, is there somebody that kind of gets into that spot where they're appreciated more than just in the U.S., right? Where it's maybe a worldwide thing. Could Giovanni Reyna be somebody that takes that next step? Because he's still only like 21?
Yeah, I mean, but what's tricky for me about Giovanni Reyna is what he's accomplished already as such a young player. But the thing people are going to have to try to separate is we're not even talking about on-the-field skill level, is the whole turmoil that came after the 2022 World Cup, right? And all the discombobulation around his story with his mom and his dad and his relationship with Greg Berhalter. And was Berhalter going to be called back in to be the head coach for this cycle? And are they going to be able to mend their relationship? And Gio's attitude and on the field and off the field, and if he wasn't getting playing time. So some of it was about his maturity level. Mm-hmm. Nobody, I don't think, on this planet questions his ability on the ball, on the field, his vision. He's one of those guys that's like this weird, he sees a play before it happens. He's 2-3 passes ahead. His vision is impeccable. He kind of glides on the ball and into space. So I don't think there's a person on this planet who's watched a soccer game that isn't like, wow, he could be the next best thing for the United States. They need him on the field in the midfield to find success, especially in the attacking third. But I think it's more going to be like, can people separate the off-the-field kind of conundrum with the on-the-field talent? And I give him a ton of credit for, at his young age, to show the maturity to even be where he's at, to be back on this roster, to be kind of taking it all in, to kind of shut out the noise. I think he's done one interview since the whole, situation happened. And I don't even know how much in that interview he addressed, the stuff with his mom and his dad and Greg Berhalter, but it sounds like they've got it sorted and solved and they're ready to move on. So I give him a lot of credit that he can come on and step on the field and perform and kind of shut out all that noise. And as we've all seen with athletes and coaches, it's way easier said than done. And we can sit here on the sideline and go, oh, yeah, well, what the heck? Why isn't he performing? It's like real life is happening, in addition to whatever's happening on the field.
We have about a minute. I remember when Balogun also got announced for the U.S. men's national team. Everybody was super excited, thought he was going to be the next best thing, like a striker that could take the U.S. another level. But his name hasn't been mentioned.
No, and I'm struggling with him a little bit because I feel like he's not doing enough for what they're asking of him when he steps on the pitch. And I noticed it in the last couple games. I just feel like that he was kind of anointed the next best thing as the next number 9 for the United States because that's the position they've struggled in. But I don't know that he's really taken hold of it. And I think who they've really missed is Josh Sargent, who was, I thought, phenomenal towards the end of the World Cup in 2022. He was injured for the last game. He missed it. Then he was, goes away with club, was injured a little bit, didn't play in those last couple of friendlies. He's questionable for these. I think that he is their best option as number 9 for the way they want to play. But you're absolutely right. Flo Balogun is supposed to be the next best thing, but I don't know that he's quite grabbed hold of it yet. We'll see it depending on how they want to play. If they want to play over the top or if he's going to check back in and kind of shield and muscle people off the ball.
All right, Kendra, thank you so
Good
much for the
stuff.
time. Really appreciate you jumping on with us.
Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
BetMGM tonight.
It's time for a short commercial break. Don't go anywhere, though, because we'll be right back with even more BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM, live from BetQL. Now, back to BetMGM Tonight on the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
All right, Trista, here we go. Sparks keeping this thing close. This is what we need. 4 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. They're only down 6, 81-75. That 15.5 starting to look alive again. This is a good thing.
Yes, sir.
Good thing. Good thing. Argentina and Canada scoreless in the opener for Copa America now as well. So Kendra was great, by the way, Mario. Let's have her on again.
So good.
Because she just was, it's like she's just awesome. You know what I mean? Like, you know when you have a guest on that you can tell they just know they know what it is they cover inside and out. They're not faking it, but they also don't do it in a way they're not boring or that was who she was. So let's definitely have her on again because there's a lot of footy.
She can break stuff down really well.
Yeah, she played soccer at University of Minnesota too. So as a former player, you got that little expertise. Brianna Stewart's got 14 points here. This is good. Started off 0 for 6, so much better finish for her. Though I don't have a prop on her.
That's the thing she was mentioning, and like that's the thing that's been pissing me off about Team USA forever. Mm-hmm. We just haven't had an elite striker, and it's so painfully obvious when we go up against elite teams with multiple elite strikers. We look so outmatched. It's crazy, and the style of play can get pretty rough to watch.
Listen, I grew up playing soccer. I played it from when I was like 4 all the way through high school. And I mean, I had could have done some like D3 crap, but I was like, I'm not going to a D3 school to play soccer when I know I'm not going to turn it into anything. I love the game. I do love watching it, but I have the understanding that the United States is never going to be on the men's side what it is on the women's side. It's just not. Because the best athletes in this country still gravitate towards basketball, to football, first and foremost at least, and then we start maybe talking about soccer as a potential sport for some of them. It's just not near the top of the list.
No, it's not. And we end up getting players. The only real saving grace is that we get players with like dual citizenship.
Right. Right.
And it's like, that's all we got, baby. That's all. You're one part Nigerian, one part American, and we will take you.
You'll get a bigger role if you play with us.
You.
Yeah. And listen, I mean that certainly helps. We've seen, NBA players that will go play for another country because they have a dual citizenship there too, and it's maybe an opportunity because they're not going to make Team USA or whatever the case is. So that's great. Like that helps build programs up, and we want all of this to be as competitive as possible. But just because soccer is popular for people to watch, like Premier League in the U.S., I love it. Massive ratings. Some people are on Peacock watching it all the time. It's insanely popular, but the reality of it is that is a league that is much higher than the level of play that we have in the MLS. Now, we get stars in the MLS.
Yeah, we do.
But they get here the end of their
tail
career.
end of their careers.
They get to the tail end. It's like Dwight Howard playing over in Taiwan right now.
Except
now
for
owns
Messi.
The team.
You're right. Messi's still so sick.
He's still really good.
He's still really freaking good. He's out there cruising right now at this very second, actually. He's the best ever. He's the best ever.
Yeah, at this point, that's baby.
Did you guys
had ourselves a goal.
Mario, Maddie, did you guys take anything in this Argentina game?
No. I took Argentina, whatever, the win.
To win?
Yeah.
Minus 175.
Yeah.
Oh, did you do the 1, 2, or 3-0? Or did you just take them to win?
I just took them to win.
Nice.
And then, I just try to put a lot on it for the team, for the crew.
For the crew. I love that. That's what we call a betting. We call a betting block.
I'm a big crew guy. So if everyone's in it in the room,
Mario, that's one of my favorite things about you.
Crew is in the sport crew or the people crew?
No, like he's for the people.
Because if it was sport crew, I have a crew movie that's very interesting that just popped in my head. And when you said that,
really?
I'll give you that later. It's
or
not
Bolt
really that
Crew.
big a deal. Okay, I guess it could be
podcast.
Bolt Crew.
Or Bolt Crew.
There's also that. Look at you. You're just finding one thing after
Mario,
the other.
did you have caffeine tonight?
Oh, Trista. Trista, you ask. That's like saying, did it rain today? Spoiler alert, it did not rain today. But was it hot today? Yes, it was hot today. Mario had caffeine. Really, plenty of caffeine.
Really quick side road, because it's like the most adult thing I've maybe ever done in my life. And we don't need to get into like what Nick does, because Nick's been an adult with a yard and like for a long ass time.
No,
so
it's only, no, you're right. I haven't lived in an apartment with.
You're
my
like
wife
a lawn man, like Nick's like a lawn man. But I got
I'm ashamed.
I got a trickle drip like hose.
Oh yeah, you just let it sit out there
and so I have a garden, guys. Okay. Like my first garden I've ever done myself, and my neighbor who's like a botanist she came over and helped. My mom's an awesome gardener too, so she sent me all this different stuff to put into the garden, which looked crazy because it was way more than the recommended amount, and I thought it was going to kill the plants. And I have like super steroid plants like in the neighborhood. Everybody in the neighborhood's like, yo, your tomato plants are like 10 feet tall.
What are you feeding them?
It's like, yeah, what is going on? So I got my first zucchini today.
All right.
But the thing that I was thinking of, because you said it's so hot, is the fact that now all I have to do in the morning every other day is just turn the hose on, and it literally is snaked in between the plants, and it just waters itself. That's it, baby. It's awesome.
You're not going to have anything grow in this heat and this drought that we're dealing with on the East Coast, really most of the country, but except for Florida, who's like everybody's in a drought, and then Florida had nothing but monsoons for like a week.
Yeah.
It's the weirdest thing.
Without the hose, you're not going to get it. And
ain't going to happen.
Trying to use the hose with the little, I guess it's called, I forget what it's called. I don't know. I call it the gun, like the hose gun. It's called something else. I know that's not the right word.
The nozzle?
The nozzle. That's the one.
Yeah.
The nozzle. And then you get in the leaves, and then the leaves can get diseased, and that's a whole problem. Then you got to go to each individual plant for like many minutes down at the base because it's not in a pot. It's in like raised beds. It's a whole thing,
See,
guys.
you did your research. This is very, lawn for me, garden for you. Boom.
Oh, yeah, baby. We've got
Boom.
tomatoes. We've got zucchini. First zucchini, 7 inches long. Pause.
I mean, come on.
Pray for that length.
My mom told me it's time. My mom told me it's time to harvest. Pause. And
what's the girth on that zucchini?
I'll have photos. I'll give it to you. I'll send it to Mario right now at the break. And also getting some cucumbers. Those will be much bigger than the zucchini.
Oh, even better.
Yeah.
Man, you got some serious girth growing in your garden
And
right
some
now.
mint and some sorrel.
Oh,
and
let me tell you something. So we had mint before.
It's got to go in its own pot,
It
baby.
gets invasive.
Oh, yeah.
It will
It's in
take
its own
over
pot.
everything.
But anyway, so the hose is like maybe my biggest accomplishment.
It's the way to
I'm
do
getting
it.
a timer that's coming in Amazon so that I can literally do it while I'm gone in Portland, and it'll just turn on for 45 minutes every other day.
Oh, that's great.
On its own.
Look at you. You're going to have such a great garden. You're going to be bringing
It's gonna
in
be great.
vegetables to us in here.
I know.
And it's going to be, we're going to have
Yes,
our own
I can
salads.
have Peach come over and just take the vegetables when I'm out of town. Little
PJ
Peach.
would do that.
He would.
Okay, Trista, I'll come over and tend to your garden.
Canada almost just scored, guys, which
I
would have
know.
totally screwed us. Totally screwed us.
I know.
If Canada, who's
I'm
like,
a
let's
little
be honest, you look at
concerned.
Canada's history, they are not a high scoring team. That's the
Nope.
reason I thought they'd get shut out. They've been Strug Street. If Argentina were to lose to Canada today, they would be getting eviscerated by their local media. Like some of these guys might not even be able to come home.
I would prefer that not to happen because
Same.
we've got a little something on this. Speaking of that, we have a bunch of Euro games tomorrow as well. Each one of us has a different game. We're going to build ourselves a nice little show parlay for tomorrow. Who wants to start with
Not
this?
me. I don't
Not
like
you?
my game.
All right, so I have Netherlands, France.
Like
I'll go
he
ahead
gave
and
me
start.
the worst game.
I will go with Netherlands and France. That's what I have.
Yep.
Great game. Actually, can't wait to watch that. But obviously, Mbappe's not playing, which is a massive, massive loss for France here. So I've decided that a tie is a very real possibility in this game. A draw at plus 240. France has actually had a lot of success against the Netherlands, though. They've won 7 of their last 8 matches against them. And most of these have been very low-scoring games for the most part. Then again, we know it's soccer. A lot of times that tends to be the case here. We're sitting here begging for just a 1-0 Argentina win right now, so that's the way that it works. But this could be kind of one of those grinded-out games, and you've got a really strong defensively, the Netherlands are really, really strong. There was a matchup that I'm going to try to say this guy's name, but I've heard it a lot. Virgil van Dijk. Wow. However you say it.
Yeah, Van Dijk.
Kind of got it. That was supposed to be like the matchup with Mbappe. We're not going to get that now.
No.
But this could be kind of a grinded-out slugfest between the two. So I decided to take the nice little plus money, plus 240. So that's the first leg of our parlay.
Oh, let's go. All right, who's up? Maddie, you want to go next? No? Okay. T?
I don't. No.
Okay. All right. All right, Nick, for our second leg, let's look at the past to predict the future.
All right.
In the past 2 years, Ecuador has scored 19 goals, which is about 1.3 goals per contest. That's a math degree, fellas.
Good job.
On the flip side, Venezuela has scored 12 goals in 13 games, a little bit of a high-scoring team, but the most important thing is that their defense is pretty strong. Only 8 goals in that span. Ecuador's also coming off a hot streak right now. They beat Honduras. I'm not even going to try to say the other country because I'm going to butcher it. But it was in friendly matches, and they were able to come off with the win, but it was both low-scoring games. They've gone under in the last two matches. 2 of the last 3 matches. I'm going to take the under in this one. I think 2.5, taking the under in Ecuador, Venezuela. Not going to be a lot of goals scored. Going to be a little #boring. But I think Ecuador wins 1-0. I think it goes under. But for the parlay chances, I'm going to go under 2.5 goals.
All right.
Ooh, I like that. So I am partially Polish. I actually don't know if that's true because of the way.
Whoa. You are, but you don't know if it's true.
Well, I've been told
that's like me
this.
saying I'm actually 6'5". I don't know if it's really true, but I'm like maybe 6'5".
Think about the Eastern Bloc and like how people have moved around and like sometimes you can be like, for example, you are ethnically Lebanese, but you're American, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
you could kind of go either way. Now imagine also then like your son moves to Venezuela and has kids. Like, are those kids from Venezuela or are they Lebanese? I mean, that's kind of what we're talking
You
about.
should do one of those DNA tests. That
I
gives you all
did,
your-
and so there's stuff that wasn't Poland, and it's now like because things have moved with the
This
Eastern
is true.
Bloc.
Borders have moved just a
Yeah,
little bit.
that's what I'm saying. So like, it's kind of tough to say.
All right, you kind of explained yourself out of that. I'll give you that. It was a decent explanation.
My whole life, I've been told that I'm like mostly Polish.
Mhm.
Really, when you look at it, mostly Lithuanian, Finnish. But there's like some parts of Eastern Europe that could be Poland that it says I am. It's
Yeah.
like a loose, hey, your Ancestry.com, you're like 26% Eastern Europe. And you're like, okay, well, that could be Poland.
Sure, maybe.
Anyway, so Poland has Robert Lewandowski, who should play. All that to say, Austria is very pesky. They lost to France on their own goal, so their defense is stout. They also broke Mbappe's nose, so they are playing very tough.
They're tough.
But with Poland playing well in international competitions, especially those in Germany, right next door to Poland, my brethren, I like Poland on the money line. So that's the
Anything? Matt? Low on time? Just get it out.
France on the money line.
That wasn't your bet.
That was you were assigned.
You have Peru, Chile.
You have Peru and Chile.
Oh, Peru and Chile. Oh, then definitely just the under.
Just the under.
All right. There you go.
Yeah, we got assigned. That's why I didn't want to do anything with the Poland game because Mario didn't ask us what games we wanted. He just
I just assigned. That is
blind
true.
assigned them. Don't do that again. That was a miss.
I was trying to find all the
That
fun
was a
ones.
miss.
Yeah, but then what if we're fighting over the same game?
Exactly, but we could do a same game parlay.
Well, oh, you're right. Fair enough.
Come on now.
BetMGM tonight.
It's time for a short commercial break. Don't go anywhere, though, because we'll be right back with even more BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM, live from BetQL. is BetMGM Tonight. Join us for live sweats. Yes.
Let's go, Kansas
80,
State.
75.
That was a big balls 3.
3 minutes ago.
Put this on
Big
chamber thing
balls
up now.
3.
'Cause
Instant reaction.
this is an unbelievable thing for me to see. My favorite team, my true favorite team. Less mistress, more side piece.
And maybe a few regrettable decisions.
Oh, he's got bust written all over him. Goody sucks. Jordan Addison ran a 5.3 40 and he's Trista's height. I'd take him.
You know what you shouldn't have done? Bet on the Wizards.
Yep.
Now, live from Washington, D.C., it's Ryan Horvat, Trista Crick, and Nick Ashew.
So this Giants-Cardinals game right now that's at Rickwood Field has now gone into an old-timey filter on the TV.
Yeah, see?
Oh, yeah, real see. They got the old graphics there. Looks like a game in 1951 here. See, there's a red Rickwood out there making the grab in a deep right center field. And Wellington B, there was... What? Why did everybody talk that way back then?
I don't know. They thought it was cool. Someday we're going to get like 25, 35, 40 years from now, people are going to be like, why did radio people puke? Like, why do they make that sound? Why do they talk like this on the radio? And I'm like, I don't know. Why couldn't they just be normal? I don't know. They just thought they should say it sound like that.
Oh, yeah, there's a long fly ball to deep right field, and Red Wellington makes the grab right at the wall, and it's a 3-ball, 2-strike, 3 outs, and that's the end of the inning. And it's just like, okay, there you go. Celebrate the summer of soccer, though, too, with BetMGM, with Euro 2024 kicking off. And, of course, we got Copa America starting right now. We got action all day, all weekend. You follow along for the boosts at BetMGM, the site, the app. You know where all of them are. You get 50% boost packs that are going to show up. You check it out every day. You use them. You get involved. Have a little fun. Maybe get in on some Argentina right now. Scoreless at halftime with Canada. Not good. Well, we want Canada not to score, but we're going to need some... we may actually have a long fly ball to deep right field. It was warning track power there from the San Francisco Giants, and that will end the inning with a game still scoreless as they took it off. It's gone now. They even have the old scoreboard. This is so cool. I love baseball. Listen, baseball has such a long season. When they did the Field of Dreams, it's like, okay, guys, you need to do more of this kind of stuff. This is so great what they're doing today.
Yeah, you know what was so freaking awesome was like watching and reading breakdowns of this game. And literally they're breaking down the freaking field, like all of the depth and like what type of a field it reminds them of. And I'm like, this is just inject this into my veins.
It is. I think it's something, if baseball did more of it, you'd be creating more events to a very long, what feels like almost eventless season for a while. You know, like hockey obviously was smart by doing the outdoor games, the Winter Classic, and, you know, they added a couple more, so it's not just one now necessarily. The NBA doesn't really, I mean, I guess we could say the event is the in-season tournament, but they don't really have, like, college basketball had some outdoor games. They did the one on the
sick.
Yeah,
on that boat.
Was it Michigan State and North Carolina?
Yeah, John Hanson.
Yeah, on the.
Well, they did it again recently too.
Only UNC matters.
That's right. Yeah,
well, we don't care about UNC, honestly. Honestly, nobody's checking for
Blue
them.
blood.
Okay, again, real quick here. From Indiana.
We don't know.
From Indiana, Bulls fan, North Carolina fan.
Yep, a lot going on.
Yeah.
Just front runner.
Is there even like a... Do you have an explanation for yourself on any of this?
UNC was all my older siblings loved UNC, and I thought
Ty Lawson
was a legend, and then Carolina Blue I thought was the sickest color in the world.
It is though.
Yeah,
so your fandom started as a kid because of the colors in your family, and it stuck.
Yep.
Well, at least you stuck. I'll give you that. Can't change teams when you do it.
And all my hand-me-downs, like I didn't get new clothes. I had hand-me-downs, and all my hand-me-downs were UNC.
Oh well, then that's pretty much going to guarantee the fandom.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
And Party's at the party playing with his nose now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Why is
Baka's got a weird case. Yeah. Why is he around?
I'm not gonna improv.
Oh my God! So I was literally doing like a fake part of. I was redoing the Kendrick verse with PJ via text, and so I put in like because we were making the parlay, and it was the Yankees and the Orioles. And it was like Garrett's got a weird pitch. Why is he around? And I said this to him about Stanton. I was like, Stanton's got a bad back. Why is he around? And PJ just went totally over his head. And he responds back. I have to find it. He goes, I said, Stanton's got a bad back. Oh yeah, here it is. Here it goes. It was trying to throw a strike, and it's probably a slider. And then I said, Stan's got a bag back. Why is he around? And he goes, because they're paying him too much money, so he got to work. And I go, no, Peach, we still on the song, brother.
In his defense, though, if you're reading a text, you can't hear it in, like, lyric form. So it may have been a little bit
Yep.
for him.
Yep.
Also, he's not in hip-hop, so, there's that, too.
I was like, wop, 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 rush, F him up.
Oh, Peach.
It was literally the whole verse was over and over and over again.
He
And
didn't try
still
to
didn't
Google
get
it?
I was like, why you throwing like a bitch? Ain't you tired? And he was like, he just didn't get it.
Well, at that point, you kind of realize if you don't know, it still sounds like lyrics.
Yeah, it does.
You figure that
Right?
out. So, well,
Anyway.
it's Peach. We just let Peach be Peach, It's just
He's
how
the
it works.
best.
It's just how it works.
He's the best. He's like funny like my mom who's sending production notes to my text message. Apparently, she doesn't like the way I'm doing something, which, that's just another day that ends with a Y.
Should we make a little argument, Mario?
Let's do it, Mario.
Mario's got his helmet out now, the BetMGM helmet. He has 8 teams today. How many do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 teams that he's going to draw out of a hat one by one, and we all have a favorite bet for that team for this season.
Nice.
It can be anything. It can be something wild. It can be something like their win total, make the playoffs. Whatever we like the most, that's what we're going with. What you got first for us, Mario, as we drum roll?
Hit the drum roll for me, Kenny.
Oh, no, we're not doing this again.
Yeah, no, we do it every time.
Oh, yes, sirree, Bob. Nick Cashew.
Yes, sirree, Bob, huh?
Yep. And for make an argument, your first one on a great Thursday night, June 20th. It is the disgusting Minnesota Vikings. Make an argument, Nick Cashew, for the Minnesota Vikings in 2024.
Oh, the Minnesota Vikings. Well, if they had Kirk Cousins, I feel a lot better about him. There's no value on the win total, but I like the under 7.5. But it's down to like minus 170. I'm not paying that kind of juice for a season-long win total bet. It's just not going to work. But here's what I can do, because this involves the Vikings, and I may be bending the rules, but guess what? I don't care, Mario. You can't control me. NFC North exact outcome. Lions first, Packers second, Bears third, Vikings fourth at plus 450. I think the Vikings are going to be the worst team in the division. Packers showed us that if they can play the way that they did over the last 8 games, and then including obviously the way they looked in the playoffs as well. Sorry, Trista. That is a team that can at least compete for the division. And in a lot of seasons, I would say the Packers could win the division. But the Lions are stacked. The Lions have just a ton of talent. They're bringing everybody back, plus additions defensively. So I think it's the Lions, Packers, Bears, Vikings in that order at plus 450.
So I have one that's like not chalky. I would call it a fair bet, but it's actually the Minnesota Vikings win total over. The win total has already moved up. And here's the thing, I know that we don't have Kirk Cousins anymore. I get that. I know that Danielle Hunter left. Mm-hmm. But this team also, I think the defense could be better. Even better with Brian Flores still leading the ship. You add Dallas Turner. You add Andrew Van Ginkel. You add Jonathan Greenard. And then you add a very prolific, when healthy, running back in Aaron Jones. If J.J. McCarthy is even middle of the road good, they could easily win 7 games because they're not going to have a tough schedule. But also, think about this. Minnesota won 7 games last year with 4 different quarterbacks. So it's not a scenario where it's impossible for them to get to 7 games. Do you know how ass you have to be to win only 6 games? I think maybe we're not sleeping on Minnesota. I just think maybe they're getting stepped on a little too crazy.
If you had to give percentage of job security for O'Connell this year.
Oh, I think it's very high.
He's good. He's fine.
But he's a wizard. That's another.
he is.
That's another reason. So you end up with Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison, and T.J. Hawkinson, along with Aaron Jones, who can catch balls out of the backfield. That right there is a prolific offense. And if the defense is pretty good, really it's just J.J. We have no idea about J.J., but if we know one thing about Kevin O'Connell, and what he can do is he was working with Jared Goff for a while, so he knows how to cover up for the inconsistencies and the deficiencies of a quarterback. So he's going to find a way to put J.J. in a spot that makes him the most comfortable. I know. You're starting to get to you, aren't you?
No, what I was going to say is the disrespect for Sam Darnold, Trista, not even mentioning the potential that he could be the starting quarterback.
Even Sam Darnold.
Sam Darnold,
fine.
this could be his moment with Kevin O'Connell.
Same. I mean, either way, like whoever is the starting quarterback, I'm going to be fine to roll with. But I think you have Kevin O'Connell, you have Brian Flores, two elite guys at their skill set. And then you add extra guys on the defense that I think are very good, even though you lose Daniil Hunter. And then you add Aaron Jones. Let's be honest, like they haven't had a running back that was worth anything for 3 years now. Like you've been running on the ghost and the fumes of Dalvin Cook, and you had guys behind him who were getting death threats on Twitter because they were so ass, and Alexander Madison. Like now that you have a legit running back who's got tread on the tires, I don't know, 7 wins. I kind of like it. I'm going to place it.
The only thing you have to be worried about is Aaron Jones playing a full season.
Totally.
That's the one question. I mean, he only played 11 last year, but 17 in 2022, 15 in 21, 14 in 20.
I think it's the LaFleur effect, too. I think he likes to run his running backs into the ground.
Oh, yes, yes.
So I'm optimistic.
Man, you may want to work for Vikings PR. You did.
I know, and James Coe hates him, too. James Coe hates him. But I kind of like him.
I mean, the receiving core is nasty.
Well, that's the thing. But again, you know what I always say about receivers, right? There's the assembly line of success. If you don't have a quarterback consistently getting them a football, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So Kevin O'Connell can be a whiz, but if J.J. McCarthy's out there starting and making a ton of rookie mistakes and turning the ball over, and Sam Darnold's doing the same, and they don't really have options at quarterback, it limits all that other talent you put out there. So, and that's again in the NFL, you're driven by a quarterback. So there'll be a limited team if they don't have at least solid quarterback
If JJ's
play.
okay, though, sky is the limit, and you know that you can.
You know what? If they handle J.J. McCarthy the way that they did Mac Jones his rookie year in New England, that would, I think, is a good position for J.J. McCarthy to be in. Not a lot of going down the field, dinking and dunking. Like, he didn't throw the ball a ton in college anyway. They ran the ball a lot.
Totally.
So if they do that in Minnesota, they're in a decent spot. Eat clock, defensive battles, that's going to be what that's the situation. And then you have Justin Jefferson, who obviously can break the game open at any moment.
Mark my words.
Mark my words.
Mark my words.
Save it, mark it.
Mark it, save it, and make the argument for our next team. Kenny with the drum roll. All right, ladies and gentlemen, for our next team on June 20th, make an argument on BetMGM tonight, presented by BetMGM on the BetQL Network. We have the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Get on the pirate ship. And are you going to take a
No, God, no, Mario, no, don't you.
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Hey, you like that secretly.
Oh, God, that was a dad joke. You're too young to be making dad jokes.
Dude, the amount of nieces and nephews I have, I feel like a dad.
It just kicks in
it
automatically. By the way, your face is super red right now. You're very pumped up. Take a deep breath.
It's the best.
Dude, I'm starting to sweat.
I don't want you to pop a vein or anything, blood vessels in your eye. Like, let's just be careful. Pace yourself. We still have an hour and 48 minutes in this show. For the Bucs, I'm going back to the Mike Evans train again this season. Mike Evans to score 13 receiving touchdowns at least at plus 500. I mean, he hit this in 3 of his last 4 seasons. He's got big chemistry with Baker Mayfield. The price makes it that much more enticing. And both came back to play together. Obviously, the concern here is you're not going to have the same offensive coordinator now. Canellis has gone off to Carolina to be their head coach, so that's one thing that's lacking. But there's just not a lot that I'm really comfortable with that I like with Tampa this year. They couldn't, is Rachaad White going to be somebody that you can count on consistently out there? Are you going to be able to run the ball well? They threw the ball a ton last year. But, to me, if Mike Evans stays, comes back and takes, obviously he got paid, so that helped. It was probably more than he would have gotten on the open market. And Baker Mayfield also decided to return. They had great chemistry. In fact, I think their numbers, the 1,200 yards receiving and the 13 touchdowns, were the most for the first year between a receiver-quarterback duo. So great instant chemistry between the two. I could see him matching that number of 13 or more touchdowns, especially at that price at 5-1. And instead of just dabbling in on the playoffs or the win total, I wanted to dig a little deeper there. So give me 13 plus receiving touchdowns for Mike Evans.
Ooh, I like that. So what I have is the NFC South straight forecast. First in the division, Buccaneers. Second in the division, Falcons, plus 450. Also, you can get Falcons first and Buccaneers second, and you're getting better than 2-1 odds on both of them. I kind of like what we're seeing from Atlanta, but I still think it's going to take time for them to figure out what they want to do offensively. They have Zach Robinson as their offensive coordinator, along with Raheem Morris coming in. But, like, we know that it takes some time to figure out what they want to do. You've got a new quarterback. You've got a new OC. You got a new head coach. What are we going to do defensively? We don't really know what they're going to look like. We know they have some promise. Obviously, how are you going to use Bijan? How are you going to use the rest of that wide receiver core? What is Kyle Pitts going to look like? And we've been hoping that he was going to be an elite tight end for many years now. So Tampa still has the stability, right? I think Mike Evans signs that contract because of Baker Mayfield. Chris Godwin had a down year last year. I think he has a good year. That defense, that run defense, one of the best in the business in all of the NFL, as Mario has put in our rundown many, many times. So I like first the Buccaneers and second Falcons in the straight forecast, plus 450.
All right, we'll save the rest of these for later in the show. Alan Bell's going to jump on with us.
Full bottle Bell!
College World Series Championship Series. Like, it feels weird saying it, the Championship Series and the College World Series. But that's kind of what they call it, so we'll preview that with them next. It's BetMGM tonight.
It's time for a short commercial break. Don't go anywhere, though, because we'll be right back with even more BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM, live from BetQL.
on to the College World Series Finals to take on Tennessee.
Now, back to BetMGM tonight on the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
Tennessee, Texas A&M. That is your Men's College World Series Championship Finals. Game 1 is going to be on Saturday, where Tennessee, the number 1 seed in the entire tournament, is going to be the favorites. And it's interesting because we haven't seen a 1 seed get this far in a very, very long time. And winning it, it's been even harder right now. So, of course, who better to bring on to help us get ready for this, get prepped as we watch No More Old-Timey at Rickwood Field. That filter was awesome, by the way, that they put on there, making it look like it was 1950, where Alan Bell jumps on with us, co-host of Driving the Line. Did you get a chance to watch that at all? Do you know what I'm talking about? Are you watching this Rickwood Field game right now?
Yeah, I did. First off, I appreciate you guys having me back. Good to see you. And, yeah, man,
What's
like,
up,
it's
boy?
super cool. Like, yeah, I like any time that we get an event like this, you know what I mean, and at a different park. I even like that they have the fonts of the advertisements on the wall, like BetMGM included in like the old-timey font. It looks sharp, man. It's cool.
It's great. We spent the whole time just sitting there going, there's a long deep fly ball to right field. And we're doing the old, but you can't help it. You watch it and you just you hear it sound that way. We're not going to have that, of course, though, once we get a Tennessee and Texas A&M, and that game, or that series obviously starts on Saturday. So let's go into matchup here first between the two. Advantages, disadvantages for both sides before we start, really drilling down into this series.
Very, very similar teams, built very much the same. They have pitching better than anybody that they're going to play against, and they have lineups, 1 through 9 that can score runs. If I were looking at an advantage here, I would say it would be Tennessee in terms of run scoring. They're just a little bit better. They've produced more throughout the year, and they could do it in a number of ways. And what I mean by that is this is just a team that's built on hitting. They have 5 of their 9 hitters have 20 home runs or more. 5 of them. Like, this team can mash. But Charles Schwab Field, as we've seen, that's not a home run park, right? A lot of it depends on the wind. But I'd give Tennessee the advantage of hitting, where I would give Texas A&M the advantage because I think pitching is about a wash. A&M will have an advantage in game 1. But what A&M does, they are the best team in the country at drawing walks. So they can take your hitting advantage and say, all right, you know what? We don't necessarily have to get as many hits, and we could burn up pitch counts on your starter. That is where Texas A&M is so lethal. They just always have runners on base.
We don't have a total for the game yet, but if you had to guess what it was going to be, what do you think it is?
Good question. So it's going to depend on the wind. It is a major factor in a big park like that. If it is blowing, all right, basically from the east, that means that it's blowing in, all right? If it's coming from the north or the west, that means it is blowing out, like through center field. That's where the hitting, and it literally means the difference between that Kentucky-Florida game that we saw where there were grand slams in the first inning. That was the first day we had it blowing from the west and, that area. So it will depend on that. My guess would be 10.5. That's where I would put it because you do have such good starting pitching, and you have both teams that are coming in not a loss in the College World Series. So their starters are fresh, rotations are fresh. Like, this is an optimal position for both teams. It's like a weekend series where you're going to throw your 1, you're going to throw your 2, you're going to throw your 3, and you have all of your arms ready to go.
Now, they did face each other playing for the SEC title. Is there anything we can take away from that?
You know what? Like, they did. And Tennessee ended up winning that game 7-4. And I'll say this. It's exactly how we just broke it down in terms of these two teams. They're very similar. The problem is that, and this is what everybody has ran into, is that Tennessee is just brutal to handle for 9 innings. They're just a wagon, man. They have guys that can go. Now, Texas A&M is the same thing. They're not afraid to play from behind, bottom of the ninth, whatever. It doesn't matter. That team will not die. But literally, I mean, that game, if you go back and look at the stats, like, that's a perfect example of these two teams. Tennessee is just a little bit better in terms of scoring runs. That's really the key factor there is can A&M limit Tennessee's run production? Because if they can't, they're playing a game that they can't stay in for long.
AB, I was looking at the emails from John Ewing and BetMGM from earlier on in the College World Series, and A&M was 18-1 to win it, and Tennessee was 18-1 to win it at the Open. And you gave that out when you first came on our show and said, listen, Tennessee, where you're at, is going to be really tough. Did you have any money on Tennessee or A&M? Like, where are you at in your bet slips? Are you feeling good either result?
Yeah, I had both of them. Yeah,
Good for
like
you.
I feel great, right? Yeah, so it's nice. And you know, they just had such good draws. The biggest thing was going to be Tennessee and Florida State. And quite frankly, I mean, that was another thing, is that Florida State should have beat Tennessee in that opening game, right? And the fact that Tennessee had that miracle, ending to win it, like that kind of catapulted Tennessee up there. So, yeah, obviously feel good about, either of those teams. But here's also the thing, too, is that if you go back 2 years, you remember that number one team that Tennessee had that didn't even make the College World Series, right? They were bat flipping all over the place, like going crazy, and they lost to Notre Dame in the Super Regional. Half of this team were freshmen on that team, and they legitimately remember it. That coaching staff remembers it, and they understand, like, okay, all right, we know the mistakes that we made, and that's why, like, they don't celebrate at all. You notice them, like, even when they won to get to the final, it was just handshakes with their own team and leave. Like, that's how they operate, that they're supposed to win this entire thing. Yeah, like, that's where they're at.
This is the first one seed since 2009 to advance to this round. Is that just a testament to how chaotic this tournament is?
It is, and also I'll tell you this, because you asked a great question, and me and some of my buddies were talking about it. We're like, why is it such a problem? And then you remember, you play more games. You go through your conference tournament, right? Like, you just pitch more, you throw more, your arms, like you're just a little bit more fatigued, right? Because, all these teams that are generally 1 seeds, 2 seeds, 3 seeds, like, they either won their conference tournament or they were right there and maybe lost it right in the finals. So it's tough. Plus, like you said, I mean, these are the 8 best baseball teams in the country. Legitimately, any of the 8 could have been here right now. It's just a tough tournament, man.
Tennessee's Xander Sechrist has been lights out at AB, 4-0 in the playoffs. Is Tennessee's pitching as important as their hitting, or do you think hitting is just enough?
That's a great question. No, it's very important because, against Texas A&M, I mean, don't get me wrong. This team hit 130-something home runs this year. Like, they can mash, right? But they can also draw walks. So, you have to throw strikes. You cannot mess around with this team because they will just take you out. Look at that game against Florida. What was it, last night? That, Florida, like, legitimately, like, I mean, it was just walk. Like, they have no problem doing that. So, the crazy part with Tennessee is that you look at a guy like Xander Sechrist, he's their 3. And they have a guy, Stamos, that they use in the 1, and a guy named Drew Beam that does number 2. Tennessee's done this all year without their best pitcher, A.J. Russell. Their number 1 has been hurt all year long, and they tried to bring him back in the SEC conference tournament, and he ended up hurting his elbow again, right? So that goes to show you how good this team is, that they lost their best player, and it didn't faze them whatsoever. But pitching is definitely important because A&M – in 5 seconds can make you absolutely pay for it if you're not throwing strikes. So great question. And yes, that's something to matter. If anybody live bets, if Tennessee starts getting into trouble in terms of their pitchers and they go to the bullpen early, A&M could smoke them. Like that, A&M's that good to do it.
Do you think this series goes the distance?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's too good. These teams are too good not to. And I think that winning game 1 is going to be so incredibly important because you just have an advantage. And here's the other thing, too, and pay attention to this, that when the wind is blowing in, all right, which it pretty much has this entire time, what that allows your outfield to do is to cheat and to play 5 to 7 steps in. Because now you're taking away the singles that go over the infield, right? Like those line drives. Now you take those away, and you don't have to worry about playing behind you because when the ball goes in the air, it dies, right? So watch. Whoever wins game 1 will be able to do that even more in game 2 and take that risk, which could legitimately take away a team from 8-9 hits in a game 2. Like the wind is that significant. So winning game 1 in this series is unbelievably important for both teams.
If you look at the game line, A&M's plus 125 to win game 1, Tennessee minus 160. In terms of playing this, do you just wait to see where the wind is? If you don't have a bet on this series yet, how do you play it?
Yeah. So, all right. So great question. And yes. All right. So you definitely want to understand whether there's that. And that's going to be really for the total whenever we get that out, because that'll dictate. I mean, look how many unders that we've had throughout this thing. I think we only had like 2 or 3 overs that hit. So you definitely want to understand that. But what you're also going to take a look at if you're going to live bet this thing is this. I've seen every single Tennessee game for all season long. I've seen a lot of A&Ms too. They are both teams that score early, first and second runs. They score and they give them up. Tennessee gives up a first run, I swear, in almost every game that they play. But here's what happens. Second or third, through about the 6th inning, Sahara Desert. Both teams. No runs. Their pitchers just start dominating, right? Strikeout, ground ball. Like that's what they do. So if you're going to live bet it, wait till you get some runs. That thing will jump up. Bet the under, and then about the 7th inning, when it looks like nothing's happening and it drops down to 6.5, bet the over, because both of these teams, you look at their run production, 8th and 9th innings, they score 2+ runs almost every single game. So that's how you want to approach it if you're a live betting. You will have a desert in the middle, but I promise there's a water, jug at the end that will help you out when you have a small total to live bet.
The answer, talking to Alan Bell, BetMGM tonight, the answer to this may just be no, and that's totally fine. But I'm just curious, over the course of this tournament and as things have gone on, have you seen any changes in any of these teams? Anything that maybe they did better than they did before? Anything that they maybe struggle with now they did before? Obviously, they've gotten to this point, both very good, not losing any. Texas A&M, we're talking about them not losing a single tournament game. I mean, that's obviously shows they're a very good program. But has there been anything that maybe stood out to you where like that wasn't something they did before? Again, like I said, the answer may just be no, and that's totally fine.
Well, so I'll say this, I think that's a phenomenal question. And I'll say overall, they're both pretty consistent. They're doing exactly what they've done. The first half of the year, A&M was the number 1 team in the country. The second half of the year, Tennessee was, right? And for a reason. Here's where both teams have changed a little bit, all right? And it's good for A&M, not as much for Tennessee. Tennessee against left-handed pitchers have had issues. So pay attention to Texas A&M at their starters, but also the guys they go to in middle relief closing. If they're bringing in, I guarantee you it's going to be lefty as much as possible because Tennessee's had issues hitting them, plus the wind coming in. The second side is that Texas A&M, all right, walks, we just talked about it. Like, they've been great all year. Number 1 team in the country at it. They've gotten better. They are so incredibly patient when they are at the plate. And if they get a runner on base, it legitimately has thrown other teams' pitchers completely off. They start hitting guys. They start throwing wild pitches because they know if you make one mistake, it is going to open up. So I give Texas A&M the big advantage in that one. That's another thing at all 3 of these games, and especially early. If A&M is getting on base without having to get hits, Tennessee, watch out, man. Like that is what leads to trouble because it's not going to take a lot of runs to win these games. You're going to see low totals here, even though we talk about runs with these two guys all the time. Nah, man, like your pitchers have to be completely dialed in because it can get bad in a hurry.
A&M, their pitcher Ryan Pragner, AB, 9-1 with a 2.88 ERA, coming off a super dominant performance against Kentucky, no hitter into the 7th. Do you like him in game 1?
Oh yeah. I mean, like, that's the thing. He's so good. And like, think about this too. Like you just said, right, against Kentucky that he was dominant. Kentucky was the number 2 seed in this thing. They were ranked higher than A&M, right? And it was like that dude was like, oh, no problem. I can shut these cats down. No problem. Like he's done that all year long. And he throws strikes. He doesn't walk anyone. He is going to make you get hits. Absolutely. Like if he's on the bump game 1, look out, man, because it's not going to take A&M many runs. Like it could legitimately be a 3-1 game. Right? Like he only needs, You give him a couple runs. It's like Paul Skeens now. If the Pirates just give him like 3 runs, Skeens is like, that's all I need. Got the rest. Like, he's that dominant. He's so good. Yeah, that's a great point by you. 100%.
At this point, getting compared to Paul Skeens is about as good as it gets. Alan Bell, co-host of Driving the Line. Damn, does he know his college baseball.
Oh, he's
Thanks
been
for
on
coming
it all
buddy.
year, too.
Just crushing it. Appreciate it, man.
Hey, appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate it.
CAB.
Man, tell you what, this is I always feel like the College World Series goes by so fast.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know, all of a sudden you're like, wait, championship game already? How is that possible? It's BetMGM tonight.
It's time for a short commercial break. Don't go anywhere, though, because we'll be right back with even more BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM, live from BetQL. p.m. tonight on the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
Trista, Canada's getting way too close to scoring a goal here. I do
know.
not want that.
We just are literally like on our edge. 20 minutes
I know.
left, and then we'll be good. By the
Hopefully-
time I put my little glow collar on, by the way, I brought my dog's collar because the one that I have is running out of juice. So I'm literally going to clip her little glow dog collar on at 10 p.m. for y'all.
For BetMGM tonight
For
after dark?
Yeah, for BetMGM after dark.
Bow, bow. Yeah, there. Mario's gonna fist pump. Maybe the caffeine will wear off by then. Probably not.
Probably not.
Yeah, there you go.
We're off pure joy.
Pure joy.
And concussion. He hit his head against the wall. Didn't want to tell us.
I did do that.
I'm just concerned of you running through the performance studio out there and tripping on a chair and just tumbling back. Like you run down
so
here
bad.
every time.
Yeah.
You're gonna like fall and get hurt, and they have to give you workers' comp, and then you're gonna be out, and it's gonna be like a whole thing. So just you got time. You're all right.
Workers' comp sounds kind of nice.
I mean, you
though.
just get a vacation out of it, but you'll have like a broken arm or something. So
They'll end up telling you to take short-term disability and you get like a third of your
yeah,
paycheck.
that's probably what would happen. Yeah,
Bro,
we're gonna save some money here.
There's no way they pay you at 100%.
Yeah.
There's just no way.
It's probably true. If it was because of you acting like a dope, then yeah, they might find a way to weasel out of that.
They're like, yeah, you did that on your own.
Yeah.
I do have like a weird thing in my knee right now. Every time I run, it just feels like loose.
So stop running.
So, like
that. At
No,
least
but-
through here.
I know that's what I'm saying. It's like it's coming up.
What, your
I don't know what to
knee?
do.
You're like really? Are you actually like worried about your knee like that, or?
No, not really.
Okay.
I just think it's one of those.
God, Canada almost scored. Way
that
too
was
close.
Yeah.
Oh no,
I
no,
could
no.
see it
No
coming
goals.
to fruition,
No
too.
goals. Take some
Yo,
time.
his hamstring's
stall.
effed up.
Yep.
Oh, no.
Yep.
Oh, no, guys.
That's a hurt goaltender. That's not good. Oh no.
That's so bad.
Oh, because he's stretched. The way he,
Let's look
the
and
way
watch
that
it.
Argentina's goalie kind of stretched out. He like twisted up in a weird way.
I don't know. I don't think so.
He's not.
He's not feeling good. He's fist
what do we got going on
bumping
here?
into the grass.
The
there.
key is, let's see. Are they gonna?
This is bad.
You know what? Also, this just it just adds stoppage time. We're just adding stoppage time to this game now too, which is even worse. I don't know. Italy let me down. I don't need Argentina doing the same thing. That's all I got to say.
No.
It's always a sweat.
I know, and I'd prefer not to do that all the time. You know, it just would be great to not have to do that all the time. It's like, oh, good, the NBA playoffs are over now. Maybe, nope, never mind. I'm sweating Argentina-Canada in the opening game of Copa
awesome,
America.
though. It's awesome.
No, I want no more sweats until football season.
No,
I've
no.
had enough, okay?
Well, what are we gonna do? Like,
don't know.
otherwise, you're just gonna be bored.
I mean, you know what? I want to be like not sweating. That's what I want.
Yeah.
Yes, easy winners. That's it. Is that so much to ask for? It's fine. Again, it's like being in a sequel of Saw. Do you want to play a little game, Mario? Yes. Haha, you're going to sweat until the pain is unbearable. Yes. How about we make an argument now instead?
It's good for your blood pressure.
Thank you.
Test it out.
There you go.
Yeah, there you go. On the bright side. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to
God, here he
Make an
goes.
Argument on June 20th, 2024.
We don't need the date. Nobody needs the date. What are you doing?
No one needs
You
it.
got another date, brother.
No, you don't. Everybody. Hey,
Brother?
Siri, what's today's date?
Siri doesn't
There.
even know.
She said it. It's Thursday, June 20th, 2024. It's on silent. So, because I'm a professional and I don't have my phone go off in the middle of a studio.
Very true.
All right,
Very
that's
true.
how it works.
Yeah, you're
All right.
professionals here.
Sometimes.
And just like that, guys, let's make an argument on a great, terrific Thursday. And Kenny with the drum roll. All right, what we have to make an argument today? We go to the Windy City. It's the Bear Down Chicago Bears. Fight their way through victory. Nick Ashew, that was a bad segue, but you have to make an argument.
I'm actually going to be kind of boring with this, and I do like the over on their win total 8.5 wins, but it's -165. It's not. Again, it was kind of like when I talked about some of these other win total bets. There's just a lot of juice, but I just like him. I like him to make the playoffs at -122. Because I think Caleb Williams could have a very good year. I think he probably wins Rookie of the Year, but just the question is, what does the offense look like? I mean, what, especially early on, and if we're looking at passing yards and some of his stats or there's a lot of talent there, but there's also just some questions in terms of how it's going to look. But I think overall this team is very good. They've improved a lot in terms of pass rush from just the trade deadline last year to now and where they are. This is a team that should win at least 9 games, but I'd rather just take the playoffs at minus 122 in an NFC that is certainly ripe for new teams to come in at the bottom of the pack there.
Oh, my goodness, Canada.
I know.
Get out of there.
Oh, my
Get
God.
out of there.
No, get a foot in front of him. Thank you.
Get out of there, Cricket. Get out.
No goals.
Counterattack. Counterattack.
Let's go.
Turn on the Jets, Messi. Turn on the Jets.
Yeah.
Turn on the Jets.
Wide left. Wide left.
That's 2 sitters he's missed. Terrible stuff.
Oh, Messi.
For me, it's Caleb Williams, Rookie of the Year, plus 160. All the excitement is going to be on Caleb. If he even has a serviceable year, everyone is going to want him to win it. He's got all of the help that he's going to need in terms of his offensive weapons. You have Keenan Allen there. You've got DJ Moore there. You've got Roma Dunze there. And listen, now you got DeAndre Swift as your running back. All of those guys are highly dynamic. If Caleb Williams can stay upright, and this offensive line is supposed to be pretty damn good, and the defense is top 5, top 10, which they were last year after the Montez Sweat trade, Caleb Williams at plus money will be minus money before you can say cheese.
Damn right.
That's actually that's probably better than even betting to make the playoffs, honestly.
Oh, yeah.
Price-wise, for sure. It almost feels, you know what? I'm going to switch. I'm going Trista. Caleb Williams, Rookie of the Year.
What a good argument.
Yeah. No, well, I mean, really, it's just there's not a lot of stuff that really, because I was looking at a lot of the team specials, and there's not, because, you're not going to get, I don't know if you get a single receiver at 10-plus touchdowns, or some of those that are out there, those bigger money ones. Like I found when I was doing the Chargers the other day, right? A rushing touchdown in every game, or the Chiefs a passing touchdown. Those make sense. For me, it's just you kind of want to see what everybody's role is going to look like offensively with this team, if you're going to kind of dig into some of those. So there's just not as much that stood out in kind of the unique market there that I liked enough to really go that route. And you think Rookie of the Year, it's kind of a short price, but then most likely outcome. So at least you're getting plus money there. So,
do they have the best touchdown song in all of the NFL?
I don't know. Why don't you sing it so we know what it sounds like?
Okay, ready?
Yeah.
All right. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. Bear down, Chicago Bears. Let's fight their way through victory.
Okay. All right.
I don't know if it's good because the way you sang it was not good, so I don't really have an answer.
The pride and joy of Illinois. Bear down, Chicago Bears.
You and Ryan should sing it together when he's
amazing.
back. You guys are going to do a little duet together.
There's a lot of lines in between there, but I forget them all except for the shock the nation with his T formation. It's George Halas ran that.
Yeah.
Bear.
Great.
Fun fact.
Let's move forward.
Yeah, let's move forward. I'll make your argument.
He goes back to the character.
June 20th.
We don't need the date.
With Nick Ashew.
Stop it.
From the East Coast.
This is how he stalls because he can't hold the piece of paper out.
Ew. If we weren't on camera, I would throw up.
It's got to be the Packers.
It is the Green Bay
Yeah.
Packers. It's the Cheeseheads. It's a no one wants to cheer for. It's a disgusting stadium and the worst jerseys in all of sports. Make an argument for him, Nick Ashew, or throw up if you'd want to.
Well, I don't have any hatred towards the Packers because
None.
it's not a rival to my horrible team, so it really doesn't matter to me. How about Jordan Love to throw 40 or more touchdowns at 11-1? He had 32 last year, but you remember he didn't hit his stride till the last 8 or so games of the regular season. In fact, from November 19th on, when they had that 23-20 win over the Chargers, that started a 6-2 finish for the team. And he threw 18 touchdowns alone over that stretch. So 18 touchdowns over the last 8 games. This would probably be a bit of a sweat, but it's 11-1. And you also know that the receivers are a year older now. A little more chemistry. They've played together another offseason. Now you're going to be more comfortable, a little more confident. So 40-plus touchdowns at 11-1 for Jordan Love is I think that's a really good price given what we saw in the back half of last season.
I love it. I like it. I want some more of it.
Yeah.
NFC North straight forecast. You can take Lions first, Packers second, and Packers first, Lions second at over 3-1 odds. And I really like that. I think the Packers are just getting started, unfortunately, for Mario.
Yeah,
Listen,
man.
that wide receiver core is still very young. Josh Jacobs, I think he's closer to who he was 2 years ago than he was last year. Matt LaFleur, one of the better play callers in the league. Tight end play, pretty exciting as well. Just a lot of young talent. Jordan Love, like you said, Ashu, had a nice second half of the year and showed us that he can play in crunch time. Big balls minutes, big balls throws. Is Messi hurt?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Messi's ankle got rolled up on. Well, it was a slide tackle that kind of came up on it. They used the magic spray on him, though, so I think he's okay now.
The magic spray always works.
The magic spray. It's like Mr. Miyagi.
We don't even know what it does. We just know it gets him up.
That's it, yeah.
Ooh.
I mean, that's a real legit. I mean, the slide tackle came in and twisted his ankle up. That's not him rolling around faking it. But again, T, there's a lot of stoppage time that's going to be added to this. Not a fan of it.
Gross.
Not a fan of it.
So you get Lions first, Packers second at 3-1. You get Packers first, Lions second at plus 375. If either of those occur, you're getting a winning bet. So I really like that. And obviously, I think the Lions are the best team in the division.
Yeah.
But anything can happen, and we already saw what the Packers did to the Lions before. So, yeah, I like those two the best.
Oh. Disgusting team. Disgusting place. So we go to the next team for making an argument.
I think you kind of like Green Bay, though. I feel like you would like Green Bay in the summer. Like, I feel like you would like it there.
I mean this from the bottom of my heart. From the bottom of my heart. I would rather go to Kokomo, Indiana, and spend the rest of my days living outside.
No, you would not.
Yes, I would.
Just because of your hate for the Packers?
I hate the Packers that much. I was raised to despise everyone that hates the Packers. When I was 7, swear to God, my uncle went to a Packers-Bears games, and a Packers family gave him their phone, goes, take a picture, and my uncle smacked it out of their hand.
No.
I'm a Bear fan. I swear to God. I'll call him right now, and he'll tell a story, he'll cuss his butt
I feel
off.
your family's a little...
Well, they're Italian.
Spicy.
Yeah, they got problems.
I wasn't going to go that
A lot
far,
of people
but
that need therapy that never got it.
let's wait on the rest of the teams here.
Yeah.
Since it's the end of the hour. Oh, still 1-0 Argentina. We're heading into the 85th minute. Issue is a lot of stoppage time could be added to this game. So anybody that's got Canada not scoring a single goal, we're going to be sweating. That's going to be Trista. That's going to be
Molly,
me.
I'm sweating.
Oh, that is literally going to be us. Oh, Argentina get a chance for another goal. Oh, God, they had so many chances.
Baby. Come on.
So many chances. Jeez. Messi's still out there, right? I think we still got that. He's kind of gimping around. Oh, yeah, he took the free kick with his left foot. So there you go. I mean, it's like time and time again. He's had multiple times now. He just still is just so damn good.
Yo, you just missed it.
It's BetMGM tonight.
It's time for a short commercial break. Don't go anywhere, though, because we'll be right back with even more BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM, live from BetQL. This is BetMGM Tonight. Join us for live sweats.
Oh!
Yes.
Let's go, Kansas
80,
State.
75.
That was a big balls 3.
3
You might
minutes
as well
ago.
just put the
Big
salt chamber thing
balls
up now.
3.
Yes, BetMGM tonight after dark. Oh, we got an extended song. Trista's got her dog's glow stick collar on. Things are getting so weird now this time of year. I can't believe you wore your dog's
I couldn't find mine.
collar.
Mine was going dead.
It does fit though, right?
Yeah, it fits around my
there
neck.
you go. So it's perfect.
I got a little ass neck.
Little ass.
I told you guys I had one.
I mean, that's actually, listen, you're walking a dog
It's
at
awesome.
night, it's a good thing to have. you
It
know?
does multiple different. It's called the blazing collar. Has multiple different different cadences.
I feel like that'd be,
flashes.
she's not a big dog. I feel like that's huge on her.
No, it goes around her neck.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
It's nice.
Wow.
You can actually tighten it too.
Well, I
kinda
mean,
made
yeah,
it in the
yeah,
loosest setting for me.
Well, yeah. Oh,
I'm
so
not
it is adjusted, though.
Yeah,
It's not.
mhm.
Oh, okay. I thought
Yeah.
that was the exact same. I was like, you have the same size neck as your dog?
That'd be crazy.
I was like,
wouldn't
that's what I was
That'd
getting.
be
Kind of where I was trying to get here. I was like, I think they have to be adjusted, right? And so it is.
Yeah.
Cardinals up 6-5 on the Giants now in the bottom of the 7th at the Rickwood Field game. That has been a ton of fun to watch. And then we've also got Argentina with a 2-0 lead over Canada. We head into the 93rd minute, 5 minutes of stoppage time, and you and I sit here, Trista, needing Canada to not score.
Sitting on pins and needles.
Yep, this is it. 2-0, perfect. Keep the score like this. Don't change a damn thing. That's all I say.
I think what I need is just more free bets because
Well, don't we all?
when I have
Be
them,
nice.
I really focus on on what I'm gonna do,
Mhm.
and I'm like very much more conservative because the number is bigger, and so
Yeah.
the payout can be smaller and still make more money. And I'm like, I don't want to waste the free bets on losing bets.
Right.
So I really get into the lab. So I really think that when I'm with my own money on smaller numbers,
Mhm.
I lose because I'm just reckless. But when I have free bets, I'm a much better.
I understand that feeling, though, right?
Yep.
Because you'd think, oh, people are going to take more risks. And you do, but you also then have to put more thought into those risky plays
Yes.
if you want that bigger payout.
Totally.
So you should put a little extra effort in there. Because, listen, we've all done it, right? A little bit of, I have a gut feeling about this. Now,
Those aren't great.
I wouldn't suggest doing that every time.
Not
but
for me.
sometimes we have that, you know?
My gut feelings are usually pretty bad.
What about a narrative play? That's different.
Yeah, narrative bets. Me and PJ both took the Giants to win against the Cubs because of the Willie Mays news, and that did not come home. Cubs actually won that game.
That's that is definitely a PJ special.
That
right
was
there.
a PJ special. I
That is
rode
a-
with them.
That is a PJ
and
special.
I lost.
We are sitting with a
Oh, here we
clock
go. We got
saying
30 seconds.
94-33. Now they're going to add a little extra because there was one slide tackle that got another yellow card. So I'm thinking there may be a few extra seconds here.
Maybe.
But we're hanging on to this, Trista. And all I want to do is ring that damn bell. I'm going to grab one.
Kenny?
I'm going to hope.
Kenny?
I'm going to get ready.
Hit the drum roll!
For wait, are we doing that now?
Yeah, for this.
Oh, for the okay.
For the bet.
Oh, okay.
Hit the drum roll! No, it's only he can say it. Is he in the building?
95th minute. Come on.
Is he in the building?
Blow
is
the whistle.
Is he heating up his lasagna?
Blow the. Oh, lasagna sounds great. Mario, when are you bringing us lasagna?
Yeah, I agree.
That got delayed because I remembered I have Josh Pele's wedding. that weekend.
Man, you promised us lasagna. Come on.
You did promise us lasagna.
All right, we're in the 95th minute. This should be. There it is.
There it is.
There it goes. Woo! 2-0 Argentina.
Bitch better have my money.
Yeah. Argentina winning 1, 2, or 3-0. Hits home at plus 150.
Argentina to win to nil. Wins minus 110, but the parlay comes home, which was
Mhm.
the under 2.5 goals for the England match, along with Argentina to beat Canada and hold them scoreless. That was plus 250.
There you go.
So that was a good
Beautiful.
night. Good night.
There we go.
For your
Glad
goal.
I went back in on that.
We're on
'cause
the winning side.
Italy let me down, but now I feel better because this was a better bet.
Nice.
So there you go. You gotta have a little. You want to have a little rebound, you know?
Totally.
It's nice to have a little rebound.
Just
All
when
right,
I think I'm out.
Mario, are we going to make another argument here? We still have at least, what, a couple teams
What's
left
the end
here?
of that quote, Mario? Just when I think I'm out.
They pull me back in.
Yes.
I think you should just do everything with,
Sit right
with that
there.
accent instead. I think that's the way. The rest of this game should be that.
Just straight, Brando.
But you can't smile.
Mario
you gotta be able to
Brando.
keep, you gotta put some cotton balls in your mouth to be able to do this.
My
You know?
daughter's wedding. You come and ask for a favor. I don't remember the rest of the lines.
That was good though.
Was that not bad?
The accent was
Yeah,
good.
it was
yeah.
not bad.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
We'll keep working on it. All
You
right.
just gotta say, make him an offer he can't refuse.
An offer you cannot refuse.
That one was bad.
Yeah, I know.
That's getting progressively
as soon as
worse.
you tell me if something's good, I go bad. Like, as soon as I do an impression, you tell me it's good, I go bad.
I've got some keys, major keys for the girls that are in your Bumble profile.
Oh, yeah.
What kind of not praise to give you?
Let me tell you, Tristan, the Hinge profile's got 3 likes tonight, so we're popping.
Oh, we may have to do a segment on your Hinge profile
Oh,
again at some
goodness.
point. A little update on how things are going.
I told you need to change your weekend.
I
the
did.
Things you did you
I
to the
changed
farmers
it- I
market?
changed- no, I didn't change it because no one's gonna buy
It's so
that.
cliche. Yeah. That,
one's
you might
gonna
as well
buy
say
that.
long walks on the beach and candlelit
Yeah.
dinners while you're at it, you know?
Yeah. Biggest weakness, I love too much and I overshare my feelings, which I just don't do.
Yeah.
So, so it's just come on.
Come on.
Yeah.
Which I just don't do.
Yeah.
Unless your feelings are, I've had a lot of caffeine.
Yeah.
Then that's different.
Exactly. Otherwise, you push it way down.
Yeah. Just shove it way down.
All right.
It's very healthy to do that. It's very healthy to not talk about any of that ever.
I know.
Yeah. It's not going to
Get it,
make you
folks.
explode one day.
Yeah, no. Kidding, folks. Stay positive and stay green. And make an argument on a Thursday. Woo! Back in action.
Oh my
Here
God.
we go. Make an argument. And for this one we have we go to the Motor City, the Ford City, the Detroit Lions. Get yourself a Detroit-style pizza, too, because it's pretty damn good.
Oh, yes, it is.
Oh, yes, it is, Nick Asher. So tell me, make an argument for the Detroit Lions and the biting kneecap Matt Campbell's.
Win the
Dan
NFC at 6-1. This is a team that could absolutely get through. They're a team that's ascending up when you could argue maybe the 49ers are at the crest. Maybe even there's a chance that there's a little regression this coming season. The NFC is certainly pretty wide open. I do love the 49ers if they're healthy, and I think if the 49ers are fully healthy, they can get back to the Super Bowl. But the Detroit Lions now are going to be, for one, they're going to have Ben Johnson as their offensive coordinator again, which is a big deal. It's also another year in that offense. You'd hope that there's maybe some more growth from Sam Laporta, Jamison Williams. It might be more Laporta than Williams, but at least one. So that helps with that offense a little bit. I'd even throw in here Jared Goff over on his passing yards. He threw for at least 4,400 each of the last 2 years in this offense. His passing yards, 4,050 and a half. I like the over on that too. But at 6-1, this team has the offense. Both from a quarterback perspective, they're good. Jared Goff is a good quarterback. He's got the weapons to throw to. He's got 2 great running backs that do very different things out of the backfield. And they improved their defense. They added to the secondary this offseason. So now that's going to be something that's less of a weakness for them, especially if those young draft picks obviously pan out. That's going to be a big part of it here. But when you have continuity within an organization, and year after year, you're only adding pieces that help with the weaknesses, but all the strengths stay, including the coaching staff and the offensive system. That's how teams continue to grow and get better and better. The Lions are now in that spot where they're not that's a fun team that covers big numbers, but they won 5 games, to, hey, they might be fun. They could sneak into the playoffs. Now they're a legit contender in the NFC and to win a Super Bowl this year. So I'll take the Lions to win the NFC at 6-1.
Oh, I will take that, and I will raise you Jared Goff to lead the league in passing yards.
That's a good one, too.
Plus 750. Here's the reason why. So Goff finished second in passing last year. But this year, the schedule gets much easier. Detroit plays 14 of their 17 games this season indoors. And we know that Goff's indoor-outdoor splits are brutal.
Yes.
We've got Ben Johnson still in the mix as his offensive coordinator. Jared Goff has thrown for 300 or more yards in 10 of 34 regular season games, but only 2 of those games were outside. So bunch of indoor games for Goff. I think Sam Laporta takes another step over the time span. His indoor passing numbers, 290 yards per games in games that are played either indoors or in a stadium with a retractable roof. And then you add in the fact that their 17 opponents average a pass defense EPA per play ranking in the 18th of all of the NFL. And I think Jared Goff is the league leader in passing yards, plus 750.
Do the Lions have the best offense on paper in the NFL? In terms of weapons. Depth of weapons.
I think you could make the argument. You could also say it's the Texans. The Texans are really good. Yeah. I think you can make that argument though sure.
I would still throw the Bengals in there as at least within the conversation, as long as T. Higgins is back to old T. Higgins and healthy again this year.
I think the Vikings' weapons are also very good.
Right. They just need it's quarterback that's the question there, obviously. So there's a lot of high-powered offenses, but man,
the
Detroit.
Rams are really good too with Cooper Kupp and Puka Nacua, Tutu Atwell, Tyler Higbee. Niners as well, but let's be honest, Brandon Ayuk's probably see ya.
Could be a commander.
Yeah.
Oh man, Terry McLaurin and Brandon Ayuk in the same offense. Dude.
Don't forget Jahan Dotson.
Yeah, well, Jahan Dotson still had his ups and downs.
I know he
We're
did.
still kind of there. Listen,
We're still kind of iffy on him.
I believe that there is potential still there, but rookie year to second year it was a little quieter. But again, he hasn't had a real quarterback throwing him the football. So I think Jahan Dotson could have a real bounce back year in this offense. We'll see.
We'll most definitely see. And we have a.
By the way, real quick, because I just thought of this, and we're talking about the Commanders out of the blue here. Did you see the story that Eric Bieniemy, who was the offensive coordinator there for 1 year, would not let players wear backwards hats in the building?
Oh, he's Colin Cowherd.
And they rebelled against it, and it's just like, who cares? You pick and choose your battles. All that does is make you a micromanager. It doesn't do anything.
I guarantee you that Patrick Mahomes was walking into the practice facility wearing backwards caps.
Yeah, a backwards hat with a dad bod and a Coors Light, and he's just fine. Now,
maybe even a Natty Light.
Mahomes can do whatever he wants, so it could be a Natty Light or Natty Ice if you really want to get serious.
Or throw up, yeah. So I feel like everyone had a backwards hat phase, right?
Yeah, for sure.
When would you say what your phase was?
My backwards hat phase was when I was selling Herbalife in Los Angeles, California.
I'll tell you what, though, backwards hats, they're back in again.
Oh, yeah.
It's back in. I have some hats that occasionally I'll do it, but I have hats that I only wear forward. I'll do both. I don't care.
I would wear like a backwards hat with like a sports bra and some like Lululemon leggings.
That's very West Coast.
To me?
That's what I said. No, that's what I did.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say that's very West Coast.
No, that's what I did when I lived in LA for a
very West Coast vibe to it. Yeah.
Maybe some like Chucks with the leggings. Yeah, that's what I did. Mm-hmm. That's what it was. That was like 2013.
You in L.A.?
I was in L.A. slanging some Herbalife, some powders, some shake tea tablets. Yeah.
Let's see the sales pitch.
I was not good at the sales pitch. The sales pitch was really like, hey, do you want to come to this really fun fit camp, like on the beach? There's a bunch of ripped guys that are really fun. You can clean up the beach. You can like get a workout in, get a sweat in. There's going to be some like smoothies and food after. It's really fun. We'll have a barbecue. Like it's probably 100, 150 really beautiful people. Like you should totally come. That's how I would do it.
I mean, that's not a bad pitch.
And I would like literally no pressure. Yeah. And then I would let other people talk about the things that I didn't want to talk about.
That was always a good pitch in college if someone didn't want to do something, but your future wife is going to be there.
And you know what? You never know. Or your future
time.
one-night stand, depending on what your goals are. Could be either one.
Either or.
The future girl that's going to hold your man bun back when you throw up in the toilet, she's going to be there.
I know. I've thankfully never been there. So that's good.
That's when you could use one of the soccer headbands.
Exactly.
I don't know if I could ever use soccer.
Oh, man. We might have to, do a bet where you have to wear one on the show.
Yeah.
I would look so weird.
We need the hair to, come, underneath it, though, straight down. Yeah, not behind your ears.
There's nothing that makes my skin crawl more than a headband and the hair's, under.
Yeah,
and not behind.
yes.
I want to scream at you, what are you doing with your life?
Yeah.
There's few things I hate more than that. and it's not saying thank you. To those things, I will freak out. Not freak
It's like
out.
1982 calisthenics.
Yeah.
Like the man, what was his name? Little Richard? What was his name?
Oh, Richard.
You know who I'm talking
curly
about.
hair,
the guy
aerobics guy.
Yeah.
Richard
Richard
Aerobics.
aerobics guy. I bet you'll get the name.
He was on Fresh
Richard Simmons.
Richard Simmons. There
Yeah.
we go.
Yeah, there we go.
Yep.
There we go.
Great head of hair.
Yeah, little
Great
fro.
head of hair. Big energy too, like Mario. You know.
Big time. That's my backup career option.
There you go. Your hair just flopping in the wind.
Yeah.
All right, everybody. Well, there's
We're
always
sweating to the oldies.
there's
tonight.
always like a trendy workout class,
Yes,
right?
there is,
Taibo
yes.
was the thing for so long. Jazzercise going way back in the day.
Yeah.
I mean, there's
Peloton,
yeah.
Pure Bar.
Body Pump's still pretty big. Our gym has body pump classes. My wife goes to those. People really like those still. But that's kind of... So there's... What'd you say?
CrossFit.
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 Yeah, if you trust me, you know somebody that's a vegan and a CrossFitter. Oh, man. They won't ever shut up. It's
They'll
better
tell you all
gym
about it.
night.
It's time for a short commercial break. Don't go anywhere, though, because we'll be right back with even more BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM, live from BetQL. We're back with BetMGM tonight on the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
I'll tell you what, I am so glad Argentina won that game, Trista. 2-0. It's a good way to wrap up the night. Solid, feel good. I may get into more Copa America games unless Euro, because I've had better luck clearly with Copa America so far. So,
yeah.
3 games tomorrow, though. I do like the tie, Netherlands and France. That's at plus 240. So I put that in our show parlay. Bet it on my own as well, so I lied. I'm back in on it still. Italy just pissed me off today.
That was its own goal. It's tough.
I was just like, come on. That's when you just like, it's like the betting gods are saying, no, this is not for you. But I don't care. We trudge on. Dredge on. Is that trudge on? Is that the right?
Forge on.
Forge on. You know what? That's the better word. We forge on. A lot of reports out there about the Sixers really want. They're going to go star hunting this offseason.
Yes.
I think we know that. But the names that have been thrown around were Paul George and Zach LaVine, kind of near the top. We know one's a free agent. One was available. The Bulls are like, please, here, just take it. Here's a first-round pick, and here's a lifetime supply of Chicago-style pizza, and here we'll give you Detroit-style pizza. All right, I'll give you anything you want. Well, now there's multiple reports saying they're not only less likely to go after Paul George, but also they've shut down the rumors, which may or may not be true, of Zach LaVine as well. Paul George makes sense. Zach LaVine, I'd want nothing to, like, okay, he can go get you some buckets, but he's a liability. He's a negative asset. And I guess if you're going to get a first-round pick as part of it, maybe that makes the deal more enticing. But if you're the Sixers, you're thinking championship right now. Like, Zach LaVine's not going to take that team to a championship level.
No, he gets paid a lot of money.
It's a
his
big
knee
contract.
and his feet have been horrible. Like, his just health, injury history, very tough. Probably should have never gotten the max contract a couple of years ago when he got it. There was a lot of scuttlebutt about what the Bulls could do if they didn't offer it, and they were kind of like SOL, like poop up a creek without a paddle if they wouldn't have done it.
Good job censoring yourself
Yeah,
there.
that was tough. I had to
well
pause.
done. You did a good job, actually.
Thank you. And I don't think the Sixers ever wanted Zach LaVine. So they said, like, we've never been on Zach LaVine. So I don't know what the Bulls are saying. The Bulls just lie, right?
It
They
kind of
just
feels
lie.
that way.
They're just saying, oh, we're doing stuff. You know, we're doing stuff. Watch out. Watch out. Everybody's on the table. You know, Zach LaVine's on the table. Zach LaVine's been on the table, okay? First-round picks need to be included with Zach LaVine to get rid of him. You got rid of Alex Caruso. You were offered multiple first-round picks from the Golden State Warriors last season at the deadline, and you turned that down. So they better be getting something for Josh Giddey, or they really think he's going to be the point guard for the future. And you're like, oh, we're going to move Vooch. What are you going to get for Vooch? You paid 3 first-round picks for Vooch. It's just been terrible mismanagement of the assets, and maybe one of the worst franchises in terms of that and a direction that makes sense that we've ever seen. And like we had Keith Smith say, they just want to be perpetual 8 seed.
Yeah.
So I don't believe anything that the Bulls say. And then the Sixers, they got to find somebody that's going to be able to be a game changer for them. And if it's not Paul George, who's it going to be? Donovan Mitchell?
I mean, it sounds like he's probably staying in Cleveland.
Maybe it's Darius Garland?
Maybe.
But I mean, with Tyrese Maxey, I don't know if that makes sense.
It doesn't make sense at all.
You need a big guard to pair with Tyrese Maxey because he's not exactly the best defender. So that's tough. That's a tough sell.
I will say this, the only way the Bulls change direction here is if fans stop showing up. That's how the Wizards finally learn their lesson. Because the way you described the like perpetual 8 seed or what Keith Smith did, and you bring like that was the Wizards forever. It was like we have Bradley Beal, and hey, we get some playoff games and make a few million. That's it. And then finally people stopped showing up and things got bad and they were, okay, guess we got to really revamp this whole front office. And then you bring in a front office with people from the Clippers and from the Thunder, and it's like, we're going to gut this thing if you hire us. And that's exactly what they've done.
The thing that's crazy, though, is it's not even like AK. AK is being told by Jerry Reinsdorf what to do.
Right.
And if he had his way, because remember, AK was on the Denver Nuggets for a minute, so he knows what he's doing. I just think he's not put in a place where he's able to pull the Band-Aid off because, listen, the UC has the #1 attendance in all of the NBA.
Yeah.
It's just a lit-ass environment.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. It's like when ownership doesn't let you and they're okay with just making that money from a couple of playoff games.
Chicago's just a good time.
And
You want
that's
to
it.
go.
Yeah.
And, like, let's be honest. Can we be honest about, like, Midwesterners? Like, they just... Like Mario, they just want to be optimistic. Like Mario's immediate reaction with the Josh Giddey, he could be straight pickpocketed. He's like, well, you know, like maybe they just needed the money more than me. You know? It's very clear that if they stole from me, they thought I was doing better than them. So good for them. I hope they really get a nice meal out of that.
I'm laughing because one time I did get pickpocketed, and my dad told me they probably needed it more than you did.
Yeah, see? This is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about.
Swear to God.
So the Midwesterners, they want to immediately go to like the most optimistic result, and they don't want to burn the house down. They don't want to say this is BS, like this ownership sucks. They don't want to say what New Yorkers would say. It's just not their nature.
Okay, I'll push back against that. I think there is a bigger push that they want to tear down. I think
Yes,
there is.
but they
Yeah,
won't
yeah.
they won't do the things that New Yorkers will do, which is like sit outside of Jerry Reinsdorf's house and throw eggs at his
Oh, yeah,
window.
'cause we're not animals.
That's what I'm saying. That's
Like,
what
you
I'm
know,
saying.
so we have
You're like, it's not that deep,
We
okay?
have
Like it's
feelings.
just
Yeah.
sports, okay? Like it's just fine. We'll be an 8 seed. Fine. We'll be a play-in team.
It is. Midwesterners are just nicer.
Just nicer.
It's just the way that
It's
it
like
is.
Fargo.
Shirts off our
Yeah,
back.
there you go.
Yeah.
That's very, very true. You know who's really nice, too? People in
Anthony
Green
Davis.
Bay.
Anthony Davis.
Anthony Davis. You know, I'm looking, too, at the list of free agents that we're going to have this offseason.
Yeah.
Pascal Siakam will be on the list, but it sounds like he's probably close to a $189 million
Yeah,
extension.
I just think he just got that done yesterday.
Yeah, so it's pretty much like all but official, so that he's kind of eliminated from that at this point.
By the way, really quickly, did you
Mhm.
see why Pascal Siakam refused to go to Sacramento?
No, why?
Because the management was trying to bring his, like GM's front office were trying to bring down his value and play ball with Masai Ujiri because Masai Ujiri was like increasing the value of all of his players and
Mhm.
kind of being ridiculous. So they were saying shady stuff about his gameplay and his physical conditioning and the type of player that he was
Yep.
to try to bring his value down. And it got back to Pascal and he was like, I'm not going to Sacramento.
Yep.
Do not trade me there.
Yep. Isn't that, it's funny. That's what happens. When there's money involved, it's always bring it down, bring it up, and then you try to find that road in the middle. These teams will do that.
Pascal was salty about
Yeah,
it.
and you know what? You should be. That's the last thing an NBA player certainly wants to hear. But if you look at the age of a lot of these free agents, LeBron's 39, and again, player option probably opts out, goes back to the Lakers.
Mhm.
Let's be honest there. Paul George, though, 34. Klay Thompson, 34. Tobias Harris, almost 32. James Harden's almost 35. Gordon Hayward's another one that's out there. At this point, he's 34, and I don't know what his upside is anymore. Kyle Lowry's 38. DeMar DeRozan's almost 35. Buddy Hield is going to be, entering his age 32 season. You got to really go down until you get to like a Bruce Brown who's going to be close to 28, where you're kind of finding guys farther down the list. And I'm looking at guys right now in terms of how they got paid. So these are the highest average annual values from this past season. So they obviously were max guys, close to max guys, whatever it is. It's a lot of older players that are going to be on the free agent market. So they would obviously fit on teams that are in win now mode. And there's options there, but it's
PJ
it's
Tucker as well.
Yes.
He doesn't make a lot of money, but he is old and he
He's
is
like-
a free agent.
He's like 41, isn't he?
He's 39. Yeah, he's 39.
OG Anunoby's going to be 27 soon. Obviously, he's going to the Knicks are going to want to re-sign him. There's going to be a lot of
tough
interest
one.
in him. I think there's going to be a
DeMar
lot.
DeRozan as well.
Yep. Gary Trent is only 20. I think Gary Trent Jr. actually would be a good fit on teams that need some three-point shooting.
Yes.
To be able to, I mean, hell, if I'm the Lakers, I'd be like, Lakers should go get him. They can. But yeah, like you just look and there's a lot of names out there. I love Tyus Jones. Tyus Jones could be a starting point guard for a lot. Like if a team needs an actual lead point guard, a playmaker, Tyus Jones is who you should go after. Doesn't turn the ball over. Great as a lead guard, setting up an offense. But like this is kind of the things that you have to look at where if we get to the point where teams in the East are saying, all right, we're X amount of players away from at least getting close to the Celtics. And I don't think any team, there's no team that's like one player away from being where the Celtics are.
Right.
But that's going to be their mindset is, okay, is there going to be anybody that's a difference maker? Is a team going to be so aggressive they get multiple names and there's a trade that's involved that jumps them up? Because it just feels right now like it's the Celtics and everybody else way down that list.
Yeah, they just have 4 guys that are going to the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
They figured out a way to fleece teams, and they got guys that can do both, play both sides of the ball really, really well. And if that's what I like about what OKC did, is they got another defender who can shoot threes, and which is what you have to do. Alex Caruso isn't that big, but he's very physical.
Mhm.
He can play defense. He can D up against men that are bigger than him, which is super crucial, especially when you're playing up against teams like Boston, playing up against teams like Minnesota, like Dallas. So that's a big move for them. Yeah, you're right. There's just not that many guys that are game changers that are free agents, except for the ones that are really old.
And listen, Paul George and the Sixers trying to win now, that makes sense. I still think he goes back to the Clippers, though. He's going to make more money there, and they're going to be desperate to keep him because you're opening a new arena.
Yeah.
The problem is then, what happens with James Harden? Does that guy think at 35 he's getting another max deal?
Right.
Like, does James Harden go to another team? That's the question we ask here. And what does he bring to that team? I don't know. Look, things clicked for a while with the Sixers. And honestly, if you had Kawhi Leonard actually stay healthy, that's a team that could compete. But it's just not going to happen. At this point, Kawhi Leonard is who he is. He will not play a full season ever. Ever. He's load managed. He's gotten hurt in the playoffs. He hasn't. Still got hurt in the playoffs. We get to that point where you just look at the Clippers and we know who they are. So they're not going to break that thing up, and those guys aren't going to go anywhere else. But you might be pulling in somebody like a James Harden and a Paul George that could go to another team. Although I think at this point, James Harden just stays with the Clippers and just stays out in L.A.
What does Russell Westbrook do then?
I think he probably stays there too. He's kind of fit in that role. I think the Clippers kind of run it back. I think it's the same team again next year.
That's tough.
I really do. Because if you're Russell Westbrook at this point, you're playing out back, near home, and you've accepted your role that's there. It's worked well for you. I mean, early in the playoffs, remember, it was like, he'd go out and get you. I mean, it would be like 10 points, 8 rebounds. Like, you could kind of see like these like mini triple doubles coming closer. Like he was okay with who he was at that point. If you're another team, like where else would he go? I just think this Clippers team looks exactly the same again next year.
I wonder whether Paul George will go somewhere else, though. I think Paul George he wants the max money. He wants max money, he wants max years.
But the Clippers
they're apparently not wanting to give that
the
to
max
him.
years or the max everything?
Both.
Okay.
They are uninterested in max money and max years.
Is anybody going to give him that at 34 years old, though?
Maybe like in Orlando.
Yeah. And that's
Orlando's
what
got money to spend.
They do.
And they want to get better. So Orlando would be a nice fit for Paul George, actually.
Orlando and we've thrown this out before, back to the Pacers.
I would love that.
Back to the Pacers for Paul George.
That would actually be great.
With that team, it's a young team. You're in the East. It's open.
Mario would love it.
Mario would definitely love it. The question is, what's the Pacers cap room? Did they have the space to be able to do that?
I think he'd have to. I think he'd have to take less to go back.
I
to
feel
the
like
Pacers.
I don't think they could give him a max deal.
Let's look at cap space for the Pacers. I think they're 11th. I think they're minus $66 million.
Okay, so yeah,
they have $30 million to go until the second apron. They have $19 million until the first apron. So they've got room. Maybe they would have to get rid of I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do because there's not a lot of guys that you would get rid of.
I think that's let McConnell walk, right?
But they're not going to.
Yeah.
They're going to re-sign him. They said they want him to be a Pacer for the rest of his career.
Yeah. And they're really big on Walker being like a pretty impactful player later on.
Well, and the problem with Walker is that you have guys above him now like Obi Toppin, who I think Obi Toppin's a free agent, actually.
Yeah, he's a free agent.
Yeah, if they re-sign Obi Toppin, I'm not sure what happens with Jarris Walker because you need some developmental minutes for Jarris Walker, and he's just not getting them because he has guys like Jalen Smith and Obi Toppin ahead of him and Ben Shepherd ahead of him, so it's tough.
God, he'd be a great fit there, though. That's the problem. There's one thing if a guy's a fit, then there's the financial side of this.
Totally.
That ruins a lot of this, and the NBA's made it harder and harder. So, yeah, it's going to be – this offseason's going to be – it's going to be a really interesting one because there's a lot of names that can help. It's just how you can make that work. And then like Klay Thompson, for example. The Warriors reportedly offered him a 2-year deal. He wants at least 3. Like, do the Warriors cave and give him 3? Does he go to Orlando to get a 3-year deal? Like that's kind of that's the position of some of these free agents this offseason.
Really quickly, I just saw this. Speaking of like cap room and expectations of negotiations, we'll talk about it just for 2 seconds because it just came across my feed. Stephen A. Smith and ESPN are reportedly $7 million a year apart in negotiations.
That doesn't surprise me at all. He probably wants like $25 million.
Oof.
Yeah.
Rough.
He
wants to talk about the NFL as well.
Who? Stephen
A.
Well, but he talks about you mean like not on First Take?
No, like do NFL games. Like he wants to do like NBA countdown for the NFL.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah, like he wants to be on the NFL broadcast.
I think he leaves. I think he might bolt.
To where?
I don't know. Do his own thing. He's got his
own thing.
He's got his own production company.
Amazon?
I mean,
I don't know that they'll pay him that.
Yeah.
Lucky.
Stephen A. at Barstool.
Fox Sports? I mean, or for Fox News? I could see Stephen A. just going political.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
Just becoming Hannity.
Yeah. He goes on.
See, the thing about Joe Biden is, and you're like, what are you talking about?
He does already go on, like, he does news hits, so he's trying to branch out.
He'd, like, get the wrong VP. Like, he'd be, like, congressional people that have, like, been dead. Sorry, he's dead. Oh, he died.
We'll wrap it up next. BetMGM Tonight.
It's time for a short commercial break. Don't go anywhere, though, because we'll be right back with even more BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM, live from BetQL. Let the conversation continue with BetMGM tonight on the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
You know what? The Olympics coming up next month, Trista. Maybe some weird sports you might want to dabble on. Ones we don't really pay attention to, but do a little dabbling, if you will.
Got it.
We can bet on like snooker and high-a-lie at BetMGM. Did you see now though that the state of New Jersey has approved betting on not jiu-jitsu, car-jitsu? Do you know what that is?
No.
If you had to guess what it is, car-jitsu, what do you think it is?
Car-jitsu?
Yeah.
Like
Just take a wild guess.
Grand Theft Auto?
It does involve a car, but it does not involve stealing a car, though that would be an interesting sport. Have people who can break into the car and steal it faster. We'll put a pin in that, actually. That's not a bad idea. It's actually two competitors sitting in a driver and passenger seat of a car, and they have to first buckle themselves in and then fight their way out of the car.
No way.
Yes, and you can bet on it in the state of New Jersey now. This is America, and that is beautiful.
Oh, my.
It's unbelievable. Once the match begins, both competitors unbuckle themselves and attempt to submit their opponent inside the vehicle. Each round lasts 3 minutes. Both competitors are allowed to utilize any part of the vehicle's interior to their advantage, including seatbelts, steering wheel, and window seals.
You're going to, put someone's hands through the steering wheel and, submit them? No, I don't think that should be allowed. Honestly, I think that's way worse than mat jiu-jitsu.
It is. Listen, there's a professional slap league that's out there.
Bad.
There's only going to be more and more stuff that you can then turn into content on the interwebs, and then people are going to want to bet on it. And car-jitsu is now one of those things. I've actually seen clips of it once or twice. Have you ever seen clips of it?
No.
Oh, my gosh.
I didn't know what it was until just right now.
It's pretty sick.
Did you?
Yeah. It's pretty fun.
I feel like Mario on the side would do car-jitsu.
It is...
If you threw me in there, if you guys paid me, I'll do a match.
I feel like you definitely... Here, watch this clip. I don't know if we can put the clip on our stream.
Oh, my goodness.
Look at this. They're crawling and fighting to get out of the car while, it's a full-on just... They unbuckle the seatbelt. It's like, go. And then they have to fight their way out. I'll tell you what, though. Could you imagine somebody trying to carjack a car-jitsu fighter? You're in for a world of hurt after that. You're gonna wake up real quick with something. This is unbelievable. Okay, so this clip here is the guy who created car-jitsu. This is amazing. Would you guys bet this ever? Matt, I feel like you'd bet it. You'd give it. Would you dabble in it? Yeah, maybe once in a while. Yeah. I feel like, we have to go to New Jersey to bet on it. Would you bet it, Mario?
100%.
I feel like this would be something you'd actually get really into and become like a car-jitsu expert.
How do you watch it?
I would love to. I think it's harder to go to because you can't really see inside. I think you gotta be, You're
better off watching it.
Yeah.
On what, though?
It's
on
probably,
YouTube? Or?
Probably streamed. I was watching clips on YouTube, but I'm sure it's probably...
How do we know that it's not, rigged? That it's live?
Because you probably get money, for winning and stuff like that. And, jiu-jitsu is a very, respectful martial art. There's no cheating. When you beat your opponent, you're not supposed to be like, yeah, you're a loser. It's thank you for competing. You're an excellent warrior, that crap.
Or Shogun stuff.
But they're also jiu-jitsu fighters, I think, a lot of times too.
Yeah, no, they are.
They just transferred it over to the front of a car.
I do know what they're doing. A lot of the guys I saw, they're black belts or brown belts and blue.
Okay, so you did a deep dive. You said
yes.
All right,
I really into it.
What did you learn?
All right, so I got all the rules.
Okay.
Each round lasts for 3 minutes. Once match begins, both competitors must unbuckle themselves and attempt to submit their opponent inside the vehicle. So you gotta be first one to unbuckle is it.
Yeah.
So you gotta make sure the other guy doesn't unbuckle pretty much, and then you gotta go from there. Just like traditional, the points are the same, which I was trying to understand the points. The points doesn't really make a lot of sense because in a normal jiu-jitsu match, it's about taking back, and it's kind of hard to take their back, really. I don't know. That part I didn't really understand.
Mm-hmm.
The winner is declared for which competitor is victorious in 2 out of the 3 rounds. So as long as you win 2 to 3 rounds, you're fine. So you can get choked out or in your head stuffed in a wheel in 1. You bounce back in 2 or 3, you're kind of chilling. And I looked up some strategies too.
Okay.
And it was pretty interesting strategy.
Like what? Dude, I want to know more. Like you did this deep. You said you did all the research. I want to hear what you learned.
I did. So there's one strategy. Well, the first strategy they say is like to like go as fast as you can. Like make sure they don't unbuckle, and then it's like pretty much getting a guarantee, and then you go 9-9. That's like the first thing you do. Then there's other guys that will go like. I'm gonna get a big pause on this, but some guys they say like prefer to be the bottom.
Pause.
It's coming.
Easy.
So they'll
pause.
They're topping from the bottom.
Yeah. So
basically.
Yeah. So they're
pause.
They welcome you, and as soon as like they get you like calm, what they do.
Pause.
Told
you, innuendo on this show is, especially this last hour, it's you can't avoid it.
Yeah. So as soon as they like pretty much attack you. You just kind of go in defensive phase and you begin to use like the seatbelt to your favor, and that's like a whole different thing. So you can like use the seatbelt.
You can wrap the seatbelt around them, and
I saw.
You shouldn't be able to choke somebody with the seatbelt. You should not be able to do that.
But I mean, it's
does
like
feel a bit risky.
It's pretty traditional. Like when you watch it, you're like, that's pretty traditional jiu-jitsu. You just literally in a car. It's very aggressive. A lot more aggressive than normal jiu-jitsu.
Yeah, exactly. You're using a steering wheel to like try to break someone's elbow around it.
Yeah.
What's the craziest tactic you saw when you were deep diving in this?
The one that like looked like it was the worst was this guy like was just nonstop pinning this guy's head to the window. Like he was doing. There's like a wrestler thing that like a lot of people do where you're supposed to put your forehead into their chin, and so they can't look over what they're doing. It's all based off feel, and you can like control their body that way. And that guy was just doing it to like the window. And the nonstop, like the guy kept trying to move and would bang.
And he would pin him, but with his forehead to the window.
Yeah,
wow.
And then, like, the whole time I was like, dude, I would start getting so angry. Like I would just punch. I'd be like, screw this.
Right.
I'm done. But yeah, and then
can you just throw a punch or no?
In jiu-jitsu, you cannot throw a punch.
Yeah, I was saying it's all grappling, and it's there's no like. But I wasn't sure if like in this like they like added that or okay.
No, but there's stuff you can do that's like kind of like I like cheat punching where you can like if I didn't see any gi version, but if there's not a gi, you can like grab like right here and do like that, and I mean it feels like a punch, and it moves your foot up. And first off, it's so cheap to do that, and like it's a good way to get your ass kicked if you're not the best. But you can do that in it.
It's kind of like a don't do, but if you do it, you're kind of it's a cheap shot. And,
yes.
Yeah. Okay.
There's one thing this happened to me one time is some guys will go like when they tap, you think they're gonna tap, but they slap, so you think they tapped. And then they didn't. So they go like that and they grab.
Yeah.
I've lost by 4 times.
Really?
And I got so pissed. Yeah. And then I did that to someone and I almost broke my arm. So you're
like, and then you learned your lesson with that, didn't you?
Yeah.
Good stuff. Man, I am out. I just don't like fighting. I don't like violence at all. I'm just very anti-violence. It scares me. It makes me kind of queasy. I watch like The Boys, and I know it's fake, but even then, I get like very creeped out.
Well, that's like super violent. Let's be honest.
Super violent.
So it's an over the top on purpose violence. It's Kill Bill.
Yeah, like we were talking about that story last night when I think you were gone, Nick, and it was about that woman who was working for the Milwaukee Brewers, and turns out like on the side she became a hitman and was going overseas.
What?
Yeah, she was going overseas and trying to kill people. And yeah, crazy story. I don't know how she ended up wanting to get into that type of work, but she ran up on somebody and pulled a gun and put it to their head in broad daylight in the middle of Europe, and the gun misfired. And so that's how she got caught.
Wow.
And I was talking to a friend about this, and I was like, I just don't get how you ever get to a place where like you want to just end game somebody. There's just nope. Nope. No matter how bad they are, no matter how much money, nope.
There's actually a movie on Netflix now called Hitman. I bet it's a true story, but he never actually was a hitman.
Yeah, he was a police officer. No, he was like a teacher.
Yeah.
Working for the police, pretending to be a hitman.
What? It's a true story too. Yeah, it's on Netflix. Watch it. It's really good.
Wait, okay, I'm sorry. Explain it one more time. So wasn't a hitman?
No, he was actually a teacher, but he worked part-time for the New Orleans Police Department. And what he did was he was working like surveillance with them, and then he had to go in one time and essentially play the part of a fake hitman on a sting operation.
Sting him.
And he went in and just nailed it and was really, really good at it and kept doing it and ended up bringing a ton of convictions to the table by doing this. But there was, this is entrapment. You can't really but that was the whole thing where he would pose as a hitman. People would come to hire him, and then they would get arrested.
Wow.
Which there's a gray area for entrapment that's there, but he did it for a long time.
Well, especially considering that in this movie, and I don't know what the case was.
Yeah.
They would ask somebody, "Hey, I'm looking to off my producer," and and just for an example, and I'd be at the club or whatever. I'm like, "Hey, do you know anybody?" And they'd be like, "Oh yeah, let me ask around." And then they would call the police because they're like, "This bitch is crazy."
Yeah.
And then the police would reach out to the person and they'd be like, "Hey, they wouldn't know it was the police." And they'd be like, "Yeah, we found somebody for you." They'd be like, give them their number, and then they'd meet and they'd be like, "What are you looking for?" And it's like, "Yeah, he just never finishes the rundowns on time. I don't know. I just want him to be gone." And like the notes are updated and they're wrong. The stats are wrong. And so
Sure, we're taking this far here, Mario. Watch out.
And then they would be like, okay, he would get them to really say what they wanted to do, like give them the specifics, and then the police would come in and they would arrest them for attempted murder.
It's a good movie. It's actually a really good movie.
And the lead character, Daddy.
You love that guy,
yeah,
don't you?
he's
What's
awesome.
his name?
I forget. He was in Maverick, and I fell in love with him in Maverick.
Yeah,
too.
all of a sudden I see him everywhere. He's one of those actors that now is just, was it Maverick?
Yeah, Glenn Powell, Daddy.
Maverick was, I feel like, the first movie I saw him, and then I recognized him, and now he's been all over the place.
And he is shredded.
He is.
And you get to see how shredded he is. He's kind of a nerd too. He goes from being a nerd to being this super suave guy because he takes on all these different personas for the hitmen that he thinks that these people want to hire. And he pretends to be like Ruski. He pretends to be like a scientist.
It's like really.
Try it out, Mario, tonight.
It's a true story
Watch it,
too.
90 minutes.
See if there's one about a co-host.
Yeah, there you go. Right back at it. Here he comes.
There we go.
Mario throwing the zings right back. Oh, good. They're showing the Spain-Italy game again. That's what I want to watch.
Own goal.
Yeah, I'd love to watch that again. No,
It's
I'm
a
just
Friday
kidding.
for me, guys.
There you go. So
They just found out. But they know now.
Yeah, well.
I'm out of here.
Scheduling
See you
can
guys
be
Tuesday.
complicated sometimes. You going to get some Chicago-style pizza?
No, I hate
Detroit-style pizza in Chicago?
Thick pizza. I don't want Chicago beef. But there are some awesome restaurants I have scratched off on my list.
Got to do it.
One's called Duck Duck Goat. Can't wait for that one.
Duck Duck Goat, huh? Mm-hmm. Interesting. Does it sell? Do they have goat you can eat?
I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
Check it out, though. Check it out.
There you go. All right. It's BetMGM tonight.
That's a wrap. Another show is in the books. We'll be right back here tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern for the next winning edition of BetMGM Tonight, live from BetQL.
Are you ready, sir? Start your engines. Let's go.
Astros money line versus the Marlins. Johnny Cueto, no thank you.
Oh, my goodness. How does this affect me personally?
Which is absolutely bonkers to me.
If you do the middle school math, is 117 yards per game that you gotta post each and every weekend.
I knew it.
Who has the upper hand? Do we think it's going to be the offenses or do we think it's going to be the defenses?
How about Saturday's game? Let's just throw a random game out here.
I don't want to put faith in NC State. There's a chance we'll lose outright. Who knows? Jinx is definitely not paying attention right now. He's just vibing to the music.
Are you ready for the most interactive sports gambling show? Introducing BetQL Send It In with PJ Glasser. We want to hear from you. Send It In is about your picks, your trends, and your fades. Share your thoughts, predictions, and your best daily best bets with the Send It In community. Set your reminders, mark your calendars, and get ready to send it in on weekday afternoons at 1 Eastern on Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. On your home for wagertainment, the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM. No one brings the wow factor like the BetQL Network.
When did that happen?
Today.
And instantly, the crowd goes wild.
We celebrate the women of wagertainment.
As the underdog, but they are now the favorite
Ooh, I did the right strategy there. Set you up for just complimenting me.
You know what? I get that.
Never miss a minute of the action. Download the BetQL app to take us anywhere you go and watch all of the shows on Twitch TV/BetQL. Presented by the Kings of Sportsbooks. BetMGM.
Go for the betting cycle on BetQL with Cody Decker.
Cody Decker, former professional baseball player, turned professional smartass on the radio.
Sports handicapper Rob Brown.
When Penix Jr. plays USC, he's getting 400 yards.
Cycling all the top plays.
And Cody Decker, I think Florida can cover today.
And one outrageous show parlay.
1, 2, 3.
Oh! Let the chaos begin. It's Bet for the Cycle on the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
Some would say that maybe he'll be chasing Super Bowl MVP. Well, look, he's 400
Some
to 1.
would say he won't look young in the game.
Really makes me angry that, like, Knicks fans can't have anything. We've been bad for... I get it.
It's 21-0.
It's a playoff game. I'm stepping in here. Like that, I give that answer. You don't get to give that answer. Or you like in the game.
It's one game. Hey, you know who else is thinking about this stuff? Everyone else.
Like, hey, there's no tomorrow. right now. Come on, put Pickett in.
BetMGM tonight. Join us for live sweats. Yes.
Let's go, Kansas State.
That was a big balls 3.
3 minutes ago. Put
Big balls 3.
Instant reaction.
This is an unbelievable thing for me to see. My favorite team, my true favorite team. Less mistress, more side piece.
And maybe a few regrettable decisions.
Oh, he's got bust written all over him. Gutekunst sucks. Jordan Addison ran a 5.3 40 and he's Trista's height. I'd take him.
You know what you shouldn't have done? Bet on the Wizards.
Yep.
I'm just all in on betting right now. It's the best, and I'm really happy everything's back.
Yes, he is the greatest quarterback in the NFL.
They're just not winning games convincingly.
Big time bettors make big time plays.
Me knowing that people are dumb and voters voting for him are two different things.
And now it's time for Back to the Futures on the BetQL Network with Lucy Burge and Brandon Sprague. Presented by BetMGM.
Hey, welcome in. Back to the Futures. Back again here on the BetQL Network, the Odyssey app, and radio stations nationwide. Good evening. Welcome in. Good to have you in. And I'm as excited as anybody else because it is the return of Lucy Burge. Lucy, how we doing? How was your vacation? It's great to have you back. How's the weekend? I'll just ask you an all-encompassing, how is it going for you?
Yes, hello, Sprague. I am so happy to be back. I was away. I was in Wyoming. My best friend got married in Jackson Hole. I had never been. She'd been going there her whole life, and I had never joined them out in Jackson Hole. Finally got to see Jackson Hole. Absolutely beautiful. The wedding was on the top of a mountain, 3,000 feet in the air, so that was an experience. Absolutely stunning, magical time. A week ago, right now, I was on a flight back from Jackson Hole from there to Newark, on which I got this cold, which I now have and have been sick for the past week in different stages of, your typical cold. So I might sound a little bit like I have a cold, but I'm totally fine. And really excited about the run that the Yukon Huskies are on, because that has been a thrill to watch. And but things are good. Started a new show on the BetQL Network this week, Bet Slips and Bat Flips, every single day from 2 to 2:30 Eastern, right here on the BetQL Network. So that has been really fun. But I am so excited to be back with you, Sprague, and to get into all of the college basketball March Madness that is going on.
Well, I want to dive a lot into the college basketball world. Obviously, the tournament is progressing to the Final Four, and we've got our teams, and we got matchups, and we've got players to talk about and performances. I also was hoping, because I'm glad you mentioned your new baseball show that you got going on here on the BetQL Network, I was hoping we could dive into a little bit of, hey, what'd you think of the first kind of weekend?
Oh,
I know
we
you
could
had
do a
split in
lot of it,
Seattle.
Sprague. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'd like to dive in a little bit on that today. But I was excited for you. So congratulations. I know you're doing a bunch of things, and you have been for the BetQL Network, including this show for a while now. But congratulations on the new show. And I'm really happy for you because I know how much you care and love baseball.
Oh, thank you. It's been really fun. And my co-host Jake Hassan is fantastic. So yeah, it's been really fun. And throughout the baseball season, it will be great to go through the slate each day and get into baseball bets and everything. But yeah, just happy to be back with you guys, Steve.
Let's get it going then in the tournament. The Elite Eight wrapping up, and we've got our matchups. Let's start with the big one, Zach Edey against Tennessee,
Yeah.
Purdue against Tennessee. And Purdue was 3.5-point favorites. The under was 148.5. So the under hits because Purdue beats Tennessee 77-62. They cover the number. Rick Barnes continues in his all-time career. Not that today, in my opinion, was Rick Barnes' fault. But unfortunately, when you're talking about gambling in terms of sports, you kind of get, okay, who's blame, who's good, who covers the number, who doesn't. This is another downfall for Rick Barnes so far in the tournament. Tennessee still has never been to a Final Four. But Purdue, kind of Virginia-y. Zach Edey finished with 40-16. He shot 22 free throws today. A lot of people on Twitter talking about the foul calls that he got. Dalton Knecht was awesome for Tennessee at 37. He was 14-31 from the field. Nobody else on Tennessee scored in double digits, so that definitely helps Dalton Knecht's NBA stock. And this is the first Final Four for Purdue since 1980. Edey is averaging 30 and 15 per game in the tournament. And today, by getting at least 20 and 10, he has tied David Robinson for consecutive tournament games with 20 and 10. So he has an opportunity to break that in the Final Four. And we'll get to who his opponent is coming up in just a minute. But what did you make of Zach Edey in Purdue? Were you anti-Edey in Purdue, or were you going in this kind of open-minded?
So I was not anti-Edey in Purdue because the Final Four that I had coming into this tournament was UConn, UNC, Purdue, and Houston. So now I'm down to UConn and Purdue, which is two of the teams that I had. So Purdue, thank you for keeping that alive for me. So I am not anti this at all. I think Zach Edey, also DJ Burns, but I think that there are two stars in this tournament, and they are the two. But Zach Edey being a big one of them. The image of him cutting down the net without a ladder will be one of the images of this tournament, I think, especially if Purdue makes it to the national championship. So I was not anti this at all. I really hoped that Purdue made it to the Final Four because I had them to make it to the Final Four. But no, I wasn't anti this at all.
Yeah, I was a little crushed by this. I know we don't have to dive into all of our bracket picks and losses and stuff. I'm in a competition right now with Jay Billis.
For some reason.
Yeah, exactly. Nobody wants to hear this, but I had Tennessee winning this game, and they were up early, and I was like, oh, here we go. And then Zach Edey was Zach Edey, and he got 22 free throws. He had a great post-game rant. Well, not rant, but he had like a quick blurb with Washburn on the sidelines on the court. He basically like, you all thought you effing knew us. You didn't. And like, it's good. I'd never heard him talk. Hey, Zach Edey can speak. It's great. I have found them very Virginia-y. And the problem with that, though, is there's UConn is looming. And by the way, NC State is also looming. The team that they have to take on, DJ Burns and NC State, who got past Duke. And their Cinderella continues. This is their first Final Four since 1983. We'll talk about them in just a second. But I'm genuinely, I can be critical of people. I can have opinions on teams and players or coaches. I tend to kind of be on the soft side of things in sports media. And so like I found myself happy for Zach Edey and Purdue because they've been really good. They've just, unfortunately, they lost as a 1 seed. So the narrative, kind of gets slapped on them. And then they win their first game and they handle Utah State. And then people start picking Gonzaga to win. They knock out Gonzaga, and then they go into today. And I thought for sure they were toast, but Edey was amazing. 22 free throws certainly helps. But I like when players or teams can kind of turn around a narrative based on how people view them. And they have for sure done that. We'll see what they do against NC State, but they were able to do some of that.
Exactly. Edie certainly was using some kind of bulletin board material. I mean, 40 points and 16 rebounds isn't just on pure adrenaline or, it could be talent, but there's something there where he had a point to prove, and he absolutely had a chip on his shoulder about the way, even a perception that maybe he emphasized in his mind even more, just so they can get a dominant win. The other thing with brackets, people always say that, is, I don't want to hear about people's brackets. I enjoy people talking about their brackets. If you tweet out a picture of your bracket, which I actually did not see any of this year, I did not see one single bracket this year. I don't mind it at all.
Are people filling them out anymore? Aren't they all online?
I have a confession also. I never filled out an official bracket this year. With the baseball show starting and the Kate Middleton stuff, I was consumed. But I did have my Final Four set before all of this. But I never actually typed out, filled out, wrote out an actual bracket. But I had who I want to win. I had my Final Four. But I never filled out a bracket. But in years past, I would tweet out a picture of my bracket. I didn't do that this year, and I realized it. And I was like, wait a minute, that's crazy. But I don't mind it when people talk about their brackets, especially if they're right. Brag all you want. Or if you're wrong.
I gotta be honest with you. I kind of just said that because I'm used to saying that on the radio. I'm kind of with you. I don't mind if people give me. I don't need you to go run down every pick and every loss and win. But if you have you had Purdue Tennessee today? I think we both did, is what it sounds like. And you took the 1 seed. I took Tennessee just because I thought, okay, maybe a little quicker, more athletic. I go Tennessee. I think Rick Barnes can at least get to the Final Four with this team. I like hearing about that. I'll listen to that all day. I don't want to go down the rundown of it. And so I'm largely with you. I am a little ashamed of you, though. How do you fill out a bracket? We're of an age where we had the internet to use. We all filled one out online. But the joys of doing it by hand and putting it in pen and looking at it and highlighting it, it's really corny and kind of old for me to admit.
I love it.
I do one every year, and I probably will to the day that I die. I might not care as much some years, but I'll always fill out one by hand. It feels a little less than if I don't have a physical bracket to hold like a newspaper.
It is tradition, and that's why I'm shocked at myself. I let it get away from me, also preparing for this trip. So there's a lot going on, but I still could have. Also, my printer in Boston is broken, so maybe that was part of it too. It wasn't as simple as it's been broken for a couple years. So I just need to get that fixed. But there is something to it where it feels weird to not have a bracket. And when I realized it, I was like, oh, wait, why didn't I do that? But I did, for BetQL.com, have my Final Four set up. So that is in writing. But I also saw people for the first time say that a written bracket is too antiquated. And that shocked me as well. Why is everyone doing it digitally? That's not fun. You need to get your handwriting on it. You need to sign it like Obama did. Just sign your bracket in the middle. That's part of the fun. So next year, I will certainly be doing that.
Quick poll question for listeners out there. You can just answer this out loud by yourself or with whoever you're with. If your printer has been broken for 2 years and you add, I need to get it fixed, do you really want your printer fixed? I would make an argument you don't really need a printer if it's been 2 years.
This is true because I don't. Yeah, well, I mean, that's a good question. I don't frequently find myself needing it. So it's is it worth it? I just need to get around to it. That is something I need to look inward. Yeah, I probably won't. I need to look inward as to why. There's something there.
Yeah. Yeah, that's talk about it with your therapist. You don't need to share that with me. Let's get to the other team that Purdue's going to take on, NC State. And boy, talk about a journey. NC State, I didn't know quite I knew an 11 seed getting there is a Cinderella ride, right? But Zach puts this in. They were 4-10 in their last 14 games. They were the definition of middle bottom of the road of the ACC. They go on this crazy run, which, by the way, they needed to win that conference tournament to even get a sniff. They beat North Carolina in the final at what is clearly a North Carolina home game. And then sometimes the team that gets hot makes the tournament. You have one of two philosophies here. You either ride the heater or you say, you're taking a couple of days off. Your heater's gone. And I've seen both happen where the team that rode the heater to get there, they're out in the first game. But this one is not that. This is the opposite. They rode it, and they got past it. They needed a little bit of luck with Oakland winning their first game, and so now they get Oakland in round 2, and it's the DJ Burns NC State show, and they just keep winning and winning, and here's NC State for the first time since 1983 getting to the Final Four. What a ride for the Wolfpack.
What a ride. Because today, before this game, I was thinking about it and how there is no real team in this tournament kind of like a St. Peter's, like a Cinderella, like really big Cinderella team that is really dominating. But then NC State would, I think, be the equivalent, except for Oakland. I was like, well, Oakland, I guess, but they went a little bit further than expected. NC State would be that. This is exciting for them because you've got a star. And you've got a team that is dominating like this, and you look at the stats that Zach put in here are really, really impressive. And 9 wins in the last 20 days, and this team has momentum. So are they stoppable? I don't know, because now anything is possible for them. And at this game, though, it seemed at many, many points it could go either way. But then there was that point where it's like they have it right now. And I think this team is one to watch, certainly. But having a star like DJ Burns, I would say he's the star of the tournament right now. Just by what he chest bumped a guy on the bench and the guy fell down. You underestimate how large this guy is and how powerful this guy is. And he is just a guy that you want to root for. So if you're looking for stars in this tournament, UConn is the best team in the tournament, of course, I would say, but they don't have the biggest star. DJ Burns, I would say right now, is the biggest star in this tournament.
We'll get to UConn probably in the second segment, run through the whole Final Four. We'll run through all of that stuff. Bama doing something that they had never done before. I wanted to highlight, going into the tournament, NC State was 30-1 to win the South region, and they were plus 20,000 to win the entire championship in the NCAA tournament. The Wolfpack outscored the Duke Blue Devils 55-37 in the second half. Duke finishes the game shooting 33% and 3 of 13 from 3. Woof, Buzz, your girlfriend. You mentioned DJ Burns, 29, 4, and 3. You know what's interesting about it? I'm not speaking for you and I. I'm just using the proverbial we. It's interesting. We hate, question mark, Zach Edey because he's too big. We love DJ Burns because he's a little bit chunky and the right amount of big. Like there's something about his body type that America's like, I love it. Yes, look at him move. And then Zach Edey gets out there and is like, hey, this is unfair, man. I hate this. I don't want to watch this guy win anymore. Get him out of the tournament. It's a very interesting comp when you think about it that way, because now they're going head to head in the Final Four. And I want to say that Zach Edey has an advantage, but Zach Edey also is really slow. And DJ Burns, he might be chunky. That dude can move. He's got great footwork. So it's just interesting how we look at both Burns, because I agree with you. I think he's kind of the star of the tournament so far. He's always dancing. He's always smiling. He's got his little dream shake, his little baby floaters, his drop, his drop down, his spin moves, everything. But Zach Edey gets out there and it's like, oh, I don't like it. This guy's too big. Get him out of the game. And it's just interesting how we're stuck in this in-between between the two players. And now they're going against each other in the Final Four.
This is a great point, because DJ Burns, you're like, oh, he's fun. And then Zach Edey, it's like, oh, he's just tall and good. So I think maybe that's a really good point.
We'll get to UConn and Bama and how we're feeling about the Final Four next. Back to the Futures on the BetQL Network.
Back to the Futures. We'll be back with Lucy Burge and Brandon Sprague on the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
Are you ready for the most interactive sports gambling show? Introducing BetQL Send It In with PJ Glasser. We want to hear from you. Send It In is about your picks, your trends, and your fades. Share your thoughts, predictions, and your best daily best bets with the Send It In community. Set your reminders, mark your calendars, and get ready to send it in on weekday afternoons at 1 Eastern on Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. On your home for wagertainment, the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM. No one brings the wow factor like the BetQL Network.
When did that happen?
Today.
And instantly, the crowd goes wild.
We celebrate the women of wagertainment.
Welcome back to BetQL Daily, presented by BetMGM.
Ooh, I did the right strategy there. Set you up for just complimenting me.
You know what? I get that.
Never miss a minute of the action. Download the BetQL app to take us anywhere you go and watch all of the shows on Twitch TV/BetQL. Presented by the Kings of Sportsbooks. BetMGM.
Chelsea, earlier in the show, we were talking a little bit about New Year's resolutions, blah, blah, blah. One thing I do need is I need a hobby.
Studio when
I need a new hobby. That's one of my goals. And I was thinking maybe I should retake up golf again. I used to play golf all the time, and I was decent at it. I was never going to blow anyone's mind, but I was pretty good. Now, I am summarily terrible. I suck at the game of golf now. But if you're going to commit to playing golf, you got to commit, and it's hard for me because I live right in the middle of the city. So I have to get myself some new clubs. Have to start practicing, find some unis around the city, and I can do it. But if I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it right. So you are someone, you can swing a club. You live right there on a golf course. Can you talk me into getting back into golf?
No, because it's a hobby that's very expensive and it takes a ton of time. This is why women get so mad at their husbands for playing golf. It is not because we hate golf. It's because it takes, on the low end, 5 hours. And then you have to go to the driving range before, get some swings in. Then you want to get some beers with your boys after the round. So it just turns into an all-day affair. And I guess, like, you don't have kids or any, like, thing tying you down. Like, you don't have a pet at home, or I guess you have Bijou, but, you know, cats don't need to be taken out all the time. So I think that's the knock on golf, is that it just takes so damn long. So maybe there is another hobby that is less time, time
consuming.
What's the opposite of time consuming? You know, that you could pick up that also does not cost a fortune. Because I don't know if you've looked at the prices of golf clubs. They're not cheap for the good ones.
No. Well, that's the problem too, is that's why I said, if I'm going to do this, I have to do this, because if you're going to spend that money, I don't want to do it and then have my clubs collect dust in my closet or anything like that. I think what you should do is you can swing. Your husband obviously plays golf. You get Blake a little starter set. Next thing you know, family golf outing.
Oh, we do have clubs for her.
There you go.
But it's just, again, golf takes forever. And also, it is the middle of January, or the 1st of January. It feels like the middle of January. So it's not the greatest weather for playing golf when it's 37 degrees out. So maybe this spring.
All right. Well, keep that in mind. Maybe it'll happen. I'll keep track for you.
Are you ready for the most interactive sports gambling show? Introducing BetQL Send It In with PJ Glasser. We want to hear from you. Send It In is about your picks, your trends, and your fades. Share your thoughts, predictions, and your best daily best bets with the Send It In community. Set your reminders, mark your calendars, and get ready to send it in on weekday afternoons at 1 Eastern on Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. On your home for wagertainment, the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM. No one brings the wow factor like the BetQL Network.
When did that happen?
Today.
And instantly, the crowd goes wild.
We celebrate the women of wagertainment.
Welcome back to BetQL Daily, presented by BetMGM.
Ooh, I did the right strategy there. Set you up for just complimenting me.
You know what? I get that.
Never miss a minute of the action. Download the BetQL app to take us anywhere you go and watch all of the shows on Twitch TV/BetQL. Presented by the Kings of Sportsbooks. BetMGM.
Grab your flux capacitor and let's go back to the futures with Lucy Burge and Brandon Sprague on the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
All right, welcome back in. Back to the futures here on the BetQL Network. Lucy Burge back on the saddle from Wyoming, and we're talking NCAA tournament. We'll get to the women's tournament. Some controversy happening in my backyard Evidently, they don't know how to measure lines very well, and some teams ended up getting screwed out of that. So we'll touch base on the women's tournament. My Oregon State Lady Beavs fell just short today against South Carolina, but pushed them, made it for a great game. And I think we've got some great matchups in the women's Elite Eight. We'll get to a tiny smidge, one NFL thing. I want to touch on some baseball and talk a little baseball stuff with you, Lucy, in my Jim Carrey voice. But let's continue on with the NCAA tournament. Your Connecticut Huskies, my word. I mean, DJ Burns Jr., great story, fun story, maybe the player of the tournament. Zach Edey, redemption. Hey, you question us. Look at us. Dominant, 40-16 in an Elite Eight game. Bama, hey, we're here. Hello. We're making our first Final Four. UConn is unbelievable. I mean, stats like this, Lucy, betting $100 on North Carolina State's money line to net you almost 2 Gs, $1,850. That should be like one of the top stories. Instead, I think if you're being honest, it's, hey, UConn plays basketball and nobody stands a chance. They made Illinois look like a Division III team yesterday with their 28-0 run. And I love all of these side stories, but I'm sitting here today. Remember, we did the UConn or the field segment a couple weeks back. And I'm like, all these stories are great. None of it feels relevant because it feels like UConn's just going to blow everybody out on their way to their second straight national championship.
That is exactly what it feels like. Because this team is so dominant that I can't picture any team beating them. They'll start out a game close and you're like, oh no, they're in trouble. Then they just blow them out of the water. No question about it. This team is going to win. You look at them and you think this team they're so complete. They are so together. They are so dominant is just the word of the year for UConn, because that is what they are. And you have even the Illinois head coach, Brad Underwood, coming into this game when he was like, oh, we'll be fine. And then after the game, he was like, well, didn't expect that. Because that's how it feels. That's how it must feel if you are going up against UConn and you think we can beat them. We are here for a reason. We deserve to be here. Like you're Illinois, you're coming into this game. We deserve to be here. And then you physically go up against UConn and you just get bludgeoned. This team will destroy you. And I not only beat you, but blow you out to epic proportions, to the extent that not only do I obviously think they're going to win the title, I think they're going to blow out everybody going forward. The next two teams going forward will be blowouts. So I have all the faith in the world in the UConn Huskies. Another thing, because I tweet about it because I'm a fan of the team and they are my pick to win the national championship. Somebody replied and said, it's weird when people who are not alums of the school root for the team. And obviously that's not correct, but also I was born and raised in Connecticut. So, and also I'm currently in Connecticut. So it's not like I can't be a fan of the team. Also, you can be a fan of any team you want, any team in the world you want. That's just people who believe that, I would just say that's very silly of you.
No, it bothers me immensely that you root for a different sports team than I, and you didn't go to school there. How dare you be so ridiculous in your life? Gosh, what is wrong with you?
Jealousy.
Yeah. Zach puts a good point at year of the repeat, right?
Yeah,
That's it.
We've been
the
saying
Chiefs
that.
went and did it. Yep. And then if you look at the women, South Carolina, they beat Oregon State today. They're on their way. They look pretty good too. Like they could end up repeating as well. UConn men could end up repeating. I don't know if we're going to get a baseball repeat. I don't know if the Rangers are going to win a World Series again. That was kind of magical in itself because they had won 70-some-odd games the year prior and spent a ton of money to become what they became. But year of the repeat is definitely in full force. And I bet you if you took it to the NBA, I bet you a lot of people would lay more money on the Nuggets than any other team at this point. So maybe this is going to be like the sports calendar year of the repeat. I want to get to some fun facts about this run because it's great.
Yes, please.
But what I would add to what you said on the dominance, it's kind of in your wheelhouse here. But to me, is there a New York Giants in this tournament? Is it NC State and DJ Burns? Is it Purdue? Is it Bama? Because they feel very 2007 Patriots like. Like this is a team. You just watch them and you go, that's different than every other team and division, and they're not even in the same league as what it roughly feels like so far. Again, they might not win their next game. Maybe they lose in the title game. But to win and cover 10 straight tournament games, to become the first repeat champion since 06-07, they look like they're well on their way, and they just remind me of the 2007 Patriots. I don't care the Giants won that last game. That was the best team I have ever seen with my eyeballs, and they have a lot of that feel.
Sprague, I cannot believe you're saying that because my brother has been saying that for the past 2 days. They have an 07 Patriots feel. For the past 2 days, he's been saying that while we were watching that. I can't believe you said that because the more I'm hearing it, the more I don't want to believe it, but the more that, yeah, they could slip up. They could let a team that you did not like at NC State beat them. Yeah, I mean, sure, but yeah, because I was like, oh yeah, the Patriots were dominant as well. So I see that. I don't want to believe that, but I could see us coming back here after the tournament and being like, well, you were right, Sprague, you were right. But I just think the UConn is so dominant that it's tough to think about that happening. But of course, with the Patriots, it was the same thing. So I can see how that would happen. Yes, though I don't want to believe that could possibly happen.
Lucy, they're the first team in the seeding era since 1979. So bear that in mind. To win and cover 10 straight in the big dance. They are 26-6 against the spread in the NCAA tournament since 2009. And I know Hurley going into his first title year, it was a little bit of like, oh, is he going to ever do it there? Is he going to finally? And you know what? Yeah, he did it. He did it in convincing fashion. Now, he beat a Cinderella story last year in San Diego State. This year just feels like they somehow morphed and elevated. Like Power Rangers, they're like the Red Ranger's good, but when the Red Ranger connects to the green, the blue, the yellow, the pink, and then the white is kind of what you're getting with this UConn run right now. It just feels like nobody stands a chance. I don't know if that's going to be the case. Again, we'll have to wait and see. But they're taking on Alabama, and Alabama beat Clemson, who was also on their little magical run. Alabama covered the 3.5. They secured their first Final Four berth in school history. So Nate Oates knows exactly what he's doing. I don't have UConn winning. I tried to just be different. It wasn't me a questioning UConn thing. I'm competing against Jay Billis in a tournament challenge that Jay Billis doesn't know he's competing against me in. And if he beats me, I'm going to Venmo Jay Billis $5. If I beat him, I'm requesting $5 from Jay Billis. But where I had it and Jay Billis didn't, I had Alabama in my Final Four. I really liked this team the couple times I saw him play. And Nate Oates, I think Nate Oates is a great coach. So Alabama, who started really cold from three, connected on 13 of their next 23-point shots in their game. UConn opens 11.5 against the Crimson Tide. Is there a spread that you would take Bama in, or is this just I'm staying away, or I'm going to ride the UConn heater?
On paper, I would look at this and say maybe Alabama can keep this close and keep it within 10. But then I think about how big of these blowouts UConn has been putting together over teams, and I don't see any way that they don't continue that. So if this was Alabama plus 30.5, I would take Alabama. Otherwise, absolutely no way that I'm not taking UConn. If it was UConn minus 20.5, I'm taking UConn all day. I think UConn is going to beat Alabama by 25 points. This is going to be another UConn blowout, and I can't wait to see it. And I think 11.5 is too low even when you really think about it, when you think about watching this team and what they have done. And it's incredible. So I would take UConn minus 2,000, no, minus like 25.5 would be the point where I would
go that high.
Yeah, I would. They're going to beat Alabama by 25 points. This is going to be another massive blowout for UConn. Other fun fact about this matchup, it's kind of a full circle moment for Nate Oates. Dan Hurley, of course, the UConn coach, brother of Bobby Hurley, the coach that gave Nate Oates his job as an assistant at the college level. So it's a little bit of a small world situation there. So it all comes together. Time is a flat circle. I am on UConn all day.
We had a theory last year because we were watching the Final Four on my radio show out here, and we had a we had a segment where our theory was that they kept showing the Hurley father, who's a legendary coach in his own right, and then they show his brother Bobby. And we had a theory that Bobby actually was mentally rooting against his brother because Bobby had all the stardom that Dan didn't playing. But now in the coaching round, Dan is the better coach, and Bobby is just flaming out at Arizona State. I mean, he is atrocious out there. And so we had a theory last year that when they'd show Bobby Hurley, secretly he was really pissed and rooting against his brother. I don't know if it's real. I hope that it's not, but it was kind of funny to think about that, like the great player, not so great a coach as it's almost like a Jim and John Harbaugh thing. Jim, the notable quarterback who played for multiple franchises. John, you'd never heard of really. And then John wins the Super Bowl and Jim is off chasing the college thing. And then now he's back in the NFL. It's kind of the college basketball equivalent of that.
Of course, I could see that happening if your siblings and one of you is more successful. Absolutely. Another thing about the Hurley family,
would you root against your brother? You mentioned your brother. If this is you, are you secretly rooting against your brother?
I mean, no, of course not. But no, I wouldn't. That's the thing. It does depend. It does depend on what kind of relationship you have with your sibling. I would say no, I would not root against him. I would not root against him.
Because Bobby's on the hot seat at Arizona State, and Dan might win his second national championship.
Yeah. I mean, there were times when, maybe, no, I've never rooted against my brother, but I could see how a sibling dynamic could lead to that happening. But another thing with the Hurley family, Andrew Hurley, Dan Hurley's son, is on the team. He was a walk-on on the UConn basketball team. When you are playing UConn, you know you are done for when he puts his son in, because I laugh every time. That is the victory lap, is like, yes, go in the game. And then you show the wife and she's clapping. She's like, put him in more. And so that is when you see him come in the game, you're like, we are done for. So that always makes me laugh as well. But good for him too, for having his son play.
Is there a matchup in this Final Four? We've talked a lot about UConn being hot and being unstoppable. Is there a matchup in the Final Four? Is it DJ Burns and NC State? Like, here's my only problem, okay? Because I'm basically saying, what's the title game you want to see? And I don't find UConn to be a team. They're on the verge of winning their second straight championship, which, again, has not been done since the 06-07 Gators. Is there a matchup that you're longing for, or is it Purdue is a 9.5-point favorite over NC State? Do you want Zach Edey in the final? Do you want DJ Burns in the final? Does one team make you feel like, the title game will just be an absolute bloodbath versus like maybe that other team will keep it kind of close, plus the title game pressure of repeating? UConn doesn't look like they're dealing with any pressure when they play, certainly, but is there a championship you're searching for if UConn is to prevail over Bama?
So there isn't one that I am yearning for. There isn't one that gets my blood boiling where I think, oh, this would be a really good one. Purdue, of course, would be more of a challenge for UConn, I guess. NC State, I would prefer them to be the matchup because it would be easier for UConn to win a national championship. But my philosophy throughout the entire tournament is it's going to be UConn. So none of it matters. Everything else is just on the journey to winning the title. So no matter who is left in this Final Four, looking at the Final Four, no matter who's left, I think UConn could beat them. So I have no worries about it. But I would rather see NC State just because I don't care. I don't care if it's a bloodbath. I don't care if it is a boring game. As long as I get to watch UConn go on a 30-0 run again. I didn't find that boring at all. I thought that was really exciting. So either way, even if it's a bloodbath, I'd be nervous. If they absolutely dominate again, go on a 50-0 run, I still wouldn't find it boring. So it doesn't matter to me. I think UConn is winning it either way, but I would rather have NC State because it would just be a little, I think, yes, they're a good story, but up against UConn's a different level. UConn is a different level that any good story, they'll just take that down. They're like, all right, reality check. We are the UConn Huskies, and they will beat you and beat you handedly. So I really have no worries about it. UConn NC State would be my preferable matchup.
NC State's really fun. We got about 30 seconds here, and then we'll get to I want to get to a women's tournament update. There's some weird stuff happened today in Portland that they just discovered. We'll touch on a little NFL, like a smidge, and then get Lucy's thoughts on the opening weekend of baseball. But I think I have to vote for Purdue here. The NC State story is fun. I don't know. I don't know if I can handle watching sad DJ Burns Jr. Guy's been dancing and smiling all tournament. UConn will make him sad. He will be on the bench with 19 minutes left in the second half, sad because they're down 34 points. I can't handle that. We got a lot to wrap up the show with, some baseball stuff, some NFL, some women's tournament update. Back to the Futures, back with more here on the Odyssey app and BetQL Network.
Back to the Futures. We'll be back with Lucy Burge and Brandon Sprague on the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM. Chelsea, earlier in the show, we were talking a little bit about New Year's resolutions, blah, blah, blah. One thing I do need is I need a hobby. I need a new hobby. That's one of my goals. And I was thinking maybe I should retake up golf again. I used to play golf all the time, and I was decent at it. I was never going to blow anyone's mind, but I was pretty good. Now, I am summarily terrible. I suck at the game of golf now. But if you're going to commit to playing golf, you got to commit, and it's hard for me because I live right in the middle of the city, so I'd have to get myself some new clubs, have to start practicing, find some unis around the city, and I could do it, but if I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it right. So you are someone, you can swing a club, you live right there on a golf course. Can you talk me into getting back into golf?
No, because it's a hobby that's very expensive, and it takes a ton of time. This is why women get so mad at their husbands for playing golf. It is not because we hate golf. It's because it takes, on the low end, 5 hours. And then you have to go to the driving range before, get some swings in. Then you want to get some beers with your boys after the round. So it just turns into an all-day affair. And I guess, you don't have kids or any, thing tying you down. You don't have a pet at home, or I guess you have Bijou, but, cats don't need to be taken out all the time. So I think that's the knock on golf, is that it just takes so damn long. So maybe there is another hobby that is less time, time
consuming.
What's the opposite of time consuming? That you could pick up that also does not cost a fortune. Because I don't know if you've looked at the prices of golf clubs. They're not cheap for the good ones.
No. Well, that's the problem too, that's why I said if I'm going to do this, I have to do this, because if you're going to spend that money, I don't want to do it and then have my clubs collect dust in my closet or anything like that. I think what you should do is you can swing. Your husband obviously plays golf. You get Blake a little starter set. Next thing you know, family golf outing.
Oh, we do have clubs for her.
There you go.
But it's just, again, golf takes forever. And also, it is the middle of January, or the 1st of January. It feels like the middle of January. So it's not the greatest weather for playing golf when it's 37 degrees out. So maybe this spring.
All right. Well, keep that in mind. Maybe it'll happen. I'll keep track for you.
Are you ready for the most interactive sports gambling show? Introducing BetQL's Send It In with PJ Glasser. We want to hear from you. Send It In is about your picks, your trends, and your fades. Share your thoughts, predictions, and your daily best bets with the Send It In community. Set your reminders, mark your calendars, and get ready to send it in on weekday afternoons at 1 Eastern on Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. On your home for wagertainment, the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM. No one brings the wow factor like the BetQL Network.
When did that happen?
Today.
And instantly,
Yes.
the crowd goes wild.
We celebrate the women of wagertainment.
Welcome back to BetQL Daily, presented by BetMGM.
Well, I did the right strategy there. Set you up for just complimenting me.
You know what? I get that.
Never miss a minute of the action. Download the BetQL app to take us anywhere you go. And watch all the shows on Twitch TV/BetQL. Presented by the Kings of Sportsbooks. BetMGM.
Chelsea, earlier in the show, we were talking a little bit about New Year's resolutions, blah, blah, blah. One
Grab your flux capacitor and let's go back to the futures with Lucy Burge and Brandon Sprague on the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
All right, welcome back in. We will wrap it up here on the BetQL Network. Back to the futures. Hope everybody's weekend went well. Give an update as Lucy basically says the tournament's over, so don't watch anymore. Who cares about the Final Four?
Boring.
The UConn Huskies will win by 80 points, according to Lucy Burge. Write that down in case you get mad.
Yep.
The non-alum fan of UConn, Lucy Burge.
Yes, exactly. Yep. Stay mad, haters.
A weird story out of Portland, Portland and Albany, New York are hosting the regionals for the women's tournament, which is rapidly approaching their Final Four as well. And story comes out of Portland at the Moda Center where the Blazers play. It's hosting. I'm going there tomorrow, actually, to watch USC and UConn play in the Elite Eight with a trip on the Final Four on the line. And I'm excited to see it. Paige Beckers against Juju Watkins is going to be, I think, a really exciting game. Gottlieb, the coach of USC, is a really good story. And obviously, Gino is Gino. But a story comes out today that they had measured and had inconsistent three-point line distance. One side was a little closer than the other, and they didn't notice this until the final game was happening, and then they had to talk to the coaches, and they said, hey, we can fix it, but we're going to lose our TV window on ABC because of broadcast negotiations, and it's going to take at least an hour to do this. And I forget which coach agreed, but basically said, you know what, let's just finish this out. And they're going to fix it tonight. They're probably fixing on it right now as we speak. And so tomorrow when I get there, it'll look more normal. But they did some math on this, and they went and saw that some of the teams that went and shot at the farther out line, shocking development. Their percentages were lower than the other teams. I believe only one team, and it might have been USC, but don't hold me to that. I believe one team actually shot pretty well from that distance. I mean, a lot of these girls are shooting from this, NBA range already anyway, coming up through the AAU and high school ranks. So a lot of these ladies can shoot it from far, but it actually impacted the games a little bit. And we had some pretty good games in Portland. And so just a wild turn of events. The tournament's been great. We got a lot of big names. We got some good stories. I think Oregon State's a great story. They don't have the name, but it's a really good team story. And they were picked 10th preseason to get in the conference, and look here where they were, taking on South Carolina, who's looking to go undefeated and not repeat, but win another championship. And you got LSU against Caitlin Clark. You got all these great stories. This tournament is great. I'm all in on the ladies tournament. Yeah. But the story of the day, unfortunately, is that they didn't know how to measure the three-point line distance here in Portland. It's an unbelievably dumb story.
This is crazy. When you look at this picture, it is so obvious which side is closer to half court than the other. And the space between where it is obvious that there is a glaring difference. There was one coach that agreed, let's play. And the other coach said, I didn't want to be the coach to say, no, we got to wait. So I agreed. I feel like TV does trump the rest of it. And I feel like they made the right decision to keep playing, because I know the numbers were not the same as they would have been had they not had they fixed this, but they both get that disadvantage at some point in the game because they're both shooting from that side. So you take a risk in doing this, but you also get your game on national TV, which I think is important for the game, for the women's game. But they persevered through this, but they both get this. It's not like one team is on the same side each time. So for the whole game. So I think when you think about it, they made the right decision. I think it's ridiculous that it happened in the first place. Nobody saw this. Nobody who is sitting there, or anyone who is in the with the team, who is looking at this from above, anyone who is painting the lines, nobody measured this, saw this. Yes, the logo in the middle, the brackets are on opposing sides up at the bottom and the top. So maybe the difference, it looked different from that end of the bracket to the other, but this was clearly shorter. This one is clearly closer to the logo. So I think that is crazy that even happened in the first place. But you have to make sure, Sprague, that they're not trying to pull any fast ones at the game tomorrow. With your own eyes, make sure that the distance is correct and that all the lines are symmetrical and everything is parallel to each other and that it all works out. Especially for
I've seen a lot. I haven't seen all the games, but I've seen a lot of the games in this tournament. I followed the season throughout because Oregon State's team was a fun story. My daughter plays basketball, so now she's kind of involved in trying to watch, and Caitlin Clark is, really popular right now. So it's a good time for the sport, but having watched all year, I'll say this. I'll give you a gambling nugget. South Carolina is really good. They're long, they're rangy, they're super athletic. They've got great guard play. They've got Cardoso down low. She's tough to stop for anybody. She's really I think she's 6'7". It's tough. They're minus 250 to win the tournament. I know they punched their ticket today and they defeated my Lady Beavs. But I would actually tell you that if I'm gambling, I'm not gambling on South Carolina. I love Dawn Staley. I think Dawn Staley is fantastic for the sport. What she does locally and nationally for her program is exactly what every coach in America should be doing and welcoming. She's somebody we should be highlighting every day, not Kim Mulkey. Okay? Now, that being said, value-wise, you're giving me Iowa 6-1. You're giving me the defending champions 7-1 in LSU. I got Paige Beckers and UConn, Gino and the pedigree at 12-1. Or I get Juju, who I think you could make a real argument that Juju Watkins is player of the year. Caitlin Clark will win it because she broke all the records. She's in all the commercials. And Juju Watkins is fantastic. That's the next Caitlin Clark, I think, of college basketball, and it's out here on the West Coast. They're giving me 16-1. I'm taking any one of those right now, Lucy, because you're not getting really good value on South Carolina, and you're giving me really good value on all of those other teams, and they need to be on their best game. But I've seen South Carolina struggle too, and I think any one of those teams can beat South Carolina on a good day. So if you're looking for value in gambling, and that's what this show's about, I would not touch South Carolina at minus 250. I would take a flyer on whoever else you like. Do you like Kim Mulkey and LSU? Maybe you do. Angel Reese is your girl. 7-1. You like Iowa and Caitlin Clark? They're loaded with experience. Their coach has been there a long time. 6-1. UConn, Gino, boom. USC and the fun story of Juju Watkins. They're being led by a freshman. 16-1. I just think the value's too good to pass on that. And I would not take South Carolina. They might win the whole thing. Won't be shocked. But I think the good value is in the other teams.
Oh, 100%. I mean, pick them. I mean, that, Iowa, especially, not that I wasn't in on Iowa, but I thought the hype was so much that will they actually come through in the end? But I would take them. I would take Iowa right now. UConn, Gino and the pedigree, but I would take Iowa over them right now. And I am actually stunned at the value in Iowa right now based on how Caitlin Clark talented she is and how she is the most popular women's college basketball player right now, arguably. So I would take Iowa right now, especially with that value. That's incredible.
I think I'll end it on this, and I want to get to a smidge of NFL, and then we'll end with baseball. I look at this and I say I love the payback story. I'm rooting for Caitlin Clark. I think she's really fun. She's been great. I'm taking LSU plus 1.5 in that game, by the way. The rematch. I've seen Iowa look real funky this tournament. And even in the Big Ten tournament, they were down double digits to Nebraska in the title game. I think LSU is the right side of this.